Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 189, The Mealy's Judgment. Even if we managed to win the war against Mealy's, we would only be creating an even bigger problem if we simply returned to the Great Forest with no further action. These words came from Larav, the blue-skinned demon of the Jeankin tribe. Verdia, who was standing beside Rigor, nodded and added. That's true. The conflict zone on the central continent is the greatest proof of what happens when you defeat a region's ruling power and do nothing more about it. Few knew the full depth of those events. Today, the so-called conflict zone was known as a lawless territory, a sea of ruins and makeshift fortresses contested by bands and militias. But years ago, it had been far worse. Kingdoms rose and fell in a matter of hours, tribal wars and massacres occurred day after day. It all began when a certain North god, a self-styled solitary and ruthless hero, arrived and massacred every member of the evil cult that ruled the region. Although many saw this act as heroic, the result was the collapse of the structure that, however fear-based, had held those lands together. Without a central power, the vacuum sparked an endless war among the factions that vied for control of the region. Voices rose, one after another, with fervent suggestions and debates. Make the beast god the new king of this land, suggested a gray-skinned warrior. Ha! The beast god has no time to rule a kingdom, said a beast raceman. Another spoke, wouldn't it be a waste to put someone with so much power in charge of just one kingdom? Let him rule the entire world. This isn't just an ordinary human kingdom. Leaders need to be powerful. Look at demon god Laplace, or beast god Geiger. They were true unifiers because they were strong. Strength isn't necessary to rule, said a human, with restrained gaze. All that's needed is vision, diplomacy, and intelligence. The beast god is far more than that, making him king would be like chaining his arms and legs. The discrepancy was clear. Some members wanted Rigor to found a new kingdom and lead it by force. Others argued that letting him become king would only delay his future prospects, though no one knew exactly what those prospects were. Some said Rigor would never accept such a role. Some proposed simply seizing the kingdom of Mealy's and replacing the nobles and power figures with members of the Iron Legion. There were also extremists who wanted something even greater, to conquer the demon continent and the central, in a crusade to avenge thousands of years of persecution. Verdia remained silent. Ghislaine and Eris, beside Rigor, merely watched, as did Aisha. They already knew the final outcome. That decision had been made long ago, and Rigor had consulted them to hear their opinions. When the discussion began to spiral out of control, Rigor raised his hand and let his aura slip free. His dark, resolute presence silenced everyone. He stared at the council members with impassive, cold eyes. No one dared interrupt him. Mealy's will be destroyed to its roots, we will not allow that kingdom to continue existing after this war. Silence. The words hung in the air like a suspended blade. Rigor gave them time to absorb the declaration before continuing. Of course, I do not intend to massacre everyone in the kingdom of Mealy's. If, even after the destruction of its religion and its realm, people still wish to worship Mealy's for any reason, then let them worship. But no remnant of the kingdom of Mealy's will be left intact. No power will remain in the hands of the church. Instead, the Iron Legion will create a new kingdom to take its place. Some held their breath. Others widened their eyes, though they had expected something of the sort. It was different to hear Rigor declare it with such firmness. Obviously, many of you know this won't be an instant change. Mealy's has age-old traditions. Transferring power to a new kingdom won't be free of complications. On the contrary, problems will arise one after another. A demon spoke up respectfully. Pardon me. Beast God. With all due respect, if you know there will be complications, why not simply kill everyone who still worships Mealy's after its fall? Wasn't that what Mealy's wanted to do to demons and the beast race in various past wars? Why not return the favor? The eyes of many revealed that not all disagreed with that thought. Though they were a minority, some still supported the idea. It was a cultural divide, both among races and worlds. Some races simply bore deep grudges against Mealy's, others did not care as much about the lives or deaths of thousands of people. In fact, even in this entire world, the annihilation of tribes and entire races was a less somber theme than in their previous world, it was more commonplace. Rigor fixed his gaze on the demon. For several seconds. Too long. A cold sweat trickled down the demon warrior's brow. But Rigor only inhaled slowly. Few comprehended the weight of the power he bore. The power to erase continents, to crush cities, to sweep away armies on his own. It was tempting. Many times, Rigor felt closer to a god than to a man. That arrogance, that drive for absolute dominion, had always surrounded him. Fortunately, he had good masters. Verdia had taught him about the world from a secular perspective. Gal Farion had taught him about purpose and why to wield his blade. His other powerful teachers also taught him that true power should not be used in vain, that having something to fight for was even more important. Each, consciously or not, helped him remember that to be strong did not mean abandoning his humanity, even though he was not truly human. If he slaughtered half the population of Meles, what value would life have for him? What would stop him from doing the same in Azura? Or on the demon continent? Just to avoid minor complications. Each Meles civilian had families, lives, hopes. There were whole villages that did not even know the names of their cardinals. It was not an absolutely evil country. Proof of that was the former demon race acceptance faction, led by the former pope, Harry Grimoire. Fortunately, Rigor had a secret weapon for situations where logic alone could not resolve things. He was strong. Rigor lifted his eyes again to the demon. And said, "Why not kill them all at once?" Silence fell once more. "It's simple. Because I don't want to." Faced with Rigor's irrefutable logic, the demon fell silent. In any case, the final decision belonged to their leader, because he was invincible. Taze asked, "I suppose you'll be the king of this new kingdom, right?" In fact, everyone assumed that. Taze only wished to leave no doubt. Rigor nodded and said, "Initially, yes. I will be king." Several conversations erupted at that point. How would a kingdom be formed? Many other things would need to be decided: territories, positions, titles. There were too many things to administer. At that moment, however, another respectful voice sounded. It was Lysena, beast god. "If you will be king, does that mean your lineage will be royal?" Everyone looked back at Rigor when she asked. He looked at her for a moment and said, "I have yet to decide that definitively. But, for now, yes. Succession will be hereditary. I may change that in the future, if I find it convenient." Eris seemed lost in thought, until the demon king, Greta, noticed and spoke up provocatively. "Very well, beast god. Then it's important to establish a successor soon. When do you plan to have children?" Both Ghislaine and Eris discreetly glanced at Rigor, as did everyone else in the council chamber, of course. Rigor smiled bitterly and said, "Soon. Very soon. Let us wait for the war to end first." Taze spoke seriously, "On the contrary. It is because these are wartime that an heir must be clear." Rigor cast a murderous glance at his friend and said, "After the war." Taze stifled a laugh but said no more. Soon, other topics took precedence: titles, territories. Many things had to be decided only after they won the war, but others could be preliminarily established. Fortunately, Verdia had already participated in the creation of a new kingdom before. So, following her guidance, he managed to gather most of the necessary parameters: conquests, consideration of clan strength, assessment of battle prowess, and so on. A basic structure formed quickly. Of course, it would need refinement, but that would wait until after the war. Positively, Rigor's strength made all his suggestions far more acceptable. It was no joke. Everyone in that hall, though fearing Rigor, felt more respect and reverence. Thanks to that, literally everything Rigor said seemed to carry far greater weight, as if they were hearkening to the counsel of a superior being. Thus, the meeting proceeded without major complications. Afterwards, the discussion turned to the scenario of possible defeat. In truth, few paid much attention to that possibility. Only a few, who had not yet heard extensively of the level of power of one of the seven powers, harbored doubts. But the reality was clear for all to see: Rigor was simply too fit to lose a war. In fact, he was like a walking war machine. Capable of raising earthen walls and fortresses, launching fire blasts, summoning lightning storms over enemies, and casually provoking natural disasters. That alone made him a gigantic threat, worthy of the greatest mages ever known. But most importantly, he was not just a mage. His physique was extraordinary. No commander, friend, or foe could stand against him. No army could contain him. It was no exaggeration to say that the Iron Legion's chance of losing this war was near zero. Therefore, only some basic contingencies were prepared: retreat plans and emergency maneuvers, nothing too elaborate. The meeting had already lasted almost a full day. During that time, Lisa summoned 2 more assistants to help record all the decisions made. The War Council was gradually drawing to a close. Many topics had been addressed, too many to list them all. In broad strokes, everything was taking shape for the Legion's Great March. Various tribes, races, and clans were being allocated into divisions, each with their respective commanders. But the most important point to decide was the generals. The troops and their subdivisions would be organized under them. Ornthorn and Killian would co-lead one division. Another would be under Greta's exclusive command, who would also concentrate the greatest number of saint-level warriors. Ghislaine would pair with Verdia, and Taze would follow with Larav. These would be the 4 main vanguard forces. All these forces would enter Melis territory, bypassing the Holy Country and gradually wearing down its forces. The goal was to eventually encircle the capital, Melis. Melis would certainly like, and even try, to force them to advance directly on the capital, luring Rigor into an all-out battle where they could concentrate all their power against him. But the Iron Legion had no reason to do that. Now that they possessed absolute strength superiority thanks to Rigor, they could very well weaken Melis across the country and then strike Melis when it was already depleted. As for the possibility of Melis concentrating all its armies in the capital while cities fell, it was unlikely. Abandoning their people and cities went against Melis' religion's core tenets. Unless the Pope wanted to provoke an internal split, he would try to defend his territory. In fact, he would probably try to wear down the Legion, not the other way around. And that was where Rigor and Eris came in. Nothing needed to be said about Rigor. With his overwhelming speed, he would traverse battlefields in hours, slaughtering any enemy in his path. He would also move among the Legion's armies, ensuring reinforcements against large-scale ambushes. Eris, mounted on Escalar, would play a similar role. She would fly across the battlefield, supporting other armies and eliminating enemy detachments alongside the Red Dragon. She would avoid confrontations with entire armies but be merciless against smaller groups and support forces. Basically, all contingencies were ready. Now, they only had to march on Melis, and make them regret the day they declared war on the Iron Legion. With the meeting adjourned, everyone looked visibly exhausted. Yet there was a gleam in each eye. That meeting had fulfilled its main purpose. It showed the entire Legion that, with Rigor at their side, Melis would fall. One way or another. Rigor rose. Immediately, everyone present did the same. He looked calmly at those assembled and said, "There is nothing I can say that hasn't already been discussed in this meeting." He paused briefly, staring into each pair of eyes with intensity. "I have observed each of you. All here are capable leaders, commanders, and tribal chiefs. All experienced warriors. The council members felt honored to hear praise from the beast god himself. Under my command, and yours, the Legion will prevail. Show Melis that wars are not won with faith, but with strength." Having said that, he began to walk out of the chamber. Ghislaine, Eris, and Aisha followed him immediately. Verdia soon joined them. No one moved until he had completely disappeared from the room. Most could barely contain their excitement. The moment had come. The march would begin. The war lay ahead. As everyone began to disperse, one last voice rang out in the chamber. It was Taze. "Do not break any of the rules that the beast god has imposed. If he hears of heinous acts being committed by the Legion, nothing will save you from his wrath." Chapter 190, The Empress, the Rogue, and the Barrier. The moonlight tinted the clouds over the demonic continent silver, but the city of Bazu still teemed with energy. Amid the dark stone streets and twisted buildings, a tavern stood out with its vibrant light and infernally loud music. Shouts, laughter, and the clash of mugs formed a chaotic symphony of celebration. Inside, creatures of the most varied races and shapes reveled without a care. The strong smell of fermented drink would make an ordinary human pass out. Among the noisy crowd, a child with vibrant purple hair and mismatched eyes drank merrily, sunk into a small barrel of beer. Her childlike appearance didn't seem to fit that environment, but no one seemed to mind. Beside her, a demonic adventurer with a goat-like face, curved horns, and a sheepish grin spoke loudly, his voice lost in the tavern's din. "I'm telling the truth, little girl," he exclaimed, banging his wooden tankard on the table. "Melis is fighting against the Great Forest to exterminate everyone. Even my cousin joined the war to pay off a debt." The girl blinked, confused. "But, why are there demons fighting too?" The goatman laughed heartily, leaning over the table. "Ha ha 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 ha. Because this so-called Legion saved many demons who were slaves. And they even took in a bunch of rejects from our continent. People that some didn't want around. That's why. Ha ha ha." The girl, although paying attention to the conversation, devoured everything in front of her at a frightening speed, as if she'd been starving for a whole year. "And there's more," continued Kay, the goat demon. "Didn't the beast race help us in the last 3 wars we started? Ha ha ha. In my opinion, the demon kings should gather their armies and help this so-called beast god crush Melis." Another demon rose, a brute of ashen skin and incandescent eyes. "What nonsense are you spouting, Kay? The beast race betrayed Laplace in the last war." Kay snorted. "Apart from the fact that Laplace was a lunatic, humanity captured children of the beast race. Did you want them to see their children die?" A heated argument began to take over the tavern. In the midst of the confusion, Kay looked again at his small drinking companion. "And you, girl? What do you think of all this?" He seemed to finally realize how young she was. He blinked, confused. "By the way, aren't you a bit too young to be drinking?" The child laughed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. I'm much older than I look. I must be at least 5,000 years older than you, ha 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 ha. Kay shrugged. Among demons, that wasn't so uncommon, although he thought she was exaggerating her age. About the war 400 years ago. She continued, with a pensive look. I hadn't been reborn back then. But, 4,000 years ago, the beast god Geiger was an excellent ally. Unfortunately, he was also killed by the Golden Knight. What a shame. The tavern fell silent for a second. Some demons exchanged suspicious glances. Right. She introduced herself as the Demon Empress, didn't she? What? Ha ha ha. That's impossible, laughed another demon. The laughter echoed, including the girl's own. Even so, with each new round of drinks, the demons felt more and more apprehensive. As the night progressed, the more she spoke, the more uncomfortable the demons felt. The girl knew too much to be so young. But the alcohol flowed and loosened their senses, so they didn't mind too much. The drunken revelry continued. They argued about wars, alliances, and betrayals until the sun threatened to rise. The next morning, Kay woke up thrown over a table. His head throbbed, and the vision in his right eye was strange. A note was stuck to his forehead with fruit goo. A gift from the Demon Empress. Demon Eye of Absorption. For paying my tab. Thanks. Is this real? He murmured, after vomiting for the third time. Meanwhile, the girl ran through the city streets with renewed energy. Oh. Now I can last another year or two, she exclaimed gleefully. She stopped on a rooftop and looked toward the horizon. Her eyes spun like the reels of a slot machine, until a blue eye with a distorted pupil took its place. Hasn't the world been at peace for the last hundreds of years? There was also that guy who attacked a Toph. She thought for a moment, then let out a loud laugh. In any case, this so-called beast god is quite interesting. Ha 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 ha. He's like Laplace, only from the beast race. She turned, her hair flying in the wind. I'll talk to Batty first. He. With a leap, she vanished across the rooftops. The world isn't so calm anymore. In Hobbit territory, in a less explored part of the Great Forest, there was a small bar built in the typical local architecture. The building had a low ceiling, tiny windows, and doors so narrow that anyone over 1.50 meters had to stoop to enter. There, sitting at a reinforced table in the back of the establishment, an elf with wavy blonde hair and a dwarf in black armor spoke in low tones. The elf was Elinali's Dragon Road, the same one who once traveled with Rudeus Greyrat, and the dwarf was Tall Hand, with a thick, orange beard. Both had been members of the old adventurer group, Fangs of the Black Wolf. Their conversation was interrupted by occasional laughter and the muted sound of clinking mugs. But then, the bar door creaked as it was forcefully opened and someone had to duck to pass through. A man with a lively expression, face like a monkey's, wearing a light leather vest and several pouches strapped to his waist, entered laughing. Hee, I finally found you too, he said, approaching. Elinali's recognized him immediately and spoke with surprise. Geese. Where have you been? Geese, the demon race rogue, with a loose tongue and wandering spirit, opened a wide smile. Hee, for the past few years, I was looking for Paul and his family in Begarit and then on the central continent, but I heard he was here in Meles, so I turned back. On the way, I heard about you too and came running. What are you doing here? Tall Hand and Elinali's exchanged glances, and the three sat together while taking turns sharing parts of their long journey. They recounted how they had rescued Paul and Zenith from the immortal demon king, Atofratov, and how they had returned through the great forest. Geese scratched his head, thoughtful. I understand why you didn't want to enter Meles. I chose the Hobbit route for the same reason. Things are too ugly there. But tell me, when are Paul and Zenith coming back with the daughter? The atmosphere changed immediately. Elinali's looked away, and Tall Hand fell silent. Geese sensed something was wrong. Hey, it can't be. Didn't you say that Paul was a North King now? He's alive, right? Elinali sighed heavily. That idiot joined Meles. We don't know why, but he was killed by the beast god, Rigor while fighting against the Legion of Iron. Geese's eyes widened, stunned. Rigor killed him. You also knew him, asked Elinali's, raising an eyebrow. Of course I did. We even traveled together for a time. One of Paul's daughters is his disciple. And, damn, Ghislaine is even his wife now. Elinali's confirmed with a nod. Yes. We found that out too. I can only think that Rigor killed Paul without knowing who he was. After all, Paul was fighting for Meles. That idiot. Tall Hand spoke, his voice firm and sad. It's a shame. Paul had his flaws, but he was doing everything he could to save his family. He stood up, and Elinali's did the same and said with a resentful grimace. He won't be missed. She looked at Geese. We already sent a letter to Ghislaine. We hope she'll talk to Rigger and prevent Zenith from being killed too. Geese was still processing the news when he murmured. You're not going to do anything. Elina's eyes turned calmly. Of course we are. I'll tell Rudeus that Aisha is fine and that her father is dead. Tall Hand will return to the dwarf territory and wait for news. Maybe Zenith will survive. I mean rescue Zenith. Geese retorted, indignant. The elf's expression hardened. And what do you expect us to do? We've already asked Ghislaine. If even she can't save her, being the beast god's wife, why would we be able to? Besides, the Legion of Iron has launched a massive war campaign. Entering Meles now would be suicide. For me. For Tall Hand. For you too. She paused for a moment, resolute. So, come with us or stay here. But don't try to play the hero. If Zenith survives, great. But I'm not going to make the men who killed a North King with a single blow my enemy. She turned her back and walked out with determined steps. Tall Hand stopped by the door and cast a final glance at Geese. Don't go after her, Geese. Ghislaine received the letter. She'll do something. Who knows, maybe Rigger wasn't even thinking of killing Zenith in the first place. With that, the dwarf left the small bar, leaving Geese alone, surrounded by the muffled sound of hobbit laughter and the pain of an unexpected loss. In a Meles military camp, set up on the edge of a rocky ravine near the borders of the Great Forest, 3 armored knights leaned over a large leather map spread out on a wooden table. Mana lanterns hung from the tent poles, casting a bluish light over the men's tense faces. The canvas opened with a sudden movement, revealing a 4th man. Tall, muscular, his armor adorned with symbols of the Church of Meles, and his navy blue cloak bore marks of past battles. He was the detachment's commander. The 3 knights straightened and saluted him. Have we received any orders from command yet? Asked the commander, his voice grave and heavy with frustration. No, sir, but it shouldn't be long, replied one of the knights, a young man with a helmet of golden plumes. The commander ground his teeth. We're on the vanguard. Damn it. After the brutal advance of the beast god, who cut through the battlefield like a force of nature, destroying everything in his path just over a month ago, Meles' armies had retreated. Since then, they had been in a defensive position, receiving only instructions to erect magical barriers and prepare retreat routes. The expectation of all the armies was that Galgard, the divine warrior, would confront or at least hold off Rigger, allowing Meles' offensive to regain traction. But Galgard had not moved. On the table, there lay an open scroll with a crystal in its center, a magic circle created to detect presences with absurdly high levels of magical power. This barrier was sensitive only to those who exceeded a certain threshold, a specific precaution against Rigger, as it would detect presences for miles around. Those damn orders never come, grumbled the commander. Retaking the hill 10 kilometers from here will give us an unequaled terrain advantage. If we let them take it first, it will be us under pressure. Prepare the soldiers to march. Now. It was at that moment that the barrier's crystal cracked with a dry, piercing sound. Everyone froze. The barrier. Murmured one of the knights, pale as wax. The beast god is here, said another, his voice trembling. The commander clenched his fists, sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew what that meant. Change of plans. Order everyone to withdraw immediately. Quickly. But he didn't have time. A colossal shockwave tore through the camp like an incarnate thunderclap. The tent was instantly ripped to shreds, the maps flew like leaves in the wind, and the 3 knights were hurled in opposite directions. The ground split, cracks opening beneath the impact. The commander, an experienced water saint, was the only one to stay standing thanks to bracing himself at the last second. His eyes witnessed the chaos, tents being torn apart, men flying, and the ground itself being ripped by the explosion's pressure. The deafening sound was like the roar of a mythical beast. And then came the true attack, a wave of fire that spread violently. A flaming sphere erupted like a miniature sun, unleashing an infernal blast. The heat was overwhelming. The flames swept over everything, consuming men, wood, steel, and stone in seconds. The commander tried to cut through the explosion, but he didn't have time. The flame wave engulfed him before he could even scream. His body was pulverized instantly. Everything happened in less than a second. High above, hovering with his arms crossed, Rigger watched the destruction with analytical eyes. His expression was calm, almost bored. All right, that was a waste of mana, he murmured, watching the flames still dance among the ruins. They weren't all that. The hot breeze blew the charred remains of the camp, while Rigger hovered in the air, looking satisfied. I think I'll fight hand to hand for now. And then he vanished in a blur, leaving only smoke and ashes behind. Chapter 191. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world. POV, Nanahoshi Shizuka. It has been 6 years since I was suddenly teleported to this world. It's strange, it just doesn't feel like that much time has passed. Perhaps because I have always been busy, whether traveling somewhere, establishing contacts, or trying to find a way to return home. Each day seemed to bring a new task, a new worry, a new strategy to survive in this world completely different from mine. After finding myself on the vast plains of the Azura Kingdom during what was called the teleportation incident, the first person I crossed paths with was Orsted. He looked like he came out of a nightmare, golden eyes with slit pupils, a terrifying expression, and an aura so heavy it made you want to flee just to be near him. But, surprisingly, he was the one who helped me. With Orsted's help, it took me about a year to learn the common language of this world. During that time, as I traveled under his protection, I acquired enough knowledge about the Azura Kingdom and the major centers of power in this world. Eventually, this led me to meet Perigeus Dola, one of the 3 heroes who defeated the demon god Laplace and a living legend of this world. At that time, my priority was simple: survive. But, being practical, I realized I could use my knowledge of the modern world to improve some things around me. I introduced small innovations, basic products that would bring me a minimum of comfort, better food preservation methods, more durable clothing, and, of course, soap and shampoo to keep my hair clean. These mundane things were something that would help many people in this world have a better quality of life, but I was doing it mainly for myself. Using Orsted's influence as the dragon god, I managed to convince some Azuran merchants to establish distribution routes for the products I created or perfected. At first, these efforts were purely personal, but they soon turned into a network of passive income that gave me autonomy and some influence. All of this also served a greater purpose: to obtain the means to search for my missing friends, and, above all, to try to develop a way to return to Earth. Orsted was instrumental in my journey. I really owe him a lot. You might even say he was an easy person to get along with, as long as you ignored his cold personality and certain occasional activities. He certainly was a man with many secrets. Several people we crossed paths with tried to kill him at first sight. And he, in turn, did not hesitate to kill them back. Sometimes I wondered if he really encountered them by chance, or if he was actually deliberately looking for them. But I learned to ignore that for the most part. In this hostile and unknown world, he was the one who extended his hand to me first. He taught me the language, gave me protection, and guided me. One could say that it was because of him that I survived for so long. Who knows what fate I would have had if I had been sold as a slave. So, I closed my eyes to most of the horrors that accompanied him. It was only once that I chose to interfere in his affairs. On one of our travels, Orsted seemed to sense an unusual vibration, and we changed course to head toward the source. We ended up finding a member of the beast race named Rigger. At first, there was nothing about him that caught much attention, except that he had golden eyes like Orsted. But something soon made me see him differently. He seemed to recognize me. It was just a moment, a confused expression on his face. But it was enough to plant doubt in my heart. Could he be one of my friends? One of the 2 who were with me during the accident? Or perhaps one of those who tried to save us from the truck? There was no way to know for sure, but there were other signs. Besides me, he was literally the only living being I had seen up to that point who did not feel an irrational fear of Orsted. Instead of reacting in terror or trying to attack him in an irrational rage like everyone else, he remained calm and tried to restrain his companions. He recognized Orsted's superior strength, understood the situation with cold logic. Although he also seemed to be extremely cautious with us, that was undeniable. This only reinforced my suspicion. Unfortunately, he also knew the name Hidegami. When that happened, Orsted marked him for death on the spot. I asked once why he was so inflexible about killing these people. His answer was simple, cold, and direct. This is the most efficient way to deal with an apostle. It was always like that. Logical, calculated, and merciless. A side of Orsted that I never fully understood. In truth, I could say that, in a way, I did not understand the dragon god at all. But at that moment, for the first time, I asked him to spare someone. I asked him to let Rigger live. Perhaps it was a mistake, perhaps not. But something about that boy told me he was different. Despite sparing Rigger after understanding my logic, he did not spare his friend, who seemed to be named Idar, or Rida. Orsted said the reason for killing him was that Rida had always been an apostle and nothing would change that. Once again, I did not fully understand his motives, nothing out of the ordinary here. After that, Orsted and I continued traveling. We passed through various regions until, using another teleportation circle, he took me to the Magic Triumvirate. There, I was left at the Renoa Magic University, one of the most advanced learning centers in this world. It was there that I began my research on summoning magic. After learning the basics from the best in the world, I had to produce at least some results, and then I could go back and ask more of the Armored Dragon King. At first, the results were disappointing. My experiments failed constantly, and I isolated myself from most of the other students and professors. I did not want to relate any more than necessary with these people. After all, this was not my world, and I would soon leave it. Moreover, although the magical crystals needed were expensive, my passive income, a result of my commercial network, was enough to finance the studies at the beginning. Still, the results were almost nil. It was only with the arrival of Rudeus Greyrat at the Magic University that everything began to change. Not only did he possess an abnormal magical power, but he also showed genuine interest in my research, since it was related to the teleportation incident to some extent. And more importantly, he was also from Earth. The discovery was a shock. A wave of relief and despair hit me at the same time. I was not alone. There was another like me here. And so, the experiments began to succeed, little by little. And as much as I would not admit it easily, I made some friends. POV Rudeus Greyrat. Being nearly killed by the dragon god as soon as we arrived on the central continent was not exactly what I was expecting. Once again, as soon as I began to feel slightly more confident about my strength, this world proved to me mercilessly that I was still weak. I could do nothing in the face of true strength. After gaining the demon eye of foresight, escaping from a Toffertov, and defeating Paul, who was a North King, I really thought I had become a bit stronger. Roxy, Rudyard, and Sylphie all did much better than I did in resisting the dragon god. Although they do not seem to see it that way, maybe only because I was the only one who managed to wound him a little. But I am almost certain he was only testing us. From the beginning of the fight, he did not seem to intend to kill us. After asking me if I knew Hidegami, I really felt like he was going to kill me at that moment. His killing intent almost suffocated me, but he didn't. Instead, he fell silent, thinking about something for a while. Then he asked me if I was afraid of him. Of course, I said yes. But he did not seem to believe me. In any case, he attacked us afterward, testing our strength. And in the middle of the fight, he seemed to have concluded that Sylphie and I were different. I did not understand exactly why, perhaps because of chantless magic. After the fight, he told me to speak to someone called Silent 7 Stars if we were to go to Renoa University. He told me something very important. This so-called Silent was also from Earth. Obviously, only I understood what that meant. And then, the dragon god left. Our group became a bit more somber after that. I could sense that Rudyard was blaming himself for not being able to protect us. But we continued with our original schedule. We rescued Sylphie's mother from a noble who was enslaving her and then headed to the Sword Sanctuary to look for my sister, Aisha. But before we went there, we heard about her at the Magic Triumvirate. And there, I discovered a truly scary piece of news. My little sister Aisha had become a disciple of Reincarnated, the leader of the Iron Legion. And worse yet, the Red Wolf had become the 6th world power. In other words, he had ended up surpassing a Toffertov, becoming the most powerful enemy we had made along the way. Aisha had stayed with Rigor and his group at the Sword Sanctuary for the last 3 years and left for Mealy's months before our arrival. She was quite famous. Rudyard and Roxy did not know Rigor. Rudyard did not even know about the history between us and Rigor. So Sylphie and I told them everything. Rudyard, with his usual frankness, incisively pointed out that we were the ones who started a conflict with Rigor. It was true, but we had our reasons. We were being forced by Larex. When I said that, Rudyard retorted that it did not matter to Rigor. That he would not spare us, especially after all the chaos that Sylphie and I caused in Mealy's. Rigor would be after our heads. Or, if we stayed away, maybe he would simply ignore us. In any case, from what we heard about Aisha, she seemed to be doing very well as Rigor's disciple. And, apparently, she was returning to Mealy's. She would probably meet Paul, and I had a bad feeling about that. But even if we decided to return now, it would not be fast enough. We would probably miss each other again. In any case, we decided to stick to the plan we had already made when we were gathered as a family on the Demon Continent. Whether we found Aisha or not, Sylphie, Roxy, and I would head to Renoa and settle down there. We sent a letter to Paul in Mealy's and then departed. Rudyard separated from us when we arrived at our destination, following his own path. It was a sad farewell. We had really bonded with the Support over the last 3 years. And that is how my school life in this new world began. Roxy actually ended up becoming a teacher. And Sylphie and I became special students at Renoa Magic Academy, also known as Renoa University of Magic. School life was much better than my past life, without a doubt. Sylphie and I were excellent mages, and, as students of the special class, we ended up having few classmates. Among them was Cliff Grimoire, the self-proclaimed genius and grandson of the former Pope of Mealy's. There was also Zenoba Chiron, the 3rd prince of the Kingdom of Chiron, who, for some reason, ended up becoming my disciple after witnessing one of my stone statuettes. Yes, a statuette. I think I will never understand why he is so fascinated by dolls. Another peculiar member of our small group was a princess from the Kingdom of Azura named Ariel. Always elegant, with an aura of authority, but also surprisingly approachable. Beside her was a handsome scoundrel named Luke, the kind who draws glances wherever he goes, a true womanizer. I think I did not like him because he reminded me of Paul. There was also a mage named Derek Redbat, the magical guardian of the princess. He rarely spoke but was extremely competent. And of course, there was the mysterious Silent Seven Stars. An enigmatic figure, who never showed her face and almost never spoke, but who apparently was from Earth. I ended up discovering a lot about the teleportation incident with her, and I also discovered that she was the girl I tried to save from that truck. This strange and displaced group ended up getting along very well, more than anyone could imagine. Despite our very different origins, we had an inexplicable synergy. My school years seemed to be going well. Since the full course at the Magic Academy was 7 years, starting at 13, Sylphie and I should graduate at 20. Of course, there were concerns. The threat of the Iron Legion still hovered in my mind, mainly Aisha's involvement with Rigor. But it was not like I could do anything immediate about that. Everything had its time. And in the meantime, I trained, studied, strengthened my skills, and observed the world around me with more attentive eyes. I had to become stronger. After all, I had some very strong enemies. Overall, living with Sylphie, with Roxy, who now worked as a teacher at the academy, and with all my new friends, while learning new things at Renoa University of Magic, may have been one of the best times of my life. Peace, learning, companionship. For a while, I allowed myself to believe that all this would last. All right, that seemed too good to be true. In my first year, I became a mage of level Water King and Saint of Earth and Fire. Chapter 192, Nullification Barrier, Assault on Meles. A vague figure, almost like an ethereal blur, cut through the air above one of Meles's vast, verdant plains. The sound of its passage was muffled by the violent displacement of air, almost like a distant thunder, but the figure was already far away by the time the echo finally arrived. The person behind that movement was Rigor, moving at hypersonic speed. Suddenly, he stopped. The wind exploded forward as his form came to an abrupt halt, completely defying inertia. His black magic cloak with gold details, wrapped in a faint glow, helped him decelerate with abnormal perfection. It billowed violently for a moment, trembling under the accumulated pressure of high velocity, but remained intact. That magic cloak, which he had received from Aisha and company, was a high-level magical artifact that ignored the laws of physics, one of the most useful items he possessed. Still, Rigor had already performed tests on it. He knew that if his speed exceeded certain limits, the pressure could become unsustainable even for it. It was a reliable weapon, but not infallible. Rigor slightly tilted his head to the side, as if sensing something in the air. His pupil glowed with an intense golden hue as he activated his demon eyes. For a moment, he stood silent, apparently observing nothing, but his expression tightened. "I see," he murmured. "They're using a mana barrier to detect me." He studied the barrier for a while, and a malicious smile appeared on his lips. "All right, this won't take long." He lifted his gaze for a brief instant, observing the position of the sun in the sky. Based on its height and the intensity of the light, he calculated the time mentally. He had enough. He then began to cast a barrier spell, enveloping his body in an almost invisible magic circle. Pale blue lines floated around him, converging into a shape that resembled a fluid, translucent dome. He spent about half an hour modifying and adjusting the barrier, trying to create the perfect response for his situation. Finally, it was ready. This was yet another barrier of his own invention, based on observations made while studying the detection barrier used by Meles's mages and priests. This should do it. His gaze swept the horizon again. Endless fields, a few sparse trees, gentle hills. And then, many kilometers ahead, a military encampment. Small white tents, a few stone structures, watchtowers, Meles's banners fluttering in the wind, and soldiers moving in formation. He could see some things, even at that distance. Rigor had been leaving a trail of destruction wherever he passed. He was fast enough to prevent messengers, or even ravens, from carrying any information. No letter escaped. Yet, some outposts managed to evacuate to a certain extent. It was as if they knew he was coming. For a while, he had thought that Meles was using some kind of radio or long-range magical communication. But now he understood the cause: detection barriers strategically placed to capture mana flows above a certain threshold. Rigor had also advanced his own research on barrier magic. As soon as he sensed the detection, he created a new type of barrier. He called it the nullification barrier. He inserted a set of conditions into the barrier structure, instructing it that when it crossed a detection barrier, it should identify the pattern and neutralize the effect before it could activate. It was a precise response, designed for a specific target. Of course, the process was not so simple. The nullification barrier had to be adapted to the target's magical framework. The more complex the effect to be nullified, the more intricate its coding needed to be. Rigor assumed they were all using the same type of barrier for this. He moved again. His body crossed the invisible line of the detection barrier. No alarm. No reaction. Nothing. The detection barrier did not activate. Rigger smiled once more. And then, like lightning, he shot toward the military camp, leaving behind only the whisper of wind and a cutting pressure in the air. Another thing Rigger had finally succeeded in developing some time ago was the spiritual sealing barrier, a saint-level magic that, in theory, if elevated to the extreme, could prevent any kind of mental invasion. Modifying and strengthening it to that point, however, had been a true nightmare of research and testing. Originally, the barrier's basic function was to contain or repel undead and prevent spirits, specters, and ghosts from entering or leaving its area of influence. However, against high-level specters or more powerful beings, its effectiveness was almost nil. The simple act of reinforcing it with more mana did not solve Rigger's problems. During his long journey, from his stay at the Sword Sanctuary to his return to Meles, he conducted dozens of experiments on his own. There had been some progress, yes, but he still didn't feel safe. He still believed that if he were confronted with an entity like Hitagami, his defenses would be ineffective. That scenario changed when Rigger reunited with his master, Verdia Solarion. Although her practical mastery of barrier magic was limited to the advanced level, her theoretical knowledge was vast and deep, fueled by centuries of study. Verdia offered Rigger ideas and approaches he had never considered. And when he put those ideas into practice, Rigger achieved concrete results. Thus was born a new spell, the Mind Block Barrier, an Emperor-level barrier magic. It was a highly advanced form of the spiritual sealing barrier, adapted to resist mental influences, spiritual pressures, and subconscious invasions. The magic was still far from perfect, its mana cost was high, its duration limited, and it needed to be renewed daily, but it was already a huge leap compared to his previous passive defense. At least now, Rigger was protected against the whispers and manipulations of the malicious god. If Hitagami were, in fact, an incorporeal soul or being, then this barrier could prevent his approach, at least while it was active. It was a partial but significant victory. Rigger needed to thank Verdia deeply for that. His next goal related to Hitagami was bolder, to hide completely from his sight. He already knew that the god watched some of his movements, perhaps all of them, and that he could also see his future to some extent. That made any plan extremely difficult to execute. The dragon god seemed to have a way to hide from his gaze, and Rigger surmised that Batagati could as well, so it wasn't impossible. And once again, Verdia had already given him some ideas he would need to explore to reach that new level. Apparently, she also had some achievements in divination magic, so Rigger would eventually ask her help again. For now, at least he wouldn't have his dreams invaded. If someone used a magic power eye to observe him, they would see a peculiar coloration, a pinkish-blue aura enveloping his head, undulating gently like an enchanted mist, the visible manifestation of the mind block barrier, protecting him from spiritual attacks and intrusions. As he contemplated these advances, Rigger spotted the Meles military camp on the horizon. As he had predicted, they had not been alerted this time. No messenger had escaped. No alarm signal. Everyone followed the normal routine of a military camp. Rigger drew his swords, Night Hunter, the dark blade that seemed to drink the light around it, and Water Mirror, his faithful silver sword. His Tuki was concealed with mastery, making him even more undetectable to normal eyes. Activating his demon eyes, he surveyed his surroundings with surgical precision. He noticed that, curiously, there were civilians inside the camp, something rare, given the military nature of the location. Perhaps they were suppliers, family members, or slaves. Two knights stood near the camp's entrance, chatting casually as if there were no threat. They were relaxed. Vulnerable. Rigger slid like a shadow. When he approached, he used the long sword of light, a single fluid movement, almost effortless. The blade sliced through the air with absolute precision, and the two knights were cleaved in half, cleanly and silently, before they could even comprehend what had struck them. There were two towers with direct visibility to where Rigger and the fallen knights were. Each housed two knights. One pair chatted without care, laughing and talking, the other watched in silence, one man alert and the other distracted, facing the opposite direction. The alert knight barely had time to register that the two guards below had been cut in half before the black blade, Night Hunter, pierced his eye with brutal precision. The blow killed him instantly. His body began to fall. The second pair in the other tower, still conversing, suddenly saw a silhouette in the sky. That was all they saw before their heads flew in opposite directions. Rigger's silver blade had cut through both of them and the tower itself, which began collapsing due to the clean slice. Using Wild Dash, Rigger propelled himself off the falling tower's wall and leaped onto the other structure with an acrobatic spin and supernatural speed. The first knight who had been pierced in the eye hadn't even reached the ground when Rigger appeared, retrieving Night Hunter and piercing his companion's throat with the black blade. Blood spurted in a grotesque arc, muted by the speed at which everything happened. With his demon eyes active, Rigger saw everything in slow motion, the tower crumbling slowly, the blood splattering, the man's body collapsing nearby, and the unsuspecting soldiers inside the camp still going about their mundane routines. No one had noticed him. And then, like a hungry beast, he launched himself from the tower toward the center of the military camp. The stone building in the center caught his attention. Inside it, he realized, a spell was being activated through a magic circle. Probably an emergency barrier encircling only the camp. A priest likely sensed him and was about to trigger the alert. But it was too late. If it were any other troop, perhaps some would have had a chance to escape. But the visitor was far more terrifying than their worst nightmares. Running, Rigger pointed his finger. A supersonic wind bullet formed in the air. As he traversed the camp, the spell was already ready. A sibilant ring cut through the air like a rifle shot, piercing the building's walls and cracking the priest's skull with a dry snap. The body fell lifeless. However, even dead, the magic circle was activated. Several crystals scattered throughout the camp began to glow a vivid red, like eyes awakening from a deep sleep. Rigger advanced. 4 soldiers crossed his path, chatting animatedly. With a single horizontal slash from Water Mirror, he cut them in half, their bodies collapsed like puppets whose strings had been cut. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the soldiers had lined up to facilitate his strike. Rigger chuckled at the thought. More red crystals activated around him. But he didn't care. He tore through the camp like a hungry hurricane. When he reached the large central courtyard, dozens of soldiers had gathered. Some were eating, others training or sharpening swords, some were polishing armor with religious dedication. In the center, however, 6 crusaders, knights in ornate armor, laughed before 3 figures tied to stakes, surrounded by a blazing fire. 2 were of the beast race. 1 was human. There was also a chained demon nearby, clearly awaiting its turn. No cries were heard. Even with the fire reaching them and burning them, the 3 refused to make any sound. They only gritted their teeth, fighting until their last breath against the pain. Rigger became furious at the sight. A deep, savage rage welled up in his chest. Immediately, he intensified his efforts. The first thing he did was summon a freezing frost over the fire, instantly extinguishing the flames of the fire. Then the massacre began. The holy beast battle aura exploded within him, heating his blood like boiling lava. His tuki burned and roared, pulsing with every beat of his heart. Rigger brandished his sword. A wave of silver light erupted from the blade, devastating everything in its path. The ground cracked, the courtyard trembled. A chasm opened where there had been solid earth, bodies flung aside like rag dolls. And that was just the beginning. With Water Mirror in hand, he advanced like a living blade. One by one, soldiers fell. No one could even follow his movement. The fastest among them, a crusader standing near the fire and one of the saints stationed in that camp, shouted. "It's the Red Wolf. Fall into forma." Rigger's kick hit him before he could finish the sentence. His armor caved in, his body bent at a grotesque angle and was launched like a projectile, tearing through tents and bodies, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A shockwave rocked the courtyard as he collided with a wall. Silence fell. The 5 remaining crusaders and the soldiers around stared, stunned. And they saw. The eyes of the beast. Golden. Brilliant. Savage. They stared into the eyes of death. And that was the last thing they saw. Chapter 193, Insatiable Predator. Finally, all the red crystals around the military camp lit up, a futile warning trying to alert its camp to a threat already present. It was already too late. Rigger was among them, like a fierce and sinister shadow, heralding the death of everyone there. That camp was relatively strong. 3 saints defended it, a considerable number for any military force in the region, along with more than 100 well-trained crusaders following them. The soldiers, despite the initial shock and panic caused by the appearance of the Red Wolf, still began to regroup into organized formations. But that order was illusory. Chaos had already been sown. If anyone still harbored any hope of facing him, that hope died when Rigger killed a water saint with a single blow. 2 of the saints were still alive. Recognizing the insurmountable threat, they made the only rational decision, to retreat. But Rigger had no intention of letting them flee. His roar cut across the battlefield. The howling magic sounded throughout the battlefield, exploding from his throat like an ancestral roar. The sound reverberated with pure power, accompanied by a shockwave that shook the ground, rattling bones and shredding sanity. The weaker soldiers fell unconscious immediately and were thrown away by the sonic impact, as if their souls had been ripped from their bodies. Even the most experienced staggered, their senses scrambled and their movements sluggish. An art known only to the beast race, but elevated to a new level by Rigger. The 4 prisoners, 2 beast folk, 1 human, and 1 demon, were the only ones spared from the devastating impact, protected by the sound barrier that Rigger hastily conjured. Soon after, chaos was unleashed. Lightning tore across the battlefield like divine spears, guided by the fury of the beast god. Bolts struck tents, makeshift huts, arsenals, and watchtowers, setting everything ablaze or sending incandescent metal shards flying. The ground trembled with each impact. Pure fire magic condensed and struck the field like tactical bombardments. Trails of white-silver mana slithered through the camp like blades of light, like serpents in fury, reaping the lives of soldiers who tried to respond. Fissures were left by Rigger's superhuman movements, cuts that even the most trained eyes could not follow. In the blink of an eye, heads rolled. An instant later, entrails painted the ground. Amid the collapse of the military unit, the two saints barely managed to join forces in a desperate effort. One was a water saint, the other a north saint, both advanced with brute strength and unpredictable movements, alternating between defense and lethal counterattacks. Crusaders joined around them, dozens of warriors trying to create a wall of steel and flesh against the incarnate fury. Rigger watched them for a moment, amused. With a slight smile, he sheathed water mirror. He took a deep breath. And then he whispered. Instant light flow. The world seemed to freeze. The sword was unsheathed in the blink of an eye, but in that instant, dozens of cuts occurred. There was no way to count, no way to follow with the eye. Each movement was a line of destruction, as if light itself were used as a weapon. Horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, diagonal cuts, each one opened bodies, pierced armor, split men and women in half. A microcosm of war encapsulated in an instant. A moment before, a small army had been trying to hold out with courage and determination. The next moment, their bodies collapsed, one after another, like autumn leaves carried by a cruel wind. The ground was covered with blood, entrails, and broken steel. The sounds of the battlefield were replaced by a sepulchral silence. Rigger remained at the center of the carnage. Around him, smoke rose from the burning tents, the flames consuming all that remained. Watchtowers collapsed, stone and wooden structures crumbled under tremors caused by the lightning and magical blows. The once imposing military camp was now a flaming cemetery. Some soldiers tried to flee. They ran with all they had, dropping shields, weapons, and dignity. But Rigger did not pursue them, not immediately. Instead, he observed. He analyzed his technique. His body still pulsed with the energy of the holy beast battle aura, warm blood, and a sharp mind. Rigger observed the fallen bodies around him. He assessed the cuts he had delivered with instant light flow. Despite the carnage, he noticed small imperfections. Not all the cuts were clean. Two enemies still writhed on the ground, one with both legs severed, the other cut diagonally but still alive, eyes wide in agony. "TCH," he murmured, raising one hand. Two wind bullets spun around his fingers and fired. Two muffled snaps. End of pain for the two mutilated warriors. Many strikes also hit regions other than those intended, cuts aimed at the neck hit the chest instead, horizontal cuts became diagonal. The result was still lethal, of course. The bodies around him bore witness. But perfection was not what he sought. Even so, it was already far above what he had achieved a year ago. With that more or less resolved, he approached the prisoners in the center of the military camp. The eyes of the four surviving prisoners, two of the beast race, one human, and one demon, trembled at what they had witnessed. Their bodies were wounded, partially burned. Behind them, the bonfire had gone out, now fed only by ashes and debris. Rigger cut the ropes and chains that bound them with a quick gesture of his claws and conjured a healing spell, sealing the open wounds and burns with a greenish glow. Without caring about thanks or reactions, Rigger used gravity magic to magically lift himself off the ground. He floated slowly, letting the black and silver cloak he wore flutter in the hot wind of the devastated field. His demonic, golden, and penetrating eyes lit up with intensity. His senses expanded to the maximum: sight, hearing, magical perception. He felt every heartbeat, every trembling breath, every anxious step of those who had managed to escape. These military camps of melees, though composed of powerful warriors, were still considered intermediate targets for his current level. But they were perfect targets to refine his various techniques: instant light flow, the holy beast battle aura, lightning magic, control over his internal and external mana, among many others. Moreover, as powerful as he was, Rigger was still getting used to his new lethality. Most of his focused training had taken place at the Sword Sanctuary. He had learned and grown much there, undeniably. But in comparison, he had not fought many life-or-death battles. One could say that at the beginning, he could still give his all fighting Rida and Gaul, but over time, he also began to hold back a bit with those two. Batigati was a convenient exception. Rigger could test many techniques at their maximum lethality after having the immortal Demon King as his training partner. It was also precisely to refine his techniques that he chose to use Water Mirror instead of his favorite blade, Tsukikage. The silver sword, although not yet enchanted with a magic stone, by itself amplified his focus, his perception, and his connection to mana as a whole, enhancing his magic and his Tuki. It was the perfect sword for technical training. Only battles to the death forged truly fearsome warriors, and what better place to find such battles than a war? Rigger wanted, no, he needed, to become the sharpest of them all. In the air, suspended like a spirit of the wind, Rigger continued to track the fugitives. There were many of them. To the east, a lone knight running in panic. To the south, a group mounted on horses trying to flee at a gallop. To the north, 3 soldiers huddled in a shallow cave. And more, dozens in various directions, crawling, staggering, hiding under bushes or inside fallen tents. Even the concealment barriers that some used were not enough to escape Rigger's detection. To deceive his senses, a high-level barrier would have been necessary. Those were toys in front of him. Raising his right hand, Rigger began to gather wind element mana. A sphere formed above his palm, spinning, pulsing, compressing the air around it with such intensity that the space seemed to distort the very light. The sound vanished, as if the entire field held its breath. His cloak rippled. His eyes shone. His presence was like a living calamity. "All right," he said softly. "This should do." The sphere exploded with a silvery flash. 29 supersonic wind bullets were fired in multiple directions, like fragments of a magical grenade, each guided by a fragment of Rigger's perception. The lone knight in the east did not even have time to look back before feeling a void in his throat. His neck had been pierced so smoothly that his body still took 2 steps before collapsing, without a single drop of blood spilling. In the south, the mounted troop leader's eyes widened as he heard a slicing whistle. A fraction of a second later, his skull was pierced by a wind spear. The horses neighed, out of control, as their riders died one by one. In the north, the 3 soldiers hiding in the cave sighed with relief, for a second. 3 sharp snaps echoed. 3 bodies fell. No words were spoken. Every fugitive, every fleeing shadow, every heart beating in fear, was silenced by the invisible wind projectiles. All died. Fast, efficient, and clean. Rigger then descended slowly to the ground, his body hovering until touching the wreckage of what, only minutes before, had been an advanced military post. The field was in ruins, craters, destroyed tents, bodies scattered like broken dolls. He was more or less satisfied. When Rigger landed among the rubble of the destroyed camp, the 4 survivors had already regrouped. 3 of them wielded stolen weapons, shields and swords taken from the bodies of the crusaders, and the 4th carried a worn leather backpack, clearly hastily prepared with recovered supplies. The eyes of the 4 shone with respect and reverence upon seeing him. One of them, a tall warrior of the beast race, with deep scars across his body and eyes hardened by months of fleeing and fighting, stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Leader Rigger, thank you for saving us. And I'm sorry for not recognizing you sooner." Rigger crossed his arms and watched him for a moment before opening a faint smile. The glow in his eyes had already faded, and the wind around him had returned to calm. "It's all right. You did well surviving until I arrived." He approached, his steps soft over the scorched earth and smoldering debris. "Are you all members of the Legion?" Rigger confirmed that the 4 were the last survivors of an Iron Legion squad. The small squad had escaped complete annihilation after a brutal ambush several weeks ago. Since then, they had spent almost 2 months fleeing through the forests and hills of Millie's territory, constantly pursued by fanatical knights and church spies. Hope had already abandoned them when they fell, by sheer bad luck, into the hands of a large withdrawing force. They were captured, interrogated, and finally condemned to death by fire. If Rigger had not arrived, their fate would have been sealed. "Then you did not know I had returned?" Rigger asked, watching their faces marked by exhaustion and relief. "No, sir," replied the same warrior. I only realized who you were because I saw you when you were younger. I never forgot seeing you destroy the Black Troll's base." Rigger nodded slowly. After a few moments of conversation and recognition, he indicated a safe route that they could follow to reach one of the nearest assault divisions. After gathering weapons, supplies, and some clothes from what remained of the camp, the 4 prepared to depart. One of the 4 particularly caught Rigger's attention, the youngest, a 12-year-old boy, also of the beast race. His long, blonde hair matched the leopard ears that twitched restlessly. He had heterochromatic eyes, one red and one gray, and a determined expression that did not match his age. "What is your name?" Rigger asked, with genuine interest. "Jal, sir." "Jal of the Agali tribe," the boy replied with a disciplined bow. Despite his age, Jal was already an advanced swordsman in the sword god style. His movements, even tense with fatigue, were sharp. There was something about him that made Rigger want to memorize the name. That boy had potential. After confirming that there were no more living enemies or hidden prisoners, Rigger watched them disappear down the indicated path, until their footsteps vanished in the distance. Alone again, Rigger turned his eyes to the horizon. "Next," he murmured. He knew that his next battle would probably be against something different. A powerful fortress awaited him further ahead, perhaps even one of the legendary 10 generals of Millie's. A subtle smile formed on his face. The path of war had only just begun. Chapter 194, Marble Fort. POV, Rigger Adoldia. My advance plan through the Sacred Country's territory was not as rigid as that of a large-scale army. During the Legion's War Council, many of us concluded that my mobility would be essential for a crushing victory. There was no predetermined route beyond this fortress before me. The plan was simple: traverse enemy territory, destroy smaller bases along the way, and, ultimately, obliterate the marble fortress ahead of me. That was the initial route established. But what would come after that would depend on my own decision, based on events and the enemy's movements. The reason for that? Pope Lucio's. He could see the future, but the limitations of his vision were unknown to the Legion. We were betting on those gaps, those margins of uncertainty. My speed and my power would be the main weapons against the Miles generals. For example, Lucio's could predict that I would reinforce an army, but could he foresee when I would do so? How fast I would move? And what if my keen instincts changed my decision at the last moment? To what extent would his prediction remain valid as long as I reacted to them? It was a mystery to all of us. In the end, the combat forces were too balanced for either side to be defeated by a single successful battle. Even if he predicted my actions, the timing and efficiency with which I executed them could be difficult or even impossible to react to. So now that I had reached the fortress, I made my decision. Beyond here, I would head toward the 2nd and 3rd Vanguard divisions, successively, to check their progress, reinforce them if necessary, and, of course, destroy any enemy army that crossed my path. Well, what can I say about that? Ghislaine and Verdia were in command of the 2nd Assault Division. Perhaps I had some preference when choosing my route. I would never answer that question out loud, but I could not deny that I cared about them. And about Eris as well. What if they encountered an ambush involving multiple generals? I shook those thoughts away. Ghislaine was powerful, perhaps the strongest woman I had ever met in both of my lives. She was not a strategist, obviously, but as a combat general, her presence would be overwhelming. With Verdia leading the army's tactics, everything would go smoothly. In fact, all assault divisions were organized in this way: great melee combat power, combined with strategists, specialist mages, and support units. And, of course, each division was led by a powerful duo, or almost, balancing brute strength and tactical intelligence. There was no reason for excessive worry. My wives were formidable warriors in their own right, having also faced multiple life-or-death battles. They had bled, won, and survived on battlefields long before this war began. The cold wind blew across the plain where I stood. I took a deep breath and looked at the fortress once more. The fortress that rose before me was called the Marble Fort. Its name was no coincidence. Its walls were made of a white, gleaming mineral, similar to marble, almost as if they wanted to reflect the purity of the country that raised it. It was a mineral difficult to destroy. Of course, that was irrelevant to me. No matter how thick or resistant those walls were, I could probably destroy them with a good punch, if I so desired. Behind those walls hid one of the 3 best-armed military complexes in the entire kingdom of Miles. And among the 3, this was the hardest to invade. It was not the most fortified, that title certainly belonged to the holy capital of the kingdom, Militian, but it was the best positioned. High atop a steep hill, the Marble Fort dominated the region with a wide, clear view. An absurd tactical advantage. From there, they could spot any movement for miles. Its towers were equipped with heavy crossbows and ballistae capable of bringing down even dragons in midair. Furthermore, the Marble Fort was stocked with deep and mysterious barrier magics woven into the very foundation of the structure. How many more secrets that fortress hid was something that not even the Legion's intelligence could discover. And for that very reason, I decided to come personally. We could take it by conventional means, of course. Send a division, surround it, besiege it, cut off supplies, open breaches with powerful mage artillery, and send strong commanders as the vanguard. But that would cost time. And lives. Many lives. As I could bypass almost all defenses, it would not be a big problem to take it myself. To me, it was just another slightly larger stone in the path. However, unlike other stops I had made until now, I did not advance straight into the fight. I did not break down the gates with a crash and charge in carelessly, killing everyone in my way. At this fort, I stopped a few hundred meters from the main entrance. They had already noticed my presence long ago. Apparently, my nullification barrier did not work against this fort. And, to my surprise, they did not try to flee as soon as they perceived my arrival. On the contrary, they began to prepare for battle. That was also why I did not invade without more contemplation as in the other stops I had made so far. After all, it was wise to be cautious. It was almost impossible for me to fall into a deadly trap if I was not attacking Militian directly, but that was assuming I took care. So, I stopped and listened calmly to the conversations inside the fortress. The soldiers were nervous and, for the most part, all silent. The inner part of the fortress was impossible to hear due to a sound barrier, but I could deduce some things from the conversations of the low-ranking soldiers. Some exchanged glances, others told dry jokes in an attempt to relieve tension. But it was somewhat easy to distinguish what was happening there. From what I understood from fragments of conversation, this fort was the core of a desperate effort by the King of Miles himself to end the war once and for all. He had used all his remaining influence to gather nobles and some smaller church factions, uniting them in a single gamble, annihilate the beast god, that is, me. It was a unilateral move. Pope Lucius, Galgard, and even Cardinal Leblanc had opposed this decision, treating it as a futile effort. But the king went ahead anyway. He still had some influence in his own kingdom, and not everyone fully understood the depth of my power. And that told me a lot. If he acted even outside the Pope's influence, it meant this was a very risky move. It also meant that they were desperate. That they were willing to lose whatever was necessary, so long as they took me with them. With that, I could suppose that at least 2 Mealy's generals were inside. Perhaps more, otherwise they would not have proceeded with such an attempt. Apparently, they imagined I would come to the fort with a complete army, which would be a reasonable move. And they prepared to face a siege. But upon seeing me alone, mixed reactions occurred. It was a disconcerting mixture of joy and terror. Joy at not having to face an army, and fear at my confidence to invade alone. Some soldiers murmured prayers, bidding farewell to their families even though they were not at home. Others spoke of my arrival as if it were the end of times. There were those who trembled, and those who shouted in anger, trying to convince themselves that they could stop me, and there were also those who awaited me with a fanatical, determined gleam in their eyes. Gradually, I managed to sense the flow of mana circulating through the walls with my demon eyes and understood part of their effects. I did not obtain any details about the main forces and strategies against me, but that would not be a big problem. No matter how much they had prepared, they still severely underestimated me. Since Galgard, Lucius, and Leblanc were not involved, it was more or less guaranteed they would not be a great threat. It was time to show the world just how terrifying a magic swordsman could be. Calmly, I smiled, and raised both hands slowly, lifting them to the sky. Mana began to flow, and the earth started to tremble. Very well. I whispered to myself. Let's see how far your faith goes. On a distant battlefield, in a land painted by the blood of countless skirmishes, Demon King Greta Fausark fought fiercely against a knight clad in dark silver armor. He wore a helmet adorned with a long red plume and moved with overwhelming speed and power, or at least tried to. The Silver Heart Knight was from the most powerful noble family in Mealy's. Proficient in all fighting styles, he officially held the title of Saint of the Sword God, Water God, and North God styles. Furthermore, he had trained in countless other techniques and developed his own combat style. He wielded a sword and an axe simultaneously, uniting offense and defense in complementary movements. Before the war, his strength was known only in Mealy's restricted noble circle. However, at the start of the crusade against the Great Forest, the Silver Heart Knight revealed his fangs to the world. He killed formidable champions of the Legion and quickly ascended to the position of one of Mealy's 10 generals. Unfortunately for him, his current opponent was the powerful Demon King Greta. The halberd she wielded moved with destructive force, preventing any reaction from the knight. It was a polearm, something the Silver Heart Knight had almost never fought against before. Very few modern warriors chose spears or halberds as their main weapon. The knight was not short, in fact, he was almost 2 meters tall, but Greta was still about half a meter taller than him, granting her reach and physical advantage. Her purple hair waved in the wind like living chains, following each monstrous swing of her weapon. Despite the disadvantage in size, strength, and reach, the Silver Heart Knight remained steadfast. He moved skillfully, alternating axe and sword strikes, avoiding the huge blade of Greta, absorbing every nuance of her style. Thanks to his knowledge of diverse styles, he adapted to each of her attacks. Although with each impact of the halberd the ground shook and debris flew, he managed to dodge and keep his guard. Slowly, he began to understand Greta's cadence, adapting his offenses and defenses based on a meticulous reading of her movement patterns. Meanwhile, around the two commanders, the battle raged even more violently. The armies clashed on a wooded plain, where several sparse trees dotted the terrain, not enough to form a forest, but enough to break rigid formations. Greta was leading the advance toward a nearby fortified city, which was also home to many civilians still awaiting refuge within its walls. To spare innocent lives, the Silver Heart Knight decided to lead his army to the open field, meeting Greta's forces. Whether the victors would be the attackers or the protectors would be decided on that blood-soaked ground. The knight evaded a vertical strike and counterattacked with his sword, slicing the air diagonally. The metal glinted for a moment before Greta blocked with the body of her halberd, sending sand flying. With a lateral leap, he spun the axe, trying to pierce the lower part of her guard, but Greta stepped back, using the greater reach of her massive weapon to keep distance. A shattering of rock announced the force of the impact. The halberd descended like lightning, forcing the knight to step back for a moment. The ground beneath their feet cracked, and the crater left by a failed blow raised dust. Both moved with impressive speed for the weight of their armor and weapons. The knight's axe spun in circular strikes, trying to create openings, but Greta pressed him constantly, denying him space. Not far away, Lysena was casting her ice magic non-stop to decimate the melee soldiers. Spears, spikes, and ice daggers crackling into white crystals as the melee soldiers fell under her uninterrupted magic. Still, Meles' contingents in that city were abnormal in number. Under the Silver Heart Knight's unwavering command, his soldiers fought with inflamed spirit, their commander's honor inspired them as if they were fighting for justice. The battle remained at an impasse. Suddenly, a colossal roar tore through the air. It was the roar of a dragon that echoed across Meles' sacred land. Many of the warriors paused their attacks for a brief moment, surprised. Even Lysina looked up, momentarily distracted. Taking advantage of that momentary distraction, an enemy sword saint, executing the long sword of light, slid dangerously toward Lysina. A single strike, swift and impossible to react to for ordinary mages. If the attack landed, it would be fatal. The king-level mage, one of the Legion's most valuable pieces, would see her head roll in an instant. However, at the last second, a red blur cut across the battlefield. In one instant, the sword saint was about to decapitate Lysina, the next, his back split into two halves, dividing his lower body from his upper. The figure who delivered the blow did not look back, she advanced, cutting down every melee soldier before her with incomparable speed and ferocity. Her mere passage through the battlefield caused the ground to crack and the wind to roar. Soon after, a majestic red dragon emerged above the enemy troops, breathing flames that engulfed men, weapons, and horses. Screams and explosions thundered as the creature swept the battlefield, a true incendiary whirlwind. In the midst of that flaming chaos, a red-haired swordswoman stood out. After the slaughter was over, she leaped with grace onto a high rock. And, in another calculated jump, she rose into the air. The red dragon, in perfect synchrony, stretched its neck and caught her in midair, without hesitation. Everyone present was left speechless by the scene. "It's the Red Lioness," someone exclaimed, astonished. "Yes. That's Eris Adoldia," another shouted, recognizing the swordswoman instantly. Eris's presence renewed the Legion's morale. With blood in their eyes and unwavering determination, the soldiers advanced with even more ferocity against Meles' defenses. The clash of steel upon steel sounded like endless thunder. War chants and battle cries echoed, infecting even the most fearful hearts. Lysina, however, remained oblivious for a moment, watching the dragon as it flew to another region of the battle with Eris, her red hair billowing in the wind. The world seemed to move in slow motion through the Ice Mage's eyes. On that fateful day, the armies of the Silver Heart Knight suffered their first defeat since the war's beginning, at the hands of Demon King Greta and the Red Lioness Eris. Forced to retreat, they left behind the city, which now fell under the Iron Legion's dominion. The plain fell silent under the echo of shattered catapults, broken shields, and inert bodies. Chapter 195, Herald of Destruction. Having decided that he would not invade the fortress just like that, Rigger knew what he needed to do. First, he needed to break its defenses and barriers, at least some of them. There were many ways he could use to breach the walls of the marble fort and initiate the attack, both magically and physically. But he also needed to think strategically. He did not know how many soldiers were inside the fortress. He also did not know if there were anti-magic blocking barriers, anti-escape enchantments, or any other hidden traps. For that reason, for the first time in a very, very long time, Rigger would have to manage his mana consciously. It was even a strange feeling for him. But who could blame him? Ever since he turned 10, when his mana stopped growing at an accelerated rate, the only time he really had to worry about possibly running out of mana was during the battle against Zeroth, the Kraken. After that, even in dangerous situations like Larix's ambush, the fight against Orsted, or the duels with Batigati and Gal Farion, he never again had to think about slowing down his expenditure. So it was natural that the feeling of restraint seemed almost uncomfortable. Not that he was at risk of completely exhausting his reserves in this battle. But even so, he needed to conserve a good amount of energy for what would come afterward. This was a war. This battle would not be the last that Rigger would fight, nor the most dangerous. As his mana rose, fierce and vibrant like a thunderbolt about to strike, Rigger had already analyzed his options. The mana reserves he carried within him were among the largest in the known world. Among everyone he had encountered so far, he was the third most powerful in terms of pure magical capacity, surpassed only by two monsters, the Dragon God and Rudeus Greyrat. He possessed more mana even than the Kraken and the King Dragons. By his estimates, he could cast between 5 or 6 god-level spells before becoming depleted, which would be the equivalent of dozens of Emperor-level spells. An absurd capacity, which was further amplified thanks to his arcane focus, the Blue Blade Tsukikage, which increased his magical efficiency several times over. It was no wonder that, sometimes, Rigger felt a slight god complex. After all, he could, literally, create or erase continents with the force of his magic if he so desired. Which made the amount of mana of the two who surpassed him even more absurd. In terms of magical power quantity, both possessed more than double his reserves. Rigger could not even conceive the true extent of that power if used in its entirety. But now was not the time for musings. To ensure that the fortress's walls and barriers would be successfully broken, he decided to use a king-level spell, and then strengthen it to emperor level. The spell began to unfold as he walked. The ground beneath his feet trembled, resonating like an ancestral war drum. At the top of the walls of the marble fort, the soldiers began to shout. "He's coming! Prepare," one of them bellowed. "Kill the beast god," another roared. Their voices joined in a maddened chorus as Rigor was seen advancing with firm steps toward the fortress. The tremor of the ground beneath his feet only inflamed the desperate shouts of the crusaders even more. The sun, on the horizon, was almost setting, and the sky acquired orange and pink hues, creating a disconcerting contrast between the peaceful beauty of the landscape and the chaos that was approaching. Rigor walked with a smile on his face. A calm smile. The ground in front of him began to rise slowly, as if obeying an ancient order. 2 hills began to grow from the flanks of his path, one to the left, the other to the right, leaving only a narrow central passage through which he continued walking. The elevations climbed slowly, dragging trees and roots with them. A small stream was interrupted by the sudden rise and began to pour backward, turning into an improvised waterfall. The earth lifted as if the gods themselves were molding a new reality. The crusaders, up there on the walls, shouted ever more. Seeing Rigor use earth magic brought some relief compared to the horrors he could conjure with fire or lightning. But even so, the shouts gradually began to lose strength. The earth did not cease to grow. 2 colossi began to take form, slowly, yet undeniably. Blocks and blocks of earth, clay, stone, and metals began to unite with the precision of a living sculpture. Their silhouettes emerged gradually, gargantuan. They were as tall as the walls of the marble fort. And they kept growing. Bigger. And bigger. And bigger. The Titans' eyes glowed with an intense orange, as if magma ran through their veins. Their bodies looked as though they had been carved from a mountain. Muscles like compressed cliffs. Rigor walked calmly in front of the 2 Titans. When the golems finished forming, he raised his voice. A deep voice echoed like a death sentence across the fields and walls. Colossal golem. At the same time, the 2 golems came to life. With a deep, muffled sound, the giants took their first step forward. The world stopped. For an instant, silence reigned. And then, krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Nearby trees bent. The very wall of the fortress seemed to shudder with the impact. The soldiers and crusaders were seized by pure terror. Rigor was now like a harbinger of destruction, bringing with him two earth gods, molded by the fury of the world. Many fell to their knees. Others dropped their weapons, petrified. And then, Rigor decided to play a trick. He made one of the golems open its mouth slowly. A jaw made of rock and roots detached with the creaking of stony plates. And then, from within it, a titanic roar resounded. Roar. The sound pierced the plain, the fort, the sky. Birds fled. Men trembled. The roar seemed to herald the end of times. The fort became chaos, but still an organized chaos. Each soldier had a function, and everyone was preparing for the inevitable collision. The colossi would collide with the fortress walls in about a minute. The shooters were already positioned at their ballistas and reinforced crossbows, and 100 archers had strung their bows. Many questioned what use there would be in firing arrows at a creature of that size, but even so, they followed their commander's orders. Rigor could not feel what was happening at the center of the fortress. So, he simply advanced with confidence. In the main meeting room of the marble fort, all the high-level combatants stationed there were gathered. There were almost 20 saints present, besides 2 of the 10 generals of melees and several high-ranking mages and priests. That was a grand meeting even by melees' standards. The leader among them was a bald man, with 2 scars forming a cross on his intimidating, imposing face. His eyes were blue, and he wore gleaming golden magic armor, adorned with a royal blue cape. This was Saint McKerntown, the king's sword, a 10 general of melees and direct commander of the king's royal guard. Usually, his task was never to stray far from the monarch. But now, there he was, far from the capital, ready to fight in a war with a very high mortality rate. They had just received the news that the beast god had summoned 2 giant earth colossi. The knight spoke solemnly. The beast god is coming. His gaze passed over each face in that room. Tension and fear were present in the eyes of many. Remember everything that was discussed. If he is killed, this war ends. If he lives, Melitian may even stand, but the country of melees will be doomed. A saint warrior replied, distressed. But sir, you heard the report just now. This magic is far beyond what we expected. He will destroy the barriers. Another added. Yes. That way we will have to fight that monster without any limitations. But then, a female knight interrupted them with a firm voice. So what? Everyone stared at her. She was an imposing woman, the second general present in the room. Known as Flash Sword, she was different from most of melees' knights. She wore little armor, had long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and piercing green eyes. The sword that hung at her waist gleamed with elegance. She was a sword saint trained in sword god style, and also a North saint in North god style. But her proficiency in sword god style was so great that many said she already possessed sword king level skill, although she had never visited the sword sanctuary to receive the formal title. She spoke with conviction. The beast god may be powerful, but the fact that he did not invade immediately and did not resort to close combat shows he is cautious. He is afraid. That is why he is resorting to magic. Some soldiers grew thoughtful. McKerntown seized the moment and said, Leonore is right. He may be strong, but we are one of the most powerful forces gathered in the entire country. With Saint Meles guiding our blades, we will kill the beast god here and now. We will end this war in this battle. His words inflamed the hearts of the elite warriors. The glow of courage returned to their once pale faces. Without losing momentum, McKerntown raised his voice vehemently. Go to your positions. Show the power of the kingdom of Meles to that mad demon. With that order, everyone dispersed from the command room. The colossi were seconds away from colliding with the fortress. The ballistas fired with great force, many of them enchanted with magic in their cores. Arrows rained down on Rigger like a desperate storm. Rigger only laughed at the archer's futile effort from the walls. Arrows sliced through the sky toward him like a desperate downpour, but he raised a finger and cast a small dome of wind around himself. The arrows easily deflected, swirling around him or being hurled away like twigs caught in a tempest. Nothing touched him. However, a subtle change made his half-closed eyes gleam. A sharp sound of mechanical tension ripped through the air. In an instant, a gigantic ballista bolt appeared on the horizon, fired with titanic force. It was about 10 meters long, flying at a staggering speed, like a bolt of lightning from the sky. The bolt pierced the wind dome as if it did not exist. But Rigger simply smiled. Without even activating his demon eye to predict the direction of impact, he extended his arm with great speed and delivered a light punch to the tip of the projectile, just before it reached him. The touch seemed simple, almost casual. But that was how water god style looked at its highest level. The bolt, upon being struck, violently veered off course, losing its momentum and spiraling uncontrollably past its target. It destroyed everything in its path, gouging a deep trench in the plain behind Rigger. In contrast, the earth golems he had summoned continued forward, completely ignoring the enemy attacks. The enormous iron projectiles fired by the ballistas ricocheted off their bodies of stone and clay without even scratching their frames. For a brief moment, the melee shooters allowed a spark of hope to grow in their hearts. But that was a king-level magic, empowered to emperor level. Those colossi were not simple earth creatures. Even the huge iron projectiles were like throwing darts at a saint-level warrior. It was useless. The colossi did not even stagger when arrows pierced their bodies. One raised its fist to the sky, slowly and threateningly. The other took a step forward, the earth cracking beneath its colossal weight, preparing for a devastating kick. Rigger prepared to advance as soon as they struck. His muscles tensed, his body vibrating with wild tuki. Tsukikage was already in his right hand to help him cast the spell, and then he also drew water mirror from his waist. The silver blade tinkled softly under the late afternoon light. He released his bloodlust. Seeing the two colossal golems almost reach them, the wall's garrison panicked. Some soldiers ran, dropping their weapons. Others threw themselves from the walls in despair. Some tried to retreat down the internal staircases. But it was too late for many. Boom. The first colossus delivered a direct punch to the wall. The impact was devastating. The marble exploded like glass under a sledgehammer. Entire towers collapsed, guards were tossed into the air like dolls. Dust and stones flew in all directions. Beside it, the second colossus spun its body and executed the kick. The entire ground trembled when the blow landed. The wall's foundations gave way. Part of the terrain was torn away as if it were paper. Debris flew, along with bodies and horses. The marble fort, indestructible for centuries, was now being shattered in seconds. In the last instant before the collapse, Rigger noticed dozens of magic circles activating along the walls. They were protective barriers, layers of defensive magic. But they were not strong enough. The barriers shattered immediately under the impact of the emperor-level magics. The magic circles exploded into shards of light, like mirrors cast against a wall. The colossi continued their movements, unstoppable. Rigger finally glimpsed the interior of the fort. Hundreds of soldiers gathered in tactical formations. They formed human walls, positioned with shields, bows, and swords. All had red eyes filled with rage, fear, and resolve. He smiled fiercely. His muscles were like taut ropes. His aura, like a storm about to break. Then, he used a technique he had not performed in a long time, burst step. An explosion of fire and wind coursed through his limbs. He launched himself into a sprint, executing the wild dash at full force. The world around him distorted. The air exploded in a flash. The speed was absurd, far beyond the speed of sound. The sound arrived a second late, with a sonic boom that swept everything away. The ground beneath his feet cracked with the force of the magical explosion, sending debris and fragments in all directions. And then, in an instant, Rigor collided with the mass of knights. In his hands, one blue blade and one silver blade. The sound of the massacre began. Chapter 196, Desperate Resistance. The first collision was too fast for any soldier to react. Rigor was so superior in speed that he cut through the troop of soldiers like an unstoppable terror. Executing the burst step along with the long sword of light, he surpassed the entire army that was waiting for him, killing everyone in his path. His blade and body moved so quickly that only when he appeared on the other side did the opponents feel the shockwave. Severed limbs flew through the air. Armors were sliced in half as if made of butter, with such clean cuts that no one would say they were made in less than a second. A line of destruction and death emerged wherever Rigor passed. The sound came delayed, everyone was still trying to understand what had happened. The soldiers, stunned, slowly looked back. Rigor was now behind the first line of defense. He turned calmly, as if he were in the middle of a pleasant stroll, and let out a long sigh. What a waste. His body began to heat up. Blood pulsed rapidly, his muscles tensed, defining themselves with a new and brutal strength as he activated the Holy Beast battle aura. Tsukikage in his right hand began to emanate incandescent red and orange flames. His golden eyes shone like beacons amidst the chaos. The Earth Colossi, further back, unleashed their own nightmares upon their enemies. Powerful blows rained down on their gigantic bodies, yet still, they advanced, unstoppable like living mountains. One of the army commanders, an advanced-level warrior, staggered back, trying to regain control of the troop. Kill Th. Those were his last words. Rigor was already upon him. Tsukikage's blade passed through his armor and flesh as if there were no resistance. The commander's body was hurled meters away, ablaze. Rigor then looked toward the interior of the marble fortress and said, "Let's get this over with." The desperate resistance of the knights began. Rigor couldn't quite understand their logic at first. Looking at these soldiers, they definitely knew they were going to die, yet they continued to advance. At the beginning, the attacks were coordinated, tactical, with calculated formations. But gradually, order was lost, becoming just a confused contest of who could even scratch Rigor. Most of them were intermediate-level warriors, and several were advanced-level. But to Rigor, they were merely soldiers of death, throwing themselves against an invincible enemy. He gradually realized that their objective wasn't to defeat him. It was merely to delay him. His Earth Colossi were beginning to lose strength. After all, they weren't living creatures, and their existence was time-limited. The reason they had caused so much destruction and lasted so long was the fact that they were Emperor level. Knowing this, Rigor changed the tempo. He began to advance toward the center of the fortress, where the strongest were probably stationed. Of course, that didn't mean he would leave the rest alive. Every soldier, every knight, every warrior who placed themselves in his path was killed, and there were many of them. Flaming waves engulfed the marble fortress. Blades of silvery white light were launched from the slashes of Tsukikage and Water Mirror, cutting towers, walls, and buildings to pieces. The entire fortress trembled with each impact. The ground cracked. Pieces of marble and concrete flew in all directions. The sky was covered by a rain of debris and flames. What was once a magnificent and imposing structure now looked like an apocalyptic scene. Rigor was at his physical and technical peak. His muscles contracted with superhuman force. His senses were sharpened. His eyes, like those of a predatory beast, analyzed every enemy, every route of attack, every gap. He was like a beast unleashed on the battlefield. And the crazed, desperate soldiers were merely prey thrown in his direction. None of them could stop him. On the other side of the battlefield, atop a swaying tower damaged by previous impacts, one of Milisa's archers climbed with desperate effort. The stone structure trembled beneath his feet, creaking, about to collapse. Every movement demanded effort, every second could be the last. He knew he'd have a single chance. With his heart racing and sweaty hands, he reached the top. There was the ballista, a massive weapon, already partially broken, still functional enough for one shot. It was already loaded. Fortunately, he aimed at the partially destroyed colossus and pulled the trigger. The arrow cut through the air with a thunderous sound. Being weakened, with his knee already damaged by previous attacks, the colossus could not withstand it. The projectile pierced the rocks easily and struck the critical point of his leg. A muffled roar escaped the creature as his body lost balance. The gigantic colossus began to fall, directly onto the fortress. The soldiers screamed, running in all directions. Many would not escape in time. But then, a golden flash appeared like lightning. A female figure, slender, with long golden hair, crossed the field at a speed impossible to follow with the eyes. In the blink of an eye, she reached the soldiers about to be crushed and kicked them away with supernatural strength and speed, saving dozens of them from certain death. The first colossus finally fell. A terrifying crash shook the entire fortress. Rocks shattered, dust rose like a dense cloud, and the already battered structure began to partially collapse. And atop the rubble, unperturbed, stood she, General Flash Sword. Her light armor shimmered even under the darkness of the night, and her expression was serious. The saved soldiers could hardly believe it. Many knelt, thanking their savior, but she said nothing. Her gaze was fixed on the distance. On the horizon, a flaming flash appeared. It was a hell slash. A wave of destruction sent by rigor, consuming a large part of the fortress and reducing soldiers to ashes. General Flash Sword's expression tightened into a grimace, dissatisfied for not being able to do anything while her soldiers were being killed. And then, a chill ran down her spine. Instinctively, she stepped back. Being so close was dangerous. At that distance, she wouldn't be surprised if the beast god could appear out of nowhere by her side. With a harsh look, she gave her orders. "We're ready. Everyone, retreat," she said loudly. The soldiers, still in shock, buzzed with joy. They didn't understand exactly what that meant, but whatever it was, the generals had finalized their plan. They weren't abandoning the field, they were preparing something. Everyone began to retreat as best they could, in formation or fleeing, but always with renewed hope. Then, the general disappeared in a flash of golden light. Meanwhile, Rigor watched the fire consuming everything before him. Tsukikage burned with incandescent flames, sharper and more distinct by the moment. Rigor had recently discovered the second ability of the blade. For a long time he had ignored the hidden properties of his swords, there was too much to think about, and the abilities were too mysterious to be explored calmly. The second ability of Tsukikage manifested when Rigor was blinded, his senses were heightened to the extreme. Similar to the blue dragon he had killed to enchant his blade. It wasn't shocking, considering his abnormally sharp senses, but it explained some strange situations. But its first ability was still absurdly useful, it was important even in his most perilous battles. The blue blade could become so sharp that it could cut through armor, bones, magical barriers, marble, and concrete as if they were air. Of course, Rigor's Tuki was primarily responsible for this destructive power, but together with the sword, they became even more lethal. Rigor then conjured a forest of stone thorns to his right. Earth stakes burst from the ground violently, piercing dozens of soldiers around. And then, he felt something. A stronger soldier. A saint. His presence stood out among the others, and Rigor shot toward him like lightning. The newly arrived saint shouted to the others. "We're ready. Retreat." But before he could finish, he saw Rigor coming with inhuman speed. Desperate, he activated his magical armor, which glowed with intense white light, forming a barrier around him. In sync, the saint advanced with his sword trying to intercept the beast god in midair. It was useless. Rigor swung water mirror diagonally. A blinding silver sword light appeared. It cut through the magical barrier of the armor without much resistance, passed through the saint, and split him in two. The blade continued forward, drawing a luminous fissure in the air and opening the ground in a straight line for dozens of meters. The soldiers, who had been cheered by the order to retreat, returned to despair. They fled uncontrollably, abandoning any kind of formation. But Rigor did not stop his relentless pursuit. Still, he thought. Are they ready? Then, finally the generals will show themselves. Obviously, this did not prevent him from continuing the destruction. He stormed through the walls of the marble fortress like an insatiable beast. Nearby, the second colossus was also falling. It had been hit by a powerful saint-level spell, immolating conflagration, that exploded in flames and destroyed the last resistance of magic. But that spell revealed the presence of a saint mage. Rigor ran like lightning across the battlefield, leaping over debris and corpses. As the colossus fell, he ran over its body, using the creature's height to gain elevated vision. He activated his demonic eyes, and saw. Beneath one of the inner sections of the wall, a man in a red cloak with a staff in hand. A mage. The one responsible for the spell. Rigor did not hesitate. He leaped like a missile. The mage realized too late. He tried to run, stumbled, and fell. Water mirror descended in a vertical arc. The blade of silvery white light appeared, consuming completely the wall and the mage. The impact left yet another fused scar on the once magnificent marble fortress. Rigor landed on the rubble at the same moment the second colossus hit the ground, provoking another deafening crash. All the soldiers retreated to the interior of the fortress. Rigor activated his magical eyes, trying to see what lay beyond the barriers, but they hid everything. He sighed, somewhat disappointed. His danger senses barely reacted. I expected at least some challenge. Fine. Here we go. And with that, he shot toward the center of the fortress, where everyone seemed to be gathering. Night had already cast its dark cloak over the skies of the marble fortress. The moon, covered by clouds of smoke and ash, could barely cast its light on the flaming rubble. But for Rigger, that mattered little. As a member of the beast race, his dark vision was superior to any ordinary humans, and with his magical eyes active, the distinction between light and shadow became irrelevant. The open destruction in the wake of his fury still smoldered. The charred bodies, the melted stone, the shattered ground, it was all a common scene in that battlefield now taken over by chaos. But Rigger knew the true challenge was yet to come. Advancing with constant speed, he reached the inner limits of the fortress. There was another wall there, smaller, but still reinforced. Not all the soldiers had managed to gather in the central area protected by it. As he shot forward like a living arrow toward that resistance core, the flames of Tsukikage grew. The blue blade was now completely engulfed in flames. The flames danced and buzzed around the blade. Rigger sheathed water mirror. His entire body seemed like a falling comet. A flaming streak crossing the night skies. And then, he collided with the wall with an infernal crash. Hell slash! Rigger murmured. The word was like a divine command. A wave of fire burst from the collision, expanding like a solar explosion. Rocks were pulverized. The remains of the inner wall evaporated into splinters. Crossbowmen screamed in agony, their bodies being swallowed by the flames that consumed everything in their path. The screams lasted only seconds before the sepulchral silence returned. From the flames, Rigger emerged. Illuminated by the infernal glow of the sword itself, his gaze was sharp, alert. It was then that he felt it. A barrier. A translucent blue layer covered the area around him. A magical dome was erected, like a prison. But it wasn't just one, a second green layer appeared right after, followed by a white one, even denser. Rigger raised his gaze. Around the dome, he noticed various mana clusters, small symbols floating in the air, all interconnected by almost invisible magical threads. The barriers that had been placed before his arrival were mostly destroyed by Rigger's magics. So the commanders improvised, they decided to erect new barriers while the combat was already happening, activating them at the exact moment he invaded the final zone of the fortress. Now, within the magical prison, all that remained was a simple plan: kill the beast god. Prevent his escape. And hope the barriers held long enough. Rigger faced his enemies. Atop the rubble and improvised platforms stood his final opponents. General Flash Sword, with her long golden hair swaying in the night wind, her eyes shining with lethal focus. General St. McKerntown, a robust warrior in blue and gold armor, ivory blade raised with an iron gaze. And around them, almost 20 Saint-level warriors, accompanied by elite troops specialized in containment, support magic, and combat. It was a complete siege. McKerntown was the first to speak, his voice echoing inside the magical dome. The days of your tyranny end today, Rigger Adoldia. You will be buried in the marble fortress. Rigger let out a slight laugh. The smoke still danced around him, and the flames of Tsukikage hissed, hungry. Tyranny. Strange. He said, rolling his shoulders as if warming up his muscles before a hunt. I wasn't even here when they started calling me that. But if that's all you have. He took a step forward, his presence making the soldiers before him tremble. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You underestimated me. Chapter 197, The Unattainable God. Rigger activated his demon eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, everything around him began to slow down. Every detail, every movement, every trace of mana in the air became sharp, revealing a world hidden to ordinary eyes. The silhouettes of the soldiers around him gathered by the hundreds, assuming new positions with speed and precision. Some ran to encircle him, others took firing positions, and others spoke with their commanders seeking orders. There was Northwest one very close to Rigger anymore, only the charred remains of bodies and floating embers, illuminating the field with the red-orange glow of the flames left by his hell slash. That strike had opened a circle of destruction around him, a ring of death that isolated him from his enemies for a few seconds, which was exactly what he needed. The troop movements, mages, shooters, and elites, were being executed with astonishing coordination. They had prepared for this, for him. This was truly worthy of being called a trap to bring down a warrior at the god level. Rigger thought, for a moment, that even a monster like Galfarion, or an expert swordswoman like Rida, would be caught by surprise and potentially killed. But for him, it was different. He had the beast god-style prediction, a sixth sense akin to future sight, which allowed him to detect any direct danger to his life. He had the golden demon eyes, which allowed him to see and understand any magical trap and observe his situation calmly, slowing his perception. His Tuki was among the most powerful in the world. And even without Tuki, his body was naturally rock-hard and powerful like a magic monster. Moreover, he possessed a regeneration magic that, up to that moment, he had not even needed to use since the beginning of his solo campaign against melees. Adding that to his absolute proficiency in the three most renowned martial styles, and his natural gift with all schools of offensive and healing magic, one could say that, among all living warriors, he was one of the few truly prepared to go through this ambush and emerge unscathed. Against anyone else, this preparation could have been fatal. Against Rigor, it lacked lethality. His eyes swept the field once more. He immediately identified the most dangerous ones. The two generals. Leonore, the Flash Sword, and the King's Sword, St. McKerntown. Both exuded a sharp presence. Interestingly, McKerntown was the only one among the 10 generals of Melees that the Iron Legion agreed needed to be kept alive. Preferably captured. He would be very useful for what would come after the war. The others who were supposed to be dangerous were the warriors at the Saint level, but Rigor couldn't quite figure out how to distinguish them from the advanced level. They were faster, stronger, and more skilled than advanced level warriors, but one thing remained the same: the gap between Rigor and these warriors was immense. They simply couldn't do much more than an advanced warrior could against Rigor. Even if any of them managed the miracle of landing a direct hit on him, they would hardly penetrate his tuki. Unless they aimed at vulnerable points, like the eyes, and even then, they would have to reach him first. On the horizon, he saw small ballista being positioned. They were smaller, more agile. Rigor deduced that they might be magical armaments. Still, he wouldn't rely solely on his resilience, he would stay alert. But none of that mattered as much. There was still the most important thing: the 3 barriers. The first was a magic nullification barrier, Emperor level. It surrounded the entire area like a dome of translucent blue energy. Melees probably believed he couldn't break through it. It was a reasonable assumption. Emperor-level mages were exceedingly rare. And there were no Emperor or God-level mages among their forces, only kings. But they had performed a joint ritual, uniting dozens to create it. Even so, they underestimated Rigor. He could indeed destroy it. He just needed time to concentrate enough mana and amplify a simple spell to the God level. A simple fireball, elevated, would cause an apocalyptic explosion. A barrier, if elevated, could become almost indestructible. A stone bullet could become a bullet of extinction. Of course, amplifying a spell was something that required concentration and focus. The second barrier was physical, also Emperor level. Rigor assessed that he could destroy it with a single charge. But he wouldn't do that. Not yet. It would be better to keep the enemies confident and gathered. The third was enigmatic. It seemed to emit a healing aura. Its effects appeared linked to certain armors among the enemy warriors. It was king level, and although it did not pose an immediate threat, its exact function was unknown. All these thoughts and analyses were instantaneous, processed in fractions of a second by his mind, amplified by naturally accelerated perception and the golden eyes. The strategic advantage of the Melees knights evaporated before the absolute understanding of the beast god. At that moment, Rigor deactivated his eyes. A faint golden glow disappeared from his irises. And then, he moved. With a devastating surge, Rigor activated the wild dash, slicing across the field like an arrow, a blade among smoke and embers. Tsukikage, his sword, was no longer aflame, but it still burned with fury in his right hand. And then, he drew another sword with his left hand. Night Hunter. The combat was less intense than the Melees knights could have imagined. At the same time that Rigor expected some level of resistance from his enemies, much of his opponents also believed they could at least pose a challenge. Unfortunately, reality was cruel for the Knights of the Sacred Nation. In the first confrontation, 2 saint-level swordsmen attacked him simultaneously, one on each side, while 7 advanced warriors charged ahead, using varied styles and wielding weapons of all sizes. All had expectations. They hoped at least to force him to exert himself and give their leaders an opportunity to kill him. But a single strike was enough. By combining the secret technique of the Water God style, Instant Flow, with a North God style technique that cut through multiple opponents at once, Rigor sliced them in half with a single fluid movement. The entire vanguard that had been carefully organized to stop him was shredded. And he did not stop. Using the 4 unarmed combat styles masterfully, Rigor advanced through the horde of enemies with controlled intensity, like a storm of blades. At one moment, he felt a slight premonition of danger from his flank. He dodged easily, and in the next instant, McKerntown, the general, swung his heavy ivory sword exactly where Rigor had been a second before. The attack failed. And like all the others before him, McKerntown suffered the counterstrike. With a fluidity more reminiscent of water than flesh, Rigor slid his black blade, Tsukikage, under the general's armored arm, making a precise cut. McKerntown staggered back, feeling the deep cut, stunned. The expression on his face was disbelief, a look that Rigor knew well. He had seen that same reaction on General the Hill. On the Sword God. On the Water God. And on all the high-level combatants he had ever faced. It was the expression of someone who had devoted their entire life to combat, was hailed as a prodigy and hero, and suddenly realized that their strength meant absolutely nothing. Rigor had once worn that same expression when he faced Orsted. He prepared to launch a follow-up attack. He couldn't kill the general, but he could certainly seriously injure him. However, before he could act, a golden flash shone to his left. A blade made of pure light advanced at breakneck speed toward his neck. Rigger recognized the technique instantly, long sword of light. A version as swift as Ghislaine's when he first met her, and also amplified by the mysterious luminous sword. By a snap of instinct, Rigger cancelled his attack and activated Savage Slash, exploding his Tuki and abruptly changing the rhythm of combat. The luminous figure's sword was violently deflected, and a hum cut through the battlefield. It was her General Flash sword. The same look of disbelief as her companion was etched on the golden-haired woman's face when her technique was easily deflected. Rigger had no time to pause, a ballista shot flew toward him, and other warriors surrounded him from behind. It was a coordinated attack, well-trained, probably rehearsed for months. But it was not enough. What followed was not so much a fight as an execution. It seemed like not much had changed. Rigger looked no different than when he was fighting an ordinary army. Rigger moved like lightning, alternating styles with absolute perfection. The two king-level warriors were the only ones able to pose any threat, but even they could not even touch the cloak of the beast god. With his holy beast battle aura, Rigger was untouchable. Not even Galfarion landed many blows when he used that technique. Soldiers threw themselves in front of him, sacrificing themselves to protect their commanders. They shouted curses. They fought with determination. Flash Sword, Leonore, persisted. Her attacks were swift, fierce, charged with emotion, trying to hit Rigger at all costs. She was an excellent warrior. But her eyes were misty. Rigger did not know whether the tears were for the soldiers sacrificing themselves for her or for finally understanding that, even with the best longsword of light she had ever executed, she could not touch him. He was always one step ahead. Moreover, while her soldiers and even she herself already showed signs of fatigue, the beast god smiled fiercely without any sign of exhaustion. Magical armors cracked. Swords shattered as they collided with his blue blade. And McKerntown, the general, visibly weakened, victim of Night Hunter's silent poison. The general began to despair. But even though the fight was easy, they were still hundreds. Rigger fought a war of attrition with them, but it was for a good reason. And then, after ripping the head off a saint warrior with his claws, Rigger finally sighed. He retrieved his black sword, still embedded in a soldier's leg, and leapt. In the air, he pointed a finger at the sky. If anyone there had a magic eye, they would see, the colossal amount of mana gathered at the tip of his finger was absurd. He himself did not remember ever gathering so much magical energy in a single attack during a real battle. But here, on this field, it was possible. Because here, it was easy. Despite casting his enemies into the abyss of despair, Rigger was still holding back. If he wanted, he could have killed them already. But he wanted to ensure that those on the outside could not escape, and for that, he needed to break those barriers. Elemental-level magic began to form. A simple stone bullet, spinning with absurd speed, so compact, dense, and energized that it looked like a small fragment of the sun in his hand. Even Rigger was momentarily impressed by what he saw. This was merely elemental magic elevated to the god level. And if it were advanced level? Or even king? What would it be like to use a god-level hurricane? But he knew that, unfortunately, against a truly dangerous enemy, he would never have time to prepare something like that. Here, it was possible. Because it was easy. Then, he unleashed it. The stone bullet cut through the sky like a laser beam. It pierced emperor-level magic barriers as if they were paper. 1, 2, 3. Each one shattered in sequence. It did not stop there. It rose. It broke clouds. It tore the firmament until it disappeared. Silence. Everyone stopped to watch. The sky opened. The air vibrating. The fragments of magic still sparkling in the air. What did that mean? Had the beast god just broken an emperor-level magic containment barrier? Did that mean the world now had one more living god-level mage? It was such an absurd revelation that it was difficult to conceive. It was Rigger's voice that broke the silence, amused. Oh. So impressed that you thought of surrendering. Leonore, the flash sword, snapped out of her stupor and attacked. Many followed. Others, however, hesitated. They exchanged glances, and fled. Leonore shouted with a hateful expression. Foolish cowards. She charged with her blade of light, but Rigger was no longer having to concentrate to amplify a spell during combat, it was much easier now. He calmly used the secret technique counterflow current. Tsukikage slid along the blade of light and forcefully redirected it with breathtaking fluidity. Leonore lost control, spinning across the battlefield like a rag doll. She bounced on the ground several times until colliding with the inner walls, destroying everything around and disappearing under the rubble. More enemies stopped, seized by fear. And Rigger spoke, provocatively. How fragile your faith is. You surrendered only because things didn't go as you expected. He stepped forward. McKerntown still tried to stand, fighting the poison. But Rigger was already moving. With the barriers destroyed, nothing else prevented him from killing everyone there. And thus, the fierce battle gave way to the true hunt. The beast god dashed off, and everyone else ran for their lives. Chapter 198, Ruins Under the Moon. The moon hung high in the sky, glowing with a pale radiance that drove back the dense darkness swallowing the horizon. Where once stood a symbol of faith and power of the sacred nation of Meles, now only an incandescent graveyard of ruins remained. The marble fortress, once majestic in its white, ornate architecture, was now reduced to charred debris. The walls that once reflected sunlight as if forged from divine stone, studded with sacred runes and gold and blue banners, had been pulverized, leaving behind only twisted, smoking fragments. The towers had collapsed, creating craters where the ground seemed to have been torn apart by titan claws. Deep gouges scarred the soil as if ancient monsters had danced war there, abrupt trenches, burning fissures, columns felled like trees before a hurricane. Corpses of soldiers lay scattered like broken dolls. Some were charred beyond recognition, others torn apart, as though their limbs had been ripped from them. Armor remnants fused to flesh, shattered helms, and ballistae reduced to ashes lay everywhere. The scent of blood, burnt flesh, and residual magic hung thick in the air, suffocating. The only sounds filling that void were the crackling of burning wood and the intermittent sigh of the night wind. In the midst of this hell, a figure crawled through the rubble. He was a young soldier, no more than 15 years old. His eyes were half closed in pain, and dried blood glued his face to the filthy ground. His legs simply were gone, amputated, vanished, replaced by stumps wrapped in makeshift, burned bandages. His breastplate was cracked and nearly non-existent, revealing skin marked by bruises and cuts. Even so, he moved, meter by meter, with silent determination and mute desperation. Then he stopped. A shadow blocked the light of the flames before him. The young soldier raised his gaze slowly, as if he expected nothing but death. His eyes, though cloudy, caught the image of the man standing before him. It was Rigger. The beast god. Silent, Rigger surveyed the ruin of the fortress. His eyes swept over the wreckage with cold detachment, examining his own handiwork like a sculptor contemplating his latest creation. He bore neither satisfaction nor regret. He simply was there. The young soldier leaned against a fallen stone, perhaps a fragment of the central altar, and stared at Rigger. Hatred flickered in his eyes, but also resignation. His voice, when it came, was weak but clear. Don't you feel any guilt for killing thousands so easily? Rigger raised an eyebrow slightly, as if genuinely intrigued. You speak as if the Legion started this war. But it was you, the boy ground out. Why didn't you stay quiet in your forest? Why did you have to come out and provoke conflict with Meles? He no longer seemed to care who Rigger was. Pain and grief had stripped him of fear. Rigger crossed his arms and replied calmly. True. Probably, if we had stayed in the great forest, this war would not have happened. He paused thoughtfully and continued. Perhaps it was inevitable. Look, it was simply your misfortune that I was born into an era when my race is enslaved and hunted for being weak. The young soldier's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Rigger to actually agree with him. Rigger took a few steps forward, glancing around. Don't think too much about it. Meles is a religion that was destined to disappear from the moment I was born. Or rather, maybe not disappear, but change. The faction that accepted demonic races would be the only one to survive, and that only through a massacre. He knelt before the boy and grabbed him by the collar. The boy offered no resistance. He merely panted. See, in the end, this world is simple. It's about who's strongest. If you were stronger than me, the beast god would be dead now. You would be heroes for killing me. And Pope Lucius would march his armies to the great forest, slaughtering every member of the Iron Legion. Rigger smiled, then began dragging the boy through the rubble, walking across the ruins. But that didn't happen. I became much stronger precisely to prevent that. And who would have thought, Meles declared me its mortal enemy before I did. They arrived at a ruined chamber. The ceiling had partially collapsed, but a solitary magic circle still glowed on the floor, unstable, yet active. This chamber had been very important in the marble fortress. This was a king-level magic circle capable of healing even limbs, provided it was fueled with mana. It was fully charged by magical crystals, but had not yet been used. Rigger hurled the boy onto it, and the circle activated. Magic enveloped the wounded body, healing his injuries, regenerating his legs with a soft light. The boy gasped in astonishment, touching his own limbs as if he could not believe it. In the end, everything comes down to what you want to do. Rigger said, stepping back. What's your name, boy? The soldier replied, still half in disbelief. It's Pallet. We're almost the same age, Palette. I want to destroy Meles now. And you? What do you want? To stop me? To keep fighting me? To keep opposing the Iron Legion? The boy took a long moment to answer. He thought, a lot. He looked at his hands, at the field of ruins around him. And then he said. I just want to see my mother again. She never wanted me to come fight this war. Rigger paused, glancing over his shoulder. And what are you willing to do to get that? The boy clamped his fists, tears streaming down his cheeks. Anything. A smile crept onto Rigger's lips. Then you've understood something. What? What have I understood? The boy asked. Rigger turned away and began to walk, serene. You've understood what it is to be a bit selfish. The boy remained there, watching the figure vanish among the flames. Then he ran, hobbling, out of the chamber. You're going to let me go. Why don't you kill me? Rigger did not look back. He merely answered. It's just a whim. And continued on his path through the destroyed fortress, unhurried. In truth, he had seen something quite interesting in that boy. He possessed a bright mana, like his own and that of many others Rigger had encountered. This could indicate great magical talent. It was a pity he was already a bit older and had become a soldier, however. Even so, Rigger decided to let him go depending on the boy's answers to his questions. And so it was done. Rigger walked through the ruins, thoughtful. At least the soldiers stationed at the marble fortress had the decency to evacuate the civilians. Even though he was at war with Meles, Rigger preferred not to kill civilians, and would do so only if he had no better choice. In any case, this assault had gone more or less as he expected. It was time to settle the final matter. He approached the main courtyard again, leaping nimbly over the mounds of rubble, until he reached his destination. There, a bald man, with 2 scars crossing his face and a torn golden armor, lay inert, his limbs turning to stone and sand due to the insidious poison of Night Hunter. It was St. McKerntown. Unfortunately for him, he had to watch his men slaughtered, unable to move. Rigger arrived, traced a magic circle in the air, and summoned a powerful confinement barrier around the men, activating it. After that, he began to heal him. Color returned to the general's skin as Rigger used the detoxification spell to purge Night Hunter's poison and mend his wounds. The men looked around, then at Rigger, and with his age and experience, he soon realized something. Actually, perhaps he had realized it amid the battle. Why do you want me alive? Rigger smiled. It's good to talk with intelligent men. Well, I'll get straight to the point. You have been chosen to lead the last dissident forces of Meles. The man was stunned. St. McKerntown was a very important figure in Meles, commander of the King of Meles' royal guard. But what caught the Legion's attention was something else. He, like the former Pope of Meles, belonged to the demon race's acceptance faction. In fact, he had changed many opinions at court and in noble circles during his years of service to the crown. He was a man of friendly disposition, despite being a feared general on the battlefield. Once, he had tried to contact the Legion to discuss a possible surrender or escape for the beast race. Essentially, he was one of the few in power who did not want to massacre the Great Forest. He was forced by circumstances. He might not have wanted this war, but since it was already underway, he sought to end it as quickly as possible. Because he was a famed hero, the Legion chose to use him as commander of Meles' dissident forces after his fall. He was highly respected at court, in the noble circles, and in the orders of the Church of Meles. Basically, he was the perfect candidate. Moreover, with his help, the common people of Meles would be largely pacified. After all, they were taking over the country with military force. They would certainly be frightened, even if the Legion did nothing to justify it. Rigger discussed the proposal with the general. Fortunately, he was a man who understood timing and place. Even though Rigger had just massacred his soldiers by the thousands, he still knew how to restrain himself perfectly and analyzed his options calmly. Then he said. Honestly, before today, I believed you could never fully take Meles. Never. He paused, then continued. Even if you took the entire country of Meles, Melitian would never fall. That is also why we wanted to kill you here. All of Meles would be devastated before you reached the holy capital. That was what we wanted to avoid. He sighed. But you, in fact, are a god-level mage. That exceeded my expectations. You will probably be able to take Melitian, though it won't be simple. Rigger simply smiled, without responding. The knight looked around and said. Since you won't kill civilians, I can agree to that. But I have another condition. Rigger arched an eyebrow. What is it? I want you to spare Eleanor Hangel as well, the flash sword general. Rigger looked toward where the general had been hurled. So she really survived? Yes. There was a king-level healing circle in her armor. Rigger narrowed his eyes. And why would I do that? The man kept a serious expression. She may seem a great warrior, but she's only 24. She grew up protected until this war came, and was forced to mature amid brutal fighting. Before this battle, I promised her I would protect her at all costs. She was very afraid of you. He paused, his gaze lost in the rubble. It would be dishonorable for me to let her die and remain alive after that promise. Don't worry, she's not irrational. I can convince her not to act against the Legion. Rigger pondered for a moment. He reflected on everything he knew about the Flash Sword General, a noble woman, an exceptional swordswoman, but in truth, she was like Gino and Nina would have been had he not arrived in time to change them. A great duelist, but not a warrior. She had never been in a life-or-death fight until the war began, and was nearly killed by Verdia with a king-level spell once. She learned the hard way how to be a warrior, but as far as he knew, she bore no specific hatred toward demonic or beast races. Rather, she joined the war out of a sense of duty. She wanted to protect her people. Young and inexperienced, she was easily influenced by the old foxes of the Church of Melees. After weighing everything, Rigger decided there would be no major issues. All right. She may live. After finding the Flash Sword General's body, Rigger confirmed she was alive but unconscious. He treated her most severe wounds and brought her to where McKerntown lay. He left them both confined, of course, within the same confinement barrier. The general seemed sincere in cooperating with the Iron Legion after the war, but Rigger would not be foolish enough to release two generals, who's to say they wouldn't change their minds once free. He then reinforced the barrier, raising it to god level. He established a magical code, a mechanism similar to a key that only he could use. Since McKerntown could wield elemental water magic, they would fare well for a few weeks, as the barrier contained enough military provisions to keep them alive. In any case, the assault on the marble fortress had finally concluded. Rigger climbed to the highest point of the structure and surveyed the field. It was still early morning. For a moment, he wondered if he should sleep a bit, but he soon abandoned the thought. It was time to check on the 2nd Vanguard Division, led by Ghislaine and Verdia. In the distance, he spotted Pallet, the soldier he had spared. The men walked alone down the road, carrying an improvised backpack. He no longer wore armor, only common clothes. Rigger ignored him completely. And with a leap, he broke the sound barrier, heading toward another corner of the battlefield. Special thanks. Thank you to Sebastian Ski for becoming member on Patreon. Chapter 199, Heart-Tempered Steel. POV, Ghislaine Adoldia. Recently, I experienced a completely new feeling. I didn't really know what it was. It was uncomfortable and left a strange taste in my mouth, as if something were wrong, even when everything seemed right. It was truly new. Unexpected. Unwelcome. It happened for the first time when Rigger introduced me to his master, Verdia Solarion. A powerful and wise mage. A magnificent, seasoned strategist. And she had those golden, sun-bright hair, curious and lively eyes that made you sympathize with her almost without realizing it. Verdia was the kind of woman who filled a room, but gently, not forcefully. She spoke calmly, but her words carried weight. She knew what she was saying and made everyone around her feel like they could trust her. Mentally, I had already accepted that Rigger wanted to take her as his wife. He wanted that even before he met me, actually. And that wasn't a problem. Or at least, I thought it wasn't. I always imagined that Rigger would have more wives than just me. It was natural. He was Rigger. Strong, charismatic, determined, many would desire him, and he would have reasons to desire several of them. When Eris became Rigger's wife, I was happy for her. Eris was no longer the aggressive child I had trained in the Boreas mansion. She was now an admirable, strong woman. I think that, until the moment she became a Sword King, I still saw her a bit as that bold, impulsive girl. But after that, I was forced to acknowledge her for who she truly had become. Her determination and talent knew no bounds. She achieved the rank of Sword King younger than anyone else in history. Except, of course, Rigger. But he was always an exception. The point is, I had no problem with Eris becoming his wife. So, why did I feel uncomfortable meeting Verdia? I couldn't figure it out. Rigger seemed to notice my oddness but chose not to say anything. During the month we stayed in Tinaver before the War Council, I decided to ask Aisha. Yes, Aisha. An 8-year-old girl. But underestimating her intelligence was a mistake I had already made before, and I wouldn't make it again. She also reminded me of Lilia, whom I turned to when I needed to understand things that made no sense to me, things having to do with emotions and such. So, I went ahead and told her everything. She asked me several questions. Direct. Objective. Some even embarrassing. But I answered them one by one, and in the end, she came to a conclusion. You're jealous, Ghislaine. Jealousy. That word echoed in my mind like the clash of sharp blades. I had never known such a feeling until that day, actually. So, I struggled to believe it at first. But, as always, Aisha explained clearly and logically why she was sure it was jealousy. According to her, I had mentioned Rigger's conversations with Verdia many times. Conversations about magic, magic circles, the Legion's resource management, and even about his childhood stories. And I couldn't fit into them with the same enthusiasm. I didn't have the same knowledge as they did on those subjects. And that made me feel sidelined. It wasn't something I would admit easily, but it was true. Strangely, when I discovered this, I felt happy. I was jealous. And that was kind of cool. Or wasn't it? Maybe. I don't know. But it was different. After all, I had never felt jealousy before, so that had to mean something. Anyway, the next day, I went to Rigger and said directly, "I'm jealous of your master." He looked at me for a second, smiled, and said, "Let's train." And that's what we did. We trained all day. Every strike, every block, every movement full of intensity, sweat, and frustration melting into action. And afterward, we ended the training day in an even hotter way. In a way only the two of us knew. Intense enough to evaporate any trace of doubt inside me. As I expected, Rigger managed to dispel my jealousy with ease. Both with words and with actions, with touches, with his presence. He clearly explained to me the difference between me and his master, Verdia. What distinguished us and what he liked in each of us. He and Aisha were similar in that sense. They explained everything clearly. Objectively. With the difference that Rigger used more than words. It was different. Since then, I haven't felt that uncomfortable feeling again. Verdia remained an excellent mage, a brilliant strategist, and a remarkable woman. But I was an equally fearsome swordswoman. Rigger had shown me, with great effort, that he still desired me with the same intensity as always. Even with his master around. Perhaps even more. And that was enough for me. My new position upon returning to the Great Forest was, to say the least, interesting. Even with all the assurances Rigger had given me, deep down, I still feared the possibility of rejection. I couldn't help it. Throughout my childhood, the most vivid memory my tribe seemed to have of me was that of an uncontrollable girl, too fierce, too brutal, a beast among beasts. It was a past I couldn't change, only deal with, and I was already preparing to face harsh looks and uncomfortable silences. But it was exactly the opposite. I was received with enthusiasm, with joy, and, above all, with respect. At first, I attributed this reaction to Rigger's authority. He was the leader of the Iron Legion, and his word carried weight. But over time, I realized there was something more. People seemed to respect me. For my strength. It was a bit strange to think about. Eris seemed to be going through something similar. She also was surprised by the respect she received, although she didn't show it as much. That was somewhat surprising to me, actually, but not so shocking when I stopped to think about it. The main reason I was unwanted back then was my lack of control. Currently, not only did I no longer have that problem, but I could confidently declare that I was the strongest living woman of the beast race. And that meant something here. Those who had known me before, or only heard stories, were astonished to learn that I could now read, write, do arithmetic, and use magic, something I was proud to have achieved. It was a different kind of pride. It was also during this period that I learned something unexpected. My brother, Guys, had become a North Saint. For a moment, the memory of how I treated him in our youth came to mind. I had been cruel, impatient, aggressive, and quite uncontrollable. I definitely caused him many problems back then. When I saw him again, I would apologize. In the Iron Legion, my authority was confusing. People treated me with subservience, but I wasn't used to giving orders. I ignored most of those attitudes. I ended up getting closer only to those who were strong enough not to act submissively. It was with them that I could speak naturally. Eris, in fact, was doing much better than me in this respect. It wasn't as though she was arrogantly bossing everyone around, it was just that she had no problem giving orders. In fact, it seemed to be in her blood. Still, she didn't enjoy bossing people around, and in that, we were more alike. Those were wartime. Rigger had told me I would command a division, so I worked hard to learn the basics of leading troops. He explained that there were two types of generals, strategists and instinctive ones. I was clearly the instinctive type. And according to him, I would do well as a frontline commander. I was pleased with that. To learn more, I asked other experienced commanders how they handled leadership. Verdia introduced me to Greta, a demon king. It was with her that I learned most things about leadership in combat. Greta, despite being intelligent, was also the instinctive type, which made my understanding easier. Everything was going perfectly. I had many tasks that month, and then, 2 days before the council, I received a letter. It was from Elinalise. Upon reading the letter, without difficulty, thanks to my constant reading practice, I remembered something that had escaped my attention due to having so many things to do. They asked about Paul's death, how he had died. They requested that I contact Tall Hand as soon as possible, he would be in the dwarves' territory waiting for an answer. Finally, they asked that, if it were within my reach, I save Zenith. Of course, I already knew that Rigger intended to rescue Zenith. It was something he wanted to do because he wanted to be able to explain himself to Lilia. Even so, I spoke with him, just to confirm. Training that day, I began to reflect on my old group. They seemed so distant now. I still considered them my friends, including Paul, even though he had been killed by Rigger. But perhaps it was the circumstances of his death that made me not care so much. Paul had become an enemy of Rigger. And when I married Rigger, his enemies became mine too. From what I heard, Paul probably didn't know he was attacking Rigger's master at that time. Even so, he did it. And Rigger, in turn, didn't even know it was Paul. Honestly, even if he had known, I wouldn't have cared. Even if the other members of the group decided to take revenge on Rigger, I would still follow him. Even if my master, Gal Farion, became Rigger's enemy, I would follow him. Just as I know Rigger would make anyone his enemy to protect me. That was how it was. While I was in a tent at the military camp, studying intermediate healing magic, I heard a voice call me from outside. Aunt Ghislaine. I looked aside, and there was my oldest niece, Linnea Dodoldia. I responded simply. HM. What is it, Linnea? The girl replied with her quick, energetic voice. General Verdia wants to speak with you. She also called some other important commanders to the main tent. To my surprise, I got along very well with my niece. Linnea seemed to admire my strength, and I enjoyed her company. There was something about her that reminded me a bit of Eris. It was that restless energy, the sparkle in her eyes when talking about battle, and the overall feeling was similar. All right. Let's go. Today, I wasn't wearing my usual light clothes. In a large-scale war, Rigger recommended I wear armor, so that's what I did. Although it was light armor, it was still made of shiny, dark gray steel plates, with the beast god symbol engraved on the chest. It was practical, allowed me to move with agility, and offered much greater protection than my normal robes. Linnea was wearing similar armor, but smaller, adapted to her size and fighting style. As one of the two generals commanding the 2nd Vanguard Division, everyone considered me cold and intimidating. Although, to be honest, I hadn't done anything different. I simply acted as always, led in battle with firmness, and killed anyone who stood in the way of victory. Verdia said that wasn't a bad thing, so I decided to trust her words and set that thought aside. The golden-haired mage had a calm and gentle manner, yet still fun, and reminded me of a mix between Zenith and Elinalize. That made it easy to talk to her. And since she actively sought my friendship, we ended up getting along well. Walking between the tents, I noticed the looks that followed me. But I was already used to it. Interestingly, since my return to the Great Forest, the lustful glances from men had practically disappeared. Maybe it was because of the armor, but I knew that, for the most part, it was because of Rigger. No one would dare try anything with his wife. Finally, we arrived at the larger stone building at the center of the camp. There, the commanders of that division were gathered. In the center of the room, in front of the large regional map, stood Verdia. When she saw me enter, she smiled. All the leaders present turned and greeted me with respect. I responded with a simple nod, and went straight to the point. Why did you call us? I thought the next march was already decided. Verdia kept her smile, but her eyes were serious. Then, calmly, she replied. It was. But I have new information. With her finger, she pointed to a region on the map, tracing one of the mountain trails we plan to take. In the Upper Brook Range, we will be ambushed by no less than 3 Mealy's generals and the Silver Army. The room fell into a dense silence. Glances crossed, some trying to gauge the gravity of the situation, others simply absorbing the information. I simply said, all right. So, what do we do? Chapter 200, Crossed Future Visions. The 2nd Vanguard Division of the Iron Legion was racking up victory after victory, chiefly for one reason in particular, Ghislaine and Eris, the Black Wolf. The armies of the Legion had gathered on a massive scale to advance through Mealy's, laying waste to everything in their path. They were split into 4 main divisions, with Rigger operating as a one-man division in his own right. As he relentlessly pressed along his route, the other 4 coalitions also marched at a rapid pace. Mealy's, apparently, had not expected such a massive retaliation from the Iron Legion. Perhaps the High Command suspected something, but most of the troops were caught unprepared. Numerous crusaders, who had once pressed upon the Great Forest with confidence, were taken by surprise by the 4 massive armies in march. The Sacred Land felt the weight of the Legion's fury. Along the path of the 2nd Vanguard Division in particular, victories piled up by the dozens. Milesian troops were defeated one by one, crushed before any commander could muster a decent force to halt the unstoppable advance. When at last a sizable force was gathered, enough, supposedly, to block the route and delay the advance until reinforcements could arrive, the result was the same. A single woman shattered their hopes. Every soldier in that column learned to fear her in the worst possible way. Ghislaine Eris. Her eyes, one a vivid green demon eye, the other a pale red, reflected both her coldness and her savagery. Clad in gleaming dark gray steel plate and wielding hiramium, her blade as red as fresh blood, she seemed more an army than an individual warrior. She cut through enemy lines like the tip of an indomitable arrow, with absolute force and speed. Even when surrounded, she tore through blockades in movements so swift that even trained eyes could barely follow. When large-scale magics were hurled at her, the Black Wolf appeared to dance among the elemental beams, untouched. Some swore she was invulnerable, that nothing could stop her. Ghislaine Eris, the first wife of the beast god, had proven herself invincible on the battlefield to date. And if Ghislaine was the arrow's tip, then Verdia Solarion was, without a doubt, the one knocking the bow. The golden-haired Miko was the division's tactical center. Though the fact that she was a Miko had not yet been revealed. Rarely on the front lines herself, she nonetheless participated in every battle, providing support with magic, enchanted arrows, and commanding the army. The synergy between the two women was what made the 2nd Vanguard Division so deadly. Where Ghislaine devastated, Verdia organized. Where Ghislaine shattered lines, Verdia consolidated the victories. No army could withstand them. No one could stop the advance. Until Meles lost its patience. Somehow, the 2nd Vanguard Division's route was exposed, likely due to the divine visions of Pope Lucius. The result was a monumental ambush laid in the mountains of the Upper Brook Range. 3 Milesian generals had joined forces with the fearsome Silver Army. It was a force designed to crush any army. But, the Holy Nation had not counted on one thing, Verdia Solarion had also had a vision. Silently, the Miko warned her allies. Adjustments were made. Covert maneuvers commenced. Meles' ambush was about to take an unexpected turn. Night covered every trace of the vast Milesian army camped in the Upper Brook Range. The numerous ambush troops lay in complete silence and absolute vigil, awaiting their enemies, who were due to arrive at dawn. The cold wind bit like razors, but no soldier dared complain. Hidden and ready for the assault, they would have the element of surprise and the high ground advantage. Moreover, an enormous force had been assembled for this operation. The Silver Army was one of Meles' largest divisions. At the center of the Meles camp, inside a large tent reinforced by wards, a round table held 3 generals. Maps spread across the dark wood, lit by flickering torchlight on the walls. One was Donner Bonart, protector of Meles, a water king known for having severed Rigger's arm many years ago. Ghislaine Eris is now a sword emperor, Donner. There's no guarantee you can defeat her in single combat. Remember what Pope Lucius told us, said one general, his gaze grim and worried. Donner, clad in heavy armor and a dark blue cloak, snorted irritably. I fought her years ago and know her skills. I've trained since then, I can certainly defeat her. The third man, wearing gleaming blue armor with a great sword resting at his side, interjected in a deep voice that echoed through the tent. So you're saying the Pope's predictions were wrong? The atmosphere thickened immediately. The room's pressure doubled as if gravity itself had increased. Donner broke into a cold sweat, swallowing nervously. And no. I didn't say that. Then obey your orders, the man cut in abruptly. Your Holiness said to unite and defeat her swiftly, without deviation. With her dead, this army will no longer advance so easily. A dense silence settled among the 3. The torches flickered, flames reflecting in the commander's determined eyes. Donner broke the silence in a lower, more cautious tone. Your Holiness also told us to withdraw immediately after killing the priority targets, Ghislaine and Verdia, even if we have the Silver Army here with us. Do you think he foresaw the beast god's appearance? Donner had more reason than most to fear Rigger. He had severed Rigger's arm years ago, and surely the beast god would want vengeance. He might trust in defeating Ghislaine, but upon hearing the latest reports of Rigger, his heart wavered. He knew, with somber certainty, that he was doomed if he crossed paths with that monster again. The knight in blue armor stared at him coldly. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Then, in an icy tone. If he appears, we'll kill him too. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal roar shook the tent. The ground trembled, maps flew, and one torch hit the floor. In the blink of an eye, the 3 generals drew their swords and sprinted outside. Emerging, they saw chaos. An entire region where troops had been gathered was now ablaze. A vast crater smoked at the camp center, with soldiers crawling out, screaming in pain. The range was collapsing on all sides, hurling stones and dust into the air. On the far side, an immense fissure opened in the ground, swallowing tents, horses, and unwary warriors. The general in blue armor surveyed the destruction, his expression somber. We've been exposed. Climbing a high rock, he raised his voice in fury. Slay all these unclean demons. Show them Meles' power. He lifted his enormous sword to the sky, and at once a magic circle glowed in his hand. A gigantic blade of light, some 15 meters long, formed in a deafening flash, illuminating the range as if it were day. The light revealed the horror. Thousands of beast folk, demons, and humans in dark gray armor were breaching the Meles camp, cutting, crushing, and trampling any resistance. It was the Iron Legion's army, sweeping through like an unstoppable tsunami. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the general with the sword of light, a Milesian soldier cried out, "Boo-hoo!" And like sparks on dry straw, the motivation spread. Soldiers who had been panicked now raised their weapons, shouting in unison. The sight of the giant sacred blade restored their confidence. It was divine magic of saint level, the sacred blade. A devastating technique used by only a few in Meles. Sword in hand, the blue-armored knight prepared to leap. But before he did, he glanced at the two other generals beside him and ordered, "Find Ghislaine and Eris, now." With a powerful thrust, he launched into the chaos, his blade of light cleaving through enemy ranks with majesty. The battlefield was ablaze. The ambush had become a slaughter. An intense battle raged beneath the upper brook range. After receiving information in her vision about Meles' ambush and warning her commanders, Verdia and the leaders reached a consensus. Some had assumed she and Ghislaine would retreat. But they chose the opposite. Instead of fleeing, they struck first. In a common army, such a decision might cause doubts and internal divisions. But this was no common army, this army had the Black Wolf. Ghislaine inspired near-fanatic confidence after performing so many miracles in the 2nd Vanguard Division's countless battles. Still, everyone knew that any suspicious movement by the enemy would force a direct confrontation. So the Legion followed the planned route as though nothing had changed, maintaining the illusion until the final moment. Then, on the day before expected, they attacked in the dead of night. The assault was brutal and swift. Meles' sentinels had no time to warn their allies. The front ranks were shredded by explosive charges, and the terrain became a frenzied dance of steel and spells. The advantage was clearly the Legion's at the outset, but Milesian generals reacted quickly. After all, this was an ambush against the 2nd Vanguard Division. Meles had gathered roughly 15% of its total army there, including the Silver Army. 3 of its generals were present, along with veteran mages and powerful priests. There was no room for failure in this mission. Once they regrouped, they began to push back, trying to regain control of the battle, but the initiative remained with the Legion, and they maintained their advantage skillfully. Among the Milesian generals, besides the one with the giant sword fighting on the front line, were Donner and another known as a Water King, both veteran strategists. But their mission was not to lead the front line. They had a more important objective: locate and eliminate Ghislaine and Eris. They knew that if she was well positioned, she alone could inflict irreparable damage on the army. Yet she was nowhere to be found. None of the scouts had spotted her. The fight continued at a frantic pace until Donner finally caught sight of her. She was running laterally across the field, gliding through combat zones with fluid grace, like a shadow. Donner's eyes widened. It was pure luck. Or perhaps fate. Had his eyes not been so trained, he would have missed her. Noticing herself spotted, Ghislaine frowned, as though disapproving of her discovery, and quickened her pace, attempting to slip from his sight. Donner raised his hand, about to alert the other generals, but then hesitated. Why is she fleeing, he thought. Is she afraid? This might be the perfect chance for revenge, and possibly the only one. 6 years had passed since their last encounter, and the thirst for vengeance burned in his chest. His 2 fellow generals were busy. Removing them from their current positions would doom many soldiers. Finally, even if the duel went wrong, he still had a means of escape. Convinced of his logic, he set off in pursuit. She continued running, and was using wind magic. Her feet barely touched the ground. Donner snorted, surged forward, and managed to close the gap. He would retreat at once if he sensed an ambush. His soldiers were still nearby, any attempt would be thwarted. He shouted, "You want a one-on-one duel? Fine. This old man will entertain you today." Ghislaine stopped. She turned slowly, a malicious smile forming on her lips. Then, with a graceful motion, she removed a ring from her finger. Instantly, her appearance transformed. Her long silver hair turned golden, her eyes glowed a deep night sky blue, and a star-patterned blue mantle descended over her shoulders. Donner stood stunned. This was not Ghislaine. It was Verdia. "Don't feel too guilty," she said, smiling. "Excessive worry can cause wrinkles." Donner snarled in fury. For a moment, he considered killing her on the spot, but she was not easy to kill, and his instinct told him to retreat at once. So he turned and ran back to the battlefield. He was still relatively close and not far enough to be in danger. Even so, he arrived too late. Just in time to see the other Water King's head roll across the ground. The real Ghislaine had streaked across the field like lightning. Her face was serene, but a wild flame burned in her eyes. Blood dripped from her blade. The blue-armored general raced to his fallen comrade but was too far away. On the way, he spotted Donner and shouted in rage, "Kill that woman, Donner, you fool! Or I'll have you executed myself, if you survive this battle." Donner looked at the Black Wolf, who smiled as if merely warming up. His expression darkened. It was still 2 against 1. Maybe there was a chance. Then everything stopped. A roar. Deep, guttural. It came from the mountain's depths. The ground quaked. A thunderous blast followed, and a flame burst from a fissure in the range. The opening widened violently, and everything touched by the flames turned to molten lava. The rock collapsed under the powerful breath. For a moment, there was silence. Then the creature emerged. A colossal mass burst forth from the mountain with primal fury. A dragon. A massive blue dragon, its scales gleaming like sapphires in the moonlight. Its eyes shone with intelligence and indignation. An ancient being, roused from deep slumber by the battle. Another roar followed, stronger, more fearsome. A sound that made even the bravest warriors falter. All of the Iron Legion, all of Melis's army, froze. In the heart of the forest, Verdia watched the creature's emergence calmly, as though she had anticipated this moment. And then, she smiled. Chapter 201, The Rupture of the Sacred Country. The divine visions of Pope Lucio's Gallard and of Verdia Solarion were in conflict. In fact, it wasn't all that surprising. Whenever any minimally capable individual made a different decision in response to a given future vision, the possible paths of the future would scramble, let alone when someone else also possessed that kind of ability. This was also why Rigor was free to act on his own in this conflict. If, for example, Lucios decided to set an ambush for one of the Iron Legion's armies based on a future vision, who could guarantee that Rigor wouldn't sense it? A bad premonition would likely eat away at him. There was no rational explanation that precisely accounted for this ability. His sixth sense was as mysterious, if not more so, than the divine vision itself. Instinct. Intuition. Omens. Different words for the same invisible echo of the future. But in that particular battle, it wasn't Rigor who changed the course of the future. It was his mistress. Verdia. The kind of vision that Pope Lucios possessed was, in a way, special. He received divine revelations. And, unlike the elf, he wasn't directly on the battlefield at that moment. He was distant, trying to control the variables like a blindfolded chess player. Verdia's vision, however, was different. Though somewhat mysterious and inaccessible, it was also terrifyingly precise. Whenever her life was in danger, she saw the complete scene of her death or ambush, as if she were watching a movie. She could see the field, the enemy, the exact instant of the fatal strike, and, most importantly, what would cause it. That was why she knew with precision the number of enemy soldiers, who their generals were, their strengths, and whether there was anything more. And, in that case, there was a huge aggravating factor. A roar echoed through the mountains like the thunder of the gods. The ground trembled. Melis's forces hesitated, their shields faltered, their formations broke for an instant. But the enemies would not hesitate. The Iron Legion would not give time for fear to take shape. Melis's commanders did not order a retreat. In the next moment, the battle resumed. Ghislaine and her red and green eyes glowing like embers, wasted no time after killing one of the generals. She advanced like lightning. A blur to the less trained soldiers, her momentum crushed rocks and stones, tearing the ground as she passed. Her body was pure strength, technique, and instinct. Her target was Donner, the Water King. He was still in shock, but his reflexes reacted out of pure conditioning. Donner counterattacked, responding masterfully with the water god style. His blows were smooth, fluid, perfect in form and timing. But Ghislaine was a hurricane that ignored perfection. Her speed nullified elegance. Donner retreated, blow after blow, sweating, breathing heavily, trying to resist death, which seemed so close. Ghislaine didn't care at all about the monumental dragon that had appeared. It was as if, for her, everything beyond Donner had disappeared. By pure coincidence, the Iron Legion had initiated its attack in a direction away from the point where the blue dragon had emerged. In other words, between the colossal beast and the Legion's warriors lay a carpet of melee soldiers. The dragon roared once more. It was obvious that this creature was no ordinary blue dragon. Its wingspan approached 300 meters, its wings spreading across the night sky, and its body was at least 3 times the size of any normal dragon of its kind. Its blue scales looked like enchanted steel, and its breath, when unleashed, tore a hole through the very mountain range. A true terror raised to the heights, with eyes of pure hatred and a hunger for destruction. The creature's tail was like a castle tower, dragging across the rugged terrain with enough force to pulverize trees and rocks. And amidst that chaos, the blue-armored general, who had previously wielded the giant sword of light, roared orders to Donner. You wanted your chance for revenge. Here it is. Kill Ghislaine alone, or at least don't die until I deal with this beast. Cold and pragmatic. He abandoned Donner, his last companion general, and charged toward the colossal dragon, his blue armor glinting faintly. He knew that retreating there was not an option. Several legion mages were casting chantless spells. The vanguard swordsmen had monsters like Ghislaine. The ferals and demons fought masterfully on the mountainous terrain, more so than Meles' soldiers accustomed to the plains. And if a dragon joined in the pursuit of their retreating troops, then it would be the end. But if he could redirect the beast's fury, if he could force it to attack the Iron Legion, to turn that battlefield into a mutual massacre, an irreversible chaos. And if Donner held out long enough for that, or even killed Ghislaine, the situation could turn. Instantly. The battle took a new turn. The Iron Legion, which had been striving to maintain its advantage through discipline and sheer willpower, was now like a runaway train, trampling its opponents with brutal power and overwhelming ferocity. The reason for this reversal? The three main commanders of the enemy army were neutralized or contained. One lay headless, his life ended by Ghislaine. The wolf swordswoman had eliminated him with a lethal combination of the wild dash and the long sword of light. The second, the blue-armored general, the primary commander of Meles' army, was giving his all to survive against the colossus at his rear, the terror dragon. The third, Donner, staggered between life and death as he faced Ghislaine, who pressed him with savage fury and incomparable technique. The dragon, however, proved to be a much more troublesome enemy than anticipated. Its sapphire scales not only reflected the weak moonlight as if they were sacred gems, but also repelled sword and magic attacks with near-absolute resilience. Across the entire battlefield, only a handful of exceptional warriors had managed to penetrate that natural armor. When the creature unleashed its flame breath once more, the world seemed to tremble. Rocks vaporized into pure lava, soldiers incinerated in an instant, and even the blue-armored general was grievously wounded. He was badly hurt before being rescued by one of Meles' most powerful priests. Thanks to rapid healing, he rose once more determined. Donner, for his part, fought a losing battle. He had grown stronger since their last encounter. The humiliation of having been bested by rigor several years before had motivated him to seek more power. He acquired a new magic item, trained without rest, refined his techniques. He was, without a doubt, much stronger. But against Ghislaine Adoldia, that strength seemed insufficient. Primarily due to the new beast god style, which she had mastered with complete expertise. Her techniques were unpredictable, shaped by her keen instincts and her reading of the combat flow. Each of her movements was like a roar from the jungle, a blow of nature incarnate. Donner could barely react. Several times, the Hieramian blade pierced his armor and cut his flesh, drawing blood. His armor was already in tatters, and his breathing, ragged. Defeat was only a matter of time. On the broader battlefield, the Iron Legion became an unstoppable tide. Linnea, with her combination of sword god style and chantless magic, decimated enemy ranks like a goddess of destruction. By her side, Verdia coordinated the attacks with impeccable strategic vision. Other commanders, each with their specialties, completed the encirclement. With the element of surprise on their side, the fury of a dragon at their rear, and the brutal yet precise leadership of their champions, the legion shattered the enemy lines like spears through paper. Even the fearsome Silver Army began to crumble under the pressure. They fell to the howling magic of the beast race, succumbed to the claws and blades of their beastly warriors, yielded to the innate demonic magics and the refined techniques of their human allies. The Iron Legion was on the rise. Meles, in turn, began to despair. Each moment meant more losses, more chaos, more fear. The only option left was to react. If they did nothing immediately, they would not only lose this battle but endanger the military balance of the entire region. Total collapse loomed at the door. And they did not act. Every Meles soldier still breathing tried to make a difference. They tried to reclaim the feeling that once spurred them to fight, the hope of victory. There was, indeed, a change, but it was not the miracle they desired. For Meles, this turning point was like driving the final nail into their coffin. Ghislaine struck down her enemy. Donner Bonnart, the remaining Water King, was stronger than expected. There was no doubt that he ranked among the top living swordsmen. Both he and the previously slain companion were classified as kings, the elite of swordsmanship. Ghislaine had simply ambushed the first with ease by exploiting a blind spot Donner should have been covering. An unforgivable error in the midst of battle. In the end, Donner fell as well. The swordswoman cut him cleanly and diagonally in two. Until his last breath, the Water King could not believe he had been killed so easily by the enemy he had dreamed of destroying. But Ghislaine didn't care about his disbelief. She did not hesitate. She did not lament. She did not even glance at the terror dragon for a second. Instead, she returned to the front line of the Legion, a living, lethal spear, carving a path through the heart of the Silver Army without mercy. Meles' soldiers waited for some saving grace, a last divine effort, something to reverse the impending tragedy. But all they received was more destruction. They were being pushed to the brink of despair. And no one came to save them. The blue-armored general, with a few survivors at his side, finally managed to contain the terror dragon. All that remained was to seize the opportunity to deliver the final blow. It was at that moment that the rain began to fall on the dark night. Light at first, just scattered drops over the blood-soaked earth. Red puddles formed around the bodies of the fallen soldiers. The living staggered, wounded, exhausted. Meles' mages cast spells in disarray, desperately trying to contain the imminent collapse. But some among them began to notice. The rain grew stronger. It began to fall in dense, relentless sheets. It became clear that something was amiss. It was not a common rain, not natural. No side had used saint-level magic in this confrontation until now. It would have been insane to cast spells of such scale, risking hitting one's own allies. Except if it was worth it. The most experienced mages, the most attentive, looked to the sky. And then, to their last general. They tried to warn him. Some shouted. Others just stood agape in shock. But it was too late. A voice erupted from the heavens like the proclamation of a divine decree. Lightning. A thunderous crack tore across the battlefield. A hammer of sky-blue electricity fell from the sky like the wrath of the gods themselves, striking the blue-armored general with indescribable force. He had no time to react. Wounded and focused on containing the dragon, he could not raise defenses in time. The impact created an immediate fissure beneath his feet, ripping the ground with a thunder that reverberated across the fields. In the distance, atop a solitary ridge, stood Verdia Solarion. She smiled. In her hands, she wielded her staff, a unique weapon made of elven wood, a rare and incomparably resilient tree, inlaid with a magical gem extracted from a legendary creature, the flying devourer whale. A beast that once ruled both sky and deep, now considered extinct. This magic staff amplified the destructive power of wind and water spells, increased their range, and drastically reduced casting time. The staff's name was Herald of Wind and Storm. A relic from the era of the Laplace War, and Verdia's faithful companion ever since. Now, with mastery of the king-level spell, Lightning, something Rigor had taught her before the war, she wielded it with lethal perfection. The rain slowly ceased. The battlefield remained soaked, muddy, reeking of death. And then, without ceremony, the terror dragon crushed the general's body with a colossal paw. If there had been any life left in the men after the lightning, there certainly was none now. The legion advanced with renewed fury. And the saint commanding the Silver Army made the only rational decision he could at that moment. He ordered a retreat. The hill was dead. Saint McKerntown and Flash Sword had been trapped in a god-level barrier. 3 Meles generals had been killed, all in the first offensive of the legion. Of Meles' 10 generals, only 4 remained. Galgard, the divine warrior, one of the greatest living combatants. The Water Emperor, known only as the White Knight, a figure shrouded in mystery, seldom seen, but feared by all. The Silverheart Knight, who had retreated after being pressured by Eris and Greta. And the Magic General, a hybrid strategist, master of both magic and sword. The future no longer looked favorable for Meles. Chapter 202, The Chronicles of Lightning, Blood and Glory. In a vast plain bathed by the morning light, in the heart of Meles, a herd of Nuphulus grazed with apparent tranquility. The creatures, monstrous variants of common buffalo, measured 3 times the size of a horse, with long, curved horns, hooves hard as iron, and eyes that shone with a strange reddish hue. Classified as rank D and C monsters, they rarely posed a threat when unprovoked, but could tear entire villages apart if angered. However, on that day, the calm would be broken abruptly. Without any warning, a lightning bolt streaked across the plain. Agile. Uncontrollable. Devastating. The bluish spark cut the horizon like a divine blade, not hesitating even before the herd. The bolt passed through the Nuphulus as if they were air, shredding their monstrous bodies in a more or less straight line. The shockwave of its speed raised the earth around it, cracking the ground and sending debris flying in every direction. Flesh, blood, and entrails exploded into the air in a grotesque, instantaneous blur, as if the herd had been struck by divine judgment. The plain, once filled with the low sounds of the Nuphulus, became a field of panic. The surviving monsters ran wild, in instinctive frenzy, as if death itself lurked behind them. But the bolt remained unaltered in its course, crossing the plain in an instant. In the next moment, already far away on a hill that stood out against the clear sky, the lightning finally slowed. Its end was not abrupt, but rather like a train trying to stop after reaching top speed. The ground over which it passed was torn open, carving deep furrows, grass and stone yielded to the force driving it forward. When it finally stopped, the previously indistinguishable figure made a slight leap, landing on a higher point of the slope. It was Rigor. His body still radiated heat and static, strands of hair standing on end from the accumulated energy. His golden eyes, his demon eyes, were active, pulsing with light. The lightning step, his high-speed movement technique based on electricity, had been in constant use on his recent travels. Despite the destructive impact and the strain it caused, Rigger had improved greatly in controlling the technique. His body, once unable to cope with the speeds achieved, was now far more capable. His magical, physical, and mental control had evolved. He could also rely on the enhancement of Tuki and the keen, slow-motion perception of his demon eyes. The ability was still not ideal for direct combat, but it had become a powerful form of displacement, for now. Now, it was no longer a matter of creating the technique. It was a matter of mastering it. And that, he knew, was only a matter of time. But Rigger was not traveling with this ability merely to practice. On his journey toward the 2nd Vanguard Division of the Iron Legion, he had intercepted a large Millie's troop. Composed of elites, the unit moved silently to reinforce an ambush planned for dawn. He had extracted the information from the commander, whom Rigger made confess entirely of his own free will. According to the plan, they would reach the ambush site in the heat of battle, creating a deadly encirclement. Obviously, Rigger made sure that troop would never reach its destination. Still, he did not allow himself to relax. His sixth sense had not alerted him to any danger to his allied forces there, which meant they were likely safe. But, forewarned is forearmed. And so he arrived. On the horizon, his eyes caught the image of a massive blue dragon circling a mountain range. The dragon, despite its imposing size, showed clear signs of severe injury. Its wings beat unevenly, and a trail of blood ran down its flank. Yet the creature did not retreat. It hovered over the ambush area, waiting for an opening. Rigger frowned. The smell of blood and iron was unmistakable. He could also hear the muffled sounds of a camped army. All right, let's take down this lizard first. He adjusted his stance, took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with renewed intensity. On the shattered battlefield, the Iron Legion's armies were currently encamped. They had won. 3 Millie's generals had been killed, and the feared Silver Army was largely decimated. The enemy's retreat unfolded exactly as predicted, both by their now-dead commanders and those who survived. It was a massacre. The bestial and demonic races of the Legion moved through the mountains with greater agility than the humans. Although there were humans in the Legion, Millie's army was composed solely of them. The pursuit was waged on 3 fronts. The Legion's mages unleashed relentless bombardments on the fugitives, Ghislaine led the warriors in an unrelenting march, and the dragon forged ahead, crushing those in its path. Even so, retreat was the wise choice at that moment. After the death of the 3 generals, the Millie's army faced only total annihilation if they insisted on staying. In retreat, they suffered staggering losses, but some managed to escape. After that, the Legion's focus turned to the dragon, now badly wounded, and theirs to deal with. Ghislaine led a brutal assault on the beast, driving it out of range of the common soldiers. They nearly killed it, but the dragon displayed great intelligence. Realizing Ghislaine could indeed slay it, it flew away and began attacking from above with its fiery breath. However, as soon as it came too close, it was struck by fierce magic. The black wolf climbed a nearby mountain and leapt straight onto the winged creature, ripping its scales as she rode it. The terror dragon truly struggled to shake her off. It was an intense aerial battle. Now, it no longer dared approach too closely, but still circled overhead, its right wing injured and body covered in deep lacerations. It watched them with hatred, yet kept its distance. At one point, Verdia announced that until the dragon was killed, the Legion would not move on. It would be too dangerous to march with such a monster on their tail. The Legion had no choice but to camp there, surrounded by mountains and under the menacing gaze of the wounded beast. "Do you think the chief can tame one of these?" asked Linnea, her tail swishing excitedly. Verdia brought a hand to her chin, thoughtful. "I believe it would be difficult. This dragon is old and stubborn. It's not willing to let us leave, even after being so injured. I believe it would die, but not be subdued." Ghislaine remained silent. Her magic power eye scrutinized the creature. Then, she smiled faintly. The dragon continued to glare at her with hatred, circling the skies, but she felt another presence of mana approaching, one extremely familiar to her. Without responding to the other 2 girls, she turned and began walking calmly toward the tent. "He may not be able to tame it," she murmured, "but he would have no problem killing it." Linnea and Verdia watched her with doubt. Then, in the sky, a silvery white flash tore through the clouds. Both turned their eyes to the dragon, alert. But all they saw was the creature's head and body plummeting from the sky, lifeless, carried by their own inertia. Beside the figure who had felled it, something wrapped in lightning floated in the air. Then, slowly, it began descending at high speed toward the ground. Thousands of soldiers watched in disbelief as the dragon's severed head fell. Then, a colossal roar shook the mountains as the body hit, creating a tremor that reverberated throughout the camp. The figure enveloped in crackling sparks descended like a war angel. A predatory aura exuded from his body. Verdia smiled as she recognized him. Linnea, on the other hand, was still completely shocked. Rigger surveyed the armies for a moment, understood the situation, and then looked at Verdia with a slight smile. Looks like I'm a bit late for the show. Verdia let out a laugh, her eyes turning to the dragon's corpse. No. You arrived just in time. In the end, hurrying had at least been worth it. Rigger had secured an almost clear route once more for the 2nd Vanguard Division by slaying the Terror Dragon. Of course, they had won the real fight without needing his help. With 3 generals dead in that battle and the Silver Army in ruins, it was unlikely Meles could muster a formidable new force to intercept their march. Except, of course, if Galgard appeared in person, which, strategically speaking, seemed very unlikely. He was sure that Pope Lucio's Gallard wouldn't leave Melitian so soon. Even more so with Rigger roaming the country, devastating their forces. The Supreme Pontiff would keep close his 2 greatest assets, the White Knight and Galgard himself, both near the capital. That meant that, although other Legion divisions might still face dangerous resistance, the 2nd Division, commanded by Ghislaine Adoldia and Verdia Solarion, would advance like a victorious hurricane. The Legion's objective was not merely to win battles. There was a greater purpose in their presence in Meles, to seize the cities, conquer their power centers, and establish a new order. Even if the Pope had given up on the rest of the country outside Melitian, local leaders remained steadfast in their defense. The troops stationed in the cities were no match for the frontline armies, but still represented obstacles. The 2nd Division would now continue occupying cities, but large-scale battles should no longer occur, at least, that was the expectation. If any city irrationally chose to resist, Ghislaine would bring it to its knees quickly. However, conquering a city was not the same as passing through it and killing its leaders. The true goal was cooperation and the surrender of local authorities. After all, on the front line, hesitation could mean the death of your comrades. But in the interior of Meles, where war gave way to civilian dwellings and cities, brutality was unnecessary. Diplomacy, even if forced, was more valuable. Rigger was satisfied with the division's success and made a point of rewarding Ghislaine when the two were alone again. After that, he met with Verdia and Linnea to discuss new tactics, organize reports, and chart future routes. Meanwhile, soldiers of the Iron Legion busied themselves recovering the Terror Dragon's body. The creature's magic stone, intact, thanks to the clean cut made by Rigger, would be sent to Brightstone to enchant someone's weapon in the Legion. With the 2nd Division marching forward, Rigger set off to meet the 3rd Division, led by Taze and Larav. They had not faced any generals, but had met fierce resistance at a Meles fortress. Still, they prevailed with organization and power. Rigger briefed them on the situation, shared strategies and advice before continuing on his way. During his journey, Rigger occasionally encountered small Meles troops, disorganized fragments of a dying army. It was clear, Meles's front line was collapsing. The devastation was gradual and relentless. It began with his arrival, then the fall of the hill, and then the Legion's brutal retaliation. The campaign stretched over days that turned into weeks, and Melitian became, with each step, the last safe haven of the enemy's army. Rigger did not know exactly what the church hierarchy's plans had been, but he would wager that losing so many generals and consecutive battles had not been part of them. Continuing his tireless run, Rigger arrived at the 1st Division, commanded by Ornthorn and Killian. There, he learned of a surprising fact: there had been an assassination attempt on the North Emperor. An unknown enemy, apparently able to hide even from Ornthorn's keen senses, had managed to slash his throat during the night. Ornthorn's constitution, however, saved his life. Even with the nearly lethal blow, the warrior survived long enough for Killian to arrive and use saint-level magic to stabilize him. It was still somewhat dangerous. The assassination attempt left Rigger thoughtful. Could it have been the same scout who watched him during the incident where he killed the hill? The invisible presence he had barely detected. After that, Ornthorn's division moved on, fighting their own battles and sieges, ever advancing. Only one division remained to visit, the 4th Division, led by Demon King Greta. Additionally, Rigger needed to check on Eris. If she wasn't with Greta, she would be somewhere else unknown. Unlike Ghislaine, with whom Rigger shared a magic earring that let him know when she was injured or in danger, he had nothing of the sort with Eris. With that in mind, he made a decision: he would obtain a similar artifact for her once the war ended. Resolved, Rigger adjusted his pace and set off toward the 4th Division. Chapter 203, Kidnapping the Heirs of a Noble House, just another day of war. In a dense forest, animals and monsters ran and hid at the sound of the wind tearing above their heads. Passing over the treetops with a muffled roar, an immense red dragon cut through the air at extremely high speed, its enormous wings carving trails of turbulence in the sky. It was an unusual sight in Meles. Red dragons, by nature and territory, lived exclusively on the central continent. That, however, had changed recently. Soldiers and commanders of the sacred country had learned to dread this vision in their territory. Not only because of the creature's destructive power, but because they knew who rode it: Eris Adoldia, the Red Lioness. A dragon knight, a sword king, and, moreover, one of the wives of the current 6th world power, Rigger Adoldia. As usual, she rode Escalar with mastery, her body slightly inclined, knees firm in the metal and leather saddle positioned on the dragon, her gaze as sharp as a blade slicing through the landscape below. Her vibrant red hair was tied in a high ponytail, whipping furiously in the wind. Her eyes, the same blazing crimson hue, scanned the green expanse of the forest below, always alert, always calculating. The armor she wore was black and gleaming, made of a lightweight, resilient alloy forged especially for her. It was snug, yet did not restrict her movements, a requirement of the sword god style, which valued mobility and speed above all else. Across her shoulders she still bore the traditional cloak of the sword sanctuary, fluttering in the wind. Her blades, hanging at her waist, remained silent, for now, like predators lying in wait, anticipating the next battle. The aura surrounding the swordswoman was intense and dangerous, like the heat of a bonfire about to become an explosion. To stand before her was to face a magnificent, proud beast, a creature shaped by battle. She had been joining this war for some time now. It was her first, but any minimally observant onlooker would know that Eris had adapted quickly and alarmingly. Flying on Escalar, she crossed melees, destroying armies, pursuing and annihilating platoons with efficiency and ferocity. Some enemies had distinguished themselves, powerful mages, titled swordsmen, strategists ambushing the routes she passed through. But none had managed to defeat her. On one occasion, she needed to use a magic circle that Rigor had left with her, containing a barrier of saint level. She remembered vividly how the mana was drained from her body in an instant, to the point of dizziness and weakness, almost like in her first magic training sessions with Rigor. But the barrier served its purpose, it prevented her from being surrounded by the ambush. She survived. She withdrew, recovered, and returned like a storm, annihilating all who had dared to attack her. She spent time with the Iron Legion's 4th Division at one point, commanded by Demon King Greta. The opposition had been fierce, especially because of one man, the Silver Heart Knight. The general of melees who proved especially dangerous, skillful, and hard to kill. Still, the combined strength of Greta and Eris pushed the stationed army in that region back, capturing position after position, undermining the enemy's morale, even without being able to eliminate the general. Eris had fought countless other battles since then. Skirmishes on the borders of villages, defenses of conquered fortresses, attacks on fortified camps. It was the perfect opportunity to put into practice everything she had learned throughout her life, from Ghislaine, her master, from Rigor, her companion and eternal challenge, from Aubert, the treacherous North Emperor, and from Gal Farion, whose name still echoed as a legend in his style. She was happy. Satisfied. Fulfilling her role with an infinite sense of freedom and glory. If there was a single complaint, it was that she had not yet reunited with him. Since she had departed with Escalar for this campaign, she had not seen Rigor. She knew he was in melees, she knew he was winning his own brutal battles, but they always seemed to miss each other. She had arrived in the 3rd Division and he had already left there. She rejoined the 4th Division and he was with the 2nd. It was frustrating, but also exhilarating. Both were playing the same role in this war, though on slightly different scales. But she knew that the moment they would meet would eventually come. Her thoughts were interrupted when she spotted ahead a large clearing opening between the forest's green mass. From it she could see a road winding through the woods. She narrowed her eyes, banishing all mental distractions. Today, she had a special mission. Eris's mission was something Rigor had emphasized before the war. It concerned House Latria, more specifically, Zenith and Norn Latria, or Greyrat. Eris did not know exactly what the difference between the two surnames was, but she did not care much. Or did she? After all, she still liked to be called Adoldia, so perhaps the names did matter. Probably. Reflecting briefly on this, she shook off again the random thoughts and focused on the present. She ordered Escalar to wait there. The dragon did not even respond, it simply lay down beneath a large stone and began to sleep almost immediately. Lazy as ever. Eris was now relatively close to melees. The information she had came from a Legion spy, infiltrated in the last enemy troop she had massacred. There was a password to verify this kind of identity, and although the paper on which she had written the password was crumpled and almost illegible, she managed to confirm that the man was indeed an ally. The spy was trembling and nearly fainting before Eris's intimidating presence, praying she could read the password correctly. Still, he revealed something important. Zenith Latria, along with her daughter Norn, were leaving melees. Accompanied by a group of 7 people, including some knights, they had narrowly avoided the Legion's front lines, precisely because they were few in number. Their plan was to reach Westport and embark for the Dragon King's realm, traversing hostile territory. It was a rather dangerous idea, and Eris knew it. Rigor had made it clear, Zenith and Norn must be kept alive, at all costs. Lilia would already be upset to learn of Paul's death, but would be even more devastated if something happened to them as well. The order extended to all the Legion's principal leaders. Indeed, Ghislaine had also requested that they take care of Zenith if they encountered her, although, in theory, that should only happen once they reached Melitian. After all, House Latria resided in Melitian's noble district. But now that she had left the capital, the situation was different. And since Eris was very close to their current location, she decided to pursue them immediately to rescue them. Alert to her surroundings, Eris advanced through the forest with quick steps, keen eyes, hand on the sword's hilt. Rigger used to say she was somewhat intense, prone to falling into traps by acting without thinking. And he taught her something simple yet effective: if you are ambushed, run first, understand who you're dealing with, and only then decide whether to fight or continue fleeing. That dogma had proven useful throughout the war, and now guided each of Eris's steps in that hunt. She followed the carriage's tracks nimbly, her footsteps muffled by the forest leaves. Until she finally found it. At a distance, through the gap between the trees, she spotted a carriage. Driven by a knight and guarded by 4 more riders, it moved slowly along the road. Unaware of what was stalking them, the small detachment of House Latria traveled on in peace. Ahead, leading the group with a serious expression, rode Edgar Latria, the firstborn of the house. An advanced-level warrior in water god style and sword god style, Edgar was also a platoon leader in the Order of the Temple. He rode with impeccable posture, eyes attentive but not paranoid, perhaps he should have been. Beside him rode Therese Latria, his middle sister, her face tense yet determined. 2 common soldiers completed the escort. Inside the carriage were Zenith and her youngest daughter, Norn. Zenith kept her gaze fixed on the girl, with veiled sadness and resentment, meanwhile Norn huffed with arms crossed, peering out the window and puffing up her cheeks like a sulky child. The mission, contrary to what everyone believed, was not just to escort mother and daughter. It was also a plan by Carlite Latria, patriarch of the house, to protect his combatant daughters from the possible fall of Melees. Therese was a capable warrior and a high-ranking commander, so obviously she would also fight against the beast god's eventual invasion of the sacred city. The younger daughters, Sala and Anise, stayed behind. After all, even remaining in Melitian, they would be spared by the Legion, both for not fighting and because they were children. Claire Latria, the matriarch, disapproved but lacked the power to change the decision. Carlite did not want to seem overly pessimistic about Melees' chances. Sending his entire family away would be like announcing that he was abandoning ship. Suddenly, a metallic clang cut through the air. A dry, metallic sound. Before anyone could react, 2 knights were already on the ground. The figure that attacked them moved with panther-like agility, hair of flaming red, fierce eyes, and a penetrating aura. Eris had arrived. Fighting only with her fists, which were protected by tight, gleaming black steel gauntlets, she knocked out 2 of the knights in the blink of an eye. A punch to the stomach, another to the chin, and they were out of combat, thrown from their horses. Edgar drew his sword, leapt from his horse, moving with impressive speed, and using the long sword of silence, but Eris barely dodged, used his momentum to land a punch on his trachea, cutting off his breath. Edgar staggered back only to be struck by a spinning kick to the helmet, which sent him crashing into a tree. The coachman raised his hands, trembling like a green twig, eyes wide open. He said not a word. The horses were restless. Therese positioned herself in front of the carriage, trying to hide her fear behind a facade of bravery. Eris smiled with bared teeth, a ferocious, excited smile, and the young Latria stepped back, sweating profusely. Eris sighed. She looked at the unconscious Edgar and murmured. Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who have lost their strength. Healing. A faint magical glow enveloped Edgar's neck, and his trachea, previously half-broken, returned to normal, although he remained unconscious. Eris then turned to the carriage and shouted. Zenith Greyrat. Or Latria. I am Eris, wife of Rigger Adoldia. Come out and tell me who your family here is, or I will simply kill you all. After a pause, the carriage door slowly opened. Therese tried to intervene, but Zenith silenced her with a gesture. Poised with noble bearing, she stepped out of the carriage and bowed respectfully. Eris Adoldia, it is an honor to meet you. She raised her eyes, tense and cautious. If I may ask, why did you block our path? And why did you not kill us immediately? You're not planning to use me as a hostage to lure my son, are you? Therese stood agape. The hypothesis, however terrible, made sense. Rudeus was an enemy of the Iron Legion and was currently on the other side of the world. Why else would the Red Lioness of the Iron Legion spare them? Eris frowned, confused. What? Son. Ah. The glass cannon. Don't worry, I don't need any hostage to kill your son. She shook her head as if the idea were absurd. I am rescuing you because of your, friend. It's because of Lilia. And also because of Ghislaine. Rigger ended up killing your husband Paul by mistake, so he wants to keep you alive, at least. Zenith was shocked. Therese was shocked. The coachman seemed to be witnessing the best drama of his life. Zenith finally stammered. You knew Lilia. You knew Aisha. Eris raised her chin proudly. Of course. Aisha is Rigger's disciple. Didn't you know? More looks of astonishment. Eris then asked who among them was part of Zenith's family. Upon hearing that Edgar and Therese were her siblings, she shrugged, walked over to the two remaining soldiers, and killed them without ceremony. She took Edgar's body to his horse and placed it carelessly, as if it were a particularly valuable sack of potatoes. She completely ignored the poor coachman, who was seriously considering a career change. When Edgar woke and realized he had been kidnapped, he was furious. This is an outrage. I want to return. I'd rather die defending my home. I am a warrior. Eris raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious, and replied. So you want to die fighting the Legion? I can kill you right now if that's what you want. She reached for her sword's hilt. Edgar turned pale instantly. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Zenith disguised her brother's embarrassment with a weary sigh. And so, simply and directly, the three eldest children of House Latria, and the daughter of one of them, were kidnapped by the Red Lioness of the Iron Legion. Without significant resistance. No additional drama. Just another day of war for Eris Adoldia. Chapter 204, Sisters Between Two Worlds. Without wasting time, Eris began leading the four toward Escalar. She didn't bother restraining them or anything of the sort, she didn't even search them. She simply guided them on foot. If any of them tried anything, their heads would fly off instantly. Of course, not everyone in that group seemed aware of this. Zenith looked confused and shocked, she wanted to ask many questions, but didn't dare. Her sister, Therese, was distraught and melancholic, eyes downcast and steps heavy. Only Edgar and Norn showed any energy, though for completely different reasons. Edgar walked in silence, observing everything carefully. He still hadn't accepted the situation and harbored hope of escape if he paid close attention to Eris's path and movements. As for Norn was an idiot. To begin with, she didn't want to leave Melitian. And when she was invited to dismount the carriage and follow this red-haired woman, she was outraged. She clearly didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. To her, it was all just a huge inconvenience. At one point, huffing and puffing, she said, "Hey, you. Get me a carriage. Or even a horse will do." Eris looked at her as if she'd heard a rock complaining about the sun. Zenith quickly stepped in front of her daughter, bowing and saying, "I apologize for her behavior. She's used to living in the mansion." Eris snorted. "She really isn't anything like Aisha." Zenith pulled Norn aside and tried to speak calmly, explaining that they were in a dangerous situation, but Norn simply couldn't understand. No one was chained, no one was being mistreated. In her mind, it was all just a pointless forced trip. The two missing soldiers. Well, she didn't even know who they were and hadn't seen them die. Norn's childish mind could hardly keep up with recent events. After all, she was only 8 years old. And, above all, just an ordinary child. She had grown up protected within the mansions of Casa Latria, raised by her grandmother Claire, who, though very strict and rigid, was also incredibly loving in her own way. As a young noble, Norn had to learn many things, and she wasn't good at almost any of them. She had lessons in etiquette, oratory, history, even magic. She was terrible at all of them, but made up for it with a touching effort. She tried so hard to please her grandmother. Aunt Therese was one of her role models, always radiant, strong, and confident. Like any other ordinary child, Norn didn't have many clear memories of her earliest years, of course. She had no memories of her mother or father, nor of living in Buena Village in the Azura Kingdom. She didn't remember Aisha or Lilia, who left Casa Latria when she was only 2. Basically, for her, her entire life had been as a noble in Meles. There was, however, someone she remembered in more detail, her brother, Rudeus Greyrat. He appeared when she was 4 and was very affectionate and attentive. He left early, though, so she didn't become too attached. When the conflict against the Iron Legion began, she saw them as monsters. Uncontrolled beasts. Bloodthirsty demons. The absolute villains in her childish mind. But even with the war, life in Melitian didn't change much. When the battles really began, the adults shielded her from everything. Knights went to the front lines, but Norn remained safe. In the last 2 years, the atmosphere in the house even felt lighter. Her grandmother Claire and the others were kinder. She didn't know why, but she liked it. Then her biological parents arrived. A swordsman named Paul and a healer named Zenith. Her mother resembled Therese, which made her curious. Norn would be lying if she said she never wanted to meet them. According to her grandmother, she discovered that her entire family had been teleported by a mana disaster in their homeland. But there was a problem, they wanted to take her away. How? Why? She didn't know any other life. Why follow these 2 strangers to a distant land? She spoke with her grandparents, Claire and Carlite, and begged her parents to stay. She asked them to fight for Meles. She remembered their expression perfectly when she said that, sadness and disappointment. She was incredulous. To Norn, it was incomprehensible. Fighting demons wasn't something honorable. Helping Meles wasn't noble. In her mind, the perfect scenario was simple: her parents would redeem themselves by helping win the war against the demons and then live with her in Casa Latria. But no. They insisted on taking her. No matter what. It took her grandfather involving Your Holiness, Pope Lucius, to convince Paul to fight for Meles. And Paul ended up fighting for the cause, and dying. He was killed by the leader of the demons, the abominable beast god. Norn felt sadness. Paul might not have been an exemplary person, he actually seemed unpleasant to almost everyone. But with her, he was gentle. And loving. After that, her grandfather announced she would leave Melitian with her mother. She revolted, resisted with all her might, but it was to no avail. And now, she was being taken by force, with no choice. And to make matters worse, the red-haired woman didn't even let her use a carriage. They were on foot. Norn marched sullenly, kicking twigs and glaring at Eris's back with the murderous look of a spoiled girl. In her mind, this woman was just another minion of evil. The Red Lioness. More like an aggressive nanny. Then, after a few hours of walking, the forest opened up and revealed an impressive sight. Ahead, standing in the center of a clearing, was a huge red dragon. Its scales gleamed like rubies in the morning sun. Wings folded, eyes half closed. Zenith turned pale. Therese froze. Edgar's eyes widened. Norn took a step back, deeply terrified. Eris, impassive, pulled a rope from her backpack, tied them all together with frightening efficiency, ignoring protests and incredulous looks. She bound the four as if it were a school field trip. All set, she said, satisfied, adjusting the knots. Just like we did with Skoll. She turned to the dragon and smiled, climbing up its scales with agility. She faced the others, now tied together like a human bouquet. Looks good. Pray you don't fall off. And then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. After all, I can't fly like Rigger. Before they could protest, the dragon spread its wings, roared a thunder that shook the forest, and took flight with the group. Ironically, the two main capitals, Melitian and Tinevere, weren't that far apart. It was still a considerable distance, but nothing a red dragon flying at top speed couldn't cover in a matter of hours. Eris was very comfortable, sitting confidently on Escalar's saddle, feeling the strong wind whip her red hair. Her passengers, however, couldn't say the same. Zenith, Therese, and Norn were unconscious, their bodies swaying as they remained tied up, completely overcome by the altitude and cold of the flight. Edgar, by contrast, forced himself to stay conscious with impressive stubbornness. His gaze swept the horizon and then fixed on Eris's movements, studying, observing, believing that if he stayed alert, he might find an opportunity to escape. Eris knew she had no time to waste. The war was raging and she needed to return to the front line. As soon as the city walls appeared on the horizon, she quickly activated the magic circle that Rigger had given her. The barriers protecting the city skies were crossed without resistance, recognizing the beast god's signature. Escalar descended with grace and power, landing in front of the house where Rigger and his allies lived. Without ceremony, Eris grabbed the three unconscious by their bonds and threw them to the ground in front of the door. Then, she crossed her arms and waited, sitting atop the dragon, looking around with disinterest. Curious onlookers began to approach the dragon, but upon realizing who it was, they stepped back or contented themselves with keeping a respectful distance. Only one guard commander came and asked why she had returned, and Eris said she was just there to drop off some prisoners. The guard seemed to accept the explanation easily. After all, she was the beast god's wife. No one dared ask too many questions. A few minutes later, Aisha arrived upon learning of the guests. She was sweaty and out of breath, clearly in the midst of a fencing practice. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail, and a kind of living energy vibrated around her. When she spotted Eris, her face lit up. Eris. When did you return? The swordswoman smiled at the corner of her mouth and tossed a small knife with surgical precision. The blade cut the three prisoners' bonds with a dry sound. I returned a few minutes ago, I'm short on time, Aisha. These are the people of Casa Latria, including Zenith and Norn. I don't know what to do with them, but I guess you will. I'm heading back into battle. Before Aisha could respond, Escalar was already taking flight again, its wing beats kicking up dust and shaking the nearby vegetation. In seconds, it was just a dot in the sky. Aisha stood there, stunned for a moment, watching the silhouette recede. Then she turned her gaze to the four before her. Her expression hardened slightly. Edgar, feeling his body freed, acted quickly. He grabbed his spare sword that Eris hadn't bothered to confiscate and murmured. Aisha, you are Aisha Greyrat. So you're the beast god's disciple. Oh, yes, that's right, she replied casually. And you are? He didn't answer. Instead, he burst forward with speed, aiming to take Aisha hostage. If he succeeded, they might use the chaos to escape Tinevere with at least one advantage. But his hope was shattered in the next second. Aisha raised one hand with a light, casual gesture, and an earth pillar exploded from the ground beside Edgar. The impact was brutal, breaking his ribs and throwing him backward like a rag doll. Before he could recover, Aisha spun her fist and a sonic blast hit him, hurling his body against a nearby wall, cracking the structure with the force of the collision. He fell unconscious. Zenith, Therese, and Norn had awoken since the dragon's landing and watched everything in absolute shock. Zenith murmured, incredulous. Aisha. You're Aisha. Lilia's daughter. The woman had to contain herself from running to embrace the girl. After all, she was one of the people she had been looking for all this time. But now, seeing her in action, she thought that Eris might be kinder than the young woman before her. Aisha responded with a bright smile. It's me. You must be Zenith Greyrat. I'm sorry for the loss of your husband. She glanced briefly at Norn. And your father too. Norn didn't reply immediately. She was still staring at Edgar, the symbol of strength and protection her entire life, fallen, defeated twice in a row. First by Eris. Now by Aisha. Oh, yes, thank you, she finally answered, without much conviction. Aisha studied her with an interested look. She didn't bother hiding it. She wanted to know what that sister could do. After all, Paul had two prodigious children, Rudeus and herself. It was unlikely that this girl was ordinary. Could Norn also carry some potential? Although we have some ideological differences, Aisha said with a friendly smile, you are my sister. I hope we can get along. She turned to Zenith. Anyway, who are those two extras? Zenith was still trying to process everything, but replied. They are my siblings. Therese and Edgar. Aisha placed a hand on her chin, thoughtful. Then she gestured to two guards who had been watching from afar. They approached immediately and took Edgar, still unconscious, to a cell in chains. Aisha then turned to the three remaining women with a warm smile. All right. He'll spend some time in prison for attacking me. You three, follow me. With that, she turned and entered the door of the huge mansion next to the Iron Legion's strategic center. The others followed, with cautious steps and wary looks. Chapter 205, The Sword, the Fool, and the Cross. The White Palace is the seat of power of the sacred country of Milis, an imposing structure that floats in the center of the Great Lake, surrounded by deep, serene waters. This palace is home to the royal family of Milis, although, in practice, the monarchy is merely symbolic. Around the capital rise the 7 magic towers, colossal enchanted pillars that keep the city protected against floods and natural calamities. The barrier created by these towers is so effective that the city has no walls. The protection is invisible, but absolute. Unlike the kingdom of Azura, where the royal family has direct control over everything, in Milis it is the church that holds the true power. The king is little more than a ceremonial public figure, and even the highest religious authorities move freely within the White Palace, influencing and deciding the fate of the nation. Within the limits of the sacred capital, Milesian, the immense structure of the great church of Milis also stands out, the absolute center of faith and seat of the Milesian religion, recognized for centuries as the largest religious organization in the world. The building, with 4 floors, features an onion-shaped golden dome visible from virtually any point in the city. Its 4 courtyards symbolize the 4 seasons of the year. Besides these 2 main landmarks, the city hosts constructions common to other great continental capitals, a massive headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, refined restaurants, luxurious inns, and exotic marketplaces. The sacred city is organized into 4 main districts, the Adventurers District, the Sacred District, the Residential District, and the Commercial District. Atop one of the 7 magic towers, amid the biting wind and the subtle magical energy enveloping the structure, a man practiced fencing. His white and gold robes gleamed under the morning sun. He was middle-aged, with brown hair streaked with gray. Despite the scowl etched on his face, his technique was austere and refined. It was an inconvenient place to train. The magic towers were not designed for people to climb to their summits as in a traditional siege. There were no observation platforms, guards, or defined paths. They were colossal magical tools, true pillars of power. Climbing up there required either a magical item or pure physical strength. The Pope had used the former. His companion, the latter. A few steps away, motionless like an ivory statue, a knight in ivory-white armor watched in silence. His hand rested on the hilt of his sheathed sword, and his face was indiscernible behind his helmet, the White Knight. The Pope abruptly halted his training, panting and sweaty. He stared at the horizon in the direction where Tinaver should be located. Many times he had considered simply ordering an all-out attack on that city, but he always held back. He also restrained his men. After all, he knew something with absolute certainty, thanks to his divine visions. Taking Tinaver would be useless. Not even conquering the entire stretch of the Great Forest would matter. The key was Rigor Adoldia. The beast god needed to die. Only with his death would the crusade regain its meaning. Until then, the demons had the advantage. Like a swift, silent wraith, a new figure appeared near the tower's summit, hovering in the air. His armor was silver and gold, covered with hand-engraved symbols. He carried a massive sheathed sword, its guard shaped like a cross and its hidden blade almost 2 meters long. A navy blue cloak fluttered in the wind, a magical artifact, a flying cloak. The Pope, grimy, sweaty, and in a foul mood, said, "What do you want, Galgard?" The man hovered above the tower, motionless, his expression also hidden behind his helmet. The White Knight, beside the Pope, stiffened, ready to intervene at any sign of threat. The air seemed about to snap. Galgard's voice cut through the silence, cold and accusatory. "You told me everything was under control. You said the only vanguard point to suffer damage would be the one that faced the beast god." He glanced at the White Knight and then back at the Pope. "That's why I acceded to your demands and stayed in Militian. Cowardly hiding behind these towers." The Pope averted his gaze, sighing deeply. "We had unexpected complications. The disaster witch, Verdia Solarion, countered my divine vision with one of her own. She should have been eliminated before the return of the beast god. Now, the two of them together have become a thorn in our side." He raised his eyes to Galgard. "This operation was supposed to be a success. I admit my mistake. But I do not take responsibility for that foolish king trying to kill Rigor on his own. Worse, he dragged members of his own inner circle into that insanity." Galgard remained still for a moment, then spoke. "And the other fronts?" Lucius lowered his eyes, his voice heavy with frustration. "If the second division of the Iron Legion had been exterminated, and if the 2 generals who followed the king had fulfilled my original designs, the scales would be in our favor. The beast god would have abandoned all caution and attacked Militian without thinking. And at that moment, you would need to be here." He indicated the White Knight. "And him as well." He paused for a long moment. Then concluded. "But indeed, I failed at another thing." Galgard tilted his head slightly. "Oh. At what?" Lucius shot him an icy glance. "I should have eliminated all opposition within Milis before the war. I did what I could with the acceptance faction, but the king still stood in my way. That dying old man." Galgard interrupted. "Have a little more respect. He is still the king of this nation." The Pope sneered, not even hiding his contempt. "A king who drags his country to ruin is no true king." He turned back to the horizon, toward Tinevere. "Galgard, we are not in perfect agreement, I know that. But you know I want what is best for Milis. The rest of the country may be lost, but this war is far from over. With the arrogance of that golden-eyed demon, he will not leave Militian standing after taking the kingdom." The Pope gripped the sword's hilt. His expression was somber, resolute. "He will come. And at that moment, the fact that you followed my advice, of not having died a meaningless death on the front line, that will be worth it." Lucius activated the enchantment of a silver bracelet on his left arm. A faint glow enveloped his body. He cast one last glance at Galgard behind his helmet and declared with conviction. "The beast god will die in Militian. That, I guarantee." Then, he began to walk calmly along the tower's vertical wall, as if gravity ignored him completely, disappearing from view. The White Knight walked to the edge of the tower, stared at Galgard for a brief moment, without saying a word, and then jumped. His body sliced through the air in freefall, like a white arrow launched from the sky. Galgard remained floating beside the magic tower, his body firm and motionless. His cloak fluttering. His eyes were fixed on the misty horizon. There, far beyond what his eyes could truly see, lay Tinevere. Since the Church Order had managed to unify the kingdom of Milis, or at least forge a fragile alliance under the banner of a common enemy, many resources and hopes had been channeled in its direction. Galgard was the strongest among them all. Milis champion. The sword that hung over the Legion. The Church had spared no effort to make him as strong as possible. If it were not for the Iron Legion generals being so elusive, or for his own hesitation to kill them at the beginning of the conflict, he might already have defeated some of them. It was a war where mercy cost dearly, and he discovered that. Galgard did not see himself as so powerful. His fight against the Red Wolf years ago had shown him what it meant to face a true genius. But at that time, he believed Rigor was then 15 or 20 years behind in strength. And then, in just 6 years, he reached and surpassed him. The beast god was, without a doubt, far stronger than he. Without the artifacts, Galgard calculated himself to be an emperor-level warrior. A very high-level emperor, yes, but still below true god level. Something was missing. And for him, that something were the sacred artifacts. Guarded under 7 locks in the deepest vaults of Milis, accessible only to the highest figures of the order, were his armor, his sword, and his cloak. Together, these 3 treasures elevated him beyond human limits. They transcended him. Now, he was called the Divine Warrior. The silver and gold armor was charged with indestructible enchantments. The sword, with its cross-shaped guard, carried within its core a pure light, able to cut through mana itself. And the navy blue cloak, fluttering even without wind, was the key to his flight. With them, Galgard felt that perhaps one day he could aspire to become one of the 7 world powers, not that he desired it. But he had never met one of those figures, so he could not confirm. Still, he was certain of one thing: he was at god level. Divine warrior. But would that be an appropriate title for him? Galgard had his doubts. A divine warrior should not fight for such a sick cause. He should not soil himself in a war so devoid of meaning. Lamentable warrior. Perhaps that described him better. He lamented. He lamented not having forgiven Rigor for the horrors at the Joylore mansion. If he had shown compassion, perhaps the later conflicts could have been avoided or at least mitigated. He lamented not killing him while he was still young, and lamented that this thought crossed his mind. He lamented the indiscriminate hatred that the church high ranks held for demons and beast races. But all of that was now irrelevant. Now, he was at war. And there was no room for regrets. Galgard did not intend to allow Lucius Gallard to remain in power after the war. That much was clear in his mind. But, as the Pope himself had said moments before, internal conflicts would only weaken their chances. The Iron Legion was brutal and full of justified violence. But Milis soldiers were also swept up by a current of fanaticism and pride. At some point, both sides looked alike. And he had chosen his side. Lost in his thoughts, Galgard rose higher. His body streaked across the skies of the sacred capital like a reverse shooting star, gaining speed as he flew toward the heart of Melitian. His destination, the Magic King of Milis. That man would be responsible for maintaining control over the 7 magic towers that protected the city. A vital role. A responsibility that allowed no errors. Everything needed to be handled with perfection. Every detail. Every barrier. Every protocol. Time was a blade above their heads. And Galgard had no idea how much remained. How many days? Weeks? Hours? Until the Iron Legion planted its banners across the entire kingdom of Milis. He did not know. But he was absolutely certain of one thing. His family would not be here to witness the outcome. And, if Milis fell, he would not be alive to see the consequences. For Galgard, this war had no middle ground. It was victory, or disappearance from history. Walking among the ruins of the once imposing marble fort stood a tall man, with silver hair that reflected the sun like polished steel, intimidating golden eyes that glinted with intensity, and a white cloak that danced with the wind of destruction. His steps were silent, each seeming calculated. He stopped beneath the rubble of an ancient tower, or what remained of it. The shattered, burned stones formed a grotesque scar on the once majestic landscape. The sky, clear and indifferent, contrasted with what lay beneath it. The hot wind blew through the debris, carrying the smell of smoke, molten metal, and half-told stories. His eyes surveyed the surroundings, alert, and for a brief moment, a menacing spark flashed in his gaze. The threat he perceived may no longer have been there, but the memory of its presence still lingered in the air. An invisible mark left behind. I believe Avric Lorimea will never be born again in the marble fort. He murmured, his voice deep, contemplative, and slightly hostile. The words hung in the air like a belated prophecy. He stood there, stoic, for a few more seconds. Observing. Judging. Reflecting. Then, as silently as he had arrived, he turned and departed, leaving the ruins behind without another word. Without looking back, fading little by little among the shadows of the collapsed buildings. His thoughts and actions, a mystery to the entire world. Chapter 206, The Last Bastion. On a distant battlefield, far from the sacred halls and the floating towers, a brutal scene was unfolding on the attack route of the Iron Legion's 1st Vanguard Division. The sound of steel, cries of pain, and the smell of fresh blood dominated the air. Before a walled military citadel, with 8-meter-high ramparts and defended by Milis's knights and archers, the Iron Legion advanced with fury. Milis's defenders resisted bravely, their arrows flying like swarms and their spears holding the line. For a moment, it seemed that the mass of beasts, demons, and humans would be stopped by the small fortress. The Milesian commanders exchanged confident glances, they believed this might finally be the chance to halt the enemy army's advance. But then, from among the trees, 2 figures emerged with terrifying speed. They passed the Legion's soldiers like dark blurs and, with a single powerful leap, vaulted over the wall. They were 2 enormous ebony wolves. Upon one rode the small red-haired dwarf, Rufus, wielding a massive hammer. Upon the other was the beastly half-deer Garrison, his serene eyes and silver spear gleaming in the sun. The collision was blood-soaked. Skoll, the wolf ridden by Garrison, sank his fangs into the enemy's armor and, with claws sharp as swords, tore apart all in his path. In one bound, Garrison separated from the wolf and landed inside the citadel, spinning his spear and unleashing a massacre among Melis's unsuspecting soldiers. Every thrust was lethal, every strike carved a bloody void in the defense line. Meanwhile, Rufus also jumped from Jerry. The wolf itself was already a force of destruction, tearing armor and crushing skulls with its paws. Contrary to expectations, Rufus did not immediately join the fray. Instead, he turned to the wall with a silent smile and murmured, "Earthbreaker." His hammer struck the ground with devastating force. Shockwaves spread out, cracking the earth into deep fissures. Columns of earth rose like the arms of the very land, smashing against the base of the wall. With a deafening crash, the citadel's foundations gave way. The wall began to collapse, and a cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. Before the debris had even finished falling, a new figure emerged from the shadows, leaping among the ruins. Their arrival was heralded by a magical howl that reverberated throughout the fortress, a powerful howling magic. The mental impact on Melis's soldiers was immediate. Stunned, many fell to their knees as they were struck by the potent bestial magic. And then, the true advance began. As the wall crumbled, dozens of legionaries stormed through the wreckage with terrifying synchronicity. They employed abilities so diverse and deadly that Melis's crusaders could only describe the sight as the apocalypse itself. Chantless magic was unleashed from every direction. Techniques from the three schools of swordsmanship, as well as beast, dwarf, elven, and demonic combat styles, turned the citadel into a whirlwind of destruction. The Iron Legion was a monstrous entity, and in that moment, it seemed an unstoppable force. Garrison charged like a battering ram, his spear spinning in deadly circles, felling everything in his path. Rufus, having ensured the structure's collapse, advanced cautiously across the field, crushing any remaining resistance with his powerful earth magic. Within minutes, the fortress had been conquered. But that was only the beginning. A city lay close by, a Milesian settlement protected only by a 2-meter-high wall. It was now practically undefended, its military citadel in ruins. Guards still stood watch at the gates, and the local lord, with his entourage, waited outside. He knew there was nothing more to be done. His city could not withstand the Iron Legion. It was not the first time this had happened on Milesian soil. The lord was well aware of the fate awaiting those who fought the inevitable. Rufus, as commander of the detachment, was supposed to receive the city's surrender in person. Instead, he sent one of his feral subordinates. He himself turned silently to tend to his wounded soldiers, casting healing spells without chanting. Before the sun fully disappeared below the horizon, the Iron Legion's banner was already fluttering over the small city. Relations were established with the local leaders, and veteran legionaries were left to guard the city against future threats, as well as to maintain order. The detachment, having rested and reinforced its ranks, departed again at dawn, bound for its next target. Elsewhere on another battlefield, across a vast open plain, the sky was overcast with heavy clouds and the air charged with the smell of iron and dust. A detachment of the Iron Legion's 3rd Vanguard Division faced a powerful Milesian force. The confrontation had lasted for hours, and the battlefield was scarred with craters, shattered weapons, and bodies from both sides. At the center of the Legion's formation, Rigger's father, Hantara Doldia, one of the most feared beast warriors, dueled a water saint of Melis. They were shadows in motion, too fast for ordinary soldiers to follow. Hantar used his agility as a shield, dodging mere centimeters from the blade that flowed like a river in his opponent's hands. His claws glittered, delivering precise cuts perilously close to his opponent's arteries. The clash was a true spectacle of strength and speed, an impasse that held everyone's attention. But stalemates do not last forever. Emerging like a wraith from the midst of the troops, a feral of intimidating appearance sliced across the battlefield like a blade through flesh. Wielding a black sword, he advanced like a reaper. Executing the longsword of light technique, a gleaming, clean cut, he passed through the Milesian soldiers as if they weren't there. The black sheen of the sword was the last thing the water saint saw before his head rolled across the ground, severed by a single blow. This was Doldia, the first sword saint to emerge from the great forest after Rigger. His eyes met Hunter's for a brief second, a steady look, charged with recognition. Without words, the two beast warriors advanced like hurricanes through the Milesian ranks, carving a path with precise, brutal, and graceful strikes. Their movements were fluid, almost choreographed, as if they had replayed this battle dozens of times in their minds. The Legion, seeing them in action, found renewed vigor. The legionaries roared in unison, and the offensive's momentum multiplied. The Milesian formations, which had until then held firm, began to crumble before the avalanche bearing down on them. Victory came like a wave, inevitable, overwhelming. Throughout Melis's territory, similar scenes repeated themselves. The last pockets of resistance, scattered in smaller fortresses, walled towns, and makeshift battlefields, were methodically crushed by the Iron Legion's elite. Combined units of ferals, demonic mages, elven archers, human warriors, and heavily armed dwarves advanced as a single, relentless organism. Wherever the Legion passed, only the silence of surrender or the echo of destruction remained. The remaining Milesian forces that were neither defeated nor captured sought refuge behind the barriers of the sacred capital, Milesian. Weeks passed, and the Iron Legion's dominion over Meles became more symbolic than combative. No army dared raise arms again. The noble houses that had remained neutral during the conflicts now surrendered peacefully, many sending delegations with white flags even before the legionary troops arrived. In the conquered towns, few protested against the new administration, thanks to the strict rules Rigor had imposed on his troops. Of course, there were some exceptions, but they were swiftly resolved. The presence of dozens of veteran, well-trained, and highly organized legionaries was enough to maintain order, and, in many cases, security. It was not that the people of Meles welcomed the occupation, they simply saw no alternative. The Iron Legion's reputation spread like wildfire. Its relentless advance, the strength of its leaders, and the overwhelming diversity of its troops made any resistance futile. Ordinary soldiers did not wish to fight monsters, beasts, and warriors who embodied their worst nightmares. And so, little by little, the rest of the continent began to turn its attention to Milesian. The last bastion. The jewel of Milesian faith. The city where the Pope resided, the elite forces, the sacred priests, and, above all, the divine warrior, the Church of Meles' sword. There were those who still believed Milesian would never fall. After all, the city had withstood sieges for centuries, protected by its walls, its sacred charms, and its indestructibility. History had given them reason, until now. But even those certainties were beginning to crack. The Iron Legion now approached the sacred city, step by step. Its commanders were names both feared and respected. Its soldiers, figures of legend or newly exalted through the blood, sweat, and glory won in this war. The annals of history recorded each new feat, each city taken, each army shattered. As Meles' conquest spread smoothly across the territory, a new feeling took root in the hearts of allies and enemies alike, doubt. Would Milesian fall? And if it did, what would remain of the old sacred kingdom? The last barrier stubbornly standing before Milesian was the Silver Heart Knight. Even after being defeated and forced to retreat by Greta and Eris, the men showed impressive resilience. He was, indeed, a difficult foe to kill. He managed to gather a new force from his remaining troops and, employing guerrilla tactics against Greta, momentarily put her in a defensive position. The Silver Heart Knight sought an honorable duel with the Demon King. It was clear his strategy was to weaken the Legion's strength without sacrificing more soldiers, a rational but desperate gambit. Greta, of course, continuously refused his proposals, keeping the strategic advantage in terms of troops and resources. Still, the pursuit became a tedious hunt, a game of cat and mouse between two powers. But everything changed with the arrival of one variable. On that day, for the first time, Greta agreed to the duel with good grace. The current scene was a ruined castle, consumed by the devastation of war and the very blows of the combatants. Cracked rocks, collapsed walls, and shattered pillars bore witness to the ferocity of the clash. Both warriors were covered in blood but remained standing, still determined. Greta was missing an arm. Numerous lacerations marred her marble-black skin like lines on a map of pain. A deep scar crossed her lower back, threatening to expose her internal organs, yet she smiled, holding her opponent by the neck with her only remaining hand. Blood trickled down her arm as she laughed. Ha 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 ha. It's hard to find an old human with such spirit these days. The knight let out a hoarse groan, his body barely holding together. Ha! I almost got you. I nearly killed you. That would have been my final great victory. Greta let him drop. She limped to a corner to recover her halberd, her arm still spurting blood. Actually, she said, chuckling, you never stood a chance. The old knight on the ground raised his eyes with difficulty. What? Greta, gripping her halberd, pointed to the top of one of the partially ruined towers. Ha 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 ha. You didn't even notice my guardian angel watching us the whole time. Ha 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 ha. The knight's gaze drifted to the tower. There, standing in absolute silence, was Rigor. His golden eyes glowed like embers in the stone's darkness. His silver hair billowed in the wind. He had been there all along, invisible even to the keenest eyes thanks to his Tuki concealment, merely observing. It was only at that moment, in the last seconds of his life, that the knight realized, his death had been sealed the instant Greta accepted the duel. The halberd came down. A clean cut. The head of the old man rolled away, his gaze still confused even in death. Rigor sighed, descending from the tower as lightly as a shadow. All right, Greta. You had your fight. Greta smiled, breathing heavily. Yes, good to shake off the rust. Ha ha ha. I have to challenge that green-haired brat again. Rigor approached, assessing her condition. Then he placed his hand on her shoulder and, with his chantless magic, began to heal her. First, he relocated and regenerated her lost arm. Then, the deeper wounds, including the one on her lower back, began to close. Meanwhile, Rigor could not help but admire once more the demon's absurd resilience. Greta had fought nearly to the death, yet now laughed as if she'd taken a strong drink. As he turned to leave, Greta called out, "Hey, beast god." Rigger paused and looked over his shoulder. Greta, now more serious, said, "We all have some secrets. Some more than others. Verdia hides a few, but I'm sure they're for a good reason. So, be patient with her, okay?" Rigger raised an eyebrow, but the Demon King had already turned her back and disappeared down the castle corridors. Upon exiting, Rigger found Lysena waiting for him. Her expression was firm, but there was a subtle gleam of admiration in her eyes, which she tried to hide. "Report," she said, handing him a parchment with the army's latest advances and the tactical objectives for the next phase. Rigger read it quickly, asked a few questions, and then thanked her with a sincere smile. "Good work, Lysena." She nodded, serious, but a faint blush rose to her cheeks before she turned and left. Rigger looked to the horizon. The front line was basically decided. Now, only one thing remained, the final siege of Militian. And, after breaching several fortified cities with powerful barriers, he was already forming some ideas on how to take that indestructible city. Chapter 207, Leader Decapitation Tactic. Surprisingly, things turned out far better than expected after an initial bloody clash. After breaking through Mili's line of defense, there were a few other complications, of course, but nothing truly worrisome. Any noble house, merchant organization, or military institute remaining outside Militian surrendered or was crushed by the Iron Legion. There was resistance, yes, and fierce battles, but no position managed to hold back the Legion's merciless advance for long. In some regions, the mere shadow of one of the divisions approaching was enough to prompt an immediate surrender. Of course, the war was not without heavy casualties. In a conflict of this magnitude, expecting a clean conquest was unthinkable. Many fell, including some important names who now could only be remembered by the living. But in the big picture, the Legion's advance was unstoppable and irresistible, sweeping through the sacred territory like a well-coordinated storm. The Iron Legion's main leaders and strategists, Rigger, Verdia, and Taze, still did not fully understand the High Command's mindset within the Church of Miles. But it was clear that losing 5 or 6 generals, with the army completely defeated in open field, was not part of their plans. This exposed that there were certainly limitations in the so-called divine visions of Pope Lucio's Gallard. After all, under his command, a large-scale ambush had been ordered against the 2nd Vanguard Division. However, that order failed in its intent. The division, thanks to one of its generals, Verdia, perceived the signs in advance and intercepted the attackers with fury, turning the ambush back on its authors. Another unexpected act was the autonomous maneuver of the King of Miles, who, in a desperate gesture, attempted to organize the assassination of the beast god. That act, however, resulted in the capture of 2 high-ranking generals at Rigger's hands. When he left the marble fort, he left them confined within a god-level barrier, sealed with an exclusive magical code. Naturally, Rigger ordered that the nearest division retrieve them as soon as possible, delivering the magical code to deactivate the barrier. Thus, a few days later, the 1st Division reached the fortress ruins, deactivated the barrier, and officially took the generals as prisoners of war. They were not mistreated, however, despite being prisoners of war. Only their freedom was restricted. What Rigger did not yet know was that his decision to send someone to fetch them was even more astute than he could imagine. A highly unpredictable being had visited that place shortly after the 1st Division's withdrawal. Had the 2 generals still been imprisoned there at that moment, the results would have been hard to fathom. The campaign lasted a full 4 months. That was already considered very rapid, given the extensive territory of the Kingdom of Miles. Each division followed its pre-established route, traversing the country with agility and resolve, eliminating resistance and consolidating the occupation with discipline. At the end of that period, except for the contingents that remained stationed at strategic points to ensure order and maintain diplomatic relations with the surrendered regions, all the Iron Legion's divisions began their gradual movement toward Militian. The final siege was approaching. Rigger obviously did not remain idle during those months. He understood better than most how dangerous proper preparation is in a conflict, especially when magic is involved. Both he and the Iron Legion had already experienced the bitterness of invading fortresses protected by unforeseen magical circles. It was dangerous knowledge, and considering that Pope Lucios had encouraged the Iron Legion to invade Militian from the outset, it was reasonable to assume that he trusted in their ability to confine or even kill the beast god. Of course, that did not prevent Rigger from learning from his own challenges. In addition to maintaining his regular training, he devoted himself to developing a new ability, something that could make this siege 2 or even 3 times easier than it would be if he simply stormed Militian without proper planning. And, with the little time he had, he refined this technique to the utmost. That is, if the assault was truly to be a siege. Rigger was growing increasingly doubtful about invading Militian with a full army. From the start, he had begun to consider the possibility of assaulting it with an elite group, no more than 50 fighters. Aside from the fact that a huge barrier covered the sacred capital, it was also surrounded by a lake, hindering the advance of a large-scale army. Moreover, they would likely be targets of large-scale spells, which would cause many unnecessary casualties. Of course, invading with a small group also posed its own difficulties, but Rigger believed that this was the best strategic option. Still, before making a final decision, he needed to hear his commander's opinions. Outside Militian, still at some distance, an intimidating spectacle was taking shape as the days passed. The Iron Legion's vanguard divisions arrived one by one, each victorious after countless conflicts. The 2nd Division, commanded by Verdia and Ghislaine. The 3rd, led by Taze and Larav. The 4th, by Greta, the Demon King. And alongside them, the Dragon Knight, Eris. The only one still yet to arrive was the 1st Division, under the command of North Emperor Ornthorn and Killian. Both sides knew that a massive battle was imminent. And yet, neither struck first. The soldiers stationed in Militian refrained from attacking, knowing they stood no chance in direct combat with the Legion. Their armies were in ruins, their generals mostly defeated or dead. Numerical superiority, command advantage, all had vanished. All they retained was the advantage of terrain. And to attack outside Militian would mean certain death. Rigger alone could annihilate thousands with his magic and divine speed. For the same reason, the Iron Legion had not advanced. Storming the sacred city by sheer force was folly. The course of action would be decided by the generals, strategists, and the beast god himself. The tension in the air was palpable. Some of the demonic and bestial races, naturally eager for combat, struggled to contain their impulses. The human, elf, and dwarf races maintained greater restraint, though not always. Eris was living proof of this, representing humans with an intensity that rivaled any demon. With no immediate enemies in sight, the Iron Legion amused themselves with friendly duels. There were several level saint healers, some capable of casting healing magic without chanting, and though the fights were intense, they were not to the death. Eris fought against various warriors, defeating them all with her relentless speed, until Greta stepped into the arena. The duel between the Demon King and the Dragon Knight was something present that none would ever forget. Their movements were so fast that ordinary eyes could not follow. The power they displayed left fissures and craters in the ground. In the end, Greta won. But only because it was not a fight to the death. The contest was so fierce that predicting the outcome in real combat would have been impossible. Still, Eris was dissatisfied with her defeat and began training immediately. Rigger, as always, was more than happy to comfort her after her loss. And after that, he himself challenged Greta to a friendly duel and won with a single violent strike, a feat that drew smiles and tense glances among those present. Everyone made a mental note never to cross the beast god's wives in the future. Taze also showed interest in dueling Greta. Of course, not everyone took part in the fights. Many trained, planned, or reinforced strategies. The Iron Legion's camp was a gigantic structure, with collective power rising to the heavens as the troops assembled. Eris soon returned to the combat arena with renewed enthusiasm. The siege had not yet begun, but the atmosphere was one of imminent war. The entire world was watching. One day, at last, the 1st Division, under the command of North Emperor Ornthorn, arrived. Their arrival was met with a mixture of tension, fear, and anticipation for what was to come. A meeting was convened exclusively among the generals immediately upon their arrival. Gathered in the main tent were Ghislaine, Eris, Ornthorn, Greta, Taze, Killian, Larav, Verdia, and Rigger. The meeting began almost immediately after everyone had arrived. After hearing everyone's ideas, Ornthorn spoke. Invading Militian with 50 men is madness. We would be abandoning the immense advantage we gained by winning the open field war. Verdia refuted him calmly. But what Rigger said has merit. After all, the Pope did not bother to evacuate civilians from Militian. That could be both to restrain Rigger from his large-scale magic and a trap for when the Legion's armies enter the city. Greta agreed. Yes, humans excel at tortuous tactics. Let us not forget that. We may have superiority in troop numbers, but we also have superiority in elites. The decapitation tactic will serve us. Of course, that presumes the beast god can kill the divine warrior. She looked at Rigger, and everyone did the same. Rigger nodded expressionlessly. I can. He looked at the map of Militian before him. What worries me is not their individual forces, but the 7 magic towers. I'm certain I'll be forced to confront Galgard when we invade. Perhaps several of them will attack me at once. So someone will need to take responsibility for destroying the towers or, at the very least, killing the magic king who controls them. Taze replied. I suggest sending Ladies Ghislaine, Greta, and Verdia for that. He looked at Rigger and explained his logic. Lady Ghislaine has the magical power eye and will be able to identify magical traps. And Greta and Verdia have extensive knowledge of magic and magical circles in general. Moreover, we will still have enough firepower to deal with the hundreds of knights from the noble houses. Everyone thought for a moment and seemed to agree. Then Verdia spoke. So, we agree that this will not be a common siege but rather a small troop attack. Most nodded. Only Larav and Ornthorn did not seem so convinced, but the majority decided. They continued discussing various things, targets, attack districts, battlefields. But in the end, no plan would be absolute. Battle confusion generally threw all plans to the wind, especially in engagements of this scale. They could only prepare for as many unforeseen events as possible. It was at some point that Eris, who rarely spoke in this type of meeting, surprisingly said, what will we do if they use the giant light sword that cuts continents? Some smiled at her words. There was certainly a legend about Saint Mealy splitting the continent in two. Some thought she was joking. But Eris was serious. And, like her, Rigger, Verdia, and Greta were also serious. The rest seemed to grasp the atmosphere. Taze asked, confused. That's just a legend, right? They can't do that, can they? Rigger thought deeply. He had not considered that possibility. Surely, Saint Mealy's was an extraordinary figure in history. His deeds were so great that a religion was built around him. The most detailed description of that memorable clash was in the religion's Bible. Saint Mealy's is depicted as having to channel the devastating strike while his allies held off the invasion and bought time. And in the end, the blow cut the Demon King who was at Zantport and created the Holy Sword Highway across the Great Forest. Which indicated that it was most likely a magic. Probably a spell from the Divine Attack School. The point was there anything preventing Galgard from attempting something similar? Perhaps on a smaller scale, but still potentially devastating. Shockingly, Eris's words were, in fact, more serious than everything else discussed up to that point. An attack of that magnitude would likely kill even Rigger if he were hit directly. Rigger replied. We don't know whether they can or not. Faced with an extinction-level threat, Mealy's elders will pull out all the stops. We cannot underestimate them. Everyone grew serious at his words. And Rigger continued, a smile appearing on his face. However, you have me, I have my own version of a giant light sword, if they want to try it, and you are stronger than they are. With this group assembled, what I aim for is not just victory. I want an absolute victory. That is what we are going to achieve. He looked at all those present with flames in his eyes. They all reacted in mixed ways, seriousness, determination, and some who were carefree and confident. Rigger gave the final order. Gather the 100 warriors, we depart immediately. Chapter 208, The Century in Flames. The Iron Legion's military camp was in flames. Not because of an enemy attack, but rather the flame of expectation, fervor, and resolution that set the warriors' hearts ablaze. A decision had been made by their leaders. The Beast God and his generals had decided that the siege of Malishan would not be carried out with a large-scale invasion. There would be no sea of soldiers crossing the lake and trying to smash the divine barriers by brute force. Instead, it would be a century, 100 hand-picked warriors. 100 out of thousands. And this small force, commanded by the Beast God himself, would pave the way for the army. It was a suicide mission for any ordinary group to storm the holy city with 100 men. But definitely not for them. At the center of the camp, gathered around a vast, roaring bonfire, the Legion's generals convened to discuss the names. The selection process was neither voluntary nor anything of the sort. The chosen would come from the generals who led them. After all, each of those combatants had been led and shaped by these generals during the long months of campaign. They knew not only their subordinates' techniques and power, but their hearts, their weaknesses, and their true capabilities. Several names emerged among the flames of the recent war. Besides the generals themselves, there were many promising young warriors standing out in the Iron Legion. Eris, the Red Lioness, wife of the Beast God, whose power and speed left trails of destruction wherever she went. Rufus, the Earthbreaker, the fiery-haired dwarf with eyes of flame who could shatter walls with a single earth spell. Lysena, the Winter Wolf, calm, precise, cold as ice, and a mage more than exceptional, a strategist and relentless hunter. The Beast Princesses Linnea and Persina, both skilled magical swordswomen, one focused more on defense and support, the other fierce and a natural attacker. Garrison, the Silent Deer, whose spear style was a silent dance of death, terrorizing the enemy's flanks. And among them was also a new name. Zhao. The boy of the Leopard tribe, the same one saved by Rigger while he passed through Ameli's military camp. Now, at only 12 years old, he was called the Hissing Sword. He did not yet possess a saint's strength, but his movement was so fast that the very air hissed in his wake. He had become, like Rufus, Linnea, and Persina, a symbol promising prosperity to the future of the Great Forest. There were also older warriors, like Hantar and Wazadoldia. Several experienced and strong fighters like them were also summoned. As the names were called, one by one, the 100 took shape. A group of warriors and fighters that comprised an absolute elite. Some veterans, others prodigies. All marked by the war with conviction, now preparing for the final clash. To be one of the 100 meant far more than participating in a mission. It was to write one's name in the annals of history, to fight alongside the Beast God, and perhaps witness the end of an era. Or the beginning of a new one. Everyone knew they were heading into one of the most brutal confrontations ever recorded. And yet, none of them hesitated. Ornthorn was seated on a high rock, positioned at the edge of a rocky elevation, from which much of the Iron Legion's military camp could be observed. His eyes attentively scanned every movement below in silence, his colossal 3-meter-long golden sword resting heavily in his lap. But beyond that, his gaze was fixed on one specific point. In the distance, isolated in its own area of the camp, sat the Demon King Greta, perched on an improvised tree-trunk chair. It was then that Rufus, the Earthbreaker, silently approached behind the North Emperor. The young dwarf, freshly turned 13, was one of the 100 chosen by Ornthorn for the mission. He was accompanied by his enormous ebony wolf, Jerry. They had fought together in the 1st Vanguard Division, and the Emperor knew well the strength Rufus hid. It was especially remarkable the absurd things he could do with earth magic. The dwarf stopped beside Ornthorn, crossing his arms and following his gaze. "Are you going to talk to her?" Rufus asked casually, a smirk at the corner of his lips. Ornthorn arched an eyebrow without taking his eyes off Greta. "Who are you talking about?" he retorted dryly. Rufus let out a little chuckle, shaking his head. "She seems interested. I believe beating her up as soon as you arrived in Mealy's left a lasting impression." Immediately, a vein popped in the Emperor's forehead. He clenched his teeth and replied in a low, almost growling tone. "Shut up, brat." Before he could continue, a sudden voice interrupted them, coming from nowhere, as if the very air had spoken. "Don't worry, Ornthorn. She's only 10 times your age." Both of them spun around in a jump, hearts racing. There stood Rigger, standing beside them with that calm smile on his face, as if he had been there the whole time. His golden eyes shone with amusement, and his hand affectionately stroked Jerry's head, who was beside Rufus. Ornthorn let out a frustrated sigh, exasperated. "Only 10 times. I see." He shook his head. "I'll talk to her. But it's not proper to court a lady during war, is it?" Rigger shrugged, still petting the wolf. "On the contrary. Greta will leave the continent as soon as this war ends. This might be your only chance." Ornthorn frowned, thoughtful. Rufus spoke with a mocking smile. "I don't know if that would work, but you could ask her to stay another 10 or 20 years. Who knows? Maybe she'd accept, thinking it's no big deal." He laughed, and Rigger joined in with a hearty laugh. "Hey, that might even work. She's 800, what are another 10 or 20 years? And since you're at it, recruit her into the Legion too." Ornthorn shot them both a dry look, visibly annoyed. "I'd beat you both up right now if Rigger weren't so absurdly stronger than me." The three of them laughed together, the relaxed atmosphere contrasting with the tension of the eve of battle. Then Ornthorn asked casually, "What are the chances of this invasion succeeding?" Rigger didn't hesitate, his voice was firm. "If there's no external interference, I'm certain it will be a victory." Rufus was surprised by the beast god's confidence, but Ornthorn slowly turned and said, "But you want an absolute victory, right?" Rigger smiled. "Yes, that is more difficult to achieve." It was then that his eyes caught sight of something in the distance. He turned slightly, pointing to a figure training near a rock formation, a warrior practicing longsword strikes. "That one there, is he one of the 100 you chose?" Ornthorn followed his gaze and nodded. "Jetu Sand. A North Saint. Ex-mercenary. Competent warrior. He's been in my division throughout the campaign, he's very good at what he does, why? What about him?" Rigger kept smiling. "Nothing. I'll be right back." And with a sudden shift of air and a silver glint in his eyes, he vanished as if he had never been there, leaving the two behind, exchanging confused looks. They would probably have to get used to the beast god's sudden disappearances. Jetu Sand was a melee spy. His role was to infiltrate the Iron Legion's inner command circle and then wait patiently for information that could be decisive for his country's fate. And he waited. With coldness, calm, and dedication. But until the moment the beast god appeared, he had had no time to pass on any relevant information. He was under the scrutiny of the North Emperor and the Silent Reaper, Killian, the whole time. This was because, even among so many warriors, he was a North Saint, a title that in itself attracted attention. Thus, Jetu could state with a certain dark pride that he had spectacularly failed in his original mission. Not only did he fail to report anything that truly mattered, but he led companies that massacred soldiers of his own country. And worse still, amid the destruction and chaos, he formed friendships, even if false. He met men and women worthy of respect. He heard stories, forged bonds, and no matter how much he knew it was all a facade, he couldn't deny the weight of living alongside them. He did manage to obtain useful information, it's true, but what could he do with it? Write to Meles, the beast god is coming. Choose a god and start praying. The Iron Legion's advance was overwhelming, unstoppable, they were a tactical, magical, and strategic abomination. Was there any way to stop them? Jetu doubted it. Time passed, and he waited for that right moment to act. That moment never arrived. Instead, he received a new title, the Sand Serpent. And he saw his fame grow. His abilities, his tactical command, his ferocity in combat, all were real. He was not an impostor in technique or strength. He was merely a man with a mission. A mission that became ever more confusing as the days went by. Now, he had been chosen as one of the 100 to participate in the direct invasion of Militian. 100 elite warriors to pierce the heart of a nation. And Jetu didn't know what to do anymore. Should he really betray these people who, after all, had welcomed and respected him? He had living family in Meles. His story for joining the Legion was fictitious, but what prevented him from surviving, rescuing his family after the war, and living under this new identity? If the beast god hadn't discovered it until now, perhaps he never would. That was the key. The choice was made. If the Legion proved superior in this invasion, he would not betray them. He would become, in fact, Jetu Sand, the respected commander acclaimed as the Sand Serpent. The moment he made that decision, he stood up. And froze. There, a few meters away, the beast god was staring at him. Standing. Smiling. And exuding an oppressive, intense aura. Jetu froze. And after a few eternal seconds, he spoke, swallowing hard. Be beast god. To what do I owe this visit? He was sweating profusely, and he thanked the gods that this was considered common in the Legion. Everyone got tense around Rigor. Even among allies, fear was a constant. This was his advantage, he was always calm, controlled. He knew how to lie with a clean face. He knew how to conceal intentions. But now, due to the surprise, his mask had cracked. Rigor observed him in silence. And then, simply said with a smile. You are Jetu. The Sand Serpent. Jetu tried to maintain composure. He laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, people have started calling me that, it's an honor that you know my name. Rigor nodded. You seem to be doing very well here. Ornthorn spoke highly of you. A skilled warrior. Do you want some reward, Jetu? The spy's mind raced as he pondered why the beast god was speaking to him. His thoughts went in many directions, but to his horror, only one made sense. He knows. He knew from the start. Every cell in Jetu's body told him he was thoroughly screwed. But his expression remained steady. And he answered, serenely. No, Lord. It's enough to fight for the Legion. Rigor watched him in silence. Then, simply said with a smile. All right then. Good luck in battle. And he vanished into the air. Without sound, without a trace. Jetu remained there, seated, motionless, cold sweat running down his back. And thought. I'm going to die of high blood pressure. Some time later, the 100 were ready. Gathered. Divided into 5 groups of 20 warriors. The Iron Legion's finest fighters. Without prior warning, Rigor appeared among them with a wild dash. And his voice echoed. You know what to do. He smiled. A wild, confident, brilliant smile. Now, let's bring down a secular nation. And then, like lightning, Rigor dashed toward Militian, and behind him, the 100 followed. Chapter 209, 209, The Purest Warrior, the Most Feared Creature. The sun shone high in the sky, pouring its light over the vast plain surrounding Militian. The city seemed to gleam under the noonday heat, its white, immaculate structures reflecting the light as if fashioned by the hands of a god. It was an almost divine sight, as if magic ran through every wall of that city. And for some of them, it was true. But today, the divinity of that landscape would be put to the test. Rigor thundered ahead of his entire host. Each of the 100 warriors following him could run faster than a horse, some were even swifter than the fastest sports cars of Rigor's previous world. Yet none could compare to his speed. He was like a blur, a thunderbolt of flesh and bone cutting across the plain toward the divine barrier protecting the sacred city. Rigor had brought 100 warriors with him, but there was one undeniable fact: none of them could breach the city if he did not shatter first the barrier sealing Militian. In terms of pure military power, Rigor was convinced he could take Militian alone. Defeating Galgard, the White Knight, and the Magic King simultaneously. Perfectly viable. To him, the Saints of Milis were nothing more than cannon fodder. Even the knights composing the hundreds of defenders did not represent a worthy obstacle. If it were a straight fight to the death, he would win. But an invasion was not that simple. 3 variables still made Milis dangerous to him. The first was the coordinated use of multiple mages and priests to cast high-level spells. Even Rigor, powerful as he was, could not ignore an emperor or god-level magic. Such assaults could injure him, perhaps even kill him. The second variable was the various containment barriers. Barriers that blocked escape, magic, senses, there was every kind of defensive magical mechanism. If a god-level barrier that blocked magic were used, he would be forced to fight only with his strength and swordsmanship techniques. Still, he was almost certain melees would not deploy that this time, for many of their strategies depended on large-scale magics. The third variable was magical items and tools, both the 7 magic towers and the magic items equipping their warriors. An artifact with the right effect could pose a threat even to him. That was why bringing companions who could eliminate these threats in open space for him would be far more effective, allowing him to focus only on the strongest. After all, Rigger had survived until now trusting his instincts. And now, as he approached Malishan, he felt a real sense of danger for the first time in a long while. He wielded Tsukikage, his blade crackled with lightning. Energy coursed through the metal, sharpening it, accumulating mana to an insane level. As he crossed the plain, it was as if a living lightning bolt ran across the world. Each of his steps left fissures in the ground, trails marked by the unbridled nature of electricity. The barrier lay just ahead. Invisible, yet clearly perceptible to those with keen senses. A magical dome conjured by the magic towers to seal the city. Just behind it, a bridge guarded by 2 sentinels. They raised their blades in a symbolic gesture of resistance, but they knew they were doomed. Rigger clenched his muscles and fortified himself with Tuki. Then he activated Wild Dash, the signature technique of the beast god style. The world around him fell silent as he broke the sound barrier. The movement was so violent it left a veil of destruction in its wake. And then, he collided with the barrier. In an instant, a blue flash filled the entire field. For a moment, it was brighter than the sun. Lightning streaked across the magical dome of Malishan, slashing the air like serpents of light. And then came the impact. The 2 guards barely had time to strike with their blades. The lightning's force reduced them to ashes. The bridge exploded at the epicenter of destruction, and the magic dome shattered like glass. Tsukikage's cut pierced the barrier, but it was the chain lightning that destroyed it completely. Windows in Malishan shattered in every direction. Civilians hidden in underground shelters were deafened by the electromagnetic wave that traveled through metal, posts, armor, and everything conductive. It was a mystical scene, even for a world where magic was commonplace. Lightning Gash was the spell that converted lightning to enhance the blade's cutting power. It also had a shocking effect that ignored Tuki's defenses. But now, elevated to god level to breach a high-tier magical barrier, it seemed something else entirely. A miracle of destruction. And Rigger did not stop. Even after the impact, he strode through the barrier's remnants as if nothing had happened. Like a blazing comet, he entered the city of Malishan. Moments before the impact, 3 men stood on the balcony of the White Palace. 2 wore religious ceremonial robes, adorned with golden embroidery and sacred symbols. The middle-aged man in the center held the papal scepter, a decorative piece radiating a magical aura as sharp as the sword at his waist. He was Lucius Gallard, the current Pope of Milis. His expression was firm, his eyes carrying an almost inflexible determination. To his right stood an elderly man, gentle features sculpted by age and white hair neatly arranged beneath a simple crown. Despite his kind appearance, his face was clouded by sorrow and disappointment. He was Farnell J. Meles, the king of Milis. He let out a heavy sigh, his gaze fixed on the distant city. The other old man, dressed in pompous bishop's attire, snorted in disdain at the king's sigh. "Why are you sighing now, Farnell?" His voice was harsh, laden with accusation. "None of this would have happened if you had been firmer when you were younger. That soft-hearted Harry infected you with perverse empathy for those abominable beings." This was Cardinal LeBlanc MC Farlin, the second most powerful man in Milis and ardent defender of the demon race's expulsion faction. The king looked at him with weary eyes and replied. "That too would have been avoided if we'd had nothing against these abominables to begin with." "That goes directly against the teachings of Saint Meles, and you know it," retorted the cardinal sharply, his words cutting and threatening. King Farnell remained silent. Not because he had nothing to say, but because he knew any argument would be useless against this lunatic. Now the church held the true power. His reign, though official, no longer conferred the authority of a true king. Yet his position still allowed some influence, and if it were up to him, the acceptance faction would have had his support from the start. However, as king, he was forced to remain neutral, which had worked for nearly his entire reign. But now he deeply regretted that neutrality. Had he openly supported Harry Grimoire when conflicts rose, perhaps the current holy war would never have erupted, perhaps his realm would not be on the brink of collapse. But the past could not be changed. Still, the animosity between Farnell and LeBlanc was clear. Their clashes were constant, but by convenience and political pressure, their disputes had never directly affected the power structure during the war. The disaster at the Marble Fortress sealed the king's fate, his meager influence dissolved completely after his failed attempt to assassinate the beast god. His most loyal general had been captured, and thousands of soldiers were lost. Since then, Farnell was truly only a decorative piece on the political chessboard. Cardinal LeBlanc cast a look of contempt at the king before turning to Pope Lucius. "What are our chances, Lucius?" Lucius kept his brow furrowed, eyes fixed on the open field before the city gates. The White Knight, always by his side, was absent, a fact that spoke volumes about their level of preparedness. The ambush against the beast god required every trump card Milis still possessed. According to him, said Lucios in a somber tone, our chances are middling. He paused, eyes narrowing as he watched the Legion of Iron Century begin its deadly run toward the city. Rigor was in the lead, charging like lightning. That damned elven witch can make predictions, but there's also the possibility that the beast god himself reacts to these new threats. That would invalidate the element of surprise and change his course of action. LeBlanc frowned, displeased. Lucios continued. In any case, we'll have only 2 chances to kill him. Fortunately, as we hoped, he invaded with only 1 century. Better yet would have been if he'd come alone, but this is already a victory. The White Knight will stop them, and the magic towers will annihilate them. It was at that moment that a brutal flash tore across the sky. A thunderous roar shook the air. The 3 of them gasped as they saw the divine barrier pierced by the beast god's assault. Lightning raced across the invisible dome of the city with catastrophic force. The barrier quivered, shone blue, and then shattered like thin glass under extreme pressure. The ensuing electromagnetic wave swept through Milis like an invisible storm. Just as it was about to strike the 3 men on the balcony, a ring shone on Pope Lucios's finger. A new barrier formed around them, blocking the magical impact. Even so, the White Palace trembled. The enormous stained glass windows exploded, fragments of colored crystal raining around them. The king, stunned by what he had just witnessed, turned to the Pope. I hope you're right, Lucios. Without waiting for an answer, he turned and walked into the palace, leaving the Pope and Cardinal alone, silently watching the sacred city, now partially devastated, still illuminated by the distant sun. Rigor thundered across the bridge like lightning, unstoppable, and entered the city of Milis. His demon eyes observed everything around him with almost absolute detail. As expected, he could see dozens, perhaps hundreds, of magic circles and traps scattered throughout the city. Below ground, countless civilian presences were also concentrated, protected by different types of barriers. Militian had not evacuated the civilians, but there was a reason for this. In truth, in a certain sense, the city was considered the safest and, simultaneously, the most dangerous place of all. Many believed that remaining there would keep them safe, sheltered from the beast god. A tragic mistake. Rigor sensed thousands of presences throughout the city. Some powerful. Others hidden. And there were entire areas his senses could not penetrate. It was a bit strange. Walking through Militian for the first time, the city deemed the most beautiful in the world, and finding it deserted. Even so, despite that moment of tension and impending destruction, he had to admit, the day was beautiful, and the city's architecture was majestic. With his keen eyes, Rigor observed the 7 magic towers. As anticipated, each had its own defenses, surrounded by intricate high-level barriers. They would be difficult to destroy, but it wasn't necessary to obliterate them completely. Probably just damaging them enough could help halt their function. His 100 allies had now also entered the city, splitting into 5 units, exactly as planned. Everything was unfolding as they had foreseen. But then something halted his charge. Rigor stopped and took 2 steps back. In the next instant, a flaming pillar shot up violently from the ground where he had stepped, expanding destructively. Houses, stones, shops, everything was incinerated. The conflagration spread, chaotic and hot as the wrath of the sky. Rigor retreated further and leapt nimbly onto the roof of a 2-story building. There, he paused, and smiled. His black cloak billowed behind him as if celebrating the wind. His now long silver hair glinted in the sunlight. From atop the building, he observed the heart of the flames, and then he saw him. Emerging from the conflagration was an imposing figure. A knight. Full golden and silver armor, shining like the day itself. A sky-blue cloak billowed behind his broad shoulders. He hovered at the same height as Rigor, unshaken, like a herald from the heavens. The explosion seemed to have no effect on him. On the contrary, he appeared to be its source. In his hand, he held a milky white blade exuding a sacred light. It shone so brightly it would blind the weak. The guard of the weapon was shaped like a cross. Rigor rested Sukikage on his shoulder and smiled familiarly. Long time no see, Galgard. You didn't invite me in, so I used my own key. Hope you don't mind. The divine warrior stared at him in silence, sharp eyes, rigid body, heavy soul. The pressure emanating from him was overwhelming, yet there was hesitation. A tension at seeing his opponent still calm. I suppose I did right to keep you at bay back then, said Galgard. But even so, I made a mistake. I hope to wash away my regret from 6 years ago today, Rigor. It's nothing personal. He raised his sword in a lofty stance, not belonging to any known school of swordsmanship. Rigor laughed, unfazed. Oh, really? Well, I think you should indeed regret it. But I'm afraid I have some sad news for you. At that instant, the entire city erupted into chaos. Rigger's sentry collided with the hundreds of warriors awaiting in Militian. Explosions, war cries, the clash of steel and spells filled the skies and streets. The sound of war roared like thunder. Rigger's eyes blazed with intensity, and his voice echoed with fury. No regret will save Milis from extinction. Today, I will crush any remnant of faith left in those rotten hearts. And then, as if answering his provocation, the two exploded into motion. The divine warrior and the beast god. The purest warrior and the most feared creature. The final battle had begun. Chapter 210, Beating the Divine Warrior. Rigger and Galgard were located in the adventurers' district of Milis, among wide, well-maintained streets flanked by light stone buildings and some wooden ones, but all finely crafted, erected as monuments to the splendor of the sacred city. It was there that the two champions of this holy war would collide. Many of the Militian people's hopes rested on their champion, the divine warrior, Galgard. Before the arrival of the beast god, he alone was enough to suppress any general of the Iron Legion. His name, his crest, his imposing figure, everything about him inspired respect and fear. Entire troops collapsed merely at the news of his approach. Galgard did not follow the widely disseminated fencing styles such as Sword God style, Water God style, or North God style. His art of combat was singular, shaped by his own understanding and experiences. If it were to be classified, it might fit the mold of a North Emperor, given the firmness and aggressiveness of his movements. His style was the living manifestation of what it meant to be a Templar knight, overwhelming, heavy, resolute. And, allied with Tuki that enhanced his strength and speed to superhuman levels, he became a true powerhouse on the battlefield. On the other side stood Rigger. The beast god. The one in whom the Iron Legion placed all their hopes. As long as he was fighting, they all believed victory was already certain. He was the culmination of strength. A being who, unwittingly, had become one of the most feared names in the world. Among the 7 world powers, the first 4 were considered dead or missing. The 5th currently lived in the Dragon King Kingdom, the Death God. But having gone decades without real combat, his strength had diminished, and everyone in the Legion agreed he would not be a match for Rigger. The 6th had literally been defeated by Rigger with his bare hands. The Sword God had fallen. The Water God had been vanquished. An immortal demon king had even named him hero after being subdued. In light of this history, the Legion drew the obvious conclusion: Rigger was the strongest. Invincible under the skies. And now, both pressed by their own responsibilities and expectations, they faced each other without fear. With unimaginable speed, the blades clashed. The Tsukikage, the blue blade that had accompanied the beast god for many years, crackled with violent lightning as it collided against Galgard's pure white blade. The streets of Milis, which had stood for centuries, were not prepared to withstand such an impact. On the first clash, shockwaves exploded outward. The ground cracked like glass, deep fissures opened in its path. The surrounding walls shattered, entire structures collapsed with the roar. This was not a battle of speed, like in Sword God style. It was a contest of brute strength. And Rigger was stronger. By some miracle, Galgard's blade was not split in two by the electrifying edge, it probably possessed its own mysterious abilities. He shoved his sacred blade against Tsukikage, pressing with his monstrous strength. The lightning-laced edge slipped past Galgard's guard and grazed his golden and silver armor. Not a scratch. Rigger smiled. Good. I wouldn't like it if it were too easy, he murmured, his eyes gleaming. In an instant, he activated the wild dash. His body exploded with speed. Galgard tried to anticipate the movement, swinging his sword in an arc toward the right flank, where he expected an attack. And he hit. But even so, Rigger reacted. His demon eyes made the fight vividly clear to his gaze, and anticipating the blow, he precisely blocked and redirected the blade with a refined technique of Water God style. At the same time, he spun his body. Galgard was left with his torso exposed. Rigger took advantage. With his Tuki boiling and his holy beast battle aura roaring around him, he delivered a brutal kick. The impact was like an explosion. Galgard was hurled like a cannonball. His body tore through one house, then another, as if nothing could stop him. A trail of destruction followed, dust and debris rose, buildings collapsed in a domino effect. Columns split, roofs flew off, flames began to flare among the rubble. Rigger crouched, preparing for a leap. The wind blew through his silver hair as he analyzed coldly. Galgard's armor was truly too resilient. Ornthorn had fought him many times and landed several blows, but even the golden sword of the North Emperor had been unable to pierce the armor. But it's not invincible, that last kick didn't break his defense, but I felt the steel bending. I can break it. Galgard was definitely skilled, but in terms of pure power, there was still a clear gap between Rigger and the Divine Warrior. The only reason his opponent survived the first exchange was his armor. All that exchange happened in less than a second, and his thoughts were many thanks to his demon eye. The ideal was to finish the night before Mealy's activated any hidden cards. And then, he exploded into motion again. The ground split beneath his feet, the air tore around him. A trail of destruction followed, electricity dancing like serpents around him. From the rubble of a collapsed cathedral, the Silver Knight rose again. As expected, he was unscathed. He probably had some healing circles too, although they cost mana to activate. Galgard leaped, his sky-blue cloak billowing in the wind like a celestial banner. His blade still gleamed in his hand. The beast god and the divine warrior. Their clash had only just begun, like a friendly greeting. And Melitian trembled beneath the steps of these two swordsmen. Mealy's superiors may have underestimated what a fight with rigor could cause to their capital. Especially now, with him fighting without restraint, unleashing his magic without limits. In the first 10 exchanges of blows between Rigor and Galgard, the adventurers' district was already on the verge of collapse. Entire buildings had been reduced to rubble. The cracked ground seemed about to give way. The sky, clear and sunny, contrasted with columns of smoke and debris rising in all directions. Currently, Galgard was running through the winding streets of the city, using everything he had to escape the dragon's breath magic cast by Rigor, which had taken the form of an incandescent bolt of pure destruction. The blast cut through the ground like a beam of infernal energy, burning everything in its path and leaving behind a trail of fiery devastation. Entire streets were engulfed in flames, and the houses, which once displayed Mealy's sacred architecture, now burned like torches about to collapse. When Galgard finally escaped the direct reach of the magic, he planted his feet on the destroyed ground, regained his posture, and prepared to advance. But before he could complete the movement, something emerged from the flames like a missile. Rigor, shrouded in smoke and lightning, tore through the air at breakneck speed. Before he could react, a short black blade sliced the space in front of his body, flying straight toward the visor of the Divine Warrior's golden helmet. It was Night Hunter. Galgard barely had time to tilt his head to one side when the blade rang violently against his helmet. The impact was so fierce that his vision blurred for a moment, his body swaying in the air as if the world were spinning around him. In the next second, a blade wreathed in lightning appeared from his left flank. Galgard raised his sword just in time to block, and the clash between the two weapons made a dry thunder echo throughout Mealy's. Nearby buildings trembled with the shock, pillars crumbled, and a nearby church had its tower split in two. But the real danger had yet to be revealed. In Rigor's left hand, a small sphere floated. Transparent as air, it seemed made of wind, but with an unstable, rotating core. It was a vacuum bullet. Galgard's instinct screamed in desperation. Before he even understood what was about to happen, he sent his cloak billowing and took flight, soaring in a diagonal line upward and backward. The sphere fired. A sharp buzz tore through the air as the invisible projectile cut in a straight line. The vacuum bullet narrowly missed Galgard's heart, but still pierced his side. A hole opened in his lung. His armor, which until then had withstood Rigor's attacks, was pierced as if it were paper. This was the absolute power of the vacuum, a force against which no traditional magical defense could stand. It was volatile to control, but unbelievably lethal. Rigor watched the scene with sharp eyes. He saw that Galgard had avoided a fatal blow, but he did not pursue him further. Instead, he turned abruptly and fixed his gaze on one of the nearby magic towers. He shot toward the structure in a straight line, gradually enveloping his body in a reinforced barrier magic. Galgard realized Rigor's objective too late. His cloak billowed once more and he darted after his opponent, but Rigor was a blur, too fast to be caught in that instant. As he ran, Rigor sensed mana signals arising around him. The sky, still clear, was illuminated by 3 thick beams of lightning that struck him like the wrath of the heavens. Hidden mages had prepared the spells in advance, using magic circles spread at strategic points. The bolts hit Rigor brutally, but his invisible barrier withstood the destructive force. They cracked and shattered, but they had served their purpose. With an explosive leap, Rigor ascended into the air and flew like a bolt of lightning over the tower. As he approached, a protective barrier began to form around the structure. But Rigor was already ready. His demon eyes analyzed the magical structure in real time. With a precise movement, he disrupted the barrier's formation with his disturb magic technique. This was the new technique he had been training to infiltrate Melitian, refined specifically to deal with barriers, which seemed to be Mealy's specialty. Despite being simple in theory, it required an absurd level of precision, timing, and magical reading. It was like cutting the right wire in a magical bomb in milliseconds, and only Rigor could do it thanks to the power of his magic eye. The barrier failed to form. And the blow fell. Tsukikage, charged with lightning magic, flowed smoothly as he displayed the longsword of light technique. The blade extended in pure energy, penetrating deep into the Centenary Tower. A high-pitched sound echoed, like a shrill siren. The tower trembled, and for a moment it seemed it would split apart. But then, a colossal repulsion force erupted from within the structure, another automatic defense of the main magical tool. Rigor was blasted away like a human missile. In midair, spinning, he regained his balance with wind magic and used gravity to accelerate his controlled descent. It was at that moment that a pale blade cut through the air toward him. Galgard was attacking, trying to exploit Rigger's disorientation. Rigger easily dodged with a spin in the air and landed lightly atop the rubble of a fallen house. He smiled, raising both swords, Tsukikage and Water Mirror. "Don't think you can escape me, Galgard. Give me your best." Even behind his helmet, Rigger could feel the mounting tension in Galgard's stance. It was as if he finally realized the destructive potential Rigger would have if left to his own devices. Other warriors, hidden until then, began to move, preparing to intervene. But Rigger did not intend to give them time to organize. His battle aura exploded, Rigger prepared to leap, he was like a silver wolf about to pounce. A roar echoed as he unleashed his large-scale howling magic, encompassing the entire district and beyond. The space trembled and rippled under the force and power of the howling magic. He advanced again, now with both swords in hand. The moment he moved, a white-silver light began to emanate from Water Mirror, growing, and then, he slashed. Before Rigger could reach Galgard, the condensed energy released itself. A crescent-shaped cut, made of pure energy, ripped through the air. It was an energy blade so powerful it seemed to split the world. The beam headed toward the divine warrior, ready to cleave the district in half if he retreated. And Galgard knew it, if he backed down in a fight against Rigger, the damage would be far greater. With no choice, he gathered everything he had. His sword shone with an ethereal white light, his battle aura roared, and he unleashed a powerful war cry. Then he plunged into the energy blade, swallowed by the silver light in a clash of almost divine forces. Chapter 211, Symphony of Battle, Reflections of War. While Rigger confronted Galgard in the ruins of the once immaculate adventurers district, in other corners of the sacred capital, Melitian, hundreds of other brutal confrontations unfolded. Verdia led an assault front accompanied by Ghislaine and Greta, cutting and smashing without hesitation through the ranks of Melee's knights. The enemies came in waves, armored, disciplined, fervent, but still were merely small obstacles before the strength of the three. Ghislaine, like a living lightning bolt, moved among the knights, clearing paths with wide and lethal slashes. Her red sword, Hiramyun, moved along nearly invisible trajectories, and wherever it passed, bodies fell in pieces. Greta, at her side, roared like a steel hurricane, her heavy halberd shattering shields, skulls, and torsos. Meanwhile, Verdia remained just behind, her staff moving fluidly as she cast spell after spell, without rest. Wind spears sliced through the enemies with perfect accuracy, piercing armor with ease. Earth spikes rose from the ground, impaling entire rows of holy warriors with efficiency. Magic flowed in all directions, channeled by Verdia, but also by her enemies. Until something changed. Suddenly, a barrier began to form around the three, a complex containment magic. It was a movement restriction barrier. And, immediately after, a second layer was added, a mana restriction barrier, attempting to seal their magical capabilities. Wasting no time, Ghislaine leapt. Her feline and powerful body ascended like a swift shadow, climbing the stones of a partially destroyed tower until she reached the top. There, with her demon eye of magical power glowing intensely in a greenish hue, she observed all of Melitian. She could see mana flowing wildly throughout the city, sense the points where barriers were formed, where magic flowed, where the magic circles were located. The entire city was like a magical field. The 7 magic towers were active, and their long-range spells were being unleashed non-stop, spells of fire, ice, wind, and earth, covering the skies with destruction. Healing spells, on the other hand, descended upon the city's defenders at all times. This made the mission of the three even more crucial. If they didn't eliminate the sources of those enchantments, the Legion's invasion would constantly be thwarted by the magical support disparity. Ghislaine knew where to look. They had tortured and interrogated several captured soldiers, obtaining vague information about the tower's command centers. But now, with her own eyes, she could see. Greta, on the ground, fought and spun like a bloody whirlwind, her monstrous strength clearing the path without concern for defenses. Ghislaine's brief absence didn't hinder her, but still, neither of them were nearly as immortal as Rigger. A single distraction could be fatal. Verdia protected Greta with a freshly formed barrier and cast healing spells between the arrows fired from her bow. And then, Ghislaine finally saw it. A specific point in the mana flow. A different construction, something that wasn't one of the traditional towers but controlled one of them. A command mechanism. Something like a clock tower, camouflaged among several ordinary buildings. She jumped from the tower with agility, and upon touching the ground, charged forward and swung her blade horizontally. A simple, clean, and devastating slash. The enemy formation around her was swept away. The sound of bodies breaking was drowned only by the cracking of bones and the shattering of armor. Ghislaine emerged from the cloud of blood and viscera with an unchanged expression. Found it. Verdia and Greta smiled in relief. Greta stepped forward excitedly, wiping her halberd on the body of a fallen knight. "So what are we waiting for?" she shouted, already advancing in a direction. But Ghislaine pointed with her chin in the opposite direction, the opposite side from where they believed the target to be. "Actually, it's the other way." The two froze for a moment. Greta pretended nothing happened and ran the other way. And then, without further delay, Ghislaine bolted. Verdia and Greta followed, carving their way through the enemies. They had only one objective: eliminate the Magic King. In the noble district, the clash was even fiercer. In truth, the situation was far from favorable. Taze, with his flaming sword in hand, fought fiercely against the White Knight, the Pope's bodyguard. His swordplay was unpredictable and fluid, delivering slashes enveloped in flames that traced incandescent arcs through the air. By his side, his loyal companion Freki growled and lunged like a silver lightning bolt, his fangs seeking vulnerable points in the enemy's armor. Against an ordinary opponent, Taze might have already won, but this was no ordinary opponent. He was a water emperor. Flames and steam filled the streets, turned into charred ruins with each impact. The buildings of the noble district, elegant and ancient, were easily sliced by the crossed blades of the combatants. Not far from there, Ornthorn, the North Emperor, fought with equal intensity. His massive golden sword spun with brutality, and each strike he delivered sliced the air with power enough to cleave entire houses. The streets were covered with deep gashes. His green hair fluttered as he moved like a relentless predator. Yet, even with his destructive power, he was not winning. His opponent, calm and precise, blocked all of his attacks with a silvery blade of fluid appearance. The White Knight. That's right, Ornthorn was also facing the White Knight, the Water Emperor. The same enemy that Taze faced. And it didn't stop there. Further ahead, it was the same for Eris, who had joined Lysena and Skoll. 3 fronts, 3 battles, against the same enemy. The White Knight. When the real White Knight halted their advance some time ago, they already sensed something was wrong. But they had no way to react to the unknown. The Water Emperor turned to a mirror adorned with intricate carvings and ancient jewels, holding it in silence, and then something terrible happened. The mirror shattered without warning. And in that instant, 3 identical reflections of the knight appeared around him, each marching toward a general of the Iron Legion. Chaos erupted for a moment. The noble district was defended by Milisa's most powerful soldiers, and still, due to the superior force, the Legion was holding on. But only because they were elites. They wouldn't last much longer without their commanders. And the White Knight was, indeed, far too powerful. Until that point, none of the 3 reflections had suffered even a scratch. They countered everything: spells, arrows, direct strikes. Everything was reflected. It truly was like fighting against mirrors. Eris did not retreat, even in front of a stronger opponent. In a swift attack, she spun with the Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword, the blade slicing the air as she wielded the long sword of light. Her blade passed mere inches from the knight's armor but was deflected by the silvery blade, and she dodged just in time to escape the counterattack that surely followed. Atop a house, Lysena raised her staff and manipulated the ice with mastery. A forest of frozen spears rose like a wall, pressuring the White Knight and halting his pursuit. He was forced to back off and slash at the spears with wide movements. The next moment, Skoll attacked ferociously. The wolf leapt with claws aimed downward, threatening to crush the knight, who retreated under the beast's massive size. Eris, taking advantage of the opening, struck again like lightning. This time, her blade did not aim for the neck or chest but for the opponent's knee. For the sword god style, which always aimed to kill in a single blow, such an attack was unthinkable. The knight clearly did not expect such a torturous move from Eris, and reacted a second too late. He tried to defend, but his attention was divided between the wolf and the ice forest. Even so, his blade barely managed to block it. The long sword of light lightly cut the exposed joint between the armor plates. A thin line of blood dripped. An insignificant strike. But not for him. The sound of glass shattering echoed. The reflection simply vanished. It didn't dissipate. It didn't explode. It just disappeared, as if it had never existed. Eris stood still for a moment, surprised. But the surprise quickly turned into a fierce smile. She understood. Skoll growled, confused, but alert. Lysena. Eris shouted, warn the others. Any direct hit can destroy these reflections. She looked at Skoll with hungry eyes. With me. In the blink of an eye, she became a red blur and shot across the battlefield, rushing to support the other Legion combatants. Skoll howled and followed her, tearing the ground in his ferocious charge. Lysena, understanding what had happened, spun her staff and leapt off the roof, running urgently toward the field where Ornthorn faced the reflection. The battle was far from over, but the Iron Legion now knew the secret of the reflections. And the fate of the noble district would be decided in the next few minutes. Unaware of what his subordinates were facing in other districts of Militian, Rigger dealt with his own problems. The battle against Galgard had surpassed the bounds of brutality and turned into something truly devastating. However, at least regarding the divine warrior, Rigger had already analyzed enough to know how to kill him. Galgard was strong, yes, but predictable. His armor was nearly impenetrable, his Templar style heavy and unshakable, but not insurmountable. The real problem was everything around him. While Rigger fought him, he also became the target of dangerous spells. Elemental magic sliced through the air, wind blasts, columns of fire, earth spikes, frost that froze the ground, and even ice lances falling from the sky. Containment magic appeared around him, trying to restrict his movements or cut off his mana flow. Rigger dodged, destroyed, absorbed, or countered, but he couldn't stop everything. For the first time in a long while, he had to use regeneration magic, even if just to heal scratches. He used his disturb magic to cancel the most dangerous spells, but he was alone. Just one against dozens of spellcasters positioned around the battlefield. To make matters worse, Galgard was healed when injured or when he began to show signs of fatigue. Not that the latter was common, the divine warrior's physical strength was monstrous, but still, the support from the Milesian mages made everything harder for Rigger. The most frustrating part was when heavily armored warriors placed themselves between Rigger and Galgard at decisive moments. None of them were a challenge, of course, they were easily killed. But their timing was enough to disrupt lethal strikes. It was as if the entire field was coordinated to protect Galgard at any cost. Despite that, the beast god continued fighting with a ferocity that bordered on the absurd. Magic flowed from his body like a torrential and untamed river. Earth walls rose as he moved, used as platforms to increase his mobility. Wind and vacuum blades cut through everything in their path. Ice and fire covered the battlefield in waves of destruction. Lightning bolts fell from the sky, opening craters and turning enemies into ashes. And sword-like blades descended like a divine sentence, cutting through bodies and convictions alike. And even in the face of so many attacks, ambushes, and distractions, there was no sign of fatigue in Rigger. He also had no wounds or scratches, thanks to regeneration magic. The battle aura that enveloped him was overwhelming, as if war itself had incarnated within him. So great was the strength Rigger had achieved throughout his life, that even ambushed by the world's second most powerful military force, he was not defeated. To some, that would sound like arrogance. But Rigger knew his limits well and trusted his sharp instincts. His instincts always warned him of real danger. Even so, he knew one should never fully trust them. Even though he often reminded himself of that, it was hard to truly believe it. His enhanced senses had been with him for so long they were part of him, knowing everything had always been the norm. And while he devastated everything around him, as the fight against Galgard dragged through ruins, broken towers, and shattered streets, two figures observed him from afar, hidden. Hidden by an extremely advanced concealment barrier, stood two men. One of them was a common Milesian knight, wearing the standard armor of the city's protectors. The other, however, was a mysterious figure wrapped in a long black cloak. A hood covered his head, and a white mask engraved with runes concealed his face. Both were silent until, suddenly, a crystal embedded in the wall beside them cracked and then shattered into small silver fragments. The knight moved slightly and spoke in a serious tone. "It's time. The sensory deprivation barrier is ready. You'll only have one chance. If you succeed, the beast god will be dead and Galgard will be free to massacre the rest of the Legion." He paused, looking at the apocalyptic scene unfolding ahead. "If you fail, you'll be dooming countless comrades." The masked man gave no reply. Not a nod, not a sound, not even a tilt of the head. He simply vanished. His body faded into the air like smoke on the wind. As if he had never been there. The knight let out a slight sigh, gripping his sword hilt tighter, and murmured to himself. "Don't disappoint the Pope." Chapter 212, Sensory Deprivation and the Hazy Walker's Final Card. The sacred country of Miles was pulling out all its cards. To withstand the invasion of the beast god, nothing less than everything would be acceptable. Every magical item, every spell knowledge, every warrior was dragged into the battle. After all, victory and defeat in this battle would decide the future of the kingdom and even the entire continent. Usually, a unification of this magnitude would be unthinkable for an ancient country like Miles, fractured by factions, political disputes, and conflicting sides fighting behind the scenes of the capital. But, faced with an enemy considered invincible, each of them chose to put aside their grudges and focus on making Miles survive this trial. The orders of instruction, of the church and the temple, the various noble houses, the royalty, the high clergy, and the knight units. All, without exception, participated and collaborated in the defense preparations. It was all or nothing. From the intensive use of the 7 magic towers, pushed to the limit of their capacity, to the activation of magical items with mystical effects, such as the Mirror of the Fourth Direction, capable of reflecting its target and creating 3 conscious copies, and the Silver Blood and Golden Bones armor, forged from the remains of an ancient dragon killed by a hero. Nothing was spared. Even the few king-level mages, aged elders who had not entered combat for decades, were summoned and gathered around altars and halls to cast collective spells. And everyone knew that, in the end, most of this preparation boiled down to killing a single man. And for that, an even more lethal weapon was about to be used. It was a new barrier, its method revealed directly to Pope Lucio's in his dreams. It was through his divine visions that Meles obtained the sensory deprivation barrier. A magic that, initially, sounded laughable. Meles already possessed dozens of barriers capable of blocking senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. But none could block what made Rigor truly lethal, his sixth sense. Even if his eyes were blinded and his ears silenced, even if his entire body were immobilized and deprived of sensory feedback, the beast god could still react to danger. His instinct was supernaturally dangerous. It was also what allowed him to predict attacks and act with superhuman reflexes. And it was precisely this instinct that the sensory deprivation barrier sought to nullify. The ritual to cast it required very specific conditions, which were only now being met. Moreover, they did not know how long this could hold the beast god, so they would have to use everything they had. That is why, alongside this barrier, another artifact would come into action: the Hazy Walker cloak. A cloak with enchantments that allowed its wearer to hide from all five senses. It was the perfection of stealth. Even the most sensitive of demon eyes could not detect it. Perhaps the demon empress could, however. This combination formed one of Meles's final cards. The ultimate attack. If it failed, only desperate measures would remain. If the offensive against the Iron Legion were to succeed, it would need to begin with the elimination of its leader. Only after the fall of the beast god would there be room for any other plan to materialize. And now, wrapped in the magical cloak, the Hazy Walker moved without sound, without shape, without smell or presence. He crossed the fields of destruction left by Rigor's battle, drawing ever closer to his target. Meanwhile, 10 priests positioned themselves at the cardinal points of the ruins, preparing the emperor-level spell that would completely eliminate the senses of the beast god. And also, Silent, a lone knight of very ordinary appearance, walked firmly toward a magic circle. Rigor was close to victory. All that remained now was to accumulate mana and cast a single spell that would be quick and lethal. A dozen desperate warriors surrounded him, filled with grim determination, and Galgard was also attacking him relentlessly, not giving him even a second to breathe. To his surprise, he still had not seen the White Knight. Before the invasion, he was almost certain that they would face him at the same time, but he did not appear. Rigor concluded that Meles had sent the swordsman to contain other champions of the Iron Legion. That was good for him, of course. It meant Meles was weakening its own defense to counter the Legion's strength. But even so, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as if he were losing something important. And at the moment that thought crossed his mind, Rigor gripped it fiercely. A deep unease took hold of him. It was tenuous and abstract, like an invisible mist spreading through his mind. He felt that something was wrong. His sixth sense, which had accompanied him throughout his journey, always manifested in two distinct ways. The first, more common, was the instinctive warning of imminent danger, as if he were standing still while Galgard raised his blade to cut off his head. In those moments, his survival instincts sounded like alarms. This battle was dangerous enough to evoke the kind of alert occasionally, but nothing so far indicated real risk of death. The second form, however, was more mysterious. More mystical. It was not about fights or things that could harm his body, it was more like he felt that the world was wrong. As if an imperceptible flaw were present in a situation around him. And now, that feeling was with him as well. Formless, yet vivid and real. He surveyed his surroundings without stopping the fight, for he could not allow himself to divert too much of his attention from Galgard. Over time, Rigor had already noticed that with every clash with the Divine Warrior's white light sword, his mana was being drained. It was not an immediate problem, due to his vast mana reserve, but the effect was cumulative. The damage was adding up. Even so, Rigor was still unbeatable. He continued to fight and kill Meles's soldiers with technique and fluidity. There was not even a window of hope for his enemy's salvation. And while his senses kept him alert, the ominous premonition remained. Subtle, but undeniable. It was glaringly obvious that Meles was hiding something. A trump card, a final method to try to stop him. But he had already expected that, after all, they would have to have at least one reason to lure him to their capital and still be confident they could kill him. And so, Rigor began making silent preparations. He was using everything he could to ensure he could overcome whatever Meles threw at him. All without stopping the fight. Galgard and the others continued to press against him with everything they had. Rigor could sense the heavy breathing, the will to kill him, the fury in their movements. They all seemed to want nothing more than to kill him. Rigor felt no calculated coldness, so he assumed that if there was a plan, they did not know it. In any case, to him, they were no more than secondary pieces. Important, perhaps, but expendable. It was increasingly clear that Meles was running out of soldiers. The second most powerful nation in the world could be strong, but it was not an infinite force, after all. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Rigor unleashed a powerful fiery explosion, sending everything into the air. It was at that instant that his battle instincts warned him again. He reacted at once. He used the burst step, and in the blink of an eye, he was no longer there. A new spell exploded exactly where he had been a moment before. A cutting chill took hold of everything. The absolute zero. The temperature plummeted as if a new glacial era had been summoned directly over Melitian. Ice spread everywhere, engulfing ruins, freezing the air, paralyzing anything alive. Rigor, with his demon eyes, saw Galgard and a few others opening a pre-prepared barrier, probably designed specifically to withstand that particular spell. But he had no time to analyze anything. Absolute Zero followed his trail like an invisible assassin, freezing even debris in midair before it touched the ground. Some soldiers and corpses were engulfed, turned into ice statues, crystallized in poses of eternal terror. Rigor accelerated once again, ignoring the destruction he left behind. Only when he escaped the reach of the Emperor-level spell did he finally stop and take a deep breath. That was some dangerous shit. He murmured to himself. Not that there had been a real chance of being hit, but it was admirable that they were trying with such effort. After all, a large part of Melitian had been completely frozen by that spell. He thought about incapacitating another of the magic towers. But before he could decide, his instincts flared with an intensity he had felt only a few times in his life. Something was very wrong. His eyes narrowed as he realized he had stepped into a new large-scale magic circle. He still had not analyzed the type of magic, but his steps ceased when he spotted something ahead. A knight. He was there, as if waiting for Rigor. Standing, motionless, like a living statue. But there was something deeply wrong. The knight appeared inhuman. He was on the verge of death, and his presence emanated the feel of a corpse. There was nothing alive about him. That is why Rigor did not notice him before he approached. The man had the presence of a dead body, why would he pay attention to a random corpse? The knight's hands were caked with fresh blood. At his feet lay 2 bloody eyeballs. His eye sockets were empty, and where his nose should have been there was only a bloody hole. His ears had been torn off, leaving raw cavities, and the skin of his face had been removed, revealing raw flesh. His teeth were scattered on the ground, shattered as if ripped out by bare hands. A vision of absolute horror. But the worst of all happened before Rigor's own eyes. The dead man lifted the trembling hand to his chest. Without hesitation, he plunged his fingers into the flesh and tore out his own heart in a brutal manner, holding it aloft like a bloody offering. Immediately, Rigor activated his demon eyes to their maximum. Everything slowed around him. Time seemed to bend before his supernatural perception. Without hesitation, he began to use the lightning step, his fastest movement technique. His instincts screamed in alarm. Seeing everything in slow motion, he saw high-level concealment barriers all around. As Rigor had already suspected, it was an ambush. Although perhaps it could not even be called that since the target was aware. With his thoughts racing, Rigor was now certain that that man was performing some kind of ritualistic magic. Although very unusual and extremely archaic, his master had mentioned that there existed forbidden and forgotten magics based on sacrificial actions. That was probably one of them. And since his sixth sense was reacting so strongly, it was a magic that posed great danger to him. He saw everything. He felt everything. Escape seemed within reach. It was only a matter of using lightning step and forcefully breaking any barrier blocking his escape. But then, everything went dark. Suddenly, as if a black veil fell over him, Rigor's 5 senses disappeared. Sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, all were ripped away in a single instant. A chill invaded his chest as he reacted instantly. He began to use disturb magic, attempting to interrupt the magic's action on his body, and eventually cancel it. But then, his mana was interrupted too. Silence. Emptiness. Darkness. Total isolation. He felt nothing. Still, his mind remained calm. He had never had all his senses sealed by magic at the same time, but he had experienced them individually in his other attacks. Obviously, he considered that melees could do this on a wider scale. So, he had already trained in similar situations to adapt. Up to that point, he still believed he could escape, instinctively, forcing his body out of the magical influence zone, or, if necessary, trying to overload the barriers with mana even blind. The situation was dire. But it was not certain death. Until he felt another loss. Something terrible. Something that could not be described as a simple physical or magical loss. Something that was part of his own essence, it was torn away. It was not a physical restriction. It was not a magical restriction. It was not a common sense. It was more than that. It was his sixth sense. The instinct that had accompanied him throughout his life. The spark that guided him even in the darkest moments. That which made chaos seem navigable, which allowed him to trust in his omens, survive where others would die. It was sealed. And then, for the first time in many years, Rigor felt truly vulnerable. At that very moment, a curved red dagger pierced Rigor's back, stabbing into his chest. Chapter 213, Sealed Senses, Shattered Battlefield. The Hazy Walker had a single mission. His mission was simple: walk slowly to the battlefield and await a signal. He must under no circumstances act before the signal. He must not show any hostility toward the beast god until the exact moment. That was why he was chosen for this role. He was Pope Luciosa's most loyal and most capable assassin. He was perfect to be the Hazy Walker, the one who walks without intent. Even though he was not one of the strongest warriors, he knew how to mask his presence and intentions like no one else. Rigger only noticed him the last time, when he was spying on him at the Nikolaus River, because the sixth sense of the beast god was equally, if not more, terrifying. Thus, he approached the battlefield without intent, without form, without thought. A walking void, devoid of motivation. It was as if his soul were absent, his body guided only by the order received. Only at the instant the signal arrived did he come back to himself. His eyes focused, his body gained weight, and his mind recognized the present. The signal had been given. Rigger, at that moment, was disoriented. The simultaneous loss of his five senses had placed him in a state of extreme vulnerability, and when his sixth sense was then sealed, the chaos in his mind was inevitable. His magic was also sealed, thanks to an emperor-level mana restriction barrier. For a single, brief instant, the beast god hesitated. And it was in that instant that the Hazy Walker struck. The red-bladed curved dagger pierced the beast god's chest as if his flesh had lost all durability. The magical weapon bore a sinister enchantment, its blade made any flesh vulnerable, ignoring natural and magical protections. Not even the powerful Tuki of the beast god could resist it. The dagger had a name: Dagger Fanatic Butcher. Its second effect was even more dangerous: upon wounding the target, it injected an uncontrolled fury, an irrational frenzy. A curse of madness for all living beings. This would usually be unwise to use against any enemy, except the beast god. Meles had already fought him and knew how Rigger's strength diminished if he were lost in irrational hatred. The Joy Lore House was the best example of a weakness to exploit. Only by turning Rigger into a mindless monster could they hope to stop him. The Hazy Walker felt the blade penetrate easily, but he also perceived something strange. What he had pierced did not feel like the heart. He was certain he had struck the exact location, he had done this hundreds of times before, but the sensation was different. Confused, he still tried to end the fight right there. If he destroyed the heart, not even the beast god could regenerate, he would be doomed. He tried to twist the dagger inside Rigger's chest, only to realize that the muscles around it had stiffened like steel. The blade was completely immobile. That was not unusual, in fact. When a body is pierced, it instinctively tenses the muscles around the wound, especially those of beast races. But this was beyond normal. He felt as if he had plunged the dagger into living rock. With no options left, he pulled the blade back. All this happened in fractions of a second. It seemed like an eternity to him, but the attack, from the moment he lunged to stab Rigger's chest until the dagger's withdrawal, lasted no more than a full second. And the beast god had not yet reacted. Rigger felt nothing. He probably did not even realize he had been wounded, since he was not under the control of his own senses. There was still a chance to kill him. The head. But cutting the beast god's bones was impossible for him. That blade only allowed him to cut flesh, so severing his head would not work. So he decided to try something different. He moved sideways and attacked with agility, an upward slash, from the jaw's base to the brain, aiming to interrupt all vital activity at once. It was his best bet. He would succeed. He would kill the beast god. But then Rigger opened his mouth. And the Hazy Walker felt fear. Had he possessed a magical power eye, he would have seen a colossal amount of mana concentrating in Rigger's throat. Other knights, seeing the beast god's hesitation for the first time, had also begun to advance, believing they could exploit this gap. But there was no gap. There was only destruction. An invisible wave spread from Rigger's throat. A bestial, supernatural roar echoed across the battlefield. It was the famous magic of the beast race, howling magic, and heightened to the high emperor level, enough to break the restriction barrier, expanding without pause. The impact opened a crater around Rigger. The earth split like fine porcelain. Buildings, ruins, armor, and bodies were hurled into the air. The entire area was taken by destruction. Those close enough to hear the roar in its fullness had their minds shattered. Warriors fell to their knees, eyes bulging, blood streaming from all their orifices. Others cried out in agony, their wills fragmented. Rigger fell into darkness. Some might have difficulty understanding exactly what it was like to feel nothing. It was a state where nothing seemed to exist beyond consciousness. Having his five senses blocked was like losing one's very sense of existence. He felt no pain. He felt no weight. He felt neither his muscles nor nerves. There was no smell, sound, light, or taste. It was nothingness. But the worst of all was not the absence of the five senses. It was the loss of his sixth sense. It was hard to imagine what kind of absurd magic could seal something as illusory as instinct. His master, Verdia, had never mentioned anything like it in her years of learning. Not even Melis's millennial records should have had anything on this, at least never before today. Had Rigger known they possessed this knowledge, he would have prepared a countermeasure against it. But he did not know. And now was no time for regret. Rigger took a moment to react, but he was not unprepared. The preparations made in advance would now prove useful. He had displaced his internal organs strategically, anticipating possible piercings, and wrapped his head in a protective barrier. He had also prepared healing magic circles near his body as a precaution. Of course, he did not expect to have his instinct sealed. But he could still handle it. It was very dangerous, yes, but not impossible to overcome. His mana had been sealed, and the lightning step was interrupted at the same instant. However, the barrier imprisoning him was not of god level. It was an emperor-level barrier. Still powerful, but not invincible. In fact, god-level magics did not seem as easy to use as he had imagined. Even in this war, the only god-level barrier he had seen was the one covering Melis. In any case, he had a way to free himself, the howling magic he had prepared. He had chosen this magic precisely to buy himself time to recover and throw his enemies away, and it would be enough to break the containment barrier. He would only need one more second to adapt a bit to his new condition. Without his senses, he did not know what surrounded him, but he knew he was still alive. Amid the darkness and absolute void, he suddenly felt a red energy invade his mind with violence, a frenzied rage trying to dominate him. But his mind was protected. The emperor-level magic, mental block, which he had invented and kept active to protect himself from Hidegami, now served a different function. The red, wild, brutal energy was crushed by the pink and bluish threads surrounding his consciousness. At that moment, he clung to his own existence with all his might. He was vulnerable. He could move, but without feeling his body, any movement was dangerous. The howling magic explosion came shortly after. It exploded, sweeping the surroundings with an invisible shockwave. Some members of the Iron Legion might also have been hit by the aftermath. After all, the range was great, but they could probably handle it. It was time to focus. He gathered his inner strength, forcing his mind to pierce the veil of the mysterious ritual magic. There was still a chance to escape, provided the barrier was not of god level. Difficult, yes. Complicated. But possible. Fortunately, the break in the mana restriction barrier allowed him to use magic. And he did. Earth walls began to rise around him as he focused. Conjured according to his will, they appeared as fortresses amid the chaos. And then, he found a small opening. Tiny, but present. He concentrated on the sense that was most natural to him, most acute, sight. And then he opened his eyes again. He could see. He could not feel, hear, smell, or taste. But he could see. And that would suffice for now. He saw the walls of earth taking form. He saw the translucent barriers surrounding him in the distance. He saw that he had been pierced in the chest, right where the heart should be, but he felt no pain. He felt nothing. His demon eyes were still deactivated. The ritual magic kept him partially sealed. He needed to stimulate his senses somehow to reactivate them. It was then that a white blade cut through the stone walls before him. It was Galgard. Blood ran down the divine warrior's helmet. He had probably been hit by the howling magic. Still, he advanced with fury in his eyes, determined to finish what he had started. Rigger knew he could not fight like this. Facing someone like Galgard deprived of almost all senses was inviting disaster. There was no time to cast new magics. Galgard was already upon him. Then Rigger smiled. A crooked, malicious smile. His voice came out hoarse, vibrating with difficulty from the lack of perception in his vocal cords. "I've got you." Galgard stopped instantly. His eyes scanned the battlefield around him in panic, trying to understand the trap that had been sprung. But there was no trap. Rigger had simply activated the wild dash, awkwardly and unsteadily, to be honest, and shot off like a missile in retreat, disappearing among the rubble and debris of the battlefield. Galgard was stunned for a moment, realizing too late that he had been fooled. He had overestimated Rigger. He feared the power of the beast god so much that he let himself be deceived by a simple bluff. But overall, it worked better than he expected. Still, the danger remained. The barrier surrounded him. He needed to destroy it. But he did not yet know how. All he had left was to wear it down with brute force until it gave way. Without wasting another moment, Galgard's blue cloak fluttered as he advanced, initiating a relentless pursuit of the beast god. Amid the commotion, he heard someone shout boldly. "The beast god is deprived of all his senses. Kill him now." The message spread rapidly across the battlefield, inflating the courage of Melis's warriors, who saw here their greatest opportunity. Meanwhile, Rigger ran, or at least did something resembling running. His movements were strange, erratic, as if his legs were acting without the guidance of a brain that understood the act. His feet struck the ground with force and sometimes barely touched it, as if he were trying to relearn how to walk from scratch. It was, in fact, absurd that he was even moving. With all his senses sealed, including his sixth sense, any other warrior, even the most experienced, would have been reduced to a walking bag of meat. The absence of touch, sight, balance, hearing, even the sharpest muscle memory would fail in a state of absolute deprivation. But Rigor was no ordinary warrior. His constitution had always been special even compared to other geniuses, and his command over his own Tuki was as refined as the world's best. Even so, that run was something bizarre to behold, powered by pure physical strength and some visual guidance, with Tuki flow erratic and poorly distributed. For a moment, Rigor thought that training under sensory deprivation might actually be very useful. Still, that grotesque run bought him what he most needed at that moment, time. Time for the open wound in his chest, where the dagger had pierced him, to begin to close thanks to the previously activated healing circles. Time for him to experiment, press, seek ways to break, even partially, the sensory deprivation barrier. Time to survive. As he advanced in an ungainly manner, his eyes, now slowly returning to activity thanks to the titanic effort he made to force his demon eyes to reactivate, finally began to perceive the world in slow motion. Success. Gradually, the magical vision of his eyes returned, not fully, but enough. Using the ability of his demon eye, he was finally able to analyze everything more clearly. The situation was very bad. But not fatal. Rigor wagered, with some confidence, that he had thwarted much of Melis's plans. He had survived the assassin's stealth attack by moving his internal organs in advance. He had broken the mana restriction barrier by using Emperor-level howling magic, which restored his use of magic. He had also managed to resist at least somewhat the magic that blocked his senses. And as a bonus, he had avoided madness by resisting the mysterious magical effect with his mental block magic, originally prepared to withstand Hidegami's influence. Thinking on this, an idea began to form in his mind. As he forced his Tuki even more, trying to normalize energy flows within his body even without feeling them, a smile spread across his lips. Around him, there were only enemies. Knights of Melis, mages, clerics, all surrounding him, waiting for the moment the beast god would finally fall. But Rigor was not defeated. Not by a long shot. Chapter 214, Collapse of the Magic King. While Rigor was destroying the capital of Melis with every clash against his opponents, far away, in the holy district of Melis, and also near an imposing tower, a fierce conflict was unfolding. It was there that Ghislaine and Eris found herself, engaged in a duel against a swordsman who wielded two magical swords. The Magic King. The speed with which the two exchanged blows was such that ordinary eyes could barely follow. The aggressiveness and intensity of the combat were so great that, after a short time, the fight spilled out of the tower. Both collided with the ground and continued their battle through the ruined streets of Melitian like two phantoms in constant collision. Some time before this scene, the group formed by Ghislaine, Verdia, and Greta had been marching toward the magic tower without pause. At every block, they faced new dangers. Knights stood in their path, determined to stop them at any cost. Several magical traps manifested around them. The most dangerous among them occurred when a group of 6 warriors of Saint level attacked. They had been assigned a single mission, kill Verdia Solarion. They were stealthy, silent, and extremely lethal. The ambush was nearly perfect. If it weren't for Verdia anticipating and managing to react to the attack, and for the immediate support of Ghislaine, she could have died right then and there. There was also a high-complexity illusory barrier that almost managed to trap the 3 of them in another containment barrier. But Verdia was able to read the flaws in the magic circle and destroyed the anchoring points before the worst could happen. The 7 magic towers continued to respond to the commands of the Magic King. He was still manipulating all of them, coordinating defenses, traps, and attacks like a conductor in a symphony of destruction. At one point, even a large-scale spell was cast against them. Verdia had to activate the high-level barrier magic circle that Rigor had left her. The amount of mana required was great, but fortunately, the current staff she wielded amplified her mana efficiency far more than the previous one. With strength, knowledge, and preparation, the 3 women crossed the entire city to the central tower, where the Magic King was likely located. There was nothing left but destruction in their wake. As far as they knew, the Magic King was different from his other enemies. He did not follow the traditional sword styles, sword god style, water god style, north god style, but mastered several schools of magic. He held the status of king in healing, barrier, fire, water, and wind, and was an experienced scholar in magic circles. His swordsmanship was refined, deadly, and unpredictable. Obviously, he had his own retinue of guardians, who blocked the 3 women's advance with fanaticism. Judging by the soldiers' behavior, it was likely that the Magic King was in the middle of something very important. The soldiers' orders appeared to be not to let the invaders pass, even if it cost them their lives. During the confrontation with the guards, Ghislaine felt a strange pulse in her magical earring. The bond she shared with Rigor vibrated, emitting a pale red glow. That meant Rigor was injured. And it was a serious wound. She froze for a moment. Her heart tightened. She turned her eyes to the tower. The Magic King was still somewhere inside. And then she put the pieces together. Rigor was hurt. The Magic King was in the middle of something important. He was probably the cause. Rigor is in trouble. Those were the 4 words she said to her companions. Then, without caring about her own safety, she forced her way through the barrier of soldiers. She sustained cuts and deep wounds but managed to break through. Using the beast god style, she channeled all her strength into a single kick and shattered the gate that separated them from the central chamber. The physical barrier protecting the Magic King also splintered. There he was. Clad in silver armor adorned with arcane ornaments and protective runes, wielding 2 swords, one gray, dull, and absorptive, and the other green, bright, and smooth. His face remained hidden beneath a helmet engraved with dragons. He was drawing a complex magic circle on the ground, but did not seem surprised. He had probably anticipated an invasion and quickly turned to face the intruder, ready to fight. Ghislaine lunged at the Magic King with fury, without uttering a single word. She had no idea how to undo whatever he was doing with those complex spells, but perhaps Verdia knew. Therefore, all she needed to do was kill him. The clash began fiercely inside the tower, but within seconds, the two were already outside again, colliding in the alleys and wide streets of Melitian like 2 streaks of extreme speed. Meanwhile, Verdia and Greta must still have been dealing with the knights protecting the magic tower, ensuring that Ghislaine had this chance. But the Magic King was more formidable than she had imagined. His swords, both the grey and the green, possessed strange and extremely dangerous effects. When struck by the grey blade, Ghislaine felt her body slowly go numb, as if her muscles lost firmness and her mind clarity. The green blade, on the other hand, caused her wounds to bleed more than normal, as if amplifying the effect of each cut. With each exchange of blows, he gained the upper hand. Ghislaine had already begun that fight with injuries, and with every passing second, felt even more exhausted. The numbing effect made her movements heavier, and the bleeding weakened her rapidly. To make matters worse, her attempts to pierce the Magic King's silver armor with harem were being frustrated. The magical protection resisted the cuts with surprising durability. She relied on the wild dash to stay alive. With it, she avoided fatal blows by a hair's breadth, moving like an instinctive blur. Her demon eyes were constantly active, analyzing the effects of her enemies' weapons and armor. At one point in the fight, Ghislaine advanced with harem in a high guard, the long sword of light gleaming under the sunlight that covered them. She aimed for the enemy's eyes in a cut so swift it could barely be followed by the naked eye. The Magic King blocked it with one of his swords, but lost the clash of strength. The ground beneath them cracked from the impact of the collision. In the same instant, he counterattacked with his other blade, targeting the hilt of harem, and managed to disarm her. A victorious smile spread beneath the Magic King's helmet. In his mind, he already saw himself gloating over having defeated an emperor-level swordswoman. He believed that, without her sword, Ghislaine would have no chance. After all, everyone saw her primarily as a sword god-style fighter, dependent on her weapon. But he made a mistake. Ghislaine let him believe that. The moment harem fell, she surged forward with even greater ferocity. The Magic King, surprised by the sudden offensive, tried to retreat and swung his sword. The blow struck her, piercing her arm, but Ghislaine did not falter. With a low growl, she ignored the pain and advanced with her claws. The beast god style also fought in close combat, especially with claws. They pierced the opponent's armor as if it were made of paper. The claws also passed through the Magic King's torso, tearing through the enchanted layers of armor, the muscles, and finally, the heart. He had no chance to live any longer. Unlike Rigor, he did not have control over where his organs were. Few were as abnormal and bizarre. He was merely a powerful man who trusted too much in his magical defense. With her demon eye, Ghislaine identified that her opponent's armor was especially resistant to metal, blades would not be effective against it. So why not use her claws? Her thinking was no longer as rigid as when she was only a practitioner of sword god style. The Magic King was dead. Without wasting time, Ghislaine pulled the sword still embedded in his arm, her face resolute. With a deep breath, she began to cast an intermediate healing magic on her wounds. It was something she had learned through great effort during the months of war, under Verdia's direct guidance. The magic was enough to at least close her most severe wounds and stop the intense bleeding, but it did not dispel the numbing effect. She did not complain. With an explosive leap, again using the wild dash, she began to run back to the tower. A blur of speed tearing through the devastated streets. Now that the Magic King was dead, the 7 magic towers were no longer under anyone's direct control. They would likely operate automatically, and this was a huge advantage. All that remained was for Verdia to completely deactivate the magical mechanisms protecting Melitian. Ghislaine briefly glanced toward an ice explosion she had seen in the distance. She hoped Rigger was still well. On the other battlefields, the offensive of the Iron Legion had regained its momentum. After destroying the first reflection of the White Knight, Eris returned to the front line to reinforce the Legion's sentry. She was never a refined strategist or commander, but that did not matter much. All she needed to do was march ahead and cut down every enemy in her path. And she did that like no other. Her mere presence was enough to inspire the soldiers. When Eris moved, they followed her. When she was surrounded or targeted by spells, the Legion's warriors appeared to protect her. No one could defeat Eris in a one-on-one fight. Still, she remained cautious, for a slip could be costly. Her greatest advantage was speed. With the magic cloak that made her lighter, she became a black and red lightning bolt ripping through the enemy ranks. Combining the North God style with the Sword God style in a way incomprehensible to her opponents, Eris was chaos embodied as a warrior. When cornered, she executed the rotation of light technique, charging with a red whirlwind that tore through enemy lines. Seeing her ferocity, the title of Red Lioness seemed to fit her perfectly, yet perhaps it was still insufficient. As Eris fought, Ornthorn received information from Lysena. A single direct wound could destroy the reflections. Ornthorn was not an expert in precise attacks. He preferred massive blows that expressed his full strength, which is why he wielded a 3-meter-long sword. But with Lysena by his side, it was easy. A single howling magic used by her was enough to damage the reflection of the Water Emperor. With a crack like glass shattering, his opponent vanished like dust in the wind. Ornthorn then also joined the front line to assist the main battle, while Lysena went to warn Taze, who was also fighting a reflection with the help of his ebony wolf companion, Freki. However, as they approached, a shockwave hit them all. It was a howling magic, but an immensely more powerful one. But the source was distant, on the other side of the city, where Rigger was fighting. Even with the colossal size of Melitian, the wave reached them. The reflection Taze faced was also caught by the magic and shattered and disappeared. If Taze had known beforehand that it would be so simple, he would have used the howling magic from the start. That was why knowing the enemy was so important. In any case, Rigger's roar spread through the city like thunder. Ordinary melee soldiers were stunned, some even fainted. Even at that distance. But the Iron Legion took advantage of it. Many were of beast races, accustomed to the waves of howling magic. And all were elites. For them, the roar stunned them, but it was more an opportunity to catch their enemies off guard. One by one, Melee's commanders, realizing that the 7 magic towers had stopped providing active support, began to order discreet retreats. They knew they were losing. All that remained was to trust that the Divine Warrior would kill Rigger. Other than that, there was no hope against the Iron Legion's brutal offensive. As the Legion's battle approached its conclusion, Ghislaine returned to the tower where she had left her 2 companions. Greta was already waiting for her at the entrance, her halberd still dripping blood. She was calm, as if nothing had happened. Where is Verdia? Greta asked. Ghislaine stopped, frowning. She was fighting alongside you in the tower. Why would I know? Greta widened her eyes, looking surprised. What do you mean? She said she was going to help you in the battle. The 2 warriors stared at each other, tense expressions. Something was wrong. Verdia Solarion was missing. Chapter 215, Scar of Flame. Running in flight over the rubble of Melitian, Rigger had an idea. The sacred capital had tried to induce him into madness and loss of control in some way. The moment the blow struck him, he had felt nothing, since his senses had been sealed almost simultaneously. But now, with his perception of time slowed due to his eye's ability and his mind reorganizing amid the chaos, he could analyze the situation clearly. The origin of that magical effect that tried to hit him was, most likely, an ability of the blade that had pierced his chest. The red energy that invaded his mind had flowed exactly from that point. Even without feeling pain, even without tactile or clear vision at the moment, the deduction was easy. If Melees wanted to throw him out of control, why not play their game? They seemed to have no knowledge at all of his mind protection magic, mental block. After all, that was an Emperor-level spell that shielded his mind against external influences. But, looking from another angle, how on earth would they know? The warriors of Melees could have perceived this if any of them had a demon eye of magic power, but, of course, the kingdom's religious repulsion toward such gifts prevented them from having such users. It was truly unfortunate for them. Still, that worked in his favor. He could pretend to be affected, pretend the dagger had worked. To do that, he needed to act quickly. The attack had happened only moments ago. Being seen as a monstrous creature, it wouldn't be hard to convince them that the magic's effects were manifesting late in his unusual body. As he ran with a staggering, erratic gait over the rubble, Rigger forced his Tuki to its maximum to recover his senses. He felt the constraints imposed by the strange magic beginning to yield under the brute force of his mana. Behind him, Galgard finally caught up. Warriors blocked the path ahead of him, and he could see mages positioning themselves, preparing enchantments. Even deprived of his senses, he was not deprived of his mana. And strangely, he began to perceive the presences around him more accurately, as if his own mana were offering him a new form of perception. Like a hidden sense that had always been there, now unleashed in its fullness. At that moment, he finally unlocked his next sense, touch. That was the second most important, right after vision, perhaps even more essential, if not for his demon eye. Touch was what allowed him to feel his body, his movements, his balance, pain, air resistance, contact with the ground. Without it, his combat ability was drastically reduced. With it back, his Tuki began to flow more precisely, no longer like an uncontrolled torrent, but like a calm, steady river. Usually, this would be the moment he would turn against his enemies and use magic to massacre dozens of warriors, perhaps even try to eliminate Galgard. Such a move would put them on alert again. He had a chance to kill them all at once and end the battle with one move, and he wasn't going to let it slip away. As soon as he recovered his sense of touch, and the healing circles finished closing the hole in his chest, he stopped running. And he roared. The roar reverberated like thunder through the destroyed streets. The soldiers of Miles were stunned, hesitating for a moment. But they were not novices. They were war veterans. They realized the beast god was trying to resist the magic that had sealed his senses. Still, he still seemed affected to some degree. What they didn't expect was what came next. Rigor attacked the nearest warrior like a wild beast. His run resembled more that of a creature than of a warrior. Although, in a way, it had always been so. But now, there was something different. Something more erratic, more brutal. He seemed uncontrolled. Then he abruptly halted his charge, as if fighting against himself, spun his body, looked around, and fled again, emitting a low, guttural growl. It was at that moment that the same voice that had warned them of Rigor's sealed senses echoed among the warriors. The dagger that pierced the beast god has an effect that induces rage and emotional uncontrolledness. He is still being affected. We must kill him before he recovers all his senses. This time, the voice's origin was clearly seen by all. It was an elderly man wearing priestly robes. He did not wear armor, but ran with as much energy as the paladins. In his hand, he wielded a heavy mace. His figure stood out among all around. He was Cardinal Mance, loyal to the current pope, and one of the few who knew all the plans devised to defeat the beast god. As Mance had declared, Rigor became increasingly aggressive during the fight. He still used magic and his swords, but in a primitive, fierce manner. He relied almost exclusively on his strength to hunt down his enemies. And even so, even uncontrolled, he was still winning. He had already killed many of them before being caught. No one could stop him. None of the paladins, clerics, or mages. At least now, they were free from the refined tactics, elaborate magics, and complex tricks he used to crush them with cruelty. But the fight grew ever more brutal. With each passing second, Rigor lost himself more in rage. With each strike, his style became more savage. The wounds on his body increased, even though his regeneration magic dealt with them moments later. It was only a matter of time. Time until he made a mistake that would cost him his life. Or at least that's what it seemed like. POV, Galgard Nashvenik. The Pope had other plans to deal with Rigor. Of course, it was obvious. And he didn't inform me of those plans so I wouldn't compromise them with my reactions. It made perfect sense. Every move meticulously prepared, every strategy calculated beyond my understanding. But, for some reason, some idiotic pride made me feel discontent for a moment. Even with everything pointing otherwise, even with all logic screaming inside me, I still harbored a spark of hope. Hope that I and my knights could kill him alone, with honor, with swords raised and hearts firm. But there was no more time for that. That howling magic he used after being caught in the trap, it was like death incarnate. An invisible, powerful, devastating wave. It killed everyone near him at that moment, except me, thanks to my armor. But that was probably his final card as well. His most dangerous trump had already been played. Now, he must be vulnerable. I couldn't waste this chance because of pride. He had to fall now. Someone had stabbed him deep in the chest, directly in the heart region. A lethal strike for any living creature, no matter how strong. And, as was said, his senses were completely sealed. Diabolical tactics, but effective. And yet, he fled. He resisted. Somehow, he resisted all that. It was impressive, almost absurd. But, as it turned out, the Pope's tactics didn't stop there. The assassin's dagger carried an even more perverse effect, it induced uncontrollable and irrational fury in whoever was wounded by it. It was the perfect punishment for the beast god, whose keen mind and combat tactics were the greatest threats we faced. Rigor, even without his senses, even without mental clarity, was still killing my men. He remained unstoppable. Not invincible, but undeniably powerful. I began to think, against my will, that perhaps Meles had committed a monumental sin. Something so grave that the heavens decided to punish this land with the coming of such calamity. How else to explain the presence of a creature like him at our gates? But those thoughts were quickly buried. There was no time for doubts or guilt. He was nearly dead. Almost. And then I saw it, a ballista bolt, a bolt clearly imbued with powerful enchantments, pierced the beast god's back. The impact was swift and brutal. His body was pinned in place as the bolt drove into the ground before him, trapping him like a cornered animal. A collective sigh of relief seemed to pass among the soldiers around. We were all close to him. So certain of his defeat. Everyone advanced to kill him. After all, who wouldn't want the glory of slaying the beast god personally? He would pose no more threat. Right. But then I felt it. A shiver, a dry, sudden chill running down my spine. A bad premonition, a voiceless voice inside my mind screaming to retreat. It was too late. A smile formed on the beast god's lips. Slow. But it was there. An insidious cunning where only madness should have been. And then he opened his mouth. An insane heat filled the surroundings. The air became dense, unbreathable. A reddish flare illuminated Melishan. I recoiled. Instantly. As if my feet knew before I did what was about to come. Before I could utter an order, before anyone could react, the reality before us was consumed. All I saw after that was fire. Rigor used dragon breath. It was a king-level magic, created and perfected by himself after facing blue dragons, king dragons, and red dragons. It was not just a powerful fire technique, it was the culmination of his innate gift with the element. And allied with such refined mana control and barriers that it allowed him to make it almost invisible until the moment of activation. The small ball of fire appeared from his mouth, wrapped in layers of barrier and contained to the extreme, and then it unleashed, expelling a continuous jet of pure destruction, a beam of fire as dense as molten lava. It was as if the air became flammable, and the world, fuel. A devastating, long, blazing, and unstoppable magic. Everything succumbed to the fire. Amidst the destruction, Rigor felt his senses return completely. It was like being hit by an avalanche of sensations, hearing the cries of despair clearly, smelling the burning flesh, tasting the blood trickling from his lips. He didn't know exactly what he had destroyed in the first seconds, but he had broken the sensory deprivation barrier that had affected him until then. And that made him smile. The ground around him was engulfed in flames. The very air trembled. Then, Rigor turned his eyes to the ballista bolt lodged in his back and shattered it effortlessly, before redirecting the dragon breath at his enemies. They were all nearby. All within reach. And all doomed. Wherever the breath passed, a wave of fire spread, followed by incandescent explosions and heat waves that destroyed bodies before cries could even form. Buildings, walls, armor, and flesh were reduced to ashes and lava. Still, Rigor maintained his consciousness. With the help of his demon eyes, he precisely avoided the underground sections containing the civilians of Meles. Fortunately, they were very deep and distant beneath the ground. And, obviously, he also avoided his legion allies, sparing his companions from the hell-consuming Melishan. When the breath reached the lake surrounding the city, an immense column of vapor rose into the sky, obscuring the sunlight. The water, once crystalline, yielded easily to the colossal heat, evaporating in seconds. Rigor then began to ascend. His body levitated, propelled by gravity magic, like a deity rising to the heavens with a fiery trail below him. It was when he saw Galgard attempting to escape. Rigor aimed. And the breath reached him. The flames engulfed Galgard in a spiral of death. The ground beneath his feet liquefied into lava, houses and foundations were torn away like leaves in a gale. There was no scream. No sign of survival. Flying ever higher, Rigor kept the dragon breath active above him for a few more seconds. Just to be certain. Then, with a sharp tilt of his head, he turned, and the breath followed his intention. Another blazing line was drawn across Melishan. A line of destruction. A scorching scar ripping through the sacred city like it were made of toy blocks. The impact was so great that entire foundations collapsed. And finally, Rigor aimed at the White Palace. The barriers didn't matter. The protective spells, the sacred walls, the ancient enchantments, or the hidden artifacts, all were obliterated in an instant. The defenses simply dissolved under the force of the dragon breath. Of course, before striking the site, Rigor used his demon eyes to ensure no allies were nearby. The sacred palace, once the pride of Meles, collapsed in seconds. White walls were ripped from the earth like twigs. The columns buckled under the explosive force. The dome ignited as if built of thatch. Within moments, nothing remained. Only smoke, embers, and a flaming crater. The surrounding lake bubbled. Smoke rose like an offering to a god of destruction. The line of destruction that leveled the palace stretched beyond the city's limits. The vast plains around were cut by the breath, leaving a blazing scar on the world, visible even from a distance. And then, the breath ceased. The magic was finally over, and silence fell like a heavy shroud over the survivors. Few lower-level magics caused large-scale destruction. A king-level stone bullet is still only a stone bullet, even if amplified to the extreme. Its only improvement is usually in penetration power, durability, and speed. That held true for almost every form of magic. But dragon breath was different. It was a magic originally designed for large-scale destruction. It was king-level, and fueled with mana at an even higher level. And the result was there, much of Malition had vanished from the map. Only a fiery scar remained. Rigger surveyed the landscape with his magical eyes. He identified his allies. Located the Legion members still alive, who were the vast majority. He ensured that none of his had been hit. And he saw the few remaining soldiers of Melees, now surrendered, dropping weapons and kneeling. There was no logic in continuing the fight. The Iron Legion collected the swords, bound the survivors, and brought order to the chaos. The battle was ending. It was then that Rigger's sixth sense alerted him, pulsating violently within him. He turned his eyes to the ruins of the White Palace. From there, he felt it. A monumental cluster of mana. Something vast and abnormal. Chapter 216, Ashen Thrones and Fiery Skies. Some moments before the dragon's breath swept Melees, Rigger was facing Galgard and his knights. The Iron Legion was still fighting Melees' main armies. They had also destroyed the reflections of the White Knight. Ghislaine, Verdia, and Greta, in turn, fought the Magic King and his guardians. Meanwhile, far from the battle, in the center of the White Palace, protected by several high-level barriers, Cardinal LeBlanc, the White Knight himself, and 12 more priests had gathered. Those present in that sacred hall had an important task, to ensure the death of the beast god should the main plan fail. The White Knight, after mirroring his reflections and sending them to fight on the battlefronts, had returned alone to the palace. Many presumed he would face Rigger directly, but he simply fell back. One of the priests, kneeling and pale, with completely white hair, was breathing with difficulty, sweating profusely. With a weak voice, he addressed Cardinal LeBlanc. "We will not be able to summon the sacred sword, Your Holiness. Only its reduced version, the sanctified sword." LeBlanc's brow furrowed with disgust. For priests had already died from mana exhaustion while trying to charge the magic, but he did not show a hint of remorse. His mind was fixed on a single outcome, Rigger's death. When this god-level magic was used in ancient times, the amount of mana was not a problem. Saint Melees, the legendary hero, had conjured the sacred sword alone. His mana was so vast that his allies were there with the sole purpose of buying him time and holding back enemy troops. But in current times, in Melees, there was no one with enough mana for that. Therefore, they used the method of pooling several sources of mana to achieve a higher power. Even so, despite this effort, they could not reach god level of the sacred sword. It is written in ancient records that even among other god-level magics, this one was especially lethal but also especially costly in terms of mana. The sanctified sword, on the other hand, which was the emperor-level version of the original magic, was possible. Still extremely costly in terms of mana, but lethal and viable with the remaining reserves. The cardinal turned his severe gaze to the kneeling priest. "Then use the sanctified sword. Sacrifice everyone in this hall, if necessary." With these cold words, he spun on his heel and began to leave the barrier. The mages, seized by renewed hope, even aware of the cost, resumed strengthening the magic circle. They knew some would fall. But they also knew that now there was a real chance. At the center of the summoning was the White Knight. He held his sword firmly. The blade began to glow with a pure, intense golden light. It was as if the power of the heavens was being channeled into that weapon. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Cardinal LeBlanc walked calmly through the luxurious corridors of the White Palace. Around him, the echoes of battle shook the walls, but he seemed oblivious to the chaos. Upon seeing a fully armored soldier, he stopped him. "Hey you! Where is the Pope? And the King?" The knight gave a quick bow and replied. "The Pope said he needed to join the battle and left. The King went to the gardens." The cardinal chuckled softly, a malicious smile forming on his face. Pope Lucius, whom he had originally supported unconditionally, had been gaining too much power lately. The ideal scenario would be for him to die in this war. And the king could also disappear silently. With the beast god dead by the sanctified sword, he would assume the papacy. And place the heads of Rigger's followers on stakes around all of Malition. He stared at the knight with contempt. "What are you still doing here? Go fight." The knight clenched his fists. His face was tense, his jaw clenched, as if restraining himself from cutting off his superior's head right then and there. But he answered with control. "Sir, I received direct orders from the Pope to escort him out of the palace. He said it is dangerous to remain here." The cardinal laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. I will never leave this palace, you fool. It is in Destru. His sentence was interrupted by a colossal crash. The ground trembled beneath his feet, walls vibrated, and the ceiling groaned. What was that? He shouted, looking around. In the next instant, a wall of fire burst through the corridors. The White Palace was engulfed by the fiery explosion. Cardinal LeBlanc had only 1 second to look, stunned, at the approaching incandescent wave. And then he was consumed by the flames. Reduced to ashes, along with his ambitions and plans. The only part that remained standing of the once imposing White Palace was the section protected by overlapping layers of magical barriers. However, even these colossal defenses were finally consumed by the power of the fiery explosion unleashed by Rigor. Still, their main function had already been fulfilled, to conceal and protect those inside. And that time was all the priests needed to prepare the sanctified sword. Rigor, hovering above the ruined city, felt a chill run down his spine. His sixth sense screamed in alert. He knew an extremely powerful magic was coming. Without hesitation, he began to focus his mana on Tsukikage. The blade responded immediately, flaming in an infernal instant. The heat it exuded was brutal, enough to distort the air around it. He ignored his still open wounds. There was no time for healing. Without losing a second, Rigor launched himself toward the White Palace, an orange and incandescent silhouette cutting across the skies of Malition. Waiting for that magic to fall would be a problem. And then it appeared. The sanctified sword. A torrent of golden white light ripped through the skies like a divine lightning bolt. Its intensity rivaled that of sunlight itself. It was a column of celestial energy that illuminated the entire capital like a second sun. At the epicenter of the spell lay 8 dead priests, their bodies exhausted from complete mana drainage. The remainder were sprawled, almost unconscious, yet smiling in satisfaction. They had succeeded. Rigor activated his demon eyes to the maximum, and time slowed around him. Each heartbeat became a slow snap. Observing the magic, he quickly understood what it was. In the end, Eris had been right. Meles was attempting to recreate the miracle of Saint Meles' sacred sword. He also perceived another thing. The White Knight, whom he believed he was fighting the Legion, had returned to the palace. He was Meles' last card. The last pillar of hope for a collapsing kingdom. His eyes analyzed the mana in the spell. It was the absolute upper limit of Emperor level. He could handle that. He would not carve the continent as legend told of the sacred sword, but he could easily obliterate the entire Legion if left unchecked. That was why Rigor was running. He needed to ensure the target was him and him alone. Tsukikage burned with ethereal blue flames. Rigor chose fire to combat the magic. It was his sharpest element, his specialty. And the sword amplified its efficiency with that element by 9 times. Lightning would be faster, but it would not gather enough mana in time. Calculating the timing mentally, Rigor gathered everything. All his mana, all his fury, all his desire. The pressure was so immense that even the air began to catch fire. Outside, what was seen was a purple-red flaming comet crossing Meles toward the pillar of light. It was as if a fragment of the sun had been fired at the earth. Tsukikage vibrated with power, wrapped in incandescent purple fire. Everything around it went up in flames. From the top of the light tower, the White Knight raised his divine sword to the skies. His helmet was thrown aside by the pressure of the celestial energy, revealing his face. He was old. Truly old. His wrinkled face told stories of over 100 years lived. His eyes were half closed, his thin white hair seemed about to disintegrate. And yet, he stood there. Standing. He watched the comet coming his way. And then, slowly, he lowered the sword. The two forces collided. A deafening light exploded at the center of Malition, like a supernova. The shockwave obliterated everything around. The remains of the palace, squares, towers, and houses crumbled to dust. The impact was such that even the sky seemed ripped apart. Clouds were torn from the firmament. The air trembled. The ground cracked. The Iron Legion and Meles' soldiers retreated upon seeing the imminent collision, under the urgent orders of their commanders. And it was a wise choice. The ensuing explosion consumed the entire central region of Malition, erasing it from the map with divine, fiery fury. At the epicenter, fire and light devoured each other. It was as if two gods at war disputed reality. If not for the fact that the two energies annihilated each other so violently, the destruction would have been even greater. Yet even so, the scar left on Meles was irreparable. Nothing remained in the heart of the capital. Only ashes and incandescent lava and a crater where the pride of an entire kingdom once resided. None of the battles taking place in Malition were actually near the White Palace, and therefore the real casualties due to the explosion's aftermath were very few. Only the shockwave struck them violently. Needless to say, there were no casualties on the Legion's side. They were all elites, hardened by dozens of battles, and now all were gathering amidst the scene of absolute destruction. Meles was no longer resisting. All its efforts had been crushed by the Legion with pure brute force. Nothing remained. If they still harbored any hope, it was that the beast god, at least, had been killed. At this point, even his death would not lift them from ruin, but it would at least give them some consolation, having killed their enemy's leader. Ornthorn was gathering with the other Legion members, all treading on smoldering rubble. Taze had just finished a count. The North Emperor whistled, observing the high flames still burning where the explosion had occurred. Man, he really didn't hold back. And who would have thought? The Red Lioness was right. Taze nodded in a grave tone. Yes. They really replicated the magic of Meles' legends. It's impressive. Eris huffed, crossing her arms. Humph. Of course they did. But rigor is even more incredible. Ornthorn laughed and looked at Taze, now a bit more serious. What were the casualties? Taze made a grimace and replied. 7 of us died. A wry smile appeared on the North Emperor's face, and he said. That's very few, actually. Considering those troublesome reflections. So why the sour face, then? Eris answered softly. Because one of the 7 was Larav. The North Emperor's smile froze. Silence settled heavily. Taze sighed deeply before continuing. He held back most of the elites when we were dealing with the Water Emperor's reflections. A Meles mage managed to hit him with king-level magic. No one said anything more. Larav had been a key warrior for the Legion in recent years. His son was the current leader of the Jinkan tribe, as he had already retired. Even so, he never ceased to be at the vanguard of the Legion. His loss was a hard blow. While they lamented, Greta and Ghislaine appeared hurriedly. Upon seeing the group, Ghislaine sprinted to them in an instant. She didn't wait for any greeting. Where is Verdia? Taze frowned. Wasn't she with you? Ghislaine's face hardened. She immediately heightened her senses with urgency. Greta, still approaching, replied. Verdia said she would help Ghislaine in a fight and disappeared. We don't know where she is. She erased her tracks so Ghislaine couldn't find her. Everyone was immediately concerned. Before Taze could give orders to the Legion divisions to start searching for Verdia, something happened. The fire where Rigor had collided with the White Knight billowed violently, as if a colossal wind had blown from the center. And then, from it, Rigor's figure emerged, floating in the air. He was calm. Victorious. His body bore several wounds, the most notable being a terrible diagonal cut on his shoulder, which almost split him in half, but was already beginning to regenerate visibly. At a great distance, his golden eyes scanned the horizon. When he spotted his allies, his firm expression softened for a moment. But his eyes still carried an overwhelming pressure. Ornthorn smiled bitterly and commented in a low voice. Best timing possible. And then, he turned to the others and completed. So, who's going to tell him we lost his master? Chapter 217, The Witch of Disaster's Resolve. During the intense battle unfolding across Meles, Pope Lucios induced himself into unconsciousness. Things were not going as he had planned. The beast god, his most dangerous enemy, was far more powerful than he had initially estimated. He was an opponent capable of reacting instantly to any trap Lucios tried to set. Even with knowledge of the future, the advantage seemed useless in the face of that man's capability. Without alternatives, Lucio sought help directly from the god he had worshipped and followed for over 10 years, the one who called himself the man god. The true source of the Pope's divine visions, although he always insisted that Lucio's claim it was a Miko power. This god had guided and supported him all that time, giving Lucios the chance he had always sought, the chance to expel and exterminate the races that sullied and corrupted the continent of Meles by their mere existence. The god of humans was a just and benevolent deity, Lucios never doubted that for a moment. But, as one would expect from a divinity, of course he also had his own interests. Although the man god wished to help him in his goals, there was something he desired more intensely, the death of Rigor Adoldia. He did not explain his reasons, nor did he give details on how this death should occur. He simply ordered Lucios to follow his instructions without question, assuring that if he did so, everything would work out in time. Throughout all those years, Lucios received help in various forms. Under the guidance of the man god, he accomplished countless feats for the good of Meles. His power within the church grew exponentially, and with it came more victories against the Iron Legion. However, for that he had to make difficult decisions, including eliminating those who, even among his allies, posed an obstacle to his plans. To him, those sacrifices were justifiable if they were capable of driving out the demons threatening his land. He also failed to fulfill the man god's designs at times, such as keeping the king under control and maintaining all powerful troops in Militian. He also failed to kill Verdia Solarion every time. She was a person who should have died long ago. There were many things he was not able to accomplish. And that angered the man god more than once. Still, he did his best to follow his counsel every time. But even with all that faith and dependence on the men god, when the reality of war showed that his plans were collapsing, Lucius once again sought the god's guidance in his dreams. It was at that moment that he received the most cruel of revelations. The god he so trusted had already abandoned him. Lucius found him in his dream as he had expected, meeting again in the white, infinite void. The cloudy and friendly form of Hidegami still smiled. But his words brought no comfort. "I did not lie to you, Lucius," he said, with a smile that Lucius could swear was malicious. "Rigor will still die. The Iron Legion will still be crushed. But it will not be you who carries out that sentence." Lucius, in shock, asked. "So, you used me? You deceived me?" "No. I just didn't tell everything. Meles could not defeat the beast god from the beginning. It was inevitable." The truth struck him like a blade. Desolation took hold of Lucius as he heard the words of his trusted god. Unbeknownst to him, not even the men god could see who would kill the beast god with his clairvoyance, but not being able to see anything was valuable information in itself. People capable of escaping the men god's vision could be counted on one hand across the entire world. Hidegami suspected who that someone might be. Of the known names, only one had real reasons to confront Rigor or vice versa, Dragon God Orsted. For the men god, this was more than an acceptable outcome. No matter who won that fight, he would come out a winner. Both were dangerous beings whose existence posed a threat to him. For distinct reasons, both needed to die at all costs, by any means necessary. He also knew that Rigor would probably lose. Although he could not see Rigor's death directly, the men god observed the future of other Iron Legion members, and his visions indicated that Rigor would be dead in the end. The ideal scenario for him would be mutual destruction. Let those two kill each other. They were the two who caused him the most trouble. With that, Melitian no longer had any use for Hidegami. But there was still one variable, an elf with golden hair who had become a constant thorn in his flesh. Verdia Solarion. The Oracle. The Witch of Disaster. She disrupted the vision of the future. She entangled destiny with her choices. Her presence distorted the certainty of Rigor's death. The men god gave Lucius one last mission. The final counsel. If you want Rigor dead, stop Verdia. Do whatever it takes. Lucius opened his eyes. Sweat drenched his brow. The dream had been torturous due to the revelations he had received. He had his counsel. He knew that Melitian's ruin was approaching, like an inevitable tide, and yet, he rose. His golden robes were sweaty and crumpled. His faith was in tatters. But his determination was like steel. "Even without me, the beast god will fall," he murmured. "Even if I die, Meles will endure. Harry Grimoire may return. The continent may be reunited again. But that would only happen if the Legion were defeated. And for that, Rigor had to die. Verdia had to be stopped." He walked to his weapons, donned his armor, and then went to the gates leading out of the city. It was a senseless mission, since all that awaited him was death. But he no longer feared death. The only thing left for Lucius was to complete his journey. He would go after the Witch of Disaster. And he would do the impossible to ensure that the future would no longer be diverted by her interference. With one last breath, the Pope advanced at a gallop, enveloped in shadows and silent prayers. Outside Melitian, a great distance from the ruins of the sacred capital, a battlefield ravaged by war lay under the pale blue sky. The sounds of war were muffled there, but the scent of fresh blood still hung in the air. The ground was strewn with shimmering fragments of a magic containment barrier that had been destroyed. The earth was cracked, and small magical flames still burned in circles where powerful spells had collided. Two figures punctuated the scene of destruction. Both were covered in blood and wounds. One of them, standing with difficulty, was an elf. Her beauty was almost ethereal. Her long golden hair shone with an almost divine radiance under the sunlight, swaying gently in the warm breeze. Her deep blue eyes held a sharp, determined gleam despite her exhaustion. In one hand, she gripped an elven sword firmly, her shoulders rising and falling slowly with her heavy breathing. Despite her fatigue, she had won the battle. Her opponent lay on the ground, agonizing. Lucius Gallard, the current Pope of Meles, bled profusely. His armor was torn, revealing his ceremonial robes underneath, also ripped and stained dark red. He gasped, one arm propped against a broken rock. Death called to him, yet his eyes remained fixed on the elf before him. Verdia Solarion watched him silently as a green glow of healing magic surrounded his wounds. She had no time to waste. That battle had almost cost her life. The Pope had prepared a barrier to seal her magic, forcing her to fight with sword and bow at the start of the fight. The magic cloak she wore had absorbed fatal attacks, perhaps what ensured her survival. Even so, it had been a brutal fight. The Pope murmured, his voice raspy and weak. "This is all your fault." Verdia approached slowly, wiping blood from her face. Her features, once serene, now carried a subtle, almost mocking smile. What did you say? She asked in a light, almost playful tone. I can't hear you, the blood is bubbling in your throat. Lucius gasped and coughed blood before rising with great effort and leaning on the stone beside him. His eyes, now bloodshot, locked onto hers. You created that demon. None of this would be happening if you had simply died when you should have. He, the god, was right, to send me to kill you at any cost. Verdia's smile widened, sarcastic. Too late for that now, isn't it? Lucio spat more blood, and a sinister grin formed on his lips. Do you think you can save him? You can't. You're all doomed. At that moment, Verdia's smile slowly faded. She took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. Honestly, I wasn't confident in my chances before. But since you theoretically know the future and tried to stop me, I believe the chance isn't zero, right? With a swift and precise movement, Verdia raised her elven sword and, with a clean and elegant cut, decapitated Lucio's gallard. The Pope's head rolled silently across the cracked ground as the body collapsed lifelessly. Verdia wiped the blade in a beautiful, delicate gesture and murmured to herself. Damn. I'm all covered in blood. Without looking back, she walked away from the battlefield, unhurried, unrepentant. Chaos consumed Militian, and the Iron Legion waged an epic war. But Verdia did not care in that moment. She had a greater goal, to prevent her vision from coming to pass. Many years ago, she had seen Rigger's death. She saw his body destroyed amidst the ruins of the White Palace. But she saw no trace of the assassin. That being was an obscure blot, completely indistinguishable and indecipherable. A void in the midst of her visions, probably someone resistant to divination magic. Was it a human? A beast? A monster? In any case, she did not need to know who or what it was, she only needed to know that this being was Rigger's assassin. Seeing someone else's death in her visions had never happened before. Except once, with her father, when she was 5 years old. She had warned him of his imminent death. He listened. But he departed anyway, and died, fulfilling his mission. Since then, Verdia lived for hundreds of years and became more cautious and far more paranoid. During the final months of the war, her anxiety grew. She thought about telling Rigger, but she knew he would never flee from a fight if it meant abandoning those he loved. Even more so if it was an enemy capable of killing him. What kind of logic would make him flee in the face of such an enemy? And if she told him, what if that very act led him to face that enemy and caused his death? After much thought, she decided. She would do what she always did when she received a vision, she would face it alone. It seemed insane. Facing someone who had the power to kill Rigger. But the vision was very clear, the moment that unknown being appeared, an inevitable conflict would begin. There would be no negotiation, only combat. So why not try to stop him before? She followed her instincts, her omens, until she finally found him. And the instant her eyes beheld him, Verdia froze. An absolute terror overcame her. Her soul screamed. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead and her legs shook. A being walked calmly toward Militian. A man in a long white robe, silver hair, and golden eyes with vertical pupils. Each step he took reverberated like a silent thunder in her chest. She knew, at that instant, that she stood before something evil. Something invincible. A nightmarish malevolent humanoid. The man stopped before her, a few steps away. His eyes studied her with interest. Verdia Solarion, he said, in a firm and strangely calm voice. Verdia's mind raced. How does he know my name? Is he going to kill me now? Should I run away? Should I try to kill him anyway? Beg for my life? But no. She stifled her panic just enough to think rationally. She remembered the description Rigger had given her of an old enemy, silver hair, golden eyes, the curse of fear and hatred. She knew who he was now. She spoke, her voice trembling. Why, you are the D-Dragon God. Her hands trembled, her body screamed to flee, but she remained. The Dragon God looked at her with curiosity. I am. Why are you in my way? Verdia took a step back, as if his very voice were a weapon. All right, why was she here? She didn't really know anymore. Was she really thinking of stopping this monster alone? What could she do against him? Ask politely for him to leave. Then, in an act of almost desperate courage, she gathered all she had within her and bent deeply at a 90-degree angle before the being. Please. Do not fight Rigger Adoldia. Chapter 218, The Weapon to Kill the Dragon God. While Verdia experienced the worst moment of her life, subjugated by an absolute sense of terror before the overwhelming presence of the men in front of her, the manifestation of the curse of fear, the Dragon God, Orsted, was confused. The golden-haired elf, bent at a 90-degree angle before him, seemed to be fighting the natural impulse to attack him, flee, or beg for mercy. In fact, she was doing very well in his presence, better than most people. Orsted remained silent, observing her. But, inwardly, he was thinking many things at once, trying to understand her situation. Over the past months, he had gained some understanding of the current situation on the sacred continent of Meles. The sequence of events had deviated uncontrollably. Events that should never have occurred were erupting with intensity: a continent-wide war, alliances between kingdoms, the destruction of important places. Many of these things were unprecedented. And the reason was the emergence of a single variable. The current sixth world power. Now known as the Beast God. He was not the first unknown variable that Orsted had encountered in his countless loops. Others had already caused smaller distortions, such as the earlier-than-expected meddling of Hidegami's apostles, or the appearance of mages or warriors with untimely talents. But none of them had reshaped the world stage with such force and scope. Orsted had already repeated the cycle hundreds of times. He walked the same paths, faced the same enemies, killed those who needed to be eliminated, saved those who would be useful, and tweaked small details with each new loop to conserve mana and energy. Over time, he had stopped actively seeking out information. He already knew all the major events, knew the fate of every important figure, and, due to his curse, interacting with people directly was a constant obstacle. This made data gathering exhausting and, in his view, unnecessary. But in this cycle, he began to notice that his information was becoming almost useless. What should happen was not happening. And what should never occur was unfolding at full force. Meles was at war, and not an ordinary war, a war capable of redefining kingdoms and reshaping the political geography of the world. The Dragon King's realm also showed structural differences. The Demon Continent no longer followed known patterns, and even the distant Begarit Continent and the northern territories of the Central Continent were somewhat different. Orsted had also noticed activity among the sea-dwelling races, something that had never happened in any of his previous iterations. Besides the places, the people were also different. One of Hidegami's future apostles, Lucius Gallard, ascended to the papacy much earlier than he should have. Orsted had already planned to kill him before then, and the only reason he didn't do it sooner was because he needed Lucius's descendants. The destinies of important individuals had been profoundly altered: Ghislaine Dodoldia, Verdia Solarion, Eris Boreas Greyrat, Aisha Greyrat, Gino Brits, and many others. Too numerous to count. All these changes, compared to the memories he had from previous loops, had something in common. A single root. A single catalyst. Rigor Adoldia. It was from this that Orsted returned to old habits. He captured high-ranking members on both Meles' side and the Grand Forest side during the war, and used hypnosis magic to extract information. He did this repeatedly, cross-referencing old data with new, drawing lines, pointing out connections. And always, at each critical intersection, Rigor's name surfaced. A rare talent since childhood. Intelligent, with balanced strength and magic, and a combat instinct that bordered on monstrous. At 5 years old, he was recognized as a warrior by the Doldia tribes. At 6, with Verdia Solarion's help, he killed a warrior of the North Saint level. But none of that, impressive as it was, caused the real impact on the world. What transformed Rigor into a revolutionary force was his leadership ability. He didn't just fight and win, he observed. He understood. He acted strategically. He influenced his tribe, his region, his continent with words and deeds. Under his command, the Doldia abandoned limiting old traditions, reached for new horizons, adopted a progressive stance. Rigor crushed all opposition with victories so notable that even the greatest geniuses would seem like amateurs beside him. His path through Meles had been a whirlwind. Annihilating slave bases, confronting Meles directly, forging alliances with dwarves, elves, and other normally isolated races. Fighting not only against warriors or factions, but against the very religious and political structure in power. As all these pieces fell into place, Orsted increasingly understood what had caused the distortion in this cycle. He knew well how a single figure could change the destiny of a nation, of a continent. After all, his own mission required him to manipulate thrones and successions to ensure a favorable future for himself. And for the Meles continent, this time it was Rigor Adoldia. Son of Hauntar and Celine Adoldia. A young man who should never have existed. Learning more about Rigor, Orsted finally understood rationally why that young man had never been born in any of his previous loops. At first glance, Rigor seemed the perfect vessel for Laplace's reincarnation. His physical body was naturally extremely strong, his magical talent was staggering, and he even possessed innate demon eyes. But Orsted had a logical theory for why Rigor could not truly be reborn as Laplace in the end. It was because of the battle aura, the Tuki. Rigor had a massive talent for using battle aura since childhood. And that talent was a natural blockade for Laplace. The demon god, despite his absurd power, could not use a drop of battle aura in his body. Laplace's modified reincarnation spell was complex and altered the fetus in the womb from the very start of gestation. Orsted did not know the precise details of how the modified enchantment worked, but he was sure of one thing: the Tuki had to be completely erased from the vessel's body. Having a talent as extreme as Rigger's for Tuki made that impossible. In a way, that had been both a blessing and a curse for that baby. He was born with extraordinary innate talents, body, magic, Tuki, demon eyes, but could never use them in their entirety. His newly born soul was too fragile to withstand such a strong Laplace factor. And Laplace himself could not reincarnate into him because of the battle aura obstacle. Thus, Rigger would always be stillborn. A biological error. A vessel rejected by the spell. Except this time. In this cycle, he was born alive. The only plausible explanation for this was that another foreign soul had reincarnated into his body. Orsted investigated everything thoroughly. He used hypnosis magic several times, spending small but precious amounts of mana. For someone like him, each use counted. His movements were measured, calculated. Every spell cast had to be considered in the long term. As he gathered his information, he reached a conclusion he had long theorized: this cycle was special. Possibly unique. Beyond the teleportation incident, which had changed many destinies, 3 anomalous cases had already been detected. They were 2 reincarnated, Rudeus and Rigger, and 1 summoned, Nanahoshi. 3 souls possibly from another world. 3 variables that did not belong to the original structure. As he connected the dots, an unsettling suspicion began to form in the dragon god's heart. A suspicion that, if true, would explain many of the distortions. Hitagami was shaping Rigger Adoldia to kill him. The idea was perfectly plausible. Everything fit. Orsted had already interrogated a member of the Sword Sanctuary, someone who had heard Rigger declare that he wanted to cut off dragon god Orsted's head as soon as he entered the ephemeral hall. He also knew that Rigger had been alongside Rida just before killing him, and Rida always was an apostle in every loop. He was one of the people Orsted had already planned to kill, as was Verdia. Eris Greyrat also seemed to be training to kill him. Rigger was forming a circle of powerful allies: the immortal demon king Batagati, the sword god Gal Farion, the water god Rida Rhea, the death god Randolph Marianne, among others who, given time, would become figures of global influence. Rigger was not an ordinary leader. He was an architect of the future. If Hitagami had planned this from the beginning, there would be no contradiction. Many of Rigger's powers, his rapid growth capability, his tactical intuition, his ability to form alliances, his influence over entire races, could be explained if he had been guided from the start by a manipulating mind. Orsted knew that Rigger was still not strong enough to represent a threat to him in combat. He was far from it. But who could predict what he would become? At 17, Rigger was already one of the 7 powers. If he was this capable now, what would he do at 50? Or 100? Knowing this, he made a decision. If Rigger truly was a weapon molded by Hitagami to destroy him, the wisest decision was to eliminate him immediately. Orsted had already allowed him to live before, only to observe his actions and understand his impact on the world. If Rigger truly had enough power to destroy Malichan, the holy city, he could no longer be ignored. Orsted needed to see him with his own eyes, judge his real strength, and make the final decision. With that in mind, he headed to Malichan to witness the outcome of the final battle. If Rigger could destroy the holy capital at his current age, Orsted would kill him. He despised and hated Hitagami, but did not underestimate his cunning. And he could not rule out the possibility that these new variables, Rudeus, Rigger, Nanahoshi, were pieces placed on the board by that malevolent god. But even in all the scenarios he thought possible, the dragon god certainly did not expect what was happening now. On the way to Malichan, he was intercepted by the Witch of Disaster. She stood before him with a trembling but firm body. And then she asked him not to fight Rigger. Orsted fell silent. Years ago, he had considered killing her because of the Miko power she hid. Her ability to see the future was dangerous and unstable. But, over time, she had become a secondary problem. And now, there she was. Asking him not to fight her disciple. This surprised him somewhat. Verdia Solarion was a kind and warm person, but she was also naturally selfish. No matter what disaster, what calamity, even if everyone around her died, in the end, she would walk away alive. So, why would she come to meet death voluntarily? He watched her. She trembled. Sweated cold. Kept her head bowed so hard that her bright hair touched the ground. She did not dare look him in the eye. But she refused to flee. Orsted wondered if she had once again seen her own death in his hands. Had she come because of that? But if that were the case, why would she come to meet him, knowing what awaited her? She seemed about to collapse. Her body tensed, almost about to run by pure instinct. Then, he decided to break the silence. Stand up. Verdia hesitated for a few seconds, tension evident in every muscle. But, slowly, she began to rise. Her knees shook, and her complexion remained as pale as wax. Being in Orsted's presence was not just uncomfortable, it was torture. The mere fact of breathing the same air as him made her soul scream to kill him or flee immediately. Fear. Hatred. despair. They all swirled around him like an invisible field of repulsion and death. But Verdia did not flee. Even believing she was facing a soulless devil, a cold and malevolent entity that crushed hope with a single glance, she stayed. Orsted watched her with impassive eyes, and then, after a brief silence, asked the question that most intrigued him at that moment. What future did you see? The elf slowly raised her eyes, a confused gleam shining behind the hatred that consumed her. Reflexively, she answered in a hesitant voice. Pardon. You are the soothsayer Miko, Orsted responded, as if merely repeating a piece of information. I know you can see the future. I am asking what kind of future you saw before coming here. Verdia froze. A different chill ran down her spine. How does he know about my powers? Up to that moment, she had firmly believed her gift was an absolute secret, known only by herself. And she believed that knowing that secret was a harbinger of death. That was why she had never trusted anyone with it. That was why she maintained a thin, invisible emotional barrier with everyone around her. Her vision was a curse, and anyone who knew about it was doomed to fall into ruin. But there he was. The most feared being in the world. And he knew about her powers. She remained silent, stunned, trying to process that revelation. But she had no time. His presence was overwhelming. His gaze demanded an answer. Then, with a trembling voice, she replied. I saw a dark and indecipherable stain piercing my heart. Orsted nodded as though it were obvious. That is your death. Because I am planning to kill you. His voice was cold as steel. Knowing that, why did you still come here? Verdia opened her mouth. Closed it. Tried to speak again, but no words came out. Until finally, hesitantly, she stammered. I wanted to stop you from killing Rigor. Orsted narrowed his eyes. How did you know I was coming to kill Rigor Adoldia? Frightened, Verdia took a step back reflexively. Her hand almost flew to her bow, but she restrained the gesture and answered. I also saw his death. A heavy silence fell between them. The wind blew, carrying a tension that felt solid, almost tangible. Orsted stared at the elf for long seconds before asking. Can you not see only your own death in the short term with your visions? Again, Verdia was surprised by the depth of his knowledge about her ability. How could he know that, if she had never told him herself? Her breathing grew shaky, but she answered. It was supposed to be, until it wasn't anymore. The dragon god's naturally severe face became even more grim. And then, he said, in a deep, dense voice. What was your plan to stop me from killing you? Verdia opened her mouth to answer, but something happened. She felt the familiar sensation. Like a warm touch coming from within the soul. Her consciousness began to dissolve, slowly. The sounds around her grew distant, as if submerged in water. Her deep blue eyes shone with a silver light. The same light as always. Her body went rigid, her arms hanging at her sides. She looked at the sky without truly seeing it. Her eyes glazed, shining in silver. Her mind, disconnected from reality. Yet she remained standing. Frozen like a living statue. Verdia was having another vision. Chapter 219, Orsted's Dilemma, Embers of Passion. While Verdia was experiencing yet another vision, oblivious to the world around her, a flaming bolt rent the sky and wiped Malition off the map. The dragon's breath roared mercilessly, reducing walls, temples, and towers to incandescent ashes. At the heart of the destruction stood Rigor, wreathed in flames and Tuki, guiding the destructive magic through the city. Orsted watched the devastation, visible even from the great distance separating them, in silence. His expression was neutral, but his golden eyes glowed with concentration. At last, his gaze shifted from the chaos to rest once more upon the figure of Verdia Solarion. The elf remained standing, yet her body seemed detached from the present. Her eyes were seized by a silvery gleam, her breathing light, almost non-existent. The soothsayer Miko was having a vision before her very eyes. Though he had lived through countless loops and learned all there was to know about Verdia's Miko powers, Orsted had never witnessed one of her visions manifesting before him. There was something fascinating in that moment. Part of him wanted to kill her right then and head for Malition. But another part hesitated. As compromised as this loop already seemed by Rigor's actions, he also felt that this one was special in some way. Perhaps this was destined to be the last loop. Perhaps this time he could finally destroy Hidegami and fulfill his mission and his destiny. It was an unsettling yet persistent premonition. It was also why he did not kill Verdia immediately. Even deciding to exterminate Rigor, he hesitated to eliminate such crucial pieces, especially without fully understanding the board. So, Orsted waited. The wind stirred the elf's long hair, and time passed. Before long, Verdia returned to herself. Her eyes reverted to their usual deep blue, though they remained lost in some distant point. For a moment, she seemed oblivious to the dragon god's presence. A faint smile played on her lips, something Orsted noticed at once. He then spoke to her in his customary grave voice. And Verdia blinked, as if only then remembering where she was. Her face immediately closed over, tension rushing back. A look of contained hatred reappeared on her countenance. Calmly, Orsted asked, "What did you see?" She did not answer. She remained silent, her expression growing even more closed off. He could feel her hatred. The fear that once dominated the elf was now being replaced by anger, and that was problematic. Those who feared him could still be manipulated. Those who hated him rarely cooperated. Orsted once again pondered killing her at once. His hand rose for a moment, weighing the matter. But before he could act, Verdia finally spoke. "Why do you want to kill Rigger?" He recognized the maneuver, she had not answered his question. But he was used to this. Rather than pressing, he replied directly. "Your disciple is a troublesome anomaly. Besides, he is an apostle of Hitagami." He spoke with composed ease. After all, in all his loops, Verdia had never been influenced by the moon god. Perhaps that was why Orsted had never considered her a true threat. She was problematic for her power, yes, but not a direct enemy. Rigger, on the other hand, was an enigma. The elf clenched her fists, her face twisted by a mixture of fury and disbelief. "What do you mean, an anomaly? And an apostle? Rigger has nothing to do with that Hitagami. He even warned me against him." Orsted watched her intently. He remained silent for a long moment before asking. "Does Rigger Adoldia receive dreams from the moon god?" Verdia answered cautiously. "No. I helped him create a barrier to block mental invasions." Orsted said nothing. His silence stretched so long that Verdia grew increasingly tense. Cold sweat was inevitable. The presence of the dragon god was a burden crushing mind, soul, and body. Only those with great willpower could withstand such a passive confrontation. Verdia stood firm, sustained by only two thoughts: she stood no chance against him in combat, and if she retreated, Rigger would die. She could not kill him, and did not want to retreat. She had to try to persuade that monster. But each second, she regretted that choice more. She hated that being with every fiber of her being. Yet she forced herself to believe it wasn't his fault, but the curse. It was all she had left to keep herself there. A shred of rationality amid a hurricane of fear and hatred. The dragon god pondered in silence for a moment. The devastation of Malition was gradually coming to an end. Flames still danced amid the rubble, and the hot air carried the scent of scorched stone, charred wood, and evaporated blood. He looked toward the ruined city in the distance, his brow furrowed, golden eyes narrowed in deep concentration. "I'll ask once more," he said in a cold voice. "Lie, and I will kill you, and everyone in Malition." He raised his right hand, and an illusory scale formed magically in the air between them. It was made of pale light and rotating arcane symbols. "What did you see in your vision?" Orsted's aura intensified, and for the first time, Verdia felt a genuine intent to kill from him, not the curse, not passive spiritual pressure, but the real desire to slay her. Verdia took a step back, heart pounding, palms sweaty on sword and staff. She gritted her teeth and, her voice controlled, spoke. "I saw my daughter." Orsted glanced at the scale. Its pan tilted gently to one side, revealing a symbol Verdia did not recognize. He continued. "And what was your daughter doing?" The elf looked at the scale. In that instant, she understood it to be an item, or spell, that distinguished lies from truth. Her mind raced, seeking the most effective way to stay alive. She was fighting. Her eyes lifted steadfastly to Orsted. She braced for death. She was certain that what she was about to say would seal her fate. Fighting the demon god Laplace. The world seemed to stop. The tension coursing through her was like a rope stretched to its limit. If Orsted made a move, she would strike back with everything she had. Even knowing she was nothing but an insect before him, Verdia would fall fighting. Perhaps she could buy time. Perhaps she could warn Rigger, anything. The scale tipped once more to the same side. Truth. But death did not come. Instead, the dragon god stared at her for 10 long seconds. Too long. Long enough for the certainty of death to penetrate her bones. Then he dispelled the magic with a gesture. "I understand." And he turned, saying no more, striding toward the mountains and slowly vanishing among rocks and low groves as if she did not exist. Verdia remained dazed, her gaze fixed on the spot where the evil being had disappeared. Cold sweat drenched her light armor and the clothes beneath. The hand gripping her sword still trembled. The other held fast to her staff. Over time, her knees gave way. She fell, dropping her weapons. Her gaze rose to the blue sky, where the sun radiated serene warmth over a ruined world. Sweat evaporated from her skin. And then she smiled. A wide, intense smile. And she began to laugh. A wild, relieved, liberating laugh. She tried to cover her mouth with her hands, but it was impossible to contain it. She laughed as if she had cheated death. As if she had stolen life back from the jaws of hell. And then he appeared. A silver figure emerged before her like lightning. Firm hands rested on her shoulders. Master. Are you okay? Are you hurt? What happened? It was Rigor. His face was lightly sweaty, his body singed in places, his clothes burned, except for his cloak, still intact. His bright golden eyes overflowed with concern, and the fierce beauty of the young man seemed even more intense in contrast. Verdia looked at him as if seeing a miracle. Her smile widened further. Her golden hair gleamed in the sunlight, and the sight of her apprentice seemed sublime. Without a word, she threw herself into his arms. Her arms closed around him, and her lips met his in a passionate, overwhelming kiss, charged with frustration, fear, and relief. It was a kiss that expressed all the complex emotions she was feeling in that moment. Rigor was surprised for an instant, but soon pulled his master's waist closer, returning the kiss with equal intensity. He would ask questions later. Now, he only felt. As soon as Rigor confronted the sanctified sword, he felt a great relief wash over his body. His instincts warned him of no further danger, even as he stood amid a blazing inferno. For the first time since the start of the war, his heart was somewhat calmer. The magical barriers, the Tuki enveloping his body, and his extraordinary physical resilience had protected him from the impact of the thunderous magical collision. He withstood the explosion with ease. But the White Knight was not as fortunate. Engulfed by the searing light and purifying fire, his body was incinerated in the incandescent heat. His once immaculate holy armor melted into white liquid metal that fused with his burned flesh. He died without a chance to resist, consumed by a fury beyond human understanding. The war against Miles had ended. All that remained now was to confirm the death of Pope Lucio's Gallard. Rigor emerged from the flames with determined steps, his body still coated in ash and soot, but his golden eyes now calm. Yet that peace lasted little. His master was missing. Alarm shot through him immediately. His heart, which had just quieted, was seized by sharp concern. After confirming everyone's safety, he dashed off without hesitation, his demon eyes sweeping the area for signs. His master had hidden her trail from Ghislaine, but such precautions were no match for him. He did not need much time to find her. Enhancing his senses with Tuki, sniffing even against the wind, discerning every trace of magic in the ground and air, he followed the elf's trail. He waited for no one. He ran out of Miles like a silver bolt. Along the way, he saw Pope Lucio's body stretched out, his head severed from his body, his face twisted in eternal agony. Confirming his death with a single glance from his demon eyes, Rigor scarcely paused. The trail of his master extended beyond the ruined city. Then he felt it. A shiver ran down his spine. The smell of dragon. A scent he would never forget. It was Orsted. Immediately, his posture shifted. Every muscle in his body tensed like a bow ready to fire. The anger he had long contained bubbled up from the depths of his heart. The memory of the dragon god's hand piercing Idar's chest was a living wound in his mind. The sound of blood gushing, his friend's lost gaze, it all returned like a storm. Just imagining the dragon god killing his master the same way made his blood boil. He tried to remain rational. He needed to ensure his master was alive without exploding in rage. His fragmented reflection eye distorted time around him, allowing him to analyze everything at superhuman speeds. And finally, he saw her. Verdia stood there, hair in the wind, armor stained with sweat and tension, but alive. Rigor expanded his senses once more. The scent of Orsted lingered but was dissipating. No more blending presence. He ran to her like lightning, closing the distance, his heart pounding from adrenaline, lingering fear, and hope. To his surprise, Verdia was laughing. "Master," he called, stopping a step away. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? What happened?" She looked at him with eyes glittering with relief and affection. Her lips still parted in a genuine smile, her face radiant, her hair shimmering in the sunlight. Rigor found himself distracted by her serene beauty. And then, without warning, Verdia leapt at him, wrapping her arms around his neck before sealing her lips to his in a deep kiss. Rigor froze for a moment. But the warm touch, the tenderness, the relief in his chest, all that had been repressed welled up inside him. He slid an arm around her waist and returned the kiss with intensity. The war, the pain, the fear, all seemed to vanish in that moment. Beneath the sunlight breaking through the clouds, the two found each other in a perfect instant. Behind them, Melitian still smoldered, a silhouette of smoke and ruin. But there, on that mountaintop, there was only peace. A rare moment of love. Chapter 220, Blessing and Curse, Cutting Karma. After a long, passionate kiss, with both Verdia and Rigor releasing all the tension that had been weighing on them, Rigor finally remembered he had many questions for his master. He could still taste the sweet, refreshing flavor on his lips, urging him to go on and forget everything else, but he managed to keep his rationality. Slowly, he pulled away, only a few centimeters, just enough to look into Verdia's eyes. She seemed reluctant, her expression puckered into a slight, displeased pout, as if she didn't want to let go of that moment. Still, she didn't stop him when he gently held her shoulders, trying to organize his thoughts. Rigor began to speak, masked. But the elf interrupted him with a smile before he could finish. "Call me Verdia." Rigor's heart warmed at her kindness and closeness, but he still needed answers. "Verdia, why didn't you tell anyone you were leaving? And why did you hide your tracks so you couldn't be followed?" His tone held a mix of curiosity and concern. For a moment, he had truly thought his master had been kidnapped as a hostage. He didn't even know what he would have done if they had used her against him. Verdia grew even more apprehensive as her mind raced for an answer. Rigor didn't know much about divination magic, but he wasn't an idiot. In this war, more than once she had been able to foresee impossible movements and save the group from great losses. He could suspect she had powerful divination spells, but none as powerful as this. Until recently, Verdia had firmly believed that knowing of her Miko powers was a curse to anyone. In her entire life, every single person she told about her ability died horribly not long after learning of it. Since then, she had never shared her gift with anyone again. However, she had recently discovered that the dragon god knew a great deal about her powers, and he didn't seem destined for death. As terrifying as he was. She looked at Rigor and hesitated for a moment. Perhaps, to survive her curse, great power was necessary. Perhaps the dragon god had some ability that protected his fate. Yet still, she wanted to trust Rigor. Aside from the fact that she was hopelessly in love with him, she had always wanted to entrust the secret to someone, but whenever she came close enough to tell, she didn't. Because she didn't want to harm that person. She had also never used this ability as a weapon, because she didn't know if the person she confided in would reveal her secret to everyone. At that point, wouldn't everyone be cursed? She had no information on how it worked, but she never risked it. But now, knowing that Orsted also knew, part of her believed Rigor could resist as well. No, she wanted him to be able to. She was confused. Rigor said nothing. He simply watched her. He waited for her to explain. Until tears welled in her eyes, and she said, whispering, "I am a Miko. I can see the future." In that moment, Rigor's instincts triggered an extreme danger alert. It was something emanating from his master's golden hair, which shone brighter than ever. It was a strange, disturbing sensation, unlike anything he had felt before. In an instant, he activated his demon eyes and backed away using the wild dash, without worrying about anything else. With his demon eyes, he couldn't see much, but he saw traces of his master's mana unconsciously rushing toward him at great speed. He felt a shapeless, immensely negative, overwhelming, and lethal aura. It turned out there really was a curse for those who knew of Verdia's power. But Orsted had never noticed nor been affected, because the first dragon god's technique constantly shielded him from that influence. Pope Lucio's and a few high-ranking Militian officials had also suffered the curse upon learning of it, but they never realized it until they were slaughtered by Rigor. Rigor didn't know what that energy was, but he definitely didn't want it to touch him. As he retreated and fled from the strange energy, he raised walls of stone. The energy passed through like a ghost. He raised mana barriers and energy barriers. His master's remaining mana began to be repelled, but the strange energy persisted. He quickly deactivated the mana barrier. If it vanished, he might never locate it again. Rigor tried everything. Soul barriers. Mind barriers. But the energy grew faster. He unleashed a sea of fire. Then lightning. He tried using gravity to distort it. Nothing worked. The energy was faster than he was. Then it pierced through his defenses and stabbed his chest. A sensation of incongruity struck him. A feeling of danger permeated him at every moment. He was restless. He needed to get rid of it. After confirming his master's safety, Rigor sat into a meditative posture. What was that energy? An illusion. A manifestation. A spirit. No. He had tried to protect his soul. It wasn't that. Then what? A curse? The last thing his master had told him was that she was a Miko and could see the future. Maybe that was the key to help him rid himself of it. Certainly, Miko powers were far more abstract than any known power. Many lacked any kind of rationale. He would have to think outside the box. He gathered everything he knew. She could see the future. He was feeling an extreme sense of danger, but no immediate threat to himself. Was his future compromised by that strange energy? It seemed a good guess. He circled his tuki wildly, but felt nothing odd in his body. Did it affect luck? Karma? Was that even real in this world? No. Perhaps it was real in both worlds, but he had never been able to detect it while he was in the old one. In any case, the common laws of physics definitely didn't apply in this strange world, but he could try to use his knowledge to solve the problem. Karma, in his previous world, was often associated with an invisible energy of a positive or negative nature. According to some philosophies, karma could be eased with good deeds, repentance, and awareness, but it could never be completely eliminated, since the cycle of cause and effect was considered inherent to existence. However, if it was indeed a type of energy, why couldn't it be accessed? These philosophical ideas were part of Rigger's old world, but he was no longer bound to that world. Here, in this new reality where magic, gods, and superhuman abilities were real, he had already achieved feats that, in his past life, would have been considered completely impossible. If he returned to his old world in his current form, with his imposing presence, powerful body, and destructive might, Rigger was certain he would be worshipped as a deity. No mundane weapon could harm him, and there was no physical obstacle he couldn't break. With that in mind, he strengthened his mindset, refusing to be intimidated by an invisible energy. The danger was still real, and he felt it in every fiber of his being, but now he could see it as just another obstacle. His demon eyes, still activated, allowed him to think at blazing speed. He reviewed everything he knew about karma, which wasn't much. Some ideas even came from Chinese web novels and the like. Karma was related to everything one experienced, the way one treated others, the intention behind actions, self-awareness. At 12 years old, Rigger had reached a milestone few ever did in a lifetime, the full union of body and mind. That was when he stopped rejecting his beastly body and accepted it as an essential part of who he was, even though his soul was originally human. That deep acceptance gave him a sharp self-understanding. He knew himself. He knew of his dedication and unwavering determination in pursuit of power, and his deep care and kindness toward those he loved, his wives, his master, his parents, and all he considered important. He knew his own character and personality. Modesty aside, Rigger believed he had many virtues. But he didn't consider himself perfect. He was sometimes overconfident. Arrogant, perhaps. His extraordinary power set him apart from ordinary men, and he knew it. At times, he felt more a force of nature than a human being. Despite that, he strove to keep his feet on the ground, not to get carried away. But he wasn't always effective. He was also driven by intense emotions. For example, if he saw one of his loved ones hurt, his rage was overwhelming and uncontrollable. There was also his insatiable lust, he admitted as much. Even loving each of his women deeply, he wanted more. He was almost certain that wasn't entirely honest. Realizing his thoughts were drifting from the essential, Rigger returned to focus, introspection. Self-knowledge. He deactivated his demon eyes, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, concentrating. He began to look inward, beyond mana, flesh, and soul. He wanted to touch something deeper, more hidden. Something as subtle and untouchable as destiny. If there were people in this world who could manipulate time and space, then cutting an invisible energy tied to luck shouldn't be impossible. The sense of danger around him remained. He also noticed Verdia approaching, but for now, he ignored her. His mind sank ever deeper. His consciousness dissipated. While he saw everything around him, he saw nothing. Reality seemed to melt, and only one thought echoed firmly within him. Cut the karma. His consciousness gradually took on a familiar form. The form of a sword. Rigger's will shaped itself into a blade, and the blade was his own will. He wasn't seeking an external target. Karma had no form. It wasn't a physical opponent. His mind emptied. His mana reacted and adapted to this new meditative state. It was easier than he expected. In a way, it was like being deprived of all senses, which he had already experienced in the battle against Meles. In that state, time lost meaning. He disconnected from his body and space, diving deeply within himself. All he sought was himself. And within him, he sought a blade. He didn't know how long had passed, but eventually, he felt it. A shining silver sphere hovered before him. It was like a small sun, with dark lines and streaks meandering over it, obscuring its purity. But what drew the most attention was the red and black flame burning over that sphere, slowly consuming it. Upon seeing that flame, Rigger knew instantly that was what he needed to cut. He didn't hesitate. He didn't think. He simply cut. The moment his will-formed sword touched the flame, a piercing, high-pitched, disorienting sound ripped through his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the real world, his awareness crashing back into his body. Verdia was kneeling at his side, her eyes wide. Then came the pain. An intense, indescribable pain, as if a part of his existence had been ripped away. The pain lasted 1 second. A long second. And then it vanished, as if it had never existed. The danger instincts that had followed him since Verdia's revelation finally ceased. Rigger felt safe. But even after succeeding, he still felt a new and subtle connection to Verdia. Perhaps his previous world had been right in this regard. Karma can be eased, but never completely erased. He took a deep breath, his mind still dazed, his entire body on alert but with no sense of threat. He looked around, reconnecting with reality. Then he turned to his master. Master, Verdia, how much time has passed? Verdia stared at him, confused, visibly surprised, but secretly happy. She took a few seconds to respond. Only about 10 minutes, what happened? While Rigor waged an internal, silent battle against the strange energy that had connected to him, Verdia watched closely, seized by growing anxiety. Her blue eyes followed every movement of her disciple, from the moment he backed away with the wild dash to the instant he began hastily erecting barriers. She couldn't see what he was facing. To her, there was no visible threat. But he seemed to perceive a terrible danger, which he wanted to avoid at all costs, yet somewhere within herself, she felt something akin to relief. If he had simply stopped and not reacted to what she had said, she would have certainly been consumed by absolute panic. She would have imagined 1,000 possibilities, that her curse had affected him and it was only a matter of time before he fell to ruin. But no, Rigor perceived something and was fighting it. That meant two things. She had truly been right to keep her secret. Knowing about her Miko powers really carried a terrible curse. Even without understanding the mechanisms behind it, the effects existed. That which was attacking Rigor, which escaped her perception completely, probably manifested against anyone who knew her secret. Rigor resisted. He was capable of facing it. She didn't know how, perhaps due to his keen instincts, perhaps due to that sixth sense he possessed that more than once resembled a kind of natural divination, but he had reacted. And then, 10 minutes later, as if it were nothing more than something natural, he returned. He opened his eyes. He stood up and asked how much time had passed. Verdia nearly cried with relief. She had to restrain the urge to jump for joy and hug him at once. He seemed fine. Perhaps confused and tired, but whole. Alive. With a steady gaze and controlled breathing. When he opened his mouth to finally say what had happened, hurried footsteps interrupted the moment. Ghislaine and Taze appeared running, their senses alert, eyes sweeping the area for enemies. They only stopped when they realized there was no visible danger. Ghislaine was the first to relax her shoulders. Taze followed suit. Their gazes fell upon Rigor. He was already standing, expression serene, and when he spoke, his voice came out firm and direct. Everything's fine for now. We'll have time to talk later. For now, we have to organize the situation in Meles. Everything else can wait. He looked at Verdia for a brief moment. A look rich with meaning. A silent promise that they would return to that topic. He still wanted to understand what had happened. But he also knew that Verdia probably had no control over whatever had occurred there. Besides, everything she had shown him so far was care, affection, and a sincere desire to protect him. That was enough for now. He would trust her. Ghislaine watched the two with slightly narrowed eyes. Her sense of smell quickly picked up the mingled scent of the two. Her pupils dilated slightly in understanding. A small smile formed at the corner of her lips before she averted her gaze, saying nothing. Verdia blushed lightly and turned her face to the side, still regaining her composure. Taze crossed his arms, observed the scene, and commented bluntly. All right, if you say so, then it's fine. I'll let the others know. He turned and ran off, speeding away to deliver the message. And there was still much to be done. But for now, they were all right. Chapter 221, A New Kingdom, much to be done. The armies of the Iron Legion cheered in euphoria. Cries of celebration echoed throughout the camp as bonfires were lit and barrels of drink rolled among the soldiers. It was a complete victory. Regarding Verdia's disappearance, the news was spread that it had actually been a maneuver to lure out Pope Lucius and eliminate him, which wasn't entirely a lie. Although the higher ranks knew there was more behind that official truth, no one asked further questions. After all, the beast god had said it was fine, and that was enough. The figure of Rigor, cloaked in an aura of near-divine power, had become a symbol. Even without realizing it, Rigor had already instilled in his subordinates an unconscious belief in his invincibility and infinite wisdom. It was as if his mere presence assured everyone that everything was under control. Very few remembered that the leader of the Iron Legion was only 17 years old. All sorts of legends spread among the battalions. Some claimed Rigor was the reincarnation of beast gods from the past. Others said he was a Miko sent from the heavens, destined to free the oppressed peoples. He was seen as someone imposing, an invincible warrior, a just leader who fought for the weak. His virtue was proclaimed across all lands, in the improvised songs of the Legion's bards and in the words of every soldier returning from the front lines. But the truth was that Rigor didn't see himself that way. Deep down, Rigor was someone who only cared about those close to his heart. His loved ones, his friends, his disciples, his closest allies, these were the ones who truly mattered. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the rest of the world if it meant saving those he loved. That was his nature. The only thing that set him apart was that, if he could do something about it, Rigger wouldn't sit idly by while his race was enslaved and exterminated. He also couldn't accept the tyranny of a government rotten to the core like Melis's. To him, that was the bare minimum. The heart of the matter was that he had become very strong. Too powerful. And as his strength increased, so did the number of things he could interfere with. Before he knew it, Rigger could impose his will upon the entire continent. And even with his strength attracting all kinds of warriors and mercenaries to his cause, the Iron Legion did not become a band of monsters. Yes, there were bloodthirsty demons among their ranks, but throughout the war, heinous crimes were severely punished by the Legion's generals and commanders. Indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, rape, or cannibalism, all of that was absolutely unthinkable. Rigger didn't even force the survivors of Melis to become more slaves. A decision that surprised and even frustrated some among his ranks. But this nearly unprecedented gesture, even in the long and bloody history of wars in this world, sealed Rigger's image as a relentless, yet just and merciful leader. But again, for Rigger, that was the bare minimum. In his previous world, these things were rather obvious. Not raping, not enslaving, did it really need to be said out loud? Well, here, it did. His morality had adapted to the new world, yes, but the core remained unchanged. Even so, Rigger was surprised by the extremely low number of barbaric crimes within his own legion. He suspected this was not only due to the severity of punishments but also to the very culture of this world, the law of the strongest. The leaders of each division were extraordinary warriors, and above all of them loomed the figure of the beast god, the man who had erased Militian from the map. His mere existence imposed discipline. Furthermore, many of the commanders and officers had grown up alongside Rigger, training with him, bleeding with him, learning with him. And even those who came later, who hadn't known him since childhood, didn't dare question his authority. It was hard to oppose someone who could destroy armies alone. The news of the Iron Legion's victory spread across the continent like wildfire. The whole world was watching. After all, it wasn't just a war, it was a change of era. A new order was about to be established, and no one knew for sure what tomorrow would bring. But honestly, all Rigger wanted now was to sit and rest. Leave everything in the hands of his generals, his commanders, and trusted allies. But he knew that his presence was one of the main reasons why everything was going so well. Still, behind all his efforts at that moment, Rigger had a plan. A long-term strategy that boiled down to forming a stable kingdom now, with a firm foundation and efficient administration, so that in the future he could step away completely from politics. He already had in mind who he would name as king in his place, and even before officially founding the kingdom, he already felt anxious for the moment he would finally hand over the crown and vanish from political life. It would still take some time, but with each passing second, his anticipation grew. Besides the kingdom's foundation, there were personal matters that demanded his attention. He needed to formalize his relationship with Verdia. They both knew how the other felt, and after the kiss outside Militian, they had begun treating each other somewhat like a couple. He also needed to investigate Verdia's powers and obtain detailed information about her encounter with Orsted. He had also recently learned that Zenith and Norn were safe in the city of Tinevere. He wanted to meet them and perhaps apologize for killing Paul. He also had to go to the Great Forest and quickly meet his younger sister, Ruby, and finally visit his mother again. It was a matter that had weighed on him in silence since the beginning of the war. There was also the Dragon King Kingdom. He needed to thank them for the valuable help during the war with Melis. The 15 red dragon eggs he had taken while at the Sword Sanctuary had hatched a few months ago. That was the reason Escalar wasn't present in the final stage of the attack. The red dragon was in Tinevere, caring for the hatchlings. Rigger felt overwhelmed. There was so much to do that, at times, he fantasized about simply kidnapping his wives and fleeing to some far-off mountain. Living in isolation, just with them. Spending his days with Ghislaine, Eris, Verdia, free from obligations. But that wasn't possible yet. The world demanded too much from him. Ghislaine and Eris, for their part, didn't seem worried. They were training peacefully at the residence in Tinevere. Aisha seemed to be in a bad mood after spending some time with her biological sister, but she continued helping with administrative tasks. Verdia, Taze, Killian, and other veterans were being very helpful with the organization. St. McCurntown had been freed, as well as the former General Flash Sword, Leonor. With them leading the remaining civilians of Melis, integration and transition became much smoother. People listened to their words. To Rigger's surprise, Galgard was truly dead. For a moment, he suspected some absurd twist, like in stories from his previous world, would cause the general to reappear or flee mysteriously. But no. He was dead. Incinerated. The king of Melis had also been caught in the explosion that occurred when Rigger clashed with the White Knight, being destroyed along with the impact. Cardinal LeBlanc Macfarlane perished in the dragon's breath that obliterated the White Palace. And the Pope, killed by Verdia. Among the great names, only McCurntown and Leonor remained. It was an absolute victory. The civilians hidden underground in Militian were in shock upon hearing of the defeat. Many nobles tried to incite McKerntown to lead a resistance, but it was in vain. The general hadn't even wanted this war to begin with and knew the strength of the Iron Legion. He knew Rigger was invincible. He wouldn't sacrifice lives needlessly. Under his guidance, the civilians were calmly guided and transferred to other cities, since Militian no longer existed. Not even the 7 magic towers remained. Rigger took them whole. Everything was undone. Nothing remained of the once most beautiful city in the world. The noble houses were mostly dissolved. Commerce was taken over by Legion divisions. Some territories kept their former rulers, those who had surrendered or collaborated. Other territories were assumed by new leaders appointed by Rigger. Maps of Militian were being studied intently. The regions would be reorganized to house people of diverse origins, former slaves, demonic tribes, nomads from the Great Forest, and even humans from abandoned territories. The location of each group had to be strategically chosen. Living conditions, safety, and ethnic and cultural balance were all considered. Everything had to be organized in the smallest details. All these activities took so much of Rigger's time that he couldn't get away for 15 whole days. They were intense days, during which he was involved in meetings, decisions, planning, inspections, and hearings. But that time was also enough for all the key figures to gather in Tinaver. The city, now considered the temporary capital of the new emerging kingdom, was in a constant state of celebration. Bonfires lit the nights, stalls and decorations filled the streets, and the inhabitants sang, danced, and celebrated the new era. Today had been a particularly auspicious day. The beast god had announced that he had taken Verdia Solari on as his third wife, a union that moved his followers and caused a wave of joy among the members of the Iron Legion. Shortly after the announcement, accompanied by his generals and most trusted figures, Rigger officially declared the creation of the Kingdom of Gaia, with himself crowned as its first king. This kingdom would encompass the entire territory of the continent, from the wild vastness of the Great Forest to the green fields of the former Holy Kingdom of Meles. The name of the continent was also changed to Gaia Continent. Spreading that name would take some time, but it was only a matter of gradual acceptance. Everything was changing before the eyes of the world. As he walked through the corridors of the new government headquarters toward his home, where he knew the women of his life awaited him. Meanwhile, he mentally established some priorities to better organize his future from now on. Meles, even defeated, had prepared for such an eventuality. Its magical and military knowledge, accumulated over hundreds of years, was stored in more than one secret location. Fortunately, McKerntown knew of one of those places. After some negotiations and security guarantees, Rigger gained access. What he found there was of incalculable value. King level, emperor level, and even god level magic from the healing and offensive schools. There wasn't god level magic from every school, but still, it was extremely valuable. Lost spells were also there, fragments of summoning magic, elven spiritual magic, and divination magic. Meles' gathered knowledge surpassed any other known kingdom, at least in terms of magical tradition. This was the heritage of a kingdom that had survived since before the Laplace War. With this in hand, Rigger decided he would build a special library for the Iron Legion, with access to all this arsenal, except, of course, for the most secret techniques. There was also another evident priority: communication. Organizing an entire continent required constant and precise information, something he didn't have at the moment. It was vital to develop an instant or near-instant communication system. Without it, the Kingdom of Gaia would have no real foundation. To that end, he, along with the Iron Legion, was studying how the communication system of the 7 Great Powers stones worked. Those stones would be the key to developing long-distance communication in this world. And finally, there was his own strength. Rigger couldn't stop. According to Verdia, Orsted, the dragon god, had spared his life only on a whim. No one knew when he would come again. Rigger needed to be strong enough that not even an existence like his would dare challenge him. Founding this kingdom was just the beginning. Immersed in those thoughts, he finally arrived home. The space was spacious and cozy. In the inner courtyard, Verdia was training her rusty swordsmanship under Eris's guidance, while Aisha, grumpy, scolded Norn during her training, correcting her movements. Ghislaine and Zenith were chatting while seated at a table. Rigger realized, too late, that he was surrounded by women. He looked at Skoll, his loyal companion, who was lazily napping under the sun. The wolf raised one eyelid and gave him a knowing glance. Rigger sighed with a slight smile and said, loud enough to be heard, "I'm home." The Kingdom of Gaia was now in full ascent. Chapter 222, Star Rise. The world was changing rapidly, and there was a small person who saw in this change a hidden opportunity. While the Iron Legion waged a brutal war against the sacred kingdom of Meles, an institution unlike anything the world had ever known was born. It was called Star Rise, founded and conceived by none other than the first disciple of the beast god, Aisha Greyrat. In the time she lived in Tinaver, Aisha did not stay still for a single second. At only 8 years of age, it was evident to everyone that that girl was more than just her leader's disciple. Aisha was talented, charismatic, and brilliant. Every small action of hers seemed planned with cunning and clarity. She excelled at everything she attempted, earning considerable respect in Teniver, even if many did not know exactly how to treat the young disciple of the beast god. Aisha had a natural talent for leadership, as well as for everything else. She spoke with conviction and softness, always knowing how to approach each individual in the most effective way. Her commands came naturally, but they did not sound authoritarian. On the contrary, they felt like sincere appeals for a greater good, and those who listened found themselves quickly involved in her words, carrying out tasks with focus and purpose. It was as if Aisha managed to give meaning to everyone's work. With the help of some of the most experienced leaders, Aisha founded Star Rise as both an orphanage and a school, to shelter the war orphans of Meles, who would certainly be many. And even before the war ended, the first members had already been received. It was a place of shelter and learning. The Academy's teaching method included essential historical topics, such as the secular oppression of the human race over the demonic races. But more than that, the environment promoted coexistence. Humans, demons, beastkin, elves, and many other races studied together, side by side. Every form of ingrained discrimination was discreetly suppressed and eliminated, often with Aisha personally intervening and resolving the situation. The children received education, guidance, and a real context about the war and its causes. Of course, this was easier said than done. There were deep pains, traumas, anger, and fear. But with Aisha leading, no complication lasted long. She seemed capable of solving any problem. Besides being talented, Aisha had been guided from a very early age. She learned from her master and her friends to always give her all in everything she did. Now that she could be considered relatively strong, rigor gave her a certain freedom to act on her own. In fact, Aisha had always thought she would be Rigor's personal assistant, walking by his side and helping him with everything. But he vehemently denied that idea, saying it would be a waste of her talents. So Aisha decided to discover new hobbies, explore her interests, and set her own goals. Rigor believed deeply that she could achieve great feats in this world, and Aisha trusted the conviction, because her master was rarely wrong. She began experimenting with new magics of all kinds, but mainly those linked to manipulating the nature around her. She trained in swordsmanship diligently and made friends wherever she went. She also delved into herbology and alchemy. Even if Rigor was not exactly a master in those fields, he knew enough to guide her. And even though he was not focused on the water god style, he was still a powerful emperor and his knowledge was infinite, and that was enough to provide everything she needed. Aisha learned so much from Rigor that, at times, she found herself confused about what she really wanted to do. The number of possibilities was overwhelming. But that indecision did not last long. In the absence of a clear choice, Aisha simply decided to do everything. And she did it with excellence. She used everything she learned and absorbed everything that presented itself. Over time, the inhabitants of Teniver began to call her Prodigy of all things. It was an affectionate nickname, but also frighteningly accurate. Until then, there was nothing Aisha Greyrat could not do. And, above all, she was still only 8 years old. If there was something that had generated dissatisfaction in Aisha in recent months, it was her half-sister on her father's side, Norn Greyrat. Aisha was a bit apprehensive before their meeting, she would not deny that. Both she and her older brother, Rudeus Greyrat, were considered prodigies completely off the charts. According to what she had learned from her mother Lilia, and now from Zenith, her older brother had never cried as a baby, and had always been much smarter than any other child. He learned to read on his own and to cast intermediate magic at the age of 3. Although he had gone through hardships that made him decline somewhat, such as being suddenly sent to the Begaric continent, Aisha could understand. It was an experience that certainly would have shaken anyone. Nothing needed to be said about herself. Her talent was evident, something that surpassed any common comparison. In every sense, Aisha was an extraordinary child. It was not arrogance to claim that, it was just an honest analysis based on everything she had experienced. She only knew one person who, at 8 years old, had accomplished more than her master, Rigor. Therefore, naturally, she had expectations regarding her sister. If Rudeus and she herself were so exceptional, then Norn must be something, right? Wrong. Norn was ordinary. Aisha was not bothered by ordinary people. After all, her mother, Lilia, was a relatively ordinary woman, and she loved her deeply. But Norn was not just ordinary. She was also arrogant, petty, tantrum-prone, and inconsiderate. There was a mixture of childishness and presumption in her personality that left Aisha genuinely frustrated. The way she had been raised, as a spoiled little noble of Meles, had certainly left some screws loose. And Aisha did not know how to deal with that. It was exasperating. On the other hand, Zenith proved to be everything Aisha had imagined her to be. Kind, attentive, gentle in her words and gestures. There was a deep sadness in her eyes due to Paul's death, a weight that seemed permanent, but she smiled whenever she looked at Aisha. She seemed happy that Aisha was well. In the absence of a better solution to deal with Norn, Aisha simply suggested that her sister join the Star Rise Institute. Thus, at least, she would not have to deal with her constant presence. The suggestion seemed to work, in part. Norn agreed, albeit with an air of disdain and reluctance, and began attending classes. Aisha still noticed her occasional bad mood, but at least now she had enough space to breathe and focus on what really mattered. After all, she had more important things to do than be a nanny for her tantrum-throwing, crying sister. Watching the city of Tinevur in constant motion were Verdia and Rigor. In the training courtyard below, Eris and Ghislaine faced each other with swords in hand. Ghislaine, with her feline posture, instructed Eris in the most advanced techniques of the beast god style. Eris, with her natural impulsiveness now more tamed, followed the movements intensely, absorbing each lesson like a sponge. Meanwhile, Rigor and Verdia sat side by side on an elevated balcony overlooking much of the city. Verdia rested her head on his shoulder, her long, shining golden hair falling like a waterfall, and her body slightly relaxed against his. Rigor sipped a strong ruby-colored liquor, its burning, woody taste giving him a rare moment of peace. "When do you intend to found it then?" Verdia asked softly. "In a month at most." "As soon as everything is a bit calmer," Rigor replied. Verdia nodded slowly. "A beast god-style dojo will be quite famous. Will you be able to manage it while you are still king?" Rigor smiled. "At first it will be complicated, but I'm not going to sit on this invisible throne for much longer either." There was no castle or palace built in his honor. Rigor had refused from the beginning any attempt to erect a personal monument for his royalty. He preferred to live in his home, which was already somewhat extravagant. Verdia then spoke, a little hesitantly. "Do you think Gustav is the right choice?" Rigor gave her a calm, thoughtful look. "He is Ghislaine's father, who is my wife, and can also be considered royalty of the Great Forest." He looked at the movement in the distance. "But the real reason is the leadership he demonstrated in the years I was away. Even at his age, he adapted to changes, led his people wisely. And, above all, he is respected as the official leader of all the tribes of the Great Forest." At that moment, Ghislaine and Eris approached, their hair still slightly sweaty from training. Ghislaine commented. "It's a bit strange that I'm considered royalty now, it feels like I'm out of place." Eris sat down in front of Rigor, leaning back against his chest, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Verdia still lay against his shoulder. Eris spoke. "Is it? It doesn't seem that different to me. It seems like I was the one who changed the most during this time, actually." Ghislaine smiled and sat down on the opposite side, leaning on Rigor as well. Verdia tried to slip out of the embrace for a moment, somewhat embarrassed by the presence of the other two women, but Rigor pulled her back firmly, making her nestle again. The trio of women stayed there, hugging Rigor as they watched the city. Then Eris asked, eyeing the phoenix elegant dragon sword at her waist. "Verdia, do you know anything else about Orsted?" The mention of the name immediately made the atmosphere tense. Verdia and Rigor were working on a containment for her powers, but they had not yet had time to focus on it. For now only Rigor knew that she was a Miko. But they had shared that she, somehow, knew the whereabouts of the dragon god. Verdia replied. "I don't know, and actually, I think that's lucky. We couldn't face him in battle at the moment." Eris frowned. Ghislaine shifted, clearly uncomfortable. Rigor, always serene, ran his fingers through Eris's hair. "Everything in its time, Eris. We still have Hitagami to consider. And the other kingdoms too. We resolved Miles, but we still have much to do. If everything goes as it should, we will now enter a period of several years of peace. We must take advantage of this precious time to strengthen ourselves even more." Silence fell for a moment, until Ghislaine spoke suddenly. "And children?" Both Eris and Verdia paid immediate attention. Rigor coughed, taken aback. "Of course, children too." The truth was that he was as anxious as he was nervous about it. He had never had children, not even in his previous world. And now, in this world where there were people who could open seas or destroy mountains, he was somewhat confused about how he should raise his children. Eris spoke, excited. "Will our children have cute ears?" Rigor laughed softly. "Well, if they look like you, that's fine too." Ghislaine seemed to fall into silent reflection. Rigor looked at Verdia and asked. "Are the preparations for our departure ready?" Verdia nodded with a calm smile. "Yes. Tomorrow we depart for the beast territories." Eris became a little nervous at the idea. Ghislaine commented. "I can't imagine what your mother must be like." Rigor pulled the three closer. He had many reasons to return to the Great Forest, but the main ones were to introduce his wives, except Verdia, and to meet his little sister, Ruby. The rest of the afternoon passed between conversations alternating between serious matters and trivialities. The intensity of the past years made the current peace almost surreal. But they were quite busy. There was so much to be done, so much to live. The night fell softly. They departed at dawn. The journey was peaceful. The days in the new kingdom of Gaia passed with serenity. The weeks brought the rainy season, the months brought back the sun. The mating season arrived along with technological and magical advances. Rigger's life ran with peace won by blood, sweat, and determination. And so, quietly, a year passed. Chapter 223, Gaia's 12 Kings. The port cities east and west port were busier than ever. Dozens of ships departed and arrived at the same time, while hundreds remained docked, coming from all corners of the world. The scent of salt and fresh fish mingled with that of spices, metals, and exotic furs. The creaking of ropes, shouts of merchants, and hurried footsteps onward composed that place's everyday symphony. The landscape throbbed with life, marked by banners of different nations and cultures, all now united under a new reality. After the beast god's victory in the so-called War of the Last Crusade, the continent of Gaia had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Among all the kingdoms that had stood firm or knew how to position themselves strategically, the kingdom of the Dragon King was, without a doubt, one of the greatest beneficiaries of this new world order. Old King Leonard, already with whitening hair and frail bones, had become an increasingly respected figure in his realm. His name was now cited in books and songs as a symbol of wisdom and vision. All thanks to a single decision, to support the beast god when he was nothing more than a young warrior of the beast race, a mere red wolf wandering through his territory. At the time, his choice was considered rash even by his most loyal advisors. And when Miles decided to retaliate fiercely against the nascent Iron Legion, Leonard had every political reason to back down. Yet he stood firm. Even amid internal protests and threats, he sent reinforcements, supplies, and troops, as many as he could spare, in support of the Legion. The last crusade lasted years of tension and scattered battles until the true commander of the Legion arrived. But it took only 6 months after his arrival for the war to end in a devastating and decisive fashion. And beast god Rigger Adoldia reigned over the new kingdom for the ensuing 8 months before passing the throne to his father-in-law, Gustav Dodoldia. The continent once known as Miles was now called Gaia, renamed in honor of the new era of nature and diversity that had triumphed over dogmatism. Gaia was a wealthy continent. The great forest provided wood, herbs, and rare magical creatures. The mountain ranges, cutting through its lands like natural walls, were rich with mineral deposits. And its vast plains were perfect for cultivation and settlements. Of course, there was a limit to the exploitation of these resources, due to the environmental sustainability law. One of the many rules and statutes that the beast god put into effect during his 8-month reign. The kingdom of the Dragon King, although located on the central continent, also possessed unique riches, exotic fauna, medicinal flora, fertile lands, and access to coveted trade routes. The alliance between the two realms, the kingdom of Gaia and the kingdom of the Dragon King, was solid. The bond between them had been sealed with blood, sweat, and mutual trust. And thanks to that alliance, the kingdom of the Dragon King was the most prosperous over the last year, second only to Gaia. A clear symbol of this was the appointment of the current commander of the Royal Palace Guard, Randolph Marianne, known throughout the world as the Death God. His solemn presence and aura of authority commanded immediate respect. However, staying relevant was no simple task. The kingdom of the Dragon King had the Death God, a figure both respected and feared, but that alone was not enough. Its elite warriors, though capable, were no match for the legendary Gaia's 12 kings. These 12 warriors were not only the strongest on the continent, they were symbols. Each had been handpicked by Rigger, the beast god, based on notable deeds during or after the last crusade. There was also a clear rule: anyone could take the place of one of the 12, provided they agreed to submit to the beast god and officially and publicly challenge the current occupant. This policy sparked a wave of insane challenges in the first months after the war's end. Confident, or foolish, warriors flocked to prove their worth. Yet reality crushed them. The 12's strength was monstrous, forged on real battlefields against saints, kings, and horrors of every kind. Gradually, the fervor died down. But of course, there would always be idiots wherever one looked. And on that day of blue skies and salty wind, 2 of those idiots were disembarking in Westport, coming directly from the kingdom of the Dragon King. The woman, wrapped in a cloak that concealed her figure, looked around with attentive eyes, examining the port's chaotic atmosphere. "Finally, we're here," she said, enthusiasm shining in her eyes. Beside her, a brown-haired youth, wearing a similar cloak but without covering his face, smiled calmly. "The trip was actually faster than I expected," he remarked. They had heard stories about how crossing the central continent was slow and dangerous, but few could travel as they did. Their preparation for the journey consisted of 2 strong horses, a few water skins, and that was it. Their bodies did the rest. When the horses tired, they traveled on foot. When monsters appeared, they were eliminated in the blink of an eye and became their meal. Bandits. They never knew what hit them. Still, the journey had taken almost a year until they reached Eastport. The woman pulled back her hood, revealing long blue hair tied in a ponytail and a physique honed by relentless training. She wore reinforced leather armor, light yet sturdy. She was Nina Farion, daughter of Gal Farion and newly crowned Sword King. All right, we should request a guide to Tinaver. That's where they live, right? Rigger set up a dojo there, called it the Temple of Combat. I suppose that's where we're headed. The young man brought his hand to his chin thoughtfully. I think it's better if we wait a few days here. Back in the kingdom of the Dragon King, we used that magic letter to notify them of our arrival. The Death God said they'd receive us in Westport, correct? This was Gino Britz, the second youngest Sword King in history, second only to Rigger by a matter of months. Nina shivered at the reminder of the macabre man known as Randolph. What made her most tense was recalling the sparring session she and Gino had with the Death God. It had been good, actually, good to remind her how long the road ahead still was. She huffed, crossing her arms and lifting her chin. Gino, you're so naive. We spent a few days on the ship, and Tinaver is still far from here. How long do you think it would take them to reach us? She raised her eyes to Melis's clear sky, took a deep breath, and furrowed her brow. Besides, I don't trust that ridiculous device. Ha! Even magic has its limits. Sending a message halfway across the world makes no sense. Gino sighed, resigned, but answered firmly. We'll wait a few days. Nina pouted but did not retort. Before either of them could continue, a child pointed to the sky. Mom. What's that red thing in the sky? Over time, others began to look up. There were whispers, excited voices, glances of awe and surprise. Such a sight was common on Gaia, but it still had an impact. Is it the red lioness? Someone exclaimed. Or is it the beast god himself? Another shouted. A roar cut through the skies. A colossal red dragon pierced the clouds with majesty. It was Escalar. With a sweeping flight, he descended to the sea, cutting through the waves like a living arrow. In a controlled and impressive maneuver, he used his wings as brakes and landed gently on the reinforced wooden dock, which creaked under his weight. Those present instinctively made way. On the dragon's back, a figure leapt down with lightness and joy. Gino. Nina. Long time no see. It was Eris Adoldia. The Red Lioness. The crowd began to stir. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Some knelt, others applauded. Before either of the two young people could respond, Eris smiled and pointed to the sky. Let's talk while flying. It's too crowded down here. Without waiting for an answer, she nimbly returned to Mount Escalar. Nina still looked stunned by Eris's pace, but Gino simply held out his hand to her. Shall we? She accepted. Together, they mounted the dragon, who roared again, stepped to the edge, and then shot into the sky with strength and grace. The wings sliced through the air with power, while below, the people cheered for the trio now heading toward the great forest. Nina Farion and Gino Britz had finally arrived to join the Iron Legion. As Escalar tore through the skies with his broad, powerful wings, Nina remained silent, sitting firmly in the leather and metal saddle between the red dragon's scales. The fresh wind struck her face with force, and her blue eyes watched with attention the landscapes unfolding below. Verdant plains stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with distant villages and towns, their rooftops smoking and fields cultivated all around. Mountains rose in the distance, imposing and shrouded in mist. It was a grand, vibrant sight, and somehow, liberating. Do you ever get used to this view? Nina asked almost unconsciously, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Eris let out a laugh. I don't think so. But Rigger has taken me flying much faster than this. It's so much more exciting. Gino, seated behind, smiled and said. How long has it been since we saw each other, Eris? How have you been? Better than ever, she replied, with her usual enthusiasm. Then she turned to Nina with a fierce, confident grin. You'd better have gotten stronger, because I'm way stronger now. Nina, who until then had worn a serene expression, narrowed her eyes with determination. Humph. It's a shame you're so confident, because you're going to lose this time, and the disappointment will be greater. The glance between them sparked for a moment, like two sharp swords about to cross. Gino, perhaps trying to ease the tension or simply curious, asked. Is it true that the Sword Emperor, Clint, joined the Iron Legion? They say he became one of Gaia's 12 kings. Nina immediately focused on the answer, showing interest. During their journey, the two had sought information about Clint's whereabouts, the Sword Emperor who had left the sacred land of swords. After losing the title of Sword God to Timothy, he had disappeared for a while. It was said that he founded a school in the kingdom of the Dragon King, but shortly afterward, upon learning that Rigger had established the Temple of Combat, he moved his entire school there, joining the Legion. Few were surprised by that choice. Clint had always sought the perfection of the sword, and following the strongest was consistent with his philosophy. If rigor was the strongest, then that was where he should be to improve. Eris laughed, recalling the scene vividly. He really came. He arrived, defeated Killian with a single strike, and took his position among the 12. Since then, Killian has been training day and night, without rest. Gino looked thoughtful as he tried to remember. Killian. That. Gale Reaper. That's him, Eris confirmed, still smiling. Killian is great at synchronizing wind magic with swordplay, but he wasn't fast enough to withstand the longsword of light. Nina and Gino nodded in agreement. It made sense. That was the sword god style, defeating the opponent before they could react. As they talked, Escalar yawned loudly. His great wings continued beating, but his half-closed eyes and lazy expression indicated that, even in flight, the dragon could relax. He was a powerful creature, and absurdly lazy. Nina looked at him and asked curiously. I've heard that Clint is ranked 9th among the 12. Who is first, then? Eris crossed her arms and smiled, as if the answer were obvious. Oh, of course it's Ghislaine. Gino and Nina were surprised for a moment. But they soon exchanged looks, recalling the strength of the beast woman. It made sense. How is Lady Ghislaine? Gino asked. Eris hesitated briefly before replying, her voice sounding somewhat strange. Actually, Ghislaine is pregnant. Both were in complete shock. Nina even murmured something inaudible, but Eris, with her keen ears, heard it perfectly. And no, I haven't had a child yet, she replied irritably, making Nina blush visibly. Gino, attempting to change the subject, observed. You've been honing your hearing with Tuki now. Are you learning the beast god style? Eris nodded. Yes. I started right after I left the sword sanctuary. An uncomfortable silence followed. Only the sound of the wind and the rhythmic beating of Escalar's wings filled the air. Until, breaking the tension, Nina asked. If Ghislaine is pregnant, why has Northwest One taken first place yet? I mean, it should be easy to win against someone like that, right? Eris smiled, somewhat darkly. One warrior tried. He thought it would be an advantage. But rigor gave him a good thrashing. Shortly after, he established an official rule, any pregnant woman is exempt from challenges. Gino let out a bitter laugh. Sounds like something he'd do. With the tension dissolved, the three continued talking, laughing, and catching up on everything that had happened, recent battles, new challengers, training advances. They spoke of mutual friends, rivals, rumors, and future promises. Escalar continued his flight at full speed, his wings unfolding in full power, dominating the skies. The landscape below gradually changed, from cultivated plains, through dense forests and winding rivers. They were growing ever closer to their final destination, the Temple of Combat, located in the heart of the Great Forest. Chapter 224, The Emergence of the Gaia Kingdom. The Kingdom of Gaia was not only the Iron Legion. One could say that it had become the living amalgamation of all the remnants of Meles, of the countless races and external forces that once formed the Old Order, and, of course, of the Legion itself. A synthesis of everything that remained, evolved, and was reborn from the ashes of the War of the Last Crusade. With the fall of Meles, the new kingdom began to take shape rapidly. The combat divisions of the Iron Legion officially and naturally became the army of the Kingdom of Gaia. All the inhabitants of Meles ended up, by free choice or necessity, joining the new regime. After all, chaos was not an option. And under the banner of the Legion, there was order, security, and purpose. Over the year that followed the victory, the 10 divisions of the Iron Legion founded by Rigor many years before gradually adapted to their new functions. The administrative divisions took on political, diplomatic, commercial, and fiscal roles across the entirety of the conquered territory. Cities that once belonged to Meles now answered to new rulers, and the Legion acted as an authority that had proven its strength on the battlefield and now proved it in civil organization as well. The divisions of research, alchemy, and development became pillars of the scientific and magical advancement of the kingdom. Inheriting the vast knowledge of Meles, entire libraries, laboratories, grimoires, and magical devices, they set about studying them diligently. Each discovery was analyzed, each technology absorbed and gradually refined. Blacksmithing flourished. Construction advanced. The art of craftsmanship was refined. Magic was rediscovered and shaped according to new parameters. In this process, all the divisions played a crucial role. One supported the other. Each cog turned in harmony with the rest. And in particular, the Communication and Intelligence Unit made an invaluable breakthrough in the 5th month of Rigor's reign, the emergence of the magic letter device. Based on the principles of the Stone of the Seven World Powers, the device allowed sending instant messages to any part of the world, regardless of distance or physical obstacle. Its creation was the result of a collaboration between Rigor, Verdia, and the kingdom's brightest arcanists. From that point on, communication in the kingdom of Gaia reached a new level. Orders could be sent from one end of the continent to the other in seconds. Information, alerts, strategies, everything flowed like blood through the veins of a living organism. As a result, government efficiency increased exponentially. Despite the absence of new wars, the Legion's combatants were not idle, as many might imagine. The truth is that the disappearance and annihilation of almost the entire Milesian army had left a dangerous power vacuum in various regions. Monsters began to migrate, instigated by magical upheaval and mass destruction. Bandits proliferated in the shadows of instability. Religious fanatics, remnants of the Milesian doctrine, still tried to reignite the embers of a fallen realm. Covering the entire continent with full security was still unfeasible. But the combat divisions adapted to a constant routine of patrols, expeditions, and regional control. The kingdom was in continuous movement. And over time, these acts began to inspire confidence. Gradually, the people of Meles began to see the Iron Legion not only as conquerors but as protectors. After all, for many, nothing had changed drastically. The fields continued to be cultivated. Trade went on. Children continued to play in the streets. The only visible changes were the replacement of names in the laws and the emblem hanging on government buildings. Over time, fear gave way to acceptance. And acceptance gave way to a tenuous hope. Among the figures who rose with the birth of the kingdom, one of the most curious and symbolic was Paikak. The old, portly former innkeeper and merchant, born and raised in humble circumstances, had been in the Iron Legion since its earliest days. With a keen eye for organization, logistics, and supply, he quickly took control of the Legion's rear echelon. His influence and contributions were so great that, when the kingdom was formed, he was elected the first minister of the kingdom of Gaia. More than that, he founded his own noble house, Rich Soil. Now known as Paikak Rich Soil, he was head of the Rich Soil family, one of the most influential noble houses of the new kingdom. His rise inspired so many others who had come from the bottom. And it was not an isolated case. Former slaves, freed by the Legion before and after the war, now held political, commercial, and academic positions. Mercenaries became knights. Demonic tribes, which once lived in arid and forgotten deserts, now cultivated the fertile soil of sunny plains. Bestial races, once feared, enslaved, and persecuted, discovered what it was like to live in a kingdom where freedom was a reality. After all, in the kingdom of Gaia, not having to worry about being enslaved just for crossing a road, was a complete cultural revolution. During the process of integrating the Iron Legion's divisions into the vast and still unstable territory of Meles, there was one in particular that found its new function with ease and speed, the Education and Training Division. Unlike the others, which needed to adapt to new realities and occupy spaces in a rebuilding administrative structure, this division was completely assimilated by the emerging Star Rise Academy. Aisha, with her innate talent for organization, strategy, and leadership, took control of the institution with vision. She wanted to create a great landmark. A pillar of learning and power that would resonate throughout Gaia. There were schools and educational institutes in Meles, yes, but nothing that even came close to the grandeur of the Royal Academy of Azura or the famous Magical University of Renoa. Until then. Star Rise began as a spark, but soon turned into a massive flame. Aisha assembled the best masters and instructors she could find, talented mages, sword masters, alchemists, strategists, and even renowned craftsmen. With the support of Rigor, Rufus, and a select group of skilled builders, she erected the pavilions of the Star Rise Academy, an array of imposing and functional buildings that became the new headquarters of formal education in the kingdom of Gaia. The teaching system was still under development, but it was already remarkable. The curriculum was broad, covering everything from advanced magic and fencing to disciplines such as economics, languages, history, agriculture, carpentry, practical alchemy, and survival techniques. It was a place where anyone, noble or commoner, human or not, could come to learn, as long as they had the will and talent to stand out. Word quickly spread. People from all corners of the continent, of all races and origins, began to seek out the Star Rise Academy. Enrollment numbers grew month by month, and the Academy's name resonated even in the halls of royalty in other kingdoms. Aisha's true objective was to transform Star Rise into a center of knowledge and influence even greater than Renoa. But behind the noble goals, there was another layer. Secretly, she used the Academy to locate, observe, and, when possible, recruit exceptional talents. Young geniuses, promising warriors, natural strategists, all came under her gaze, and subtly, under her command. For her, the Star Rise Academy was more than an educational dream. It was a network of influence. And few knew the full extent of her plan. However, Star Rise was not the only great educational institution created under Rigor Adoldia's reign. There was another, even harder to reach and even more coveted, the Combat Temple. Located in the heart of the Great Forest, not far from the lands of the Doldia tribe, the temple was more than a school, it was a battle sanctuary. Just reaching it was considered an achievement, for directly at the entrance there was a mandatory test, to face the ebony wolf. Skoll, the trail guardian, stood at the temple's entrance. It was not necessary to defeat him completely, only to pass the test he imposed. But that alone deterred many. Most common warriors could not even withstand the pressure of his gaze. Still, dozens came every month, eager for a chance to train with the best. There, the teachings went beyond the limits of common schools. The combat temple offered training in all the fighting styles, the 4 great fencing schools, sword god style, water god style, north god style, and beast god style, as well as methods of demonic, bestial, elven races, and even arcane and hybrid techniques. It was a melting pot of martial cultures. And most importantly, the beast god himself led that dojo. Everyone wanted to train under the supervision of the Beast of the Apocalypse, the title that Rigor received after wiping the Holy City Militian off the map. The temple attracted attention from all over the world. Young warriors, old masters, nomads, mercenaries, and even nobles, all yearned for a chance to see him fight, receive guidance, or at least witness his power. It was a calm day. The sky was clear, bathed by a warm sun. The forest air vibrated with the song of birds and the rustling of leaves. And there, on the ground covered with dry leaves and grass, Skoll rested lying down, his black fur gleaming in the daylight. The giant wolf remained motionless, breathing slowly, until his ears twitched, picking up something. Movement. Skoll raised his head, his eyes analyzing the path of the trail. His sense of smell kicked in, and within seconds, his body relaxed again. It was a familiar scent. Safe. He yawned and reclined on the ground, returning to light sleep. A few minutes later, voices echoed through the trees. 3 silhouettes walked along the open trail, chatting animatedly. Eris appeared at the front, with her firm and confident gait, guiding Nina Farion and Gino Brits along the path to the temple. When she saw Skoll, she broke into a wide smile. "Hey, Skoll," she shouted. The ebony wolf opened one eye, then the other, and, recognizing Eris, got up energetically. He walked toward her wagging his tail like a joyful dog, rubbing his enormous head against the redhead's shoulder, who hugged him firmly. "Any strong challenger today," she said, smiling. Skoll let out a low growl, shaking his head. His eyes turned to the 2 young ones behind her, and for a moment, Gino and Nina felt the beast's pressure. But soon it disappeared. Nina and Gino were with Eris, and they were also sword kings, they didn't need to take any test. They ventured deeper into the dense forest, following the winding trail that snaked between the roots of the ancient trees. The vegetation was thick, the canopies closed above their heads like a green roof, filtering sunlight into beams that danced on the damp ground. The smell of wet earth and old leaves filled the air, and the sound of running water grew stronger with each step. It was then that they passed a particularly large stone, covered in moss and lichen, and the trail suddenly opened up. The view before them was of pure grandeur, a hidden valley where nature and architecture seemed to have made a pact of harmony and power. Ahead, built between vertical cliffs covered in thick moss and colossal trees, rested ornate wooden structures. Suspended like nests between the peaks, connected by arched wooden and rope bridges, these structures seemed both part of the mountain and works forged by human hands. The wind blew through the slopes, carrying the distant sound of metal clashing against metal and the constant roar of water. Crystal-clear waterfalls cascaded from great heights, their falls cutting through the cliffs like silver veils. The water carved its path through stone passages, feeding rivers and lakes below with serene strength. Fish could be seen leaping against the current, while colorful birds glided from one structure to another. Atop the highest cliff, carved directly into the rock, stood the Great Hall. Its wide windows captured the rising sunlight, reflecting it in golden hues that shimmered over the entire valley. Stone and wooden columns supported the monumental entrance, adorned with fluttering banners and the emblems of the Iron Legion. The image of the beast that composed the symbol of the beast god was carved above the main portal, as if silently watching visitors. "Welcome to the combat temple," Eris said, eyeing the 2 with a predatory smile. Chapter 225, Prove It With Your Blade. Nina and Gino were shocked at the sight. They were used to the cold of the Sword Sanctuary, which lay to the north, but the great forest had a tropical climate, especially in that region where there were waterfalls and cascades. All that remained was a refreshing environment, but not cold. The air was heavy with moisture and life, the constant sound of running water created an atmosphere both serene and powerful. The surrounding constructions were made in such a way as not to destroy the forest around. Just like the traditional houses of the tribes of the Great Forest, the buildings were attached to rocks and hills, fused with nature. The structures seemed to have an unusual durability, probably thanks to the use of magic in their construction. Every building, every bridge, felt like an extension of the earth itself. Eris naturally walked ahead, not paying attention to the visible surprise on her friends' faces. For her, it was already part of the routine. As they walked, Gino spoke, surprised. "Huh. Rigor really went all out to create this place." He watched the mountains in the distance and noticed that the constructions extended across a large part of the forest, so far that it wasn't even possible to see where they ended. Nina agreed and commented. Yeah. Like, who would build something this size? It must have taken a long time. Didn't he have anything better to do? Eris replied with a light smile, just so you know, if he's at the temple, he can hear what you say even at this distance. Nina froze for a moment. Eris continued, and no, it didn't take that long. Actually, most of it was built in a single day. Rigor is really good with earth magic, remember? Nina and Gino had already heard about Rigor's magical feats, but had had few opportunities to witness them. At the Sword Sanctuary, Rigor focused almost entirely on improving his swordsmanship, and had seldom demonstrated what he was capable of using his magic on a large scale. They only knew it must be impressive. Nina only said, looking around suspiciously, as if she were being spied on. I see. The three made their way to the central area of the temple. Along the way, they saw many warriors, probably some hundreds, training, meditating under waterfalls, fighting among themselves, performing all kinds of physical and spiritual training. They all exuded strength and mastery. If classified, they would probably be at the peak of the advanced ranking. They trained in all fighting styles, sword, magic, martial arts. But there was a clear preference for the beast god style. It was possible to see how the influence of the beast god style had grown after Rigor defeated so many powerful enemies. They continued walking until they reached the central part. As they passed through a natural arena, Gino and Nina's gaze was drawn to a fight. In the center were Taze Dodoldia, the wolf monarch, and a boy of the beast leopard race. He was Jaligali, generally called Jolly by those closest to him. As Rigor had sensed when he saved him during the war, Jolly had enormous talent. At that time, at only 12 years old, he was already an advanced-level swordsman in the sword god style. After the war and the year that had passed, he was now 14 years old, the same age as Gino, and had already reached the saint level in both the sword god style and the beast god style. He was still behind geniuses like Gino, who was born with a sword in his hands and was trained from a very young age. But Jolly's natural talent was indisputable. His fight was a spectacle to behold. Jolly was fast, so fast that the eyes could barely follow his movements. If it were only in terms of speed, he surpassed anyone of his level, doing justice to the reputation of the leopard tribe. Eventually, however, Taze managed to land a full kick, sending the boy flying with a dry impact. Taze then looked at the three visitors and waved to Eris from a distance. Then, he cast a direct look at Nina and Gino. For a moment, both felt an invisible pressure upon them, as if a predator were assessing them. Taze was 21 years old and at the peak of his strength. He was a beast saint, after training directly with Rigor for a year. But he also held the title of North Emperor. When he fought using all his swordsmanship techniques, combined with chantless magic, he easily reached the Emperor level, and a very strong one. He defeated Ornthorn in combat to claim the title of North Emperor. It was only natural that Nina and Gino would feel pressured in his presence. Taze averted his gaze and went to Jolly to heal him with magic. It was then that a red dragon emerged from the surrounding rocks, walking toward Taze while swallowing a fish too large for its mouth. The dragon was about 2 meters tall and seemed fully comfortable with the human's presence. It reached a corner of the arena and, without ceremony, focused on its meal. Gino and Nina were once again shocked. That was, without a doubt, one of the 15 red dragons that Rigor had stolen at that time. They looked at each other, seeking an explanation, and then Gino asked. Is that? Eris answered, unconcerned. That is Taze. The other is Jolly. And the red dragon is Wyver, Taze's dragon. Oh. Maybe you know him by his titles, which are, actually, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. She spoke so naturally that the two were embarrassed to appear ignorant if they continued asking, so they preferred to remain silent. The three gradually approached the center. Along the way, they saw many powerful fighters. They saw Killian fighting Garrison, the deer race beast. They saw a powerful red demon exchanging blows with a member of the Doldia tribe. In the central part of the combat temple, only warriors of saint level and above trained and faced each other. Just observing from above, there seemed to be several dozen, perhaps more than 100. And all in the midst of serious duels, sweat, blood, and magic mixing with the sound of waterfalls. They also saw 6 more red dragons along the way, all roughly the same average size. And none of them seemed uncomfortable being close to humans. And then, they finally reached the main hall. But, surprisingly, Rigor was not there. In fact, who was there, training alone, was Clint, the Sword Emperor who had previously resided at the Sword Sanctuary. Clint stopped his movements when he noticed the newcomers. With seriousness and firmness, he greeted them. Gino. Nina. Long time no see. You have grown quite a bit. It turned out that Rigor had not come to the dojo that day. He remained at his house, located in the Doldia tribe village, probably with his little sister or Ghislaine, or both. Despite never having relaxed in his training, Rigger made sure to dedicate time to his family and loved ones. Among them, his younger sister held a special place. When he returned to the village, she was already 4 years old, but she had never met him before. The letters took a long time to arrive, and Rigger only learned of her existence much later, still at the Sword Sanctuary. Currently, she was 5 years old, and Rigger did everything he could to win the favor of the cute sister he so wanted to know. Nothing needed to be said about Ghislaine. She had been pregnant for several months, about 3 until the birth of Rigger's first child, a son or daughter. Naturally, he spent a lot of time by her side. Since Verdia cared for Ghislaine most of the time, he ended up seeing the two often. Eris and Verdia had not become pregnant yet. After all, getting pregnant with the couple being of different races was a challenge in this world. Verdia was an elf, Eris was human. Ghislaine was a Dedoldia, while Rigger was an Adoldia. Despite the slight difference in lineage, the two still belonged to the beast race and shared great genetic similarity. Therefore, during the mating season, Ghislaine became pregnant. Eris wanted to be the first to give birth to a Rigger heir, and so, she carried a contained anxiety. Rigger, in turn, made a point of reminding her that there was no rush. Still, she showed herself somewhat impatient. In any case, the time that Rigger chose to spend with his family meant, at times, his absence from the dojo. Instead, he studied and practiced magic at home, investigating various schools and possibilities. Clint, who usually trained with him, with Ghislaine and Ornthorn, ended up being alone in the dojo. Clint talked with Nina and Gino, showing satisfaction with their visit. He had spent his whole life at the Sword Sanctuary and had always been loyal to Gal Farion as a swordsman. However, after the Sword God was defeated by Rigger using methods different from what he believed to be right, and after Gal Farion abdicated the title of Sword God, Clint refused to serve under Timothy's command and left the sanctuary. It was then that he found his place beside Rigger. His routine had changed little, he trained with his sword, learned from Rigger, and taught the disciples. Clint tried to learn the Beast God style, but it was not compatible with his nature, stopping at the intermediate level. Even so, Rigger had already proven to him that relying solely on the speed of a sword was not enough, so Clint began practicing the North God style as well. Even so, his main form of combat remained the Sword God style. As they talked, other swordsmen began to enter the main hall, curious about the new visitors. The hierarchy within the combat temple was well defined. Almost all the Gaia's 12 kings were present, and the arrival of 2 new powerful swordsmen could shift the balance of power in the kingdom, especially considering they were guided personally by Eris. When it was mentioned that Gino and Nina were sword kings, the youth of the leopard tribe, Jolly, turned toward Gino curiously. "You are a sword king?" Gino scratched his cheek, half embarrassed, but Nina answered for him enthusiastically. "Ha! Gino isn't just a sword king. He's also a North King and a Water Saint. I don't know if there's a clear ranking in the Beast God style, but he's great at it too." The words caused varied reactions. Many smiled scornfully. It was hard to believe that a 14-year-old boy dominated so many styles. If that were true, wouldn't he be close to matching Rigger in his youth? Even those with keen senses, able to perceive how dangerous Gino was, hesitated to accept such claims without proof. Then, someone spoke mockingly. "You talk big, but do you have the skill to back it up? How about some fights? I bet there are many here wanting to test the newcomers." The atmosphere changed. Several nodded, excited. Nina seemed unsatisfied, but also determined to prove her sword skills. The warrior who had spoken stepped forward, drawing his sword. "All right. Let's skip introductions. I challenge you, boy." Gino Brits, right. "You may attack when yo." Before he could finish the sentence, Gino's blade came out of the sheath like lightning. The opponent barely had time to raise his sword. A deep cut appeared on his neck, and he collapsed backward, unconscious. "They told me there are high-level healers supervising these fights, so I didn't go easy." "Well, how about we head to the arena," said Gino seriously. Eris looked at the sword Gino held, a long, straight blade, with cloud and lightning engravings on the metal, as well as demonic runes. That was one of the 48 swords forged by Julien Jalisco, the Storm Tremor Hunter sword. Gino and Nina each possessed one of these swords, gifts left by Gal Farion for them when they reached the king level. Most of the onlookers wondered, why couldn't I see that blow? Some tried to convince themselves they were distracted, but deep down, they knew that excuse wouldn't hold up in a real duel. If it had been a mortal battle, their heads would already have rolled without them knowing how. Taze began to heal the injured with chantless magic, then laughed. "Ha ha ha. Looks like you're something. Sure, let's go to the arena. We'd probably destroy the hall if we fought here." With this casual remark, he headed toward the battlefield. The others followed, including Gino. But before he left completely, Taze turned and gave Jino a serious look. But control your strikes, brat. If you kill one of mine by accident, I'll dismember you personally. He then smiled again and left. The injured warrior woke up, dizzy and confused. Nina and Eris lingered behind for a moment. What's with that guy? Jino had total control over the blow, complained Nina. Eris shrugged. Taze doesn't know Jino. There's no way to know if he controls his strikes. She began to walk, following the others. I'd suggest you don't kill anyone. Taze is quite protective. And if it's a life or death battle, I don't even know if I can beat him. Nina followed her, huffing. You talk as if you were stronger than us. Eris smiled over her shoulder. That's what we're gonna find out now. Chapter 226, Challenge at the Combat Temple. After walking through the combat temple for several minutes, the group found themselves surrounded by countless warriors, instructors, and curious apprentices. The newcomers, Jino Brits and Nina Farion, drew attention from every corner. There were many questions, and most came from those who had once belonged to the Sword Sanctuary. Especially those who left the sanctuary after Galfarion's defeat at Rigger's hands. 1/3 of them decided to follow Clint after the Sword God departed and were now also under the banner of the Kingdom of Gaia. In the year that had passed since Galfarion's fall, the Sword Sanctuary suffered a visible decline. With Gal out of the picture and Timothy Brits assuming the title of Sword God, leadership seemed unstable, and the decisions he made did not please everyone. Still, it was one event in particular that shocked everyone shortly before Nina and Jino's departure. With expressions of resignation and respect, the two reported what had happened. About a month before they left, a wandering knight appeared at the sanctuary. His name was Sandor von Granger. It was an unknown name, a figure no one recognized. His goal was to find Galfarion. But, upon learning that the former sword god had left the sanctuary, Sandor requested an audience with Timothy. No one ever learned the content of their conversation, and Timothy didn't tell, even afterward, but the final result was a battle. Sandor fought using a staff as his weapon. He truly dared to fight the sword god with nothing more than a staff. A simple metal staff, without any menacing aura or visible enchantment. And with it, he defeated Timothy Brits, the current sword god. The fight was neither close nor hard-fought. It was clear and decisive, Sandor was simply more skilled. Next, Sandor easily defeated the two sword kings whom Timothy had appointed. Seeing this, Nina and Jino decided to challenge him together. They fought with everything they had, in perfect synchronicity. Even so, they were defeated. Nina repeated Sandor's words verbatim. How the sword sanctuary has fallen in the last century. With all due respect, boy, you are not worthy of the title of god. But that is forgivable. After all, it takes courage to take command of a sinking ship. Sandor looked at the two sword kings and added. But you must know how to choose better those who will be your blades. Those two brats who just faced me are far more deserving of the title Sword King than those ornaments you appointed. Finally, he approached Jino and simply named him North King. Then he departed, leaving his last words for Timothy. Consider my proposal, Sword God. I'm sure you don't want the Sword God style to end at your hands. Everyone was stunned by the report. Eris, who knew Timothy's strength well and had some idea of how much Jino and Nina had grown, was impressed. The idea that all of them had been defeated by a single man wielding a staff seemed absurd. But there was no reason for her to lie about such a thing. Others, on the other hand, were more surprised that they didn't know the name. Sandor von Granger. No one there had heard the name before. Even the centenary demons and beastfolk present had never heard of him. Who was that man? A recluse. An exile. A powerful being in disguise. Amid the conversations and questions, the group finally reached their destination, one of the largest artificial arenas in the combat temple. There were natural arenas scattered throughout the temple, mountainous areas, training forests, sand fields, and there were also the artificial ones. This one, in particular, was quite special. It was created to withstand battles between god-level warriors, provided they were not direct assaults. It had been built by Rigger, using his own earth magic. His mastery of earth magic was unparalleled. He constructed it both for his own training and for the future combatants of the kingdom who would one day reach the god level. The presence of two sword kings in the combat temple caused an uproar. Most of the Gaia's 12 kings were there, waiting to see. Many were veterans who knew of Nina and Jino's deeds through Rigger, Eris, Ghislaine, and Aisha. Others, however, had never heard of them, as their lives had been spent almost entirely within the sword sanctuary. Some came confident, ready to challenge. Others, silent, simply observed. But all were aware of one thing, underestimating those two was a sure recipe for disaster. The current ranking of the 12 kings was known throughout the continent. Their names echoed across the kingdom. Each warrior had impressive feats and strength capable of turning the tide of entire wars. The current ranking of the 12 kings was as follows. 1. Black Wolf, Ghislaine Adoldia. 2. Monarch Wolf, Taze Adoldia. 3. Dragon Hunter, Ornthorn. 4. Red Lioness, Eris Adoldia. 5. Demon King, Greta Fausark. 6. King's Blade, Saint McKerntown. 7. Red Ogre, Baron. 8. Flash Sword, Leonore Hangel. 9. Sword Emperor, Clint Leo. 10. Gale Reaper, Killian Dodoldia. 11. Disaster Witch, Verdia Adoldia. 12. Hunting Dog, Waze Adoldia. This ranking had undergone some changes since its inception, mainly with the arrival of Clint and Baron. The reasons that led the Sword Emperor to join the Kingdom of Gaia were more or less clear to everyone. Baron, on the other hand, was a surprise few expected. He arrived in the Kingdom of Gaia from Begarit upon learning that Meles had been destroyed. His hatred toward Meles ran deep, but he could never do anything against them. He revealed no reason for his hatred, the only one who knew was Rigor. He regretted not having heard about the war sooner, or he would have been the first to come help. In deep gratitude, he swore loyalty to Rigor for 200 years. Upon arriving, Baron did not rest. He challenged every high-level warrior he encountered in the Kingdom of Gaia, one by one, demonstrating his brutal strength. He fought until he was defeated by Greta, the formidable Demon King. Although he still had not fought Saint McKerntown, as the latter was frequently away from the combat temple. In any case, each of the 12 kings was a power of the highest order. Even the last placed, Waze Adoldia, the hunting dog, was a sword king who, forged in brutal and merciless war, was a warrior capable of spreading terror wherever he went. Being at the bottom of the ranking did nothing to diminish his strength, but reflected the delicate balance among the other members. Nina would be the first to fight. At 18 years old, she was already a mature, experienced, and strong woman. She already held the title of Sword King, a recognition earned by her constant effort to keep up with Gino's meteoric growth, whose evolution seemed unstoppable. She had learned much practicing with him, absorbing valuable lessons on how to face different fighting styles, expanding her repertoire of techniques, and her capacity to adapt. Furthermore, the many battles they had faced during their journey had given her real combat experience, something no training could replace. And thanks to Rigor's influence, even while they were in the Sword Sanctuary, they would go out to hunt monsters from time to time, which kept their skills sharp, their senses alert, and their confidence growing. Nina was a skilled and determined swordswoman. All those present, warriors, spectators, and even the 12 kings themselves, were curious to know who would be her first opponent in this duel. Of the Gaia's 12 kings, Verdia Adoldia, Ghislaine Adoldia, and Saint McKerntown were not present. The latter held an important position as bodyguard and commander of the royal guard of the current king of the Kingdom of Gaia, Gustav Dodoldia, which justified his absence that day. Nina looked carefully at all the warriors spread across the mountains and forests around the natural arena. Some were sitting on stones by the lake that received the crystal-clear water of a nearby waterfall. The sound of falling water created a paradoxical atmosphere, a mix of serenity and expectation in the air, as everyone awaited the start of the confrontations. She had already made her decision, or rather, decided to follow Gino's advice. His instincts and senses were much sharper than hers, and according to him, none of the 12 kings was simple. Each possessed a unique fighting style, with techniques and abilities that could surprise even the best prepared. While she mastered primarily the sword god style, most of them already knew that. It was as if Nina stood in the light, visible and clear, while her opponents moved in the dark, hidden and dangerous. Following Gino's advice was, therefore, the most sensible and strategic choice. Moreover, Nina trusted Gino more than anyone in her life. She fixed her gaze on her chosen opponent. With a firm voice, Nina declared so that everyone could hear. Waze Adoldia, I challenge you to a duel for your position among the Gaia's 12 kings. Silence immediately fell over the place. All eyes turned to Waze. Waze smiled and replied calmly, it will be an honor. Saying this, he sprang nimbly and walked to the center of the arena under everyone's gaze. Until he stopped. Everyone watched with expectation and anxiety. Nina and Waze faced each other in the center of the arena, about 30 meters apart. Silence filled the air, as if the combat temple itself awaited the unfolding of the confrontation. Nina slowly drew her sword. The blade, of shining curved silver with a single sharp edge, gleamed under the natural light filtering through the arena's high arches. Its hilt was marked by 2 metal wings protruding on the blade's unsharpened side, and an eagle was carved at the beginning of the edge. It was the whistling free soul, the last gift from her father and one of the 48 swords forged by Julien Jalisco. Naturally, Nina assumed the high posture of the sword god style, ready to win by sheer force. Waze, on the other hand, positioned himself in his traditional draw stance. As a member of the beastfolk race, his naturally sharpened senses favored him in this combat style. It was the same style Ghislaine demonstrated when Rigor first met her. Wei's had evolved greatly in recent years. He had become a sword saint 8 years ago, but it was only 6 months ago that Rigor, with criteria as strict as Golfarian's, if not more, recognized him as a true sword king. Despite his talent, Wei's was already over 30 and would probably never reach the emperor level. Still, he was elite among warriors. He was calm, focused, confident of his victory against the young swordswoman. Nina, in turn, breathed deeply. Both knew that duels between two practitioners of the sword god style could be decided in a single move. The surrounding audience watched with full attention. Eris observed Nina with narrowed eyes, filled with anticipation. For a few seconds, the only audible sound was the river running beside the arena, the cascades pouring in the distance, and the wind whispering through the trees. It was in that almost ritualistic atmosphere that Baron, the Red Ogre, grumbled impatiently. Why are they staring at each other? This break in silence was the trigger. Nina advanced first. Wei's reacted almost at the same moment. Their bodies vanished in a blur of speed. In the next instant, their swords collided. Nina was faster. Her blade stopped a mere 3 centimeters from cutting Wei's in half, but he managed to block in time. Wei's weapon, surprisingly, withstood the crushing force of Nina's blade. The metallic ring resonated like thunder. Wei's was under pressure, but it was part of his plan. He slid his sword along Nina's blade skillfully, a technique he had learned from Rigor himself. In the blink of an eye, his sword was at the point of slicing the swordswoman's neck. But Nina reacted quickly. She knew that trick, Gino used it frequently against her. Her sword withdrew in an instant. Even so, she was not unscathed. Strands of blue hair floated in the air, and a small cut appeared on her smooth neck. She smiled. Wei's, realizing he was at a disadvantage, tried to retreat, but it was too late. Nina repositioned herself in a fraction of a second and struck again. Her sword described a diagonal arc that tore through Wei's chest. He narrowly avoided being split in two, but the cut ripped across his torso. The fight had lasted just under a second. To some slower warriors, all they saw was the moment Wei's was thrown backward, gravely wounded. Nina remained standing, motionless, as if she hadn't even moved. She had only a small cut on her neck. She cleaned her blade with a swift flick in the air and sheathed it. A loud, feminine voice echoed from the stands. Ha ha ha. Look, she really won. It was Greta, the Demon King. Beside her, a small green-haired child remained impassive. Reactions were varied: shock, surprise, admiration, respect. Many had already learned not to underestimate women in the kingdom of Gaia. Of the 12 kings, 5 were women, and 3 were among the top 5. Now, that number increased again. Nina Farayan was officially the new holder of the 12th position among the Gaia's 12 kings. Killian had already taken Wei's to receive treatment. Greta, smiling, commented. Welcome to the group, brat. Nina blinked, a bit confused at being called that, but replied. Why yes. I hope to get along with everyone. With that, she left the arena silently. The next to enter was Gino. His eyes turned directly to Taze. His gaze was challenging. Taze returned it with a fierce smile, and for a moment it seemed they might start fighting there and then, without even officially declaring the duel. But then Nina's voice rang out. Gino. He looked at her, a bit distracted by the interruption, but noticed her furious expression. She snapped. What did you tell me 5 minutes ago? Gino sighed, remembering. Right. He told her not to fight the strongest first. To gather information first. But he really wanted to face Taze. He was Rigor's current right hand. If he couldn't even defeat him, how could he achieve his goals? But she was right, there was something mysterious about Taze, not to mention he exuded a dangerous presence himself, especially in that sword at his waist. Even sheathed, Gino felt as though a dragon were emanating from it. It was a sensation similar to what he felt before Tsukikage, Rigor's sword. Feeling Nina's piercing gaze on him, he sighed once more. Then he said simply. All right. I challenge the Sword Emperor, Clint, for his title among the Gaia's 12 kings. Chapter 227, Sword Prodigy. Nina slapped the palm of her hand against her face, clearly frustrated. Around her, the warriors and spectators expressed varying degrees of surprise and confusion. Gino had just challenged Clint, the Sword Emperor, for his position among the Gaia's 12 kings. Clint occupied the 9th spot, but everyone knew this was not a true reflection of his strength. Since joining the kingdom of Gaia, he had fought only once to contest his ranking, and with a single blow he secured his victory. Even so, he did not seek to climb higher in the standings. His remaining in 9th place was strategic, it avoided unnecessary battles with countless challengers and allowed him to stay focused on his training. Clint was a man dedicated to seeking perfection in his swordsmanship. Those who knew him more closely were aware of his fanatical dedication to fencing. Reaching the level of Sword Emperor required something beyond talent, it demanded absolute dedication. That's why, when Gino challenged him, many thought it was merely the product of youthful ignorance. Nina, on the other hand, knew Gino better. He wanted to fight a strong opponent, but she had told him to challenge those at the bottom of the ranking, just as she had. And indeed, Gino had challenged one of those at the end of the list. But this was a Sword Emperor. She sighed deeply as she noticed the discreet smirk forming on Gino's face. Eris crossed her arms and spoke in a teasing tone. Humph, your strength isn't that impressive, Nina. If Gino is near your level, he will never beat Clint. A vein bulged on Nina's forehead. Not that impressive. Before she could think, she had already thrown herself at Eris. The redhead was caught by surprise, and the two fell to the ground, exchanging punches and shoves. They weren't using Tuki, so the blows were light, but both were completely engrossed in punching each other. Strangely, both were smiling. Attention turned back to the arena as Clint entered the scene. Seriously, with an upright posture, his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His eyes fixed on Gino, who waited calmly. I wonder what gives you the confidence to defeat me. Did you defeat your father before leaving the sword sanctuary? Everyone held their breath. The question hung in the air. Gino shook his head. I challenged him before I left, but he was still faster than me. Clint seemed to relax a little at the answer. Still serious, he replied. Then why did you challenge me? You could easily have won a higher position by challenging those above me. Gino's eyes sparkled. He looked at his own sword and answered in a distant tone. Well, when Rigger was 13, he could already defeat you with fencing alone, right? I'm already 14. Clint frowned. And what of it? Gino smiled, the light in his eyes intensifying. If I want to defeat him, how can I lose to him in that regard? Before anyone could understand what he meant by those words, Gino shot forward like lightning. But Clint was a Sword Emperor. He reacted without hesitation, striking firmly. The blades collided with a sharp metallic ring. The impact occurred slightly closer to Gino than to Clint. The Sword Emperor was still a bit faster. But then, Gino vanished from everyone's sight. Killian, watching with wide eyes, spoke, Is that the wild dash? The arena was filled with a symphony of snaps and buzzing. Clint delivered strikes from all angles, but Gino was never where the blow landed. Only after images remained. The fight turned into a battle of pure speed. Gino wielded all four fencing styles with mastery. He was versatile, precise, and even when switching to the long sword of light, whose speed was slightly below Clint's, he compensated with strength and technical mastery. His blade was an extension of his body. Before the spectators could wonder how he had advanced so much in Beast God style, the fight reached its conclusion. With a spin too difficult to follow, Gino appeared behind Clint and cut the tendons in the Emperor's legs. Then, in a fluid and brutal movement, he severed his opponent's dominant arm, anticipating the counterattack that would have followed. Ugh! Blood dripped from the disabled stump. Gino, with some sweat trickling down his forehead, stood in front of him. I lost to my father before leaving the sanctuary, but it's been over a year since then. He turned and walked out of the arena. If we faced off now, he's no longer my opponent. Rigger hadn't taught Gino how to refine the techniques of Beast God style. He had only demonstrated the forms, explained the fundamentals, and let the youth absorb them on his own. But for a true fencing genius, that was more than enough. With a solid foundation and an ardent desire to become stronger, Gino went on alone. He refined every movement, every thrust, and every technique he knew. He internalized the techniques, made them intimate, adapting them to his unique combat style. Moreover, he created new tactics, fine adjustments, and real-time improvisations, all without a master's supervision. This applied not only to Beast God style, he applied the same principle to all the styles he learned. Gino Britz was a prodigy. And since his goal was to defeat Rigger, the Beast God, he knew he needed something beyond effort. His training bordered on the insane, a relentless routine, without rest, where injuries were treated as part of the progress. At only 13, Rigger was already able to defeat swordsmen like Clint and Timothy in direct sword combat. And his strength didn't depend solely on the sword, the magic coursing through his body elevated his power to almost unreachable levels. At 15, Rigger was called the Wild Beast Emperor, capable of breaking even the defenses of the Deprivation Sword Kingdom, of the Water God herself. At 16, in pure fencing skill, he defeated Gal Farion, the sixth world power and until then considered the best living swordsman. This was the floor Gino needed to reach. For this, he trained and lived for the sword, but always kept Rigger's and Gal Farion's teachings in his heart. Always remembering the reason he brandished his blade. He wanted Nina for himself, and in that, he had already succeeded. But now, he wanted to reach Rigger, and surpass him. Therefore, when he defeated Clint Leo, a Sword Emperor, at 14, Gino did not react with much arrogance or surprise. For him, it was just another step. But the rest of the world did not think so. On the faces of most spectators were shock, astonishment, and admiration. Defeating a sword emperor at that age was something surprising and unbelievable. Almost everyone who watched was left speechless. But the reason was simple: few dared to consider facing rigor. The beast god, to them, was a divine figure, beyond comprehension, beyond any human measurement. Invincible. Unreachable. When they realized that Gino had said his true objective was to defeat rigor, reactions were mixed. Some laughed. Others felt pity. Others frowned, considering the idea blasphemous. A mere human, with a sword in hand, wanted to challenge a god. It was like a lone knight raising his lance against a titan that touched the firmament. It was ridiculous. But there were also those who watched Gino with more attentive eyes. More calculating figures. They analyzed his talent. They analyzed his mindset. And took his words seriously. And these, in the end, saw a risk. He wants to defeat the leader. And he has enough talent to one day attempt it. Dangerous thoughts arose in the minds of these men and women. That boy must be eliminated before he grows. Obviously, rigor wouldn't care one bit about that. It was at that moment that Eris, finally freeing herself from the light scuffle with Nina, wiped a strand of sweat from her forehead and turned to Gino with a half-smile. Going to stop now, Gino? Don't you want to fight me? The eyes around the arena gleamed with anticipation. So far, only newcomers had won, a spectacle, for sure, but seeing her lady, Eris, the Red Lioness, put these youngsters in their place seemed even more thrilling. Eris, even having seen what Gino was capable of, was still confident. Her eyes were piercing, and the smile on her lips was a mix of provocation and challenge. But Gino only tilted his head slightly. Maybe another time. He replied sincerely. But, when is rigor coming to the dojo? The refusal took Eris by surprise for a brief moment. She blinked and brought a hand to her chin, thoughtful. Maybe he won't show up today, but I'll ask him when I get home today. More importantly. She turned to Nina. Let's arrange lodging for you two. With those words, the tension eased, and those present began to disperse. But even as they walked away, the two newcomers, Gino Brits and Nina Farion, were still the center of attention. Their names were on everyone's lips. The combat temple buzzed with conversations, rumors, and expectations. The shift in the hierarchy of the Gaia's 12 kings had been made official that day. Shortly after, figures in various parts of the kingdom used the magic letter, long-distance communication devices, to spread the news. The news didn't stop in the kingdom of Gaia. It echoed beyond its borders, reaching the Dragon King's realm and other distant lands. Nina Farion and Gino Brits took the places of Ways Adoldia and Clint Leo. The kingdom of Gaia marched steadily toward ascension. It grew stronger day by day, with an almost frightening intensity. And, inevitably, caught the attention, and the irritation, of great powers watching from afar, in silence. While the combat temple was lively and bustling, in the Doldia tribe, in a relatively ordinary house next to a large tree, a tall woman with dark skin and silver hair walked silently through the garden of the house. Of course, the house only appeared ordinary. If any experienced mage, or someone with keen senses, approached that house, they would feel an unprecedented sense of terror. The residence was enveloped in layer upon layer of invisible magical barriers and protections. Arcane circles, complex and intricate, which very few in the world could decipher, protected that seemingly vulnerable structure. The woman's eyes were two distinct colors, one deep green and the other light red. But the most striking feature at that moment was her evident pregnancy. She was likely not far from giving birth. The woman walked along a grassy path, trying to take light steps, as if seeking to go unnoticed by something, or someone, that might be watching. Soon, she reached an isolated clearing, surrounded by dense trees and silence. She stopped and looked around cautiously, then drew a sword red as blood, Hiramyun. Without a word, she began practicing her strikes. The first movements were slow, but as seconds passed, the speed increased. Each cut through the air left a subtle trail of pressure. The woman's style was refined and fierce. Even pregnant, her movements possessed the elegance and lethality of a veteran warrior. But then, suddenly, a large white beast leaped through the trees. With movement surprisingly agile for its size, it lunged directly at the woman's sword, and bit it. With its teeth embedded in the blade, the beast prevented the next strike from landing. The woman sighed and, resigned, released the hilt of the sword, letting it hang from the creature's mouth. The beast tossed the sword aside. The white beast was, in fact, the legendary sacred beast of the Doldia, a being destined to accompany the hero who would one day save the world. Despite its status and power, it more resembled a huge, fluffy dog, overly shaggy. Its eyes were intelligent, and its body concealed impressive strength. The woman, now relaxing her shoulders, was Ghislaine Adoldia. Leo, if I don't practice at least a little, my skill will diminish more and more, she said, discontent. The sacred beast barked twice, its half-closed eyes conveying an expression that made it clear, no concessions would be made. Ghislaine clenched her teeth in frustration. Leo, the sacred beast, was capable of perfectly understanding the beast god tongue, and more than that, could also make himself understood by all members of the Doldia race. Despite being a sacred creature, he was also stubbornly obstinate. Rigor doesn't need to know this, murmured Ghislaine, attempting to argue. Need to know what? Said a young, sharp voice, emerging from behind the trees. Ghislaine slowly turned her head, hiding the surprise on her face. Who had appeared was a girl of approximately 10 years old, wearing training clothes and light leather armor. Her long, reddish-brown hair fell loose down her back. The girl's green eyes were half-closed, and she held a black sword drawn, still with sweat streaming down her face. Aisha, murmured Ghislaine, impassive, maintaining a neutral expression despite being caught in the act. But Leo wasted no time. The sacred beast barked, then pointed with his snout at the sword harem, which was still planted in the ground, clearly showing Ghislaine had been training. Ghislaine shot a piercing look at the creature, but Leo remained unshaken, with the lofty dignity of one fulfilling his duty. Aisha, in turn, began to laugh. What blatant betrayal, Leo. Excellent conduct, she said, still laughing. And then she turned to the woman. Let's go back inside, Ghislaine. Ghislaine sighed in disappointment, retrieved the sword, and with one last look at the clearing, followed Rigor's young disciple back home. Leo followed them, alert and proud. The forest breeze blew softly, carrying with it the last echoes of the interrupted training. Chapter 228, Reprimands, A Father's Betrayal. While they were returning inside the house, Ghislaine seemed visibly ill-tempered. Her steps were heavy, her eyes half-closed, and her arms crossed beneath her breasts. Next to her, Aisha watched the woman with a worried expression until she sighed deeply. Ghislaine. You know your pregnancy is not ordinary. There are only 3 months left until the birth. We have to be cautious. Leo barked in approval. The sacred beast walked just behind the two, with his snout raised and his gaze attentive. Ghislaine's pregnancy had proceeded relatively normally until just over a month ago. But then complications began. The child moved a lot inside the womb, kicked forcefully, and twisted frequently. Even at only 5 months of gestation, the movements were intense enough to cause internal injuries in an ordinary woman and, under normal circumstances, could even lead to a miscarriage. But Ghislaine was far from an ordinary woman. She was one of the most deadly warriors of the current era. Despite the pain and discomfort, she endured with relative ease. Still, the best thing was that Verdia was there to help. She had become much stronger in the last year, perhaps she was the one who had grown the most among Rigor's wives. She used healing magic to heal Ghislaine's wounds and the crisis was more or less averted. Less than 5 minutes later, Rigor appeared like lightning at the entrance of the house, claiming he had a bad feeling and returned at full speed. Upon being informed of the situation, he began spending much more time by Ghislaine's side, often not going to the combat temple and training nearby, or studying magic instead. Ghislaine, for her part, was forbidden from engaging in any kind of intense training. The decree was issued by Rigor, supported by Verdia, by Celine, and even by Eris, a union of forces that Ghislaine could not overcome. I've now gone a full month without practicing, she said, grinding her teeth. Do you remember how long it's been since this last happened? She looked at Aisha, who responded only with a curious glance. Ghislaine huffed. You wouldn't remember, because I don't even remember, she exclaimed, exasperated. As far as I can remember, I've never gone so long without practicing swordsmanship. Aisha tried to suppress the laughter that welled up. Well, that's how pregnancy works. Yours is special even among the special. The two continued walking, now near the entrance of the house. When Ghislaine discovered she was pregnant, her happiness was immediate, albeit contained. But the one who truly exploded with emotion was Rigor. The ear-to-ear smile that spread across his face that day seemed glued on and refused to leave it. He was so excited that, not knowing what to do with so much accumulated energy, he ran into a forest and destroyed everything in his path, fortunately without using magic. The level of happiness Rigor exuded was so great that it spread throughout the kingdom as a blessing. For several days, everyone enjoyed a beast god at the peak of good humor. He spent long minutes simply watching Ghislaine, his eyes full of emotion, without saying a single word. His family and closest friends could swear they had never seen Rigor so happy in their entire lives. Eris, in turn, became even more active by Rigor's side. She also wanted to produce an heir for him. But even with Rigor's incessant libido and his restless nights, Eris had still not become pregnant. The lineage barrier still prevented her. But Eris was persistent. She did not give up easily. Because of that, the nights in the house sometimes became quite loud, especially when Verdia and Eris both went to Rigor's room at the same time. Ghislaine and Aisha gradually arrived at the main room of the house. Inside, a beast-like woman with silver hair and light red eyes was serving the table with a variety of foods. She wore a simple but clean apron. It was Celine Adoldia, Rigger's mother. Noticing the entrance of the two, she raised her eyes and commented. Ghislaine, what were you doing out there? Before Ghislaine could respond, Aisha laughed in a mischievous tone. She was training. At that moment, a human woman with blonde hair entered the room, carrying more trays of food. It was Zenith Greyrat, who was helping in the kitchen. Behind her appeared a little girl of about 5 years, with hair as silver as Celine's, but with eyes of a vibrant, almost shimmering red. The girl ran through the room with contagious energy. Sister Aisha. Sister Aisha. Aisha crouched down with a gentle smile. Hello, little one. What's wrong? The little girl smiled widely. I managed to use Sonic Boom. Now I'm an intermediate level mage. Aisha's smile froze. Leo immediately lowered his ears and hid under the table, as if he knew what was coming next. Ghislaine, taking advantage of the distraction, tried to slip out of the room stealthily. But it was too late. Ghislaine. Ruby. Aisha. Celine's voice cut through the air like a blade. The three girls froze in place, immediately recognizing the tone of warning. Zenith sighed, continuing to set the table as if she were already used to it. The three being reprimanded assumed motionless positions in front of Celine. Ghislaine was being reprimanded for training while pregnant, a serious infraction, given Celine's intense concern for her future grandchild's safety. Celine would not accept excuses. Ghislaine, even being a legendary swordswoman, dared not go against her mother-in-law. Aisha and Ruby were also in trouble, but for a different reason. Rigger had taught basic magic to the younger sister from an early age. Ruby was not a natural prodigy, but she was not bad either. Starting young had given her an advantage. Aisha had assumed the responsibility of supervising the training, with the clear rule, no intermediate-level magic yet. But Ruby had learned one. And that meant Aisha had taught it. And what's more, Ruby dared to practice magic without a responsible tutor watching her. The three listened to the scoldings in absolute silence. Meanwhile, Zenith finished arranging the dishes on the table. It was at that moment that Norn Greyrat entered the room and came face to face with Aisha being reprimanded. A satisfied and amused smile immediately appeared on her lips. This day is being wonderful. She whispered under her breath. What had gathered them all in that house today was Rigger. He had called them all to announce an important piece of news. Celine lived with Hantar, her husband and Rigger's father, and also with her daughter Ruby. Their house was not far from Rigger's, which made visits frequent. Rigger's house was home to Eris, Verdia, Ghislaine, and Rigger himself. Aisha also had a room there, and although she often slept there, she also lived sometimes with Zenith. The situation of some of these people was complicated, emotionally speaking. Zenith and Norn, for example, were living in their own house in the Great Forest. Zenith had spent a long time resentful towards Rigger over Paul's death, even understanding the reasons that had led him to make that decision. Deep down, even if she hid it deeply, she still held resentment. Paul was not the most exemplary man, but Zenith loved him, and knew she was loved by him. Over time, Zenith resigned herself. Rigger had spared her and her family. Furthermore, members of the Latria family who had not committed serious crimes were kept alive, though without titles or power. Zenith understood that Rigger had not killed Paul on purpose. It was a war, and he had made a quick decision in a moment of crisis. She knew there were not many options at that moment. However, the real reason she kept a certain emotional distance was another. No one in that house seemed especially friendly towards her son, Rudeus. At first, she was unaware of the details of the conflict between Rudeus, Sylphiette, and the Iron Legion, but that changed over time. She discovered that it began when they tried to kill Rigger. That was unforgivable for many there. Ghislaine, a great friend of Zenith, declared openly that she would kill Rudeus if she saw him. Aisha, Rudeus's half-sister, also expressed the same desire. And that without counting the other superiors of the Kingdom of Gaia, who considered Rudeus a mortal enemy after the attacks they suffered at his hands. Rudeus and Sylphiette killed several members of the Legion during their passage through Meles. Such a blood feud was not resolved with words, but with more blood. Tallhand, now residing in the territory of the dwarves, declared that he would not take sides. Elinalise was missing, having set out to find Rudeus and inform him of his family's safety. Zenith was anxious. She knew her son was powerful, but she also knew he was still far from being able to face Rigger. Unless he had reached a new level of strength, facing him would be suicide. Despite all that, Zenith's current life was not bad. She grew very attached to Aisha, and treated her with the same affection as a daughter. To her surprise and joy, she also managed to develop a strong relationship with Norn. After the war and many lessons in humility passed by Aisha, Norn changed. Her difficult personality had been shaped, and one of the results was her seeing Zenith as a true maternal figure. Aisha treated Zenith as a second mother. And, in a way, treated Celine as a third. Zenith realized that Aisha's concept of family was quite unique. She did not remember her original family, only her mother when she was a baby, and then she had the Beast God group. Lilia was her biological mother, of course. But Ghislaine and Eris were older sisters, strong and inspiring. Rigor was her master and mentor, who taught her all kinds of skills. The late Idar was like a father figure, teaching her values and morals. Geese Nicadia, an eccentric uncle who taught her tricks and deceit. Skoll, the rank A wolf, was her faithful pet. Although an unorthodox family, Aisha absorbed the best of each, probably. Overall, Aisha had learned from all of them that relationships are worth as much as the dedication invested in them. She gained friends, allies, and respect. But for Zenith, the act of treating her genuinely as a mother was what warmed her heart. And at the same time, generated conflict. How could she be so close to Aisha when she wanted to kill her half-brother? Zenith loved Rudeus, after all, he was her son. But she also knew that he had always been somewhat distant with her. Aisha, on the other hand, was warm, helpful, caring. And much more present. Some months before, they had learned that Lilia was traveling to Meles, after learning of Paul's death and Zenith's situation. She had not yet found Rudeus, wherever he was. Had everything gone as planned, he would be studying at the Renoa Magic University, with Sylphie and perhaps Roxy, having already rescued Sylphie's mother. Zenith feared. How would Rudeus react to knowing all this? To learning of his father's death? Would Elinalise encourage him to take revenge? There were many questions. No answers. For now, all she could do was take care of Norn and Aisha. Take care of the family she still had close to her. In the end, she had no power to change the situation. Neither strength nor a clear conviction of what she wanted to change. Her hope now resided in Lilia. Maybe she, who had at least some influence over Rigor, could mediate some reconciliation. Maybe. As Zenith finished serving the table and Celine continued reprimanding the girls, the door opened discreetly. The man, seeing the situation before him, tried to retire, closing the door slowly as if he had never appeared. Hantar. Celine's voice resonated. A resigned sigh was heard. The door opened completely, and a middle-aged beastman entered smiling, as if nothing had happened. It was Hantar Adoldia. He looked around, pretending not to see his daughter's pleading look, and said, "Leo, come with me. Let's play a bit." The sacred beast hurried over to him, wagging his tail. The two disappeared to another room of the house. Ruby watched in silence, with narrowed eyes. That paternal betrayal had been noticed. And, silently, it was marked in her heart. Chapter 229, The Imprisoned Light, Verdia's First Bolt. Meanwhile, Rigor and Verdia were late. But there was a good reason for it. While everyone was gathering in their home, the two were floating tens of meters above the ground, enveloped in a storm of lightning that tore the sky with thunder and light. The wind whistled around, and the magical energy in the air made the hairs on their bodies stand on end. Lightning danced around them like luminous serpents, but neither Rigor nor Verdia showed fear. They were completely focused. Rigor had changed a lot over the past year. He was even taller, finally showing signs that his growth was coming to an end. His body was defined and lean, but it emanated an almost infinite power. His face retained attractive features, but his severe expression made him look like a relentless warrior. Anyone who saw him would mistake him for an intimidating general, or perhaps a Yakuza boss. His silver hair was long and tied in a simple ponytail, while the traditional mantle of the sword sanctuary billowed under the storm. Verdia, on the other hand, had not changed much in appearance. The only noticeable difference was in her hair. Verdia's hair was still stunning, but now it looked merely lustrous, like golden silk gleaming under the flashes of the storm. But before, her golden strands emitted a slight and mystical golden light, as if they shone with magic of their own. Now, that glow had vanished. The glow that Rigor discovered to be the source of the curse that afflicted all who knew of Verdia's powers. Rigor had dedicated a lot of time over the past year trying to understand the workings and rules behind Verdia's power. He developed many theories over the months, however, none of the hypotheses led to a definitive answer. The only conclusion Rigor reached was that he did not need to understand the source to deal with the problem. He just needed to find a way to cope with the mysterious light. And that's exactly what he did. Using the knowledge of divine magics and magical barriers of the continent of Meles, Rigor embarked on a project with Verdia. Both tested various possibilities and created more than 50 different magic circles, all flawed. None of them managed to interfere with the light. It passed through everything, as if it did not belong to that world. It was like trying to catch a reflection with your hands. It was only 2 months ago that they found the right path in one of the ancient magics of the Kingdom of Meles. Based on it, Rigor and Verdia developed an emperor-level barrier. And he modified it to block only the light and nothing else. When everything was ready, Verdia passed through the barrier. At that very instant, the light separated from her, as if being pulled out. It flickered and writhed, trying to remain attached to its bearer. But it failed. It was as if the barrier had identified the light as an independent entity. The light was imprisoned. Rigor then wasted no time. Using the same technique with which he had severed the karma that tried to infect him a year ago, he destroyed it completely, disintegrating it definitively. It may sound simple when put into words. But in practice, each step of that process was a climb between logic and the impossible. But they succeeded. After that, they conducted meticulous tests for weeks. Verdia used all kinds of magic, and tested her abilities. The golden light did not return. She was still in doubt whether her future visions remained, since she had not had any since then. Despite that, she was now more powerful than ever. And at that moment, Rigor was controlling the flow of mana within her body. Before the war, Rigor and Verdia had agreed to use the alternative method to teach Verdia enchantment-free magic. The experiment had failed with Ghislaine. Although she had managed to control the magic power demon eye, she lacked the theoretical knowledge and experience with high-level magics to master spells without chance. Verdia, however, was different. Using this method, she managed to cast a elementary-level wind magic without chant in 3 weeks of training. The process was both simple and incredibly complicated. Rigor guided Verdia's mana through the paths that the magic had to follow, without her reciting the chant. All she needed to do was memorize the exact sensation. The beginning was frustrating. The results seemed unremarkable, but they persisted. And when Verdia managed to perform the first chantless magic, everything flowed better. Rigor used his demon eyes to observe and identify exactly where she was erring, correcting each detail with surgical precision. Still, progress was slow and steady. Verdia had spent 500 years using magic the traditional way. Getting rid of such ancient habits was almost like trying to unlearn breathing. Rigor was convinced that success was only possible because Verdia was already extremely talented with magic, and because he himself had become an absolute master of mana control. Verdia had greater affinity with wind and water magic, with earth slightly behind. Her affinity with fire magic was visibly lower, so she focused her efforts on the first 3. After several months, she was already able to cast them without needing guidance. With that, Verdia reached a new level. Before that, she was already a formidable foe. Her experience, precision, timing, magic items, and speed made her extremely dangerous. She was a natural strategist, and her prediction in combat had already been the end of many enemies. Her magic cloak made her invulnerable to certain attacks, and her sword could blind opponents. Her magic circles with complex barriers added even more layers of protection. But now, with chantless magic, she was a different person. And more, she had returned to training in swordsmanship. The style was the elven swordsmanship inherited from her father. Rigor estimated that she was between the advanced and saint levels. Over time, she would firmly reach the saint level. All of this earned her a place among the Gaia's 12 kings. Even a superior swordsman would hesitate to face her. Her magical arrows were now propelled by multiple types of magic, and her style was adaptable to any situation. If you took a wrong step, she would crush you with unpredictable tactics. And on that day, they were attempting something even more complex. After hours, Verdia finally opened her blue eyes. She took a deep breath, extended her hand toward the loaded sky, and declared, "Lightning." A small bolt tinkled in the air and shot out from her palm. It was weak and uncontrolled, but it was there. A smile lit up her face at that very moment. "I did it." Rigor opened his eyes as well, watching her with a slight smile of pride. "You did it." This was the first time Verdia had cast lightning without chant. It was a volatile energy magic, more difficult than all the previous ones. But after months of dedication, she reached the first success. If she could incorporate this into combat, her power would rise another tier. And then, few in the world could face her on equal terms. Since she met Orsted and married Rigor, something had changed deeply within her. The elf, who had always been confident and serene, began to place much more importance on her own individual strength than ever before. Even during the war in Meles, she had never dedicated herself so much to improving her skills as in the past year. Rigor deduced that Orsted had this effect on people. Anyone who met him and survived the experience would either have their spirit completely crushed, or have their determination multiplied by 1,000. Being before Orsted was like facing an insurmountable wall, an absolute and overwhelming force. Verdia, however, was not the type to remain shaken and idle. The last time she saw him, she had gone with the intention of facing him, but the instant she saw him, she understood she had no chance. By some miracle that she herself still did not understand, she managed to convince him to retreat. But she never believed in her own luck. On the contrary, for several weeks after the encounter, Verdia was paranoid. She feared that the dragon god would invade the kingdom of Gaia at any moment, annihilating everyone. That fear drove her to train and improve daily, with increasing intensity. At the same time, she began to assist Rigger in his magical research, especially those aimed at developing tools that would increase her power or that of her subordinates. Still, under Rigger's gentle and firm influence, Verdia gradually managed to calm down. She continued training hard, but was no longer consumed by constant paranoia. Something that helped a lot in this process was the fact that she was newly married. Marriage to Rigger became, for her, one of the happiest experiences of her long life. Verdia had always been different from other elves. Most of her race preferred to live in silence, in isolated forests, with discreet habits and averse to change. But Verdia was cheerful, vibrant, curious, and deeply adventurous. This was also reflected in her sexual desires. It could be said, safely, that she was quite active. Rigger, for some reason, had imagined that as an elf, she would be more restrained in this aspect. He was completely wrong. During the first 2 months of marriage, Verdia even approached him directly, asking if he did not find her as attractive as Eris or Ghislaine. At the time, Rigger was shocked, but quickly clarified the situation. The truth was that both were holding back, trying to respect each other's space and time. Verdia did not want to seem selfish or monopolize him. And Rigger, for his part, was dealing with his own explosion of desire after reaching adulthood, the moment when his libido peaked and became almost impossible to control. Knowing that Verdia also desired that was a relief to him. Of course, Verdia's desires did not reach the same intensity as Ghislaine's or Eris's, but even so, compared to other elves and even most humans, Verdia was considered quite active. Now that Ghislaine was pregnant, the presence of Verdia and Eris as companions made Rigger's nights much livelier. The two were also eager to have children, which made the bond between them even stronger. Still floating in the stormy skies of the great forest, after Verdia's success with chantless lightning magic, she threw herself into Rigger's arms, smiling, and kissed him intensely. Rigger returned the kiss gently, while beginning to dissipate the storm around them and levitating them slowly down to the ground. Below, waiting patiently, were Linnea and Priscina, sitting at a stone table created with magic. When Rigger and Verdia finally touched the ground, Linnea was the first to speak. "Boss, we're late." Priscina nodded, pouty. "Didn't you say you would come down after half an hour? It's been a whole hour." The two beast princesses of the beast race were now in the middle of adolescence. They had grown and no longer appeared as children, but rather as young ladies. However, their mischievous and impulsive attitudes had changed very little. At one point, Rigger had considered that one of them could succeed Gustav on the throne of the kingdom of Gaia, but, observing their actions over the past year, he was beginning to seriously doubt that. In his view, neither of the two possessed, at that moment, the aptitude to rule such a vast and complex kingdom. But he did not want to be too pessimistic. Gustav, his father-in-law, was about 160 years old and was still healthy. It was possible that he had another 20 or 30 years of active life ahead. During this period, perhaps one of his children would be born with a natural talent for ruling. Linnea and Priscina still could mature. Or another suitable candidate could emerge. Verdia smiled lightly and took the blame for the delay. "It was my fault. It happens that I finally managed to use chantless lightning magic." Priscina's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Linnea whistled in approval. "Congratulations, Verdia. It seems like something exclusive to talented people. Some among us don't have that much capacity." Before she could finish, Priscina flew at her friend's neck, and the two began to fight on the ground as they always did. It turns out that Linnea's magical talent had always been more oriented toward offensive schools like fire, water, and earth. For that reason, she already could use chantless lightning magic. But Priscina specialized in support magics, healing, detoxification, barrier, and had not yet managed to master the bolt. Verdia just laughed at the situation, and Rigger, with a sigh, said, "We're late. Stop fighting." Immediately, Linnea and Priscina got up, forgetting their grudges in that very moment. Rigger smiled and said, "Let's go." And then, the four began to head back home, walking under the last drops of the storm that was now dispersing in the distance. Chapter 230, an important announcement. Without Rigger noticing, Linnea had become part of his family. After all, she was Ghislaine's niece. The main lineage of the Doldia and Didoldia clans was considered the royalty of the beast race's territory. Now, with Gustav occupying the nominal throne of the kingdom of Gaia, Linnea still carried that status, although it was more symbolic than real. Unlike traditional kingdoms, in Gaia, noble lineage was not the most important factor. Strength was what truly commanded respect. Almost nothing had changed in that regard. Everyone knew that Gustav sat on the throne only because Rigger, the beast god, willed it so. Gustav was like a regent, dealing with bureaucracies, audiences, meetings, and all the administrative functions befitting a king. Of course, he had extremely competent advisors, and his authority was undeniable. But everyone knew that the true loyalty of Gaia's people lay with Rigor. He was the hero of the beast race, the third beast god, the warrior who destroyed the sacred country. As long as he was present, no fool would dare raise a rebellion. No one would be stupid enough to challenge Gaia's government. Would there be assassination attempts against Gustav? Probably. But Saint Macerntown, the same legendary warrior who once protected the old king of Meles, was now the personal guard of the king of Gaia. That meant not even seasoned assassins could breach security easily. But it was evident that Rigor held more power than the nominal king. And that was not questioned by absolutely anyone. As Verdia, Linnea, Persina, and Rigor crossed the forest with quick steps, Rigor felt a familiar presence. Immediately, he raised his hand, asking everyone to stop. Seconds later, Eris leapt from within the bushes, flying toward Rigor. He caught her in midair with a single fluid movement, enfolding her in his arms and planting a kiss on her before she could utter a single word. Persina wrinkled her nose and grumbled. "TCH, such cheesiness." Verdia laughed at the scene, and the couple ignored the comment. Eris broke free from the embrace, eyes judging. "Rigor. Nina and Gino arrived at the temple today. Why didn't you go?" Rigor set her down with a calm smile. "They arrived. Well, it can wait until tomorrow. Today we have something more important." He looked ahead and resumed walking. The others followed him. Eris, curious, furrowed her brow. For him to simply ignore their arrival, it must be something truly important. "And what is so important?" she asked. Rigor cast a brief glance at Verdia before replying. "You will know soon. Don't be in a hurry." Linnea then spoke to Eris. "Eris, how strong are Gino and Nina now?" Eris seemed pensive for a moment before answering. They're quite strong. Both defeated 2 of the Gaia's 12 kings. But I think Clint might end up challenging Nina soon." She laughed, imagining the scene. Her position won't last long. Verdia and Rigor immediately picked up the key information. Verdia asked, surprised. "Wait. Clint was defeated." Linnea and Persina also stood agape. Persina stepped forward. "Who defeated him? Gino or Nina?" "It was Gino." Eris replied without hesitation. "He's become much stronger. It wasn't even that hard for him to defeat Clint." She looked at Rigor and added. "Actually, seeing him fight reminds me of how you fight with only swords. He practices all 4 swordsmanship styles." Rigor smiled with satisfaction. "I see, if he's that strong, do you think you would lose to him?" Eris puffed up her chest with pride. "Of course I would win." Verdia, somewhat concerned, commented. "Ah, Eris, are you sure? If he defeated Clint easily, I think it's better to be cautious." Persina nodded, supporting the concern. But Linnea retorted. "Eris will not lose." Despite her confident words, her expression did not convey such certainty. She turned to Rigor and asked. "Wasn't Gino the youngest? He must be a year younger than me, right? How is he so strong?" Rigor answered. "Gino is a rare genius of the sword. As long as he has a clear goal, there are few things he cannot conquer with his blade." Eris seemed slightly irritated by the assessment. Rigor, noticing, added. "But as for a fight between the 2 of you, I cannot affirm anything until I see it with my own eyes. I still believe you have a better chance of victory." Eris seemed to relax upon hearing that. The group continued walking, chatting about trivial matters as they crossed the forest. Soon they spotted the building in the distance. The house was protected by numerous sealing magical barriers. But with Rigor nearby, none of them activated. They passed through unhindered and entered the house, which was already filled with voices and laughter. Everyone was already seated at the huge table. The food was being kept warm by magic by Aisha, since the group had been a bit delayed. The seasoned and welcoming aroma filled the main hall of the house, mixing local spices with rare ingredients from the great forest. The table was laden with steaming dishes, roasted meats, stews, seasoned roots, fresh fruits, and artisanal breads. Seated at the table were Hantar, Celine, Ruby, Zenith, Aisha, Norn, and Ghislaine. Leo sat on the floor beside Ghislaine, leaning against her leg like a loyal guard, but as soon as Rigor entered, he got up immediately and ran to him, eyes shining. Ruby also perked up upon seeing her brother and ran, exclaiming, "Brother! Brother!" She leaped into his arms with a joyful jump, and Rigor caught her in midair, lifting her with ease and spinning once before hugging her to his chest. With a playful smile, he tousled her hair and said, "Feeling guilty, are you? What did you get up to today, Ruby?" The little girl blushed instantly, eyes avoiding his as she fiddled her fingers nervously. I used intermediate-level magic and Mom scolded me, and Sister Aisha too." She was already ready for another scolding, shoulders tense, but Rigor only smiled and said calmly, Well, if you've already been reprimanded, then remember this lesson. Ruby looked confused for a moment, but soon nodded cheerfully, with a mischievous grin. All right. Next time, I won't get caught. Aisha burst into laughter, covering her mouth to stifle it, but Celine quickly intervened, in a firm tone. Ruby, disobey me again and I'll ban you from using magic for 6 months. She gave her daughter a stern look, and Hantar, beside her, nodded with a serious expression. Listen to your mother, child. Magic is something dangerous to handle. Be patient and you'll learn everything in your own time. Ruby puffed out her cheeks in discontent, making a small pout, but in the end, she nodded quietly. Meanwhile, the women who had come with rigor sat down at the table alongside the others. The atmosphere was cozy and familiar. As soon as everyone was settled, Aisha dispelled the warming magic with an elegant gesture, and everyone began to eat. During the meal, conversations and laughter echoed around the table. Eris and Verdia went to sit beside Ghislaine. The three chatted about various things, mainly about training and the challenges she was facing during her pregnancy. Linnea and Priscina were conversing with Aisha, and Zenith also joined in with occasional remarks. Ruby and Leo, now with full bellies, had gone to play in a corner of the room, and Norn watched them attentively. Meanwhile, Hantar spoke with rigor about the recent movements of the Iron Legion. He was still a born warrior, and as commander of the 3rd Assault Division of the Iron Legion, his responsibilities did not cease even in times of peace. Extermination missions have increased a lot recently near the Hobbits' territory, said Hantar in a grave, serious voice. We discovered a phalanx ant colony. It grew too fast. Now it's a small catastrophe. Rigor raised his eyebrows, interested. Do you want me to take a look tomorrow? Phalanx ant colonies, when they reached disaster level, were at least rank S threats. Normally, these areas became risk zones and were avoided by travelers and merchants. After all, who would be foolish enough to enter the great forest to face lethal insects en masse? But Hantar shook his head slowly. There's no need. I'm not suited for it, but Rufus was already heading there when I left. He can handle it. Rigor nodded, satisfied. Rufus was extremely proficient with earth and fire magic. If necessary, he could generate enough lava to consume the entire colony. His mastery of earth magic made him impenetrable. Even if thousands of ants gathered, he would be like hitting an unbreakable wall. Beside them, Verdia advised Ghislaine to take it easy. Since she had been caught training again, even during pregnancy. Eris, of course, agreed with Ghislaine. I will also continue training even while pregnant, said Eris firmly. Verdia only sighed tiredly, without insisting. There was no point in arguing with stubborn people like them. It was a large group, but familiar. Rigor observed everything around him with warmth in his chest. He remembered when he was a child, moments like these were rare. Peace was an illusion in the surroundings of the great forest. Slave traders lurked and fear was constant. Now, his little sister Ruby played with Leo, laughing without a care. Despite being born during the conflict with Meles, she grew up never knowing real adversity. And that was how the new generation of the Kingdom of Gaia would be born, free, protected, and full of hope. Basically, the childhood a child should have. Rigor had made it happen. The Kingdom of Gaia was only in its early days now, but Rigor was confident that, even if he died, this kingdom would not fall easily. Of course, he didn't plan to die to test it. There were still many goals to achieve. He wanted to have many children with his wives. He wanted to see his little sister Ruby grow up healthy and strong. He wanted to see the kingdom prosper. And more than anything, he wanted to see with his own eyes whether the changes he had promoted would impact this world positively or negatively. There were many places to explore, the mysterious celestial continent, the feared demon continent, the unknown depths of the oceans, and the frozen regions of the northern central continent. There were also enemies that needed to be eliminated. The kingdom of Azura was one of them. Rigor wanted to purge all corrupt nobles and characters to the core. It was a rot that had spread for generations. The dragon god Orsted was another target. Rigor needed to defeat him to avenge his deceased friend, Idar. Besides that, there were Rudeus and Sylphiette. Even living in distant lands, they were still mage of the highest level and therefore a potential threat to the kingdom of Gaia. Rigor could not afford to ignore them. And there was Hidegami. Rigor was sure it was he who manipulated Lucio's Gallard, granting him divine visions. Lucio's had attacked Verdia and Ghislaine, and his influence culminated in the crusade against the Great Forest. Many lives were lost, friends and allies fell, all because of Hidegami's machinations. That is why, along with Verdia, Rigor was developing a magic capable of making him invisible to the divine gaze. But progress was slow. They did not even know how to detect the vision itself. Without understanding its workings, there was no way to defend themselves properly. Even so, Hidegami was nearly at the top of Rigor's death list. His unpredictability and cunning made him a constant threat. Apart from the more serious matters, there were personal curiosities. Rigor wanted to meet the third and the first ranked among the 7 world powers. Both out of desire for combat and pure curiosity. He still had much to do in his life. But he had already done so much. He glanced briefly at Verdia and then whistled with the aid of wind magic, calling everyone's attention at the table. One by one, everyone turned their gaze to him. Verdia, beside him, blushed slightly, anticipating what would come. Rigor stood up and spoke calmly. I have called you all here for a very important announcement. He paused, ensuring everyone was paying attention. Then he looked at Verdia, his third elf wife, and announced. Verdia is pregnant too. The initial silence was followed by an outburst of reactions. Surprised looks, joyful smiles, expressions of astonishment and happiness filled the room. Hey, you work fast, huh, boss, joked Linnea, laughing. Congratulations, Verdia. I'm sure it will be a beautiful child, said Celine, radiant at the idea of another grandchild. Ruby furrowed her brow, confused. What does that mean? That there's going to be another baby in the house, Ruby, explained Aisha, with a smile. Everyone offered their congratulations. Even Eris. But her eyes were fixed on Rigor, like a wolf's. He had expected that. Eris wanted a child by him more than anything. Verdia only got pregnant first by chance. But now, with Verdia temporarily out of commission, Eris would have Rigor all to herself. The night passed in a celebratory mood. Smiles, conversations, and laughter filled the house. 2 new children would soon join the family. Chapter 231, A Tranquil Night in the Great Forest. As the night passed and the starry sky of the Great Forest emerged, the atmosphere in the house grew more tranquil. Ruby, the little ball of energy, began rubbing her eyes, drowsy. With an understanding smile, Celine approached and gently ran her hand through her hair, while Hantar stood up. They had decided it was time to return home. Shortly after, Linnea and Persina also decided to leave, saying their goodbyes with carefree smiles and the usual teasing jokes. Then, Zenith and Norn also chose to withdraw, leaving the house even more tranquil. Aisha, on the other hand, did not follow them. Instead, she announced naturally. I'm going out to hunt a bit. I want to test a new magic I'm developing. She soon vanished among the trees of the forest. If it were any other 10-year-old child, that would sound absurd. But Aisha was different. From an early age, she had displayed uncommon intelligence, a keen mind, and an extraordinary understanding. Everyone in the kingdom of Gaia knew she was not an ordinary child, and therefore, her freedom of action was greater, as long as she always made her intentions clear. Aisha was not only strong. Her cunning, her analytical vision, and her capacity for learning placed her above the other geniuses of her generation. Compared to Rigor at that age, she almost matched him in magical talent. Her aptitude with the sword was lesser, but still remarkable. At only 10 years old, she had reached the advanced level in Water God style, the same age at which Eris had become an advanced swordswoman in Sword God style. Reaching higher levels, however, required more than talent. Since Aisha was more focused on mastering the magic schools, she had no time to train diligently in fencing. Even so, a mage with almost all schools at the saint level and a swordswoman at the advanced level at 10 years old was something staggering. Much of her success came from her master, Rigor, the beast god. Beginning her training so early allowed her to utilize her full potential. She had been manipulating mana since the age of 2, depleting her reserves every day. Recently, upon reaching 10 years of age, her accelerated growth had stagnated, indicating that she had reached her approximate limit in magical expansion. Still, her mana reserve was already greater than that of Rufus, Lysena, Verdia, and everyone else in the kingdom of Gaia, with the exception of Rigor. By Rigor's estimates, her capacity had reached the threshold of god level. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, Aisha was destined to become a legendary figure, like the armored dragon King Perugius or the flaming Emperor Pharaoh's star. The only reason she was not considered the greatest genius of her generation was Rigor himself. His deeds were so grand that they overshadowed any other. With everyone's departure, only Ghislaine, Verdia, Eris, Leo, and Rigor remained in the house. Ghislaine retired early to sleep, accompanied by Verdia shortly thereafter. Rigor, for his part, remained on the house's balcony. Seated on a sofa made of animal pelts with his legs crossed, spine straight and eyes closed, he meditated in silence. The night breeze gently blew through the trees, bringing with it the fresh scent of the forest. He was controlling the flow of his own mana as training while reflecting on the next steps. At his side, Leo, the sacred beast, rested tranquilly, lying in harmony with his master. The Doldia's sacred beast seemed to have grown fond of Rigor since he was just a child. Their encounters in childhood had been few because Rigor had always been very busy at that time, trying to initiate a change throughout the beast race's society. Even so, there was a connection there. But it was only when Rigger definitively returned to the Great Forest, now as a young adult, that bond truly solidified. Leo, the name Rigger chose for the creature after realizing it did not intend to stray from his side, had become a constant, almost inseparable presence. Technically, the sacred beast was supposed to accompany the hero destined to save the world. When Leo began to follow Rigger and his family everywhere, no one in the kingdom of Gaia questioned it. Rigger was already considered a literal god by most of his followers. Calling him a hero was merely adding another title to his name, a title that, moreover, he had held since he defeated the immortal demon king, Batagati. Leo's decision to become the guardian of the beast god's family and his faithful companion was seen as something natural, a perfect fit. Who was not so pleased with this was Skoll, the ebony wolf under Rigger's command. Still, over time, even he grew accustomed to Leo's presence. After all, following a brief dispute, Leo had proven his superiority, and even Skoll had to accept this hierarchy. During his stay in Meles, Rigger had access to a few ancient records on summoning magic. They were not many, but enough for him to formulate basic magical contracts with the creatures that followed him, Escalar, Skoll, and Leo. These contracts did not allow him to summon them directly, but they guaranteed him knowledge of each one's location, establishing a magical bond between them. What Rigger did not yet know was whether Leo was by his side because of him, or because of one of his descendants. For now, he would believe it was for him, although he had no idea of how to save the world or who he would be fighting against. Regardless of the origin of that loyalty, Leo was an exceptional companion, a true bodyguard. As Rigger meditated on the house's balcony, his breathing was calm and even. And Leo was in perfect harmony, eyes half closed and alert, as if sharing his master's serenity. And then, a new presence entered the balcony. The air was filled with a gentle scent of lavender. Light steps approached, rhythmic and confident. A faint steam still rose from the skin of the figure approaching, a remnant of a recent bath. Her long red hair was loose, with a dewy sheen that captured the starlight. The woody, natural scent of the strands mixed with the perfume of her skin. She wore only a white towel, which barely covered her athletic and graceful silhouette, revealing curves sculpted by constant training. Eris. She made a silent gesture to Leo, who lifted his head calmly. Rigger had already sensed her approach, but did not react. The beast, understanding the gesture, stood up and left the balcony with a light trot, going to join Verdia and Ghislaine inside the house. Now, only the two of them remained. Eris approached in absolute silence, like a hunter ready to strike. Her eyes were fixed on Rigger. And, without warning, she sat on his lap suddenly, wrapping her arms around him from behind his neck, the touch of her still warm and damp skin contrasting with the coolness of the night. Eris's scent and presence flooded Rigger's senses. He opened his eyes slowly, a knowing smile forming on his lips. The woman before him displayed a provocative smile, her eyes shining with something between challenge and affection. Her arms remained resting on his shoulders, pulling him closer. He slid one of his arms along her back, passing under her still damp hair, and murmured playfully. "What do I owe this visit, my lady?" Eris pouted and turned her face slightly, a light blush spreading across her cheeks. Rigger found it fascinating how, even after so much time and so many nights together, she still reacted like this to simple provocations. Eris spoke in a timid tone, averting her gaze. "You know what I want." Rigger moved closer, a smile on his lips, and whispered in her ear. "But where's the fun in that? I want to hear you say it." Eris's face turned red as a tomato. But what caught Rigger's attention was not just the blush. For a brief moment, he perceived something more, a hint of confusion, perhaps even fear. A gleam of insecurity passed through her eyes, and that made him stop. Gently, he adjusted her position on his lap, fixing her towel and body so that she would be comfortable, as if he wanted to protect her with his own warmth. Then, in a gentle and serene tone, he asked. "What is bothering you, Eris?" She looked surprised by the sudden change of tone. Still trying to hide her nervousness, she turned her face and replied. "There's nothing. I'm as I always am." Rigger smiled, lightly bit her ear, and heard a spontaneous little squeal escape. "Kaya." She looked at him with feigned anger, her eyes half closed. Rigger found it adorable how, even though she was known as a dragon knight and red lioness fierce in Gaia, when she was with him, she was just a little love-struck kitten. He ran his fingers through her long red hair, and said. "Sometimes you forget that I can feel people's emotions. Eris, why are you anxious? What is worrying you?" She hesitated. The silence lasted for a few moments, but then, finally, her voice came out in a whisper. "Do you think the two of us can really have children?" Rigger understood immediately. That was it. From the beginning of the relationship, Eris had always been the most enthusiastic about the idea of having children. Verdia and Ghislaine also desired it, but Eris had been talking about the subject since the days at the Sword Sanctuary. He could understand why. Eris's early years of life were marked by the pressures and values of Fatoa's nobility. She grew up hearing about heirs, lineage, and responsibility. But for her, it was not just a matter of tradition. She wanted to give an heir to the men she loved. Rigger also understood the deeper root of that desire. Eris's mother, Hilda, had never shown affection for her. Her brothers, taken by the main branch of the Boreas family, were kept away from her. Her father was distant and busy. The true maternal figure in her life was the maid Edna, which unfortunately died in the teleportation incident. Her grandfather, Soros, was the one who came closest to a real father. Even with Rigger always trying to reassure her, that insecurity persisted. And now, with Verdia and Ghislaine pregnant, the concern returned strongly. He looked at her with firmness and affection. Of course we can have children, Eris. But she did not seem convinced. You said that before, but it's been a while. Rigger did not lose his calm smile. We are of different races. It's normal for it to take time. Remember the reports? Many mixed couples take years to succeed, but it happens. Eris lowered her eyes. But what if I cannot have children? He drew her a little closer and gave her a kiss on the forehead. That gesture caught her off guard. Do you trust me, Eris? She nodded silently. I can sense these things with magic. You can, indeed, have children. I guarantee it. Some of the tension dissipated. Rigger continued. We don't need to rush. But if this is so important to you, there are ways to increase our chances. Eris's eyes shone with a thread of hope. Is that true? Rigger smiled. Yes. It is not a guarantee, but the chances increase significantly. She was silent for a moment. And then, he added. But I want to ask you one thing. If you have any concern, no matter how small, tell me. Always. I will be here for you. And I will love you, and our children, unconditionally. Is that okay? Eris smiled, her face relaxed. I'll speak up. Any trace of anxiety seemed to have disappeared. Now, with a new sparkle in her eyes, she felt at peace. Rigger felt it too. And while holding her in his arms, a thought occurred to him. By his calculations, this could be Eris's fertile period. With a slight movement, he gently turned her, laying her down on the sofa. The towel covering part of her body slipped a little, revealing more of her slender and defined form. Eris looked at him with her eyes locked on his, her breathing slightly labored. Rigger whispered. Then, why don't we continue from where we left off before? The moonlight filtered through the balcony, illuminating the two of them amid the stillness of the night in the great forest. Chapter 232, Passion and Hidden Intentions. R18, POV, Rigger Adoldia. Eris was fully prepared for the night. She took a long bath, washed herself thoroughly, and came to me with that in mind. Not that I disliked her natural scent, it had a certain irresistible charm. But knowing she had prepared so much only made me more excited. Usually, Eris and I were very intense in bed. That was good in its own way, but this time, I decided to start slowly. Today, I wanted to convey affection to her. I wanted her to feel safe, certain nothing could go wrong. I wanted to sweep away all her worries completely. While Eris and Rigger enjoyed themselves in their home, enveloped by layers of barriers protecting the intimacy of the night, Aisha Greyrat walked alone through the great forest. Moonlight filtered through the dense tree canopies, casting silvery beams that shimmered on the damp ground. Despite her age, only 10 years old, there was not a trace of childishness in her posture. She was there with a purpose. Though she had indeed left home under the pretext of testing new magic, shortly after entering the forest, Aisha saw a sign. A sign she had long awaited. She followed deeper into the woods, pushing through thickets and descending ravines, until she came face to face with a massive green python over 20 meters long, slithering slowly toward her with hungry eyes. Any ordinary adventurer would hesitate or flee, but Aisha did not avert her gaze. She simply raised her left hand softly and, in an instant, a freezing aura exploded from her palm. The temperature plummeted, and a cutting gust swept through the surroundings. Within seconds, the creature and part of the nearby vegetation were encased in pure ice. She walked onward without even a second glance. The trail continued until she reached the top of a cliff. At its center stood a black, blade-like rock, contrasting with the lush green of the forest. From there, much of the great forest was visible, illuminated by moonlight. Aisha stopped before the stone and spoke. Report. From a nearby shadow emerged a young woman dressed in tight, dark clothing, her face covered by a mask. Her blue eyes gleamed under the moonlight. She was a half-elf with black hair and fair skin, appearing around 16 or 17. "Milady, it is a joy to see you again," she said respectfully, bowing slightly. This young woman was named Melissa. She was a slave Aisha had freed during her stay near the Sword Sanctuary. Touched by the prodigy girl's strength and compassion, and recognizing her uncommon talent, Melissa pledged total loyalty to Aisha. Since then, she had become her exclusive subordinate. Not even Rigger knew of her existence, a secret Aisha preferred to keep for now. Melissa began the report immediately, without wasting time. She spoke of the current situation at the Sword Sanctuary, which remained peaceful and active. She mentioned the growth of the Iron Legion's branch in that region and the respect Rigger's name commanded there. Next, she detailed the political instability in the Azura Kingdom, which was reacting with caution and discomfort to the founding and expansion of the Kingdom of Gaia. Aisha listened attentively, arms crossed and gaze firm. When Melissa finished the main part, she asked, "And Eris's mother?" Hilda Greyrat appears to be well. She was hired as a supervisor at an adventurers guild. Currently, she resides with a fellow adventurer friend. During the investigative conversation I had with her, she mentioned her lost daughter, Eris, and seemed to carry remorse and longing in her words. Aisha remained silent for a moment, contemplating the horizon. Finally, she murmured, "I see." Then, turning to Melissa again, her expression hardened. "And what about my brother?" This was the most sensitive part of the report. Aisha still held deep resentment toward Rudeus, her older brother. Ever since discovering his involvement in the past attack against Rigger, she had nurtured the desire to kill him with her own hands. To her, this was necessary to be considered fully trustworthy to the Kingdom of Gaia. Melissa reported everything she had uncovered about him. To Aisha's surprise, it was far more than even Rigger knew. He seemed romantically involved with that elf, Sylphiette. Moreover, he was accompanied by another woman, a mage named Roxy. But that wasn't what caught her attention. Aisha furrowed her brow. Her brother didn't seem to be as idle as she had thought he would be. Chapter 233, Spy Tales. In fact, Aisha had no idea at all that her brother was in the northern lands of the central continent until not long ago. The information only reached her a few months back, when a member of the Iron Legion returned from the Sword Sanctuary and reported to Rigger that he had heard stories about a powerful mage named Rudeus Greyrat, currently residing at Renoa University. The swordsman, however, did not investigate deeply. He only heard the name, perhaps in some conversation among students or local merchants, and mentioned it in passing. Even so, Rigger was surprised. He knew exactly who he was, Aisha's older brother, the glass cannon mage who once tried to kill him. It seemed that Rudeus and his company had found an alternative route, crossing the sea via the celestial continent, completely avoiding the return through Meles. It was a rather inaccessible route, but not unprecedented. However, the news took a long time to arrive. This was because the magic letters, still in the process of being installed in the world's various corners, were not fully operational in that region. It hadn't even been a full year since the Kingdom of Gaia had fully developed the magic letters technology. It would probably take a few years until the entire world was connected to the communication system. In any case, Rigger did not deem it necessary to act personally. Rudeus and Sylphiette were, indeed, dangerous declared enemies of the kingdom, but they were not relevant enough for Rigger to leave the Kingdom of Gaia and cross the world just to eliminate them. He had many things to attend to, not to worry about that at the moment. Moreover, the kingdom knew they were there but did not have details about their current actions. Melissa, however, was different. The black-haired elf was primarily a spy. Her sole mission was to gather information and observations. Even if Aisha had not known beforehand that her brother would arrive in the northern lands right after they left the sanctuary, she had mentioned some names, potential targets of interest, and Melissa investigated. She followed Rudeus's trails, watched from afar, infiltrated among acquaintances. What she found was enough to raise the alarm. Rudeus, now known as the Magic King of Renoa, now possessed an impressive reputation. A mage of the Water King and Fire King level, his greatest specialty was chantless magic, a technique he mastered with such perfection that, to many, it seemed impossible. He also learned, somehow, Rigger's lightning magic. His fame grew at a steady pace, not only among the students of the university, but among nobles, soldiers, and important merchants of the magical triumvirate. However, Aisha's true concern was not only her brother. After all, it didn't matter much how strong he would become, for her master would always be far ahead. It was those around him that worried her a little. The so-called 7 retainers of the Magic King. Melissa did not dare to get too close to them, for she did not want to risk being exposed. But she obtained sufficient information. Among these retainers, some notable names stood out. Cliff Grimoire, grandson of the former Pope of Meles, a magical genius with mastery over sacred spells. Zenoba Chiron, the Head Ripper Prince, a Miko with absurd physical strength, capable of crushing an ogre with his bare hands. Ariel Anemoi Azura, Princess of the Azura Kingdom, with an immense network of influence within the magical triumvirate, always accompanied by Luke Nodo's Greyrat and Derek Redbat. Silent 7 Stars, a researcher whose work accumulated inventions and discoveries recognized even in Meles and in the current Kingdom of Gaia. In addition to these were Sylphiette, the Magic Fairy, inseparable companion of Rudeus, and Professor Roxy, a former student of Renoa University and master of Rudeus Greyrat. It was uncertain to what extent these individuals could be called their brother's subordinates. but their relations with him were, at the very least, close and friendly. Forging alliances with such individuals was hardly mere coincidence. It was probably strategy. And that concerned Aisha. Signs of possible hidden political plans, or perhaps something even more ambitious. The fact was, Rudeus would cause upheaval. It was only a matter of time. It is worth remembering that Melissa's report was dated just over a year ago. And what more had he done since then? It was a mystery. Considering the information, Aisha understood that her own plans would need to be adjusted. She still wanted to kill her brother, that had not changed. However, now there were too many variables. New threats. New possibilities. She would need to reveal some things. Even expose Melissa, if necessary, should that help protect the kingdom and her master. Rigor was powerful. Extraordinarily powerful. But Aisha was his disciple and very close to him. She knew that he was still not invincible in this world. Who knew if other monsters like the dragon god could emerge on the horizon? It never hurt to be cautious, that was one of her master's teachings. With that in mind, she turned to Melissa, who remained silent a few steps away. And about Orsted, she asked. The elf hesitated for a moment. Her eyes turned to the ground. Then she replied. Milady. I found nothing about Orsted. Most people don't even know who the dragon god is or if he is even alive, to begin with. Much less about his regular activities. Or location. Aisha nodded slightly, as if she had already expected that answer. It was always like that. Orsted was a surprisingly discreet person, despite his immense strength and power. He only revealed himself to specific people and, at first, let them live on a whim. Even among the remnants of Meles, members of the kingdom of Gaia, or the ancient demons, no one knew for sure about him. Rigor, her master, had learned techniques to confront him with Gal Farion. Yet, even so, the knowledge they had was only on how to fight him. There was nothing about his motivations, his origin, or the clear extent of his influence. Aisha had learned this from Rigor. From a very young age, she had heard her master's words as mantras. Knowledge is power. She took that lesson seriously. She always had. Because she knew that Rigor's mind, more than his fists or his magic, was the true source of his rise. It was that which had led him to conquer kingdoms and build an empire from nothing. Her eyes returned to Melissa. The night was still dense and the moon was high in the sky. You are on vacation for the next month, Aisha said softly. Enjoy yourself. Rest with the money I will have ready for you tomorrow. In a month, I will have a new mission for you. Melissa did not protest. She asked no questions. She only inclined her head slightly, in a sign of respect. At your command, milady. And then, with the lightness of a trained shadow, she disappeared among the trees, leaving only the brief rustle of leaves as a trace of her presence. The morning arrived silently in the great forest. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense tree canopies and illuminated the ground like a light show. The song of birds and the rustling of leaves accompanied the house's awakening. Inside it, the aroma of baked bread, seasoned eggs, and a large amount of meat filled the air. A normal household wouldn't eat so much meat at breakfast, but Ghislaine and Rigor liked it a lot, and Eris and Verdia didn't object either. Rigor had woken before everyone. Or rather, he hadn't slept that night. He prepared breakfast with efficiency and calm, while the fire crackled softly in the hearth. After so many years, he was finally able to learn to cook something decent under Verdia's guidance. His food was finally edible. Still, he had to put in enormous effort while cooking. He felt as if cooking something delicious was against the rules imposed by the world. It was very strange. Verdia was the first to appear. She descended the stairs lightly, her golden hair falling loose over her shoulders. Upon reaching the kitchen, she saw Eris still sleeping soundly, nestled under the huge beast fur sofa. The sight looked very cute, and Verdia smiled before approaching Rigor. She kissed him tenderly on the lips. Good morning, my love. Rigor smiled and kissed her back. Today I will spend some time at the temple. I will check on Gino and Nina's progress and establish a training plan based on their strengths. He had still been training alone lately, for lack of a worthy opponent. He was still improving, but having a training partner would certainly help. Rigor believed Gino was his best bet in that regard and wanted to help him grow. Verdia picked up an apple and replied. I will continue working on controlling my lightning. I want it sharp enough for real combat. And, by the way, I need to speak with Greta today. She is thinking of returning to the demon continent. Rigor laughed, taking a cup of tea. Ornthorn managed to keep her here for quite a while. I wonder if he will go with her. Verdia bit into an apple slowly, a smile on her lips. I still don't know, but she has changed a bit this past year. She likes him. At that moment, Ghislaine descended with Leo by her side. The large dog walked attentively and protectively beside her. The red and green eyes of the beast woman lit up at the sight of the set table. The smell of food stirred her instincts, especially now, with her pregnancy. Ignoring Eris's sleepiness, she approached the table and began to serve herself. Conversation flowed naturally among the three. They discussed Gino and Nina, and the day's training. Ghislaine still seemed very frustrated at not being able to train while carrying her child, although she held first theoretical place in the kingdom's ranking of swordswomen. Verdia, for her part, pondered whether she could defeat Nina in a direct confrontation. But today she would not go to the temple. She was responsible for keeping Rigger's magical projects advancing in his absence, and there were many of them, much to be done. The morning light finally reached Eris's face, and she grunted in annoyance, turning sluggishly on the sofa and trying to cover her face with her arm. Without success, she ended up sitting up slowly, yawning loudly. She saw her clothes and did not remember wearing anything like that before sleeping. She deduced that Rigger had dressed her while she slept and didn't worry further. Upon sniffing the air and sensing the smell of food, she became instantly excited. "I'm starving." With an agile leap, Eris ran to the table and began to serve herself. The conversation had shifted to another topic, the Rise Star Academy. "We could send our children to complete the entire curriculum there if they don't show their own interests by the age of 5 or 6, Verdia commented. Ghislaine frowned. "I was very wild when I was little. If my children are similar, I don't think it would work for them, not everyone is like Rigger." Verdia considered the point, but before she could say anything, Eris interrupted naturally. "Then we send them to the combat temple. There they learn to behave. My children will probably be like that too." She chewed a generous piece of buttered bread as she spoke. Rigger nodded. "It's not a bad idea. It was through swordsmanship that I learned to control myself. As long as they are not as strong as I am, basic body awareness should suffice." The three women agreed. Leo, sitting silently beside Rigger, seemed to follow the conversation in silence. In the first months, Verdia had felt somewhat out of place. But over time, living with Eris and Ghislaine was shaped by rules created with Aisha's help. Now, the three shared Rigger's space and affection with respect, complicity, and harmony. There were moments of passion, it's true, and Rigger knew well how to balance the desires of the three. But more important still was cohabitation, the building of a home. Each morning, the love they felt for one another became more tangible. After some time talking about training, plans for the kingdom, and everyday trivialities, Rigger stood up. "Eris, we're heading to the temple. You'd better change clothes." With an apple in her mouth, Eris's eyes widened as she realized she was still in pajamas. Wasting no time, she ran upstairs. Meanwhile, Rigger bid farewell to Verdia and Ghislaine with a kiss on each. He leaned down to Leo and said, "Take care of them, Leo." "Woof." Leo responded with a single bark, indicating he understood. Shortly after, Eris came downstairs in her form-fitting swordswoman attire, the sword sanctuary mantle resting on her shoulders. Without further delay, she and Rigger left the house, running together toward the combat temple with quick steps. Chapter 234, Monstrous Strength. Rigger and Eris crossed the forest with the familiarity of those who already knew every tree, every rise of the terrain, every bend in the path. The dense green, interwoven with ancient branches and roots, was no longer an obstacle, it was almost an informal training ground. In the past few months, they had traveled that route countless times, most often just the two of them. Ghislaine, now in the final months of her pregnancy, no longer went to the combat temple. Verdia, for her part, was increasingly absorbed in her magical research and training, leaving only the pair to go daily to the temple. It was in this context that a small tradition was born between Rigger and Eris. A race. But as with everything between them, even in the simplest moments there was passion and fire. The rules were simple, Rigger used only his raw physical strength, without any reinforcement from Tuki or magic, while Eris went all out, no restrictions. It wasn't a fair competition, but that was precisely the point. Rigger's pure physical strength had already transcended what was considered abnormal. His strength was better described as monstrous. Literally. Even without using magic or Tuki, he was already capable of competing with dragons in terms of pure muscle power. This was due mainly to his innate talent, a talent whose true origin was still unknown to him, but which was directly linked to the Laplace factor. But, also unknown to Rigger, it was because he had so heavily stimulated his physical body in his youth that he had become so strong. Since childhood, Rigger had been a born warrior. The days passed between exercises, stretches, intense body training and the constant practice of martial arts. Every cell in his body had been shaped for combat. And even after beginning to rely more on Tuki in the sword sanctuary, he never abandoned physical training. After all, at that time, he had challenged Eris to defeat him without using Tuki, so he had to train without it to keep up with her pace. This relentless discipline resulted in a body that reached extreme levels of power, even among those marked by the Laplace factor. Ornthorn was a great example, he also carried the Laplace factor. He was considered a prodigy among warriors, and his pure physical strength was only at the lower king level, and he had already reached his peak. Rigor, at only 18 years old, had long since surpassed him. His Laplace factor was stronger than Ornthorne's, of course, but the constant stimulation had also been essential. Even without knowing the roots of his demonic strength, Rigor had ways to measure it. Based on tests carried out during training, his raw physical strength was comparable to that of a North Emperor in the initial stages. An impressive feat: a single casual punch from him could pulverize a stone wall. His muscles, tense to the limit, propelled him at such absurd speeds that he was like an ambulatory sports car, only faster and infinitely more versatile. This exorbitant physical strength, combined with his god-level Tuki control, placed him indisputably at the top of the world. Even without magic, without spells, just with body and spirit, he was confident he could face, and win against, most god-level opponents. Gal Farion and Rida Rhea were his benchmarks. Both still alive in his memory as masters he had already surpassed. Even if the two joined forces against him today, Rigor would still win. Only a being like Orsted could represent a real challenge. But if it were without using Tuki, he would still lose a battle against Eris. It wasn't just a comparison of brute strength, it was more about the technical nature of the abilities Eris could employ. Tuki was greater than force. It was mana control, it was ancestral martial knowledge condensed in techniques like the long sword of light or the flow. Techniques like the wild dash required absolute control over one's mana, fired in tiny, directed, and continuous bursts to propel the body. Rigor could rely on his monstrous legs and steel lungs, but without Tuki, he couldn't use techniques that transcended logic and physics. Of course, if Rigor used Tuki, Eris couldn't react to a single blow in a fight. Eris, over the last few years, especially during the war against Milis, had blossomed as a combatant. Ranked fourth among the Gaia's 12 kings, Eris was a warrior feared across the continent and beyond. She had beaten Clint several times in training, and she was an emperor-level warrior, fierce, relentless. In the current race, she held a slight advantage. She was becoming ever more skilled with the wild dash. Rigor strained, but still kept pace, maintaining the pressure, determined to win even by the narrowest margin. At that moment, among trees and bushes, small animals hid in terror at the sound of the violent strides. The forest trembled lightly with the impact of Rigor's feet, while Eris's red silhouette slid between branches and leaves, leaping over rocks and roots like a hunting she-wolf. Both ran with smiles on their faces. It was indeed a contest, but also a game between two warriors who knew each other's bodies as well as their own. Every curve of the path was a chance to overtake, every obstacle a test of reflexes and instinct. And then, after one more curve, among the thick trunks, the silhouette of the combat temple appeared. Imposing. Eris ended up winning by a hair. Realizing this, she stopped, spun on her heels, and began hopping for joy, bouncing like a child who had just won a sweet. I won. Hee hee hee, she exclaimed, with a broad smile and eyes shining with satisfaction. Rigor just laughed and, with a serene and confident look, replied. All right, you won here, but I won last night. Saying that, he continued walking with loftiness, as if that subtle provocation was all he needed to feel victorious. Eris's cheeks puffed with discontent, tinged by a light blush. She ran to catch up with him, lightly tapping his arm with her clenched fists. How am I supposed to win at that? You never get tired, she complained, in a tone between frustration and embarrassment. Rigor just let out a soft laugh, unperturbed. As they approached the combat temple, the metallic sounds of clashing swords and training shouts echoed through the air. The place was buzzing with energy. Several warriors had already arrived and were training vigorously. Wherever Rigor and Eris passed, those present briefly halted their training to greet them with respect. It was then that a figure appeared as a blur atop a nearby rock. It was Taze. Beside him, almost simultaneously, appeared Killian, standing with impeccable posture. Rigor. We're about to depart, announced Taze, approaching with agile steps. Killian stepped forward and greeted them formally. He stood straight and bent slightly. Your Majesty Rigor. Lady Eris, he said in a respectful tone. Rigor had long since given up trying to make him stop these formalities. It was just part of Killian's personality. He had led the tribes of the Great Forest while still very young, and that had made him naturally serious and rigid. He didn't intend to change that now, even in peacetime. Taze, on the other hand, ignored any ceremony. With his typical informality, he got straight to the point. We received a message from the Hobbit territory via the magic letter. There are suspicious movements of sea beasts on the coast. And also reports of sightings of the people of the sea race. Killian and I will investigate. Rigor furrowed his brows. The sea race. He murmured, thoughtful. He had always wanted to investigate this mysterious race more deeply, but time and his obligations made that impossible for now. It was, however, one of Verdia's dreams to explore the ocean depths. Now that she knew it was possible thanks to Rigor's advances, she was not in such a hurry. Even so, strange movements should never be ignored. Eris grumbled. But you haven't even fought Gino yet. He really wanted to face you yesterday. Tay sighed, with a wry smile. All right, well, he'll have to wait until I return. It shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 months. Rigor nodded. Fine. Remember to activate the Vivra stone if you think you're in danger. Taze took from his pocket a perfectly round stone with magical engravings, gleaming in the daylight. Here it is, he declared. The Vivra stone was a special artifact, similar to the magic letter device, but with a different function. When activated, it alerted Rigor instantly to the location of whoever carried it. He could create only about 10 of these stones at a time, and he had given one to each of the people closest to him, to be used in extreme risk situations. Killian spoke, in a slightly hesitant tone. Your Majesty, I don't know how much you trust that boy Gino, but I believe he will be a great force in the kingdom of Gaia in the future. Perhaps the greatest, except for your Majesty. Rigor waved his hand nonchalantly, well aware of Killian's ever-cautious nature. Don't worry, Killian. Gino is a simple boy when it comes to what he wants. He's not the calculating type. He's truly talented, but that's a good thing, not a bad one. Rigor's words seemed to dissipate some of the tension on Killian's face, who just nodded, satisfied with his leader's confidence. Rigor gave the two a final look and said, Be careful on your mission. With no further words, Taze and Killian became blurs in the air, using the wild dash to speed off toward their new mission. Just ahead, Eris and Rigor spotted a small red dragon, about 2 meters long. The creature, upon noticing the two approaching, raised its head, observed them for a brief moment, then ran with agility to a higher rocky ledge, flapped its wings and launched into a graceful flight. The two remained impassive. Eris, her eyes still tracking the dragon in the sky, commented. That was Ornthorn's dragon, Tar. Rigor nodded slowly, still watching the direction in which the dragon had disappeared. It was him. Immediately afterward, he turned to Eris and said, in a firm voice. Eris, go to the main arena first. I'll check if Aisha is in the magic tower and bring her. Gather Gino and Nina there. Eris nodded briefly, and without another word went ahead, taking the path that led directly to the arenas. Rigor, for his part, vanished in the blink of an eye, as if he had dissolved into the air. Despite the focus he maintained on his physical growth and combat technique, Rigor also devoted part of his time to magical practice, even within the combat temple itself. He had set himself an extremely ambitious goal, to make his chantless spell-casting speed as fast as his own reaction time, which was already at an almost unattainable level. In other words, he wanted to cast spells with the same naturalness and fluidity with which he wielded his sword. He aimed to achieve this for several reasons. One was that he realized that, no matter how much he trained daily, perfecting his swordsmanship, physical strength and combat techniques, he felt he was approaching a limit. A limit that, however high, was still below the level of the dragon god, Orsted. He knew, he felt in his bones, that if Orsted decided to attack him again, perhaps the next day, he still wouldn't be ready. Even if he continued to hone his swordsmanship for years, maybe decades, that wouldn't be enough. Orsted's technique was the most refined and perfect in the world. His strength, his speed, his magic, everything about him was at the absolute pinnacle. To reach such a level with conventional training, Rigor calculated it would take decades or even centuries. And even then, he might never truly equal him. Furthermore, there was the growing risk of Orsted simply deciding to kill him for becoming too strong. After all, that seemed to be exactly his plan last time. It was something Verdia said that made him reconsider. Before that, the dragon god seemed to think Rigor was an apostle of Hidegami, but it was only after Verdia mentioned her daughter with Rigor that he really gave up. He couldn't decipher exactly what was going on in the mind of Idar's assassin, but it was a hidden motive that Rigor still didn't fully understand. And he certainly couldn't trust it. Faced with this, Rigor saw two viable paths to reach the top more quickly and effectively: magical advancement and the strategic use of magical items. In the realm of magic, Rigor had a unique advantage. His knowledge from another world granted him a different perspective. He conceptualized invincible spells, definitive magical concepts, many of which were absurdly complex and difficult to execute, but not impossible. Moreover, his experience in the war against Milis had shown him, beyond doubt, the power that a well-used magical item could achieve. Galgard's armor, for example, increased physical and defensive power to extraordinary levels. The fanatical dagger, capable of ignoring Tuki and cutting flesh without restriction. The hazy walker cloak, which hid from all senses. Even the 7 magic towers of Malition were far more troublesome than he had expected. For this reason, Rigor now also dedicated himself to the creation and refinement of spells and magical items. Verdia was his main ally in this field, but Aisha, with her innate genius, also played an important role. As he pondered all this, his steps led him to the imposing magic tower of the combat temple. As he had suspected, Aisha was there, absorbed in her notes and experiments. Chapter 235, Water and Gravity. Since Aisha was a genius in almost everything she did, she had some difficulty deciding what her primary form of combat would be, what she would focus on, and which she wanted to be her strengths. It was as if all the options were within her reach, which made her hesitate to choose just one. This dilemma was not strange to Rigor. He himself had gone through it in his youth, and it was through the development of the beast god style that he finally understood what his true path was, an aggressive, offensive style, where movement was constant and vital. Thanks to this philosophy, Rigor created an extensive range of movement techniques. His fights were marked by relentless attacks, unpredictable angles, and overwhelming force. And even his magics followed this same principle, to strike hard, destroy quickly, and move on. Aisha, on the other hand, had a natural affinity with the water god style. During the last year, with the help and guidance of her master, she made the decision to focus her efforts primarily on defense, both in swordsmanship and in magic. This defensive approach contrasted with Rigor's, but it was what she found most suitable for herself. Obviously, she still wanted to study the numerous secrets of magic in depth, but now there was a clear direction in her training as a warrior and mage. With this decision made, Rigor dedicated himself to helping her build the core of her strength. He taught her what was necessary to advance even further in the water god style, as well as advanced barrier magic, healing magic, and earth magic techniques. And Aisha progressed with remarkable speed, as was to be expected. However, something in particular ended up capturing Aisha's attention more than all the other magics, the extraordinary gravity magic, one of the most legendary types of magic of the dragon race. Just as he had planned, after leaving the Sword Sanctuary, Rigor finally managed to focus on developing the more specialized, complex magics that could give him a real advantage even against god-level adversaries. Among them were gravity magic, vacuum magic, and what he called the lightning mantle. Upon seeing her master manipulating gravitational forces, such as repulsion and gravity inversion, Aisha was fascinated and immediately wanted to learn as well. Rigor, seeing the girl's sincere enthusiasm, handed her his old basic notes on the fundamentals of gravity, notes he himself had already surpassed, but which were still extremely complex. Since then, Aisha had been poring over the notes, trying to understand the intricate concepts that governed this fundamental force. At that moment, she was so immersed in her studies that she did not notice Rigor entering the tower. He spoke loudly, his voice echoing through the hall. Aisha. Prepare to depart in 5 minutes. Aisha was startled, her eyes wide, and she let go of the book she had been holding with such concentration. She sprang from her chair and trotted after her master with a bright smile on her face. Master. You came to the temple. Rigor smiled to see her run excitedly toward him. With a fond gesture, he tousled her hair without slowing his pace. As they advanced through the tower's corridors, the surroundings showed how special that place was. Shelves packed with magical books, arcane circles glowing softly on the floor and walls, magical artifacts everywhere, and all kinds of knowledge scattered about. Each room had a different purpose. The tower itself was full of arcane energy. This was to be expected, after all the tower had been built from the remains of one of the 7 magic towers. After the Great Attack, Gaia's researchers dismantled one of them and studied its circuits, its runic structures, and its mana cores. After all, that tower was a true goldmine of arcane knowledge, and Rigor took full advantage of it. Were you able to test your new lightning magic? Rigor asked casually. Aisha nodded enthusiastically. I tested it. But it's just a reduced version of the master's electric field, it's no big deal. Rigor paused briefly, looking at her with a proud smile. No need to downplay your achievement. The principle behind it is different from the electric field. Good job on creating it. Aisha's face lit up at the compliment. She tried to maintain her posture but couldn't hide the sparkle in her eyes. Still trotting beside Rigor, she followed him with quick steps until she let slip something, trying to sound casual. Master, I have news about Rudeus. Rigor glanced at her, sensing her slight nervousness with his senses. While activating a magic circle that protected a door ahead, he asked curiously. Oh. And what is it? The door opened with a soft, mystical sound, revealing the next room. This was where Rigor wanted to go. Aisha began to explain everything that Melissa, her informant, had discovered about her brother and his friends, extremely influential figures, with powerful connections and worrisome ambitions. Her words carried unease, and she expressed her concern that this union of forces could become a real threat in the near future. Rigor listened attentively as he walked to the room's main table. Spread out before him lay detailed designs of armors, magical crystals, and energy conductors. Leaning against the wall beside the table was the remains of an iconic armor. It was clearly damaged, a visible perforation in one part, most of it completely melted, but there were still intact fragments where the silver and gold sheen resisted time and damage. This was the Silver Blood and Gold Bones armor. The armor used by Galgard Nashvenik during his last, desperate battle against the Apocalypse Beast, Rigor Adoldia. Before doing what he came to do, Rigger leaned against the stone table, turning his gaze to Aisha. He crossed his arms, expression neutral, and listened attentively to his disciples' reports and concerns. The young woman spoke naturally, but there was a contained tone of anxiety in her voice, and Rigger noticed even the smallest signs. When she finished, he was silent for a few seconds, seriously pondering the issue. Then he asked, "And where did you get this information?" Aisha hesitated for a moment. Her eyes avoided direct contact and her right hand moved behind her head, scratching it. "It was a spy I left in the sword sanctuary before leaving," she finally answered, with a slight tone of guilt. Rigger raised an eyebrow, curious. "And was she investigating Rudeus Greyrat? Didn't I tell you back then not to handle your brother alone but to ask for my help or Eris's?" Aisha looked away and whistled. Rigger's eyes trembled, as if he couldn't believe the girl's brazen audacity. He sighed, pressing his thumb against his temple, before speaking. "Don't get me wrong, Aisha. You know this isn't a bad thing. Actually, that spy was very useful. I don't want you to think you can't do these things on your own. I've told you I trust you." Upon hearing this, Aisha seemed to shrink a bit. The expression of guilt intensified. Rigger read her like an open book, his tone firm but also compassionate. "I know you want to prove something by killing your brother. But he is too dangerous for the Aisha of now to handle." She didn't respond. She just kept her head down, fists clenched at her sides. Rigger sighed again and continued. "We'll have to deal with him at some point. But right now we have our hands full. This is our period of greatest growth." Aisha reflected on these words. In a way, they made a lot of sense. It didn't matter if her brother gained connections or power, the kingdom of Gaia was growing at an even faster pace. They had the advantage of knowledge, resources, and strength. Before she could respond, Rigger continued. "Still, it's good to be cautious. It should still take a few months, but soon we will have a magic letter device in the northern territories of the central continent. Until then, we can order someone from the branch of the Sword Sanctuary to watch his movements." These words reassured Aisha. Knowing that her brother would soon have a spy on his tail was comforting. She sighed and spoke sincerely. "I'm sorry for hiding this, Master. But I still want to kill him with my own hands." Her gaze was firm, determined. Rigger just watched her for a moment and let out a sigh, saying nothing. Some things needed time to mature. Finally, he turned to a box under the table. It was small, made of a dark alloy, with small magic circles engraved on its surface, pulsing with a faint blue light. This was another of the reasons he had come to the magic tower. He carefully opened the lid, revealing a small fragment of Galgard's armor, a piece of gold and silver metal, incredibly dense. As he observed it, Rigger activated his demon eyes. His golden pupils changed, becoming bright. For a moment, he was silent, absorbing the information, deciphering the circles and flows. Then a broad smile appeared on his face. His eyes sparkled and the air began to crackle. His hair billowed as if an invisible energy was flowing through him. He began to laugh loudly. Aisha watched the scene, somewhat surprised. She pointed to the box and asked curiously. Master. What was the purpose of this experiment?" Still laughing, Rigger snapped the box shut and turned to leave the room. As he walked away with long strides, Aisha followed him. The purpose was to discover the magic circles that composed the armor, and how to replicate them. Aisha's eyes lit up as she grasped the meaning. Due to many other projects of Rigger's, this one had been set aside for a time, mainly for being more complex. But today, it had finally shown progress. The small box was created to be an analysis and recreation tool. If it worked, the armor would self-repair and record the process. He did this because he didn't have time to study the armor himself. By understanding this repair process, Rigger could grasp its workings and its basic creation process. And then, he could use that knowledge to create something even more deadly. If he succeeded, it would be a huge leap in his personal strength and in Gaia's magical technology. Excited by the idea, Rigger left the tower together with Aisha, the two talking in a light and eager manner. Aisha was also anxious. She would soon see Nina again, one of the few true friends she had made. It was rare for her to become attached to someone. Rigger soared with his own power, manipulating wind and gravity around him. Aisha summoned her red dragon, Helios. At 3 meters long, he was obedient and swift. The best flyer among the red dragon hatchlings. She trained him with discipline, and now she could use him to travel anywhere. And she made good use of this freedom. As they flew together, master and disciple headed toward the combat arenas of the temple, ready for another day of training. A few minutes earlier, just before Eris's arrival, dozens of swordsmen were gathering in the temple's great central hall. The air was thick, laden with a suffocating pressure caused by pure murderous intent. All eyes were fixed on a single figure in the center, Gino Brits. His hair was slightly disheveled, his body erect and firm, as if still vibrating with the energy of a recent battle. His sword was pointed directly at the chest of Clint, the Sword Emperor, who lay on the ground. The blade shimmered under the light, and the sheen of freshly spilled blood stained both the weapon's edge and the stones beneath. Gino had his foot firmly planted on Clint's neck, crushing him against the ground, and his eyes overflowed with irritation. Behind the scene lay Nina Farayon, collapsed on her side on the cold stones. Blood flowed from a deep wound on the side of her head, forming a pool of blood around her. She was unconscious, her chest rising and falling faintly. In front of Gino stood threateningly, the Red Ogre Baron, muscles tensed and eyes flashing, Leonore Hangel, with a contained expression but a firm hand on her sword's hilt, and around them, a half-moon of swordsmen, all saint level, with their lethal intentions clearly directed at Gino. The silence was oppressive. The swords were still sheathed, but at any second, everything could explode. Chapter 236, A Prodigy's Pride, Hot Blood. The arrival of Gino Brits and Nina Farayon at the combat temple was, at first glance, relatively friendly. It helped that Eris Adoldia greeted them personally, and she also seemed to be talking with old friends, not unknown newcomers. Most of the more experienced and powerful warriors of the temple welcomed them warmly because of this. Simpler folk, like Greta and Taze, were even more receptive, embracing Gino and Nina almost instantly as friends. However, there was still some tension. The atmosphere grew slightly tenser when Gino, without beating around the bush, declared his desire to one day defeat Rigor, the beast god. Some warriors sneered with contempt, others furrowed their brows. Those who had fought alongside Rigor during the war, and those who had known him long before, were not so bothered. In their minds, there was no room for doubt, Rigor was invincible. Gino's talent was evident, even brilliant, but still laughable compared to Rigor's vastness. Still, not everyone thought that way. Some reacted with genuine hostility. And Gino, who had already begun to develop the keen senses of the beast god style, sensed that wave of hostility. But even looking around, he couldn't discern exactly who was the source. Killian, one of Rigor's most loyal followers, who had been with him since the beginning, watched everything with narrowed eyes. He was the type who firmly believed that potential threats should be cut down before they even blossomed. He knew that Gino's talent didn't really pose a threat to Rigor, but he didn't like the idea of anyone even considering defeating his leader. The other was Baron, the Red Ogre. He had arrived in Meles late, after hearing of the destruction of the Holy Land at Rigor's hands. The regret of not having fought alongside the beast god haunted him. And to redeem himself, he swore lifetime loyalty to Rigor. Baron knew Rigor's strength, but not to the same degree as others. He had not witnessed his most devastating battles. Perhaps because of that, part of him genuinely believed that Gino might have a chance. Gino was an extraordinary talent. A human of only 14 years. And he knew well how quickly humans evolved. For a moment, the ogre felt a raw, visceral urge to leap into the arena right there and tear Gino to pieces. But, realizing that no one else was reacting with the same intensity, he contained his fury and kept his thoughts to himself. The entire temple had been in turmoil since Clint's defeat. Clint, the Sword Emperor, had been Gino's mentor since he was just a child running around with a wooden sword. Losing to his own pupil was a hard blow, not only to his pride but to his authority overall. He had already tasted defeat at Rigor's hands when Rigor was also very young, so he was not too shocked by losing to Gino. However, the way the fight ended left him slightly dissatisfied. Gino was arrogant. He defeated him and didn't even treat it as a big deal. He also declared that his father, the current sword god, was no longer his opponent. And even before that, he made clear his desire to challenge Gaia Kingdom's number 2, Taze Dodoldia. Even though Clint didn't care much about that, there was still a small dissatisfaction in his heart. He needed to reclaim his position among the 12 anyway, so he decided to teach the boy a lesson in humility while doing so. Gino and Nina seemed to be in a romantic relationship. So, for convenience and strategy, Clint decided to challenge Nina Farayon. If he couldn't give a lesson directly to the pupil, he would do it indirectly. The next morning, without even waiting for her full recovery, Clint headed to the training field and issued his challenge. The fight, however, didn't go as planned. Nina resisted with surprising determination. Her gaze was sharp, her movements precise. Due to Clint's wounds, he was not at his best in the fight. She nearly defeated him at one point. And when Clint realized he was about to be beaten, he counterattacked with more force than he intended. Physical exhaustion prevented him from measuring the power of his blow. And in an instant, the strike hit Nina in the head. She fell to the ground, unconscious, blood trickling down her side. Clint's expression immediately after the blow revealed surprise and regret. He hadn't meant to wound her that way. Gino was strong. Incredibly strong. Since he was little, his strength stood out, but it was thanks to Rigor's interference that this talent was shaped into something much greater. With rigor, he learned to truly love fencing, to feel the thrill in every fight, to hear the metallic ring of blades clashing. He loved to fight, he loved to feel his body in motion, his sword slicing through the air with precision. And, most importantly, he was good at it. Good enough to start believing he was the best of his generation. Rigor always taught him that confidence was a crucial weapon for a swordsman. Without it, the blade hesitates. And Jino internalized this deeply. In time, he realized that among the young warriors his age, there was no one who equaled him. Nina hadn't been able to defeat him in a long time, and every challenge in the central continent only reinforced his conviction he was invincible among his peers. His relentless dedication to training, day after day, was turning him into an ever more refined prodigy. No one could compete. Except one. Rigor. Jino wasn't sure if he could beat him. And that was precisely why he had made him his goal. Defeating Rigor had become his personal mission. But even that warrior's goal didn't surpass something even more important to him, Nina. She was his world. His partner, his rival, his companion in journey and heart. During the long journey across the continent, they decided to marry officially. They ceased to be just very close friends and became husband and wife. That was why, when Jino saw Nina gravely wounded on the ground, everything inside him shook. A furious heat began to rise up his spine, and the hostility emanating from Clint, however subtle, fell on him like poison. Nina was the only one he would never accept seeing harmed. But he forced himself to remain calm. Maybe it was an accident. The combat temple had healers, that was what they were there for. Even though his insides were convulsing, his eyes remained cold. Bring Taze or that other guy to heal Nina, he said in a low, cutting voice that echoed across the arena. Clint, still rising with difficulty, answered nonchalantly. Taze and Killian went on a mission early this morning. They're not here. He still intended to mention that Rufus and Lysena were nearby and could help, but was interrupted by a sudden explosion of murderous intent. Jino exuded an intense, fierce aura that made the nearby warriors step back. What do you mean, on a mission? Jino asked, his voice carrying an icy fury. And where is Rigor? The tension rose. Seeing the boy's arrogance again, Clint also became irritated. He squinted and replied in an equally cutting voice. Who do you think you're calling by name, brat? Do you think the beast god needs to be available to heal your little girlfriend whenever it's convenient? Who do you think you are? The words struck like stabs. Before Clint could say anything else, Jino lunged forward. He was too fast for anyone to react. The swordsman present ran to fetch help, and within moments the commotion spread throughout the combat temple. Clint, still wounded from the previous fight, could not resist. The surrounding warriors ran for help when they saw the scene unfold. In seconds, the Red Ogre Baron and the Flash Sword Leonor appeared, accompanied by other saints. They all witnessed the alarming scene. Jino Brits, the 14-year-old prodigy, with his sword pressed against the throat of the Sword Emperor, who lay on the ground covered in lacerations. Bring a healer for Nina. Now, ordered Jino, his voice laden with rage. His logic was simple: if they wanted to heal Clint, the healer would come, and could heal Nina too. His judgment was clouded by the tense situation. After all, Jino was just a 14-year-old youth. A hot-blooded teenager, who had just won his girl only to see her gravely injured. His strength and confidence were growing. Young people are notoriously foolish at that age. Not everyone was like Rigor, reincarnated, or like Aisha, a genius of intellect. Some were simply impatient and, from time to time, did foolish things. The Red Ogre reacted with an even greater murderous intent, and Leonor reacted cautiously, trying to understand the situation. POV, Leonor Hangel. Alright. I'm not understanding absolutely anything. As far as I knew, these two hadn't officially become our allies yesterday. So why were they trying to kill each other? Silently, I activated the magic circle that Lady Eris had given me with clear instructions: use it immediately if any problem arose. If she were nearby, she would arrive in seconds. Lysena was already coming to help, sent to heal Nina. Meanwhile, I needed to understand exactly what was happening here. I spoke, trying to keep my voice firm and authority visible in my gaze. Jino Brits, you'd better think carefully about what you're doing. If you cause trouble in the combat temple, you won't escape so easily. Contrary to what I expected, he didn't retort. He actually seemed to consider my words. The visible tension in his body eased for a moment, and the heavy breathing gave way to more controlled silence. Still, his posture indicated that he didn't trust Baron's aggressiveness at all, who continued to stare at him as if poised to shred him. Jino looked at me seriously and asked. Nina needs a high-level healer. Where is the nearest one? I was already opening my mouth to answer when a red shape shot across the arena like lightning. It was so fast that for a moment my brain thought it was Baron moving, but he was still standing by my side. In the next instant, something struck the face of Sword Emperor Gino Brits. A dry, loud impact echoed. A boot. Yes. A kick hit Gino in the face at high speed. The impact generated a shockwave that rippled through the entire arena. Gino Brits flew like a puppet with severed strings, hurtling backward with absurd violence. The arena didn't collapse, it was reinforced by high-level magic, but still, the entire floor vibrated. Gino rolled, skipped over the water, skipped across a small river like a stone skipping on water, and collided violently against a mountain in the background. The impact sent debris flying in all directions and a thick cloud of dust filled the air, obscuring the view. And then I saw her. Standing beside Clint, who was on the ground, wounded and bleeding, eyes half closed in pain, was an imposing red-haired figure. Tall, with wild hair and eyes blazing like embers, the woman stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the scene with amused disapproval. Hey, Gino, she yelled in a loud, provocative voice. Who told you to make this mess on your first day? It was Eris Adoldia. She cast a brief, hard glance at Nina and Clint, both gravely injured. Her expression shifted, from scorn to immediate seriousness. She furrowed her brow and drew her long curved sword with a fluid motion. Leonore. Lysina was right behind me, she shouted without taking her eyes off the distant dust. Run to her and bring her here. Understood. I replied, already turning to run. Before I took 2 steps, Eris was already darting forward like a crimson bolt toward the spot where Gino had been thrown. Let's see how much you've improved, Gino. Chapter 237, Elegant Phoenix vs. Storm Tremor. Talent, dedication, and ambition went hand in hand. Someone could be extraordinarily talented and still live an entire life without ever realizing that talent. Others could possess ambition worthy of kings, yet die in some random alley, defeated by a harsh lack of talent. Gino Brits was talented, far more talented than Eris. In fact, calling him talented was a euphemism, he was a natural genius in swordsmanship. And, by rigor's direct influence, he was also dedicated and ambitious. A rare and dangerous combination. But Eris was on a completely different level when it came to determination. The way she trained, her will to surpass limits, went beyond common logic. It was as if, every single day, she desired to go beyond who she was yesterday. Gino barely had time to take a breath. Eris charged forward impulsively, slicing through the air toward the exact point where he had landed after being thrown. Her speed was hard to follow with the eyes. He raised his sword reflexively, and the sound of metal colliding echoed through the mountains. The impact of her blow sent him flying several meters backward, his boots tearing into the ground as he struggled to maintain his balance. Eris did not relent. She was like a hungry tigress that had found her prey. Eris. I was wrong. I don't want to fight you, I'm sorry. Gino shouted hastily. The violent kick from the swordswoman had disoriented him, but it also allowed him to regain some emotional control. He knew he had made a huge mistake attacking Clint. Although he was still deeply upset that Nina had been injured, he recognized that he had acted foolishly. He remembered clearly that rigor was not merciful to those who opposed him, and even less so to anyone who harmed one of his women. He didn't even want to imagine what rigor would do if he knew he had wounded Eris afterward. That was why he quickly apologized and tried to end the fight. But, to his despair, Eris didn't seem to care much about that. Ah. Oh, right, you're forgiven then. Apologize to Clint later. Now fight. Don't you dare hold back, or I'll report you to rigor. Cold sweat ran down Gino's jawline. His heart pounded, his muscles were tense. And before he could breathe, she was on him again. A red blur streaked across the landscape like a blazing comet. The Phoenix Elegant Dragon sword sliced through the air in such an arc that Gino's eyes couldn't keep up. He couldn't see the strike, only feel it. Instinctively, his own blade, the Storm Tremor Hunter sword, rose up to respond. The clash of the steel produced sparks, and a gust of wind exploded between them, tearing leaves and branches from the surrounding trees. And so, the fight spread. From the mist-covered mountains to the verdant valleys and winding rivers, the battle between the two youths demolished everything in its path. Small forests shook, flocks of birds fled, animals hid, sensing the absurd power manifesting there. Eris attacked with the clear goal of winning. Gino, on the other hand, fought to survive. He had underestimated Eris. She was very strong. Stronger than Nina, and far more experienced than most of her generation. That led him to believe that Eris, even if stronger than Nina, wouldn't be much stronger. He was terribly mistaken. Eris had earned the title of Sword King at 14. She was 17 now. But since leaving the Sword Sanctuary, she had never ceased her training. On the contrary, she had become even more relentless. Learning intermediate healing magic allowed her to heal her own body from fatigue and minor wounds. With that, her training sessions multiplied. She bettered herself daily. During the war, she fought thousands. From common warriors to exceptional foes, each battle was a file that honed her blade even further. She wanted to reach Ghislaine. She wanted to surpass Taze. To defeat Ornthorn. Before pregnancy, Ghislaine had still been more skillful than her. Taze, more versatile. Ornthorn, stronger. But she was gradually catching up to all of them. Today, her official rankings were North Saint, Sword Emperor, and Beast Saint. And, during the fight, her smile grew wider and wider. For, even with all that strength, Gino still resisted. She felt her blood run hot in her veins, not from fear, but from excitement. She loved to fight. And Gino was fighting for real. It was proof that Rigger had not exaggerated when he said Gino was a genius. Unfortunately for Gino, his endurance only increased Eris's excitement. She wanted to beat him even more. POV, Rigger Adoldia. As Aisha and I flew toward the arenas, I sensed some fluctuations in combat. Different from the norm at the combat temple. They were two strong, powerful presences. From what I could tell, Eris was fighting someone. But I didn't sense any real danger, she was fine. Thus, we continued our flight normally. Aisha now wore dark brown leather armor over her usual clothing. She had always preferred to fight in armor, and the only reason she still didn't wear heavy armor was her size. She was still too small for something like that. Even so, I was already making plans. When she turned 15, I wanted to forge a special set of armor to gift her on her birthday. But that was still a somewhat distant goal. After all, her second birthday had been just a few months ago. A few minutes later, we finally landed at the temple. Helios, Aisha's dragon, flew off to find other dragons. As soon as we entered, the familiar scene unfolded, various warriors greeting us with reverence, as always. Walking a bit further inside, we reached the central area of the temple, the arena and its surroundings. It was there that I saw them. Nina was seated on a bench, wearing her typical swordswoman attire, speaking animatedly, or rather, complaining, in an exalted tone. Beside her, Eris could barely contain her laughter. Further back, Baron and Ornthorn were locked in a fierce duel, their movements swift and powerful. But what caught my attention most was the figure sprawled on a resting couch, Gino Brits. Covered in cuts, lacerations, and bruises, completely unconscious. Lysina was focused, carefully healing his wounds, while Leonor watched beside her with a vigilant expression. Can you believe this? Nina said indignantly. The Death God. He challenged the Death God. And let me tell you, he really thought he was going to win. He said like a fool, I've faced warriors much more skilled than you. Eris burst into laughter again, clutching her stomach. Nina crossed her arms and huffed, this was just one of the many stories she had witnessed. When they saw us enter, along with Aisha, Nina averted her gaze toward us. Little Aisha, she exclaimed, opening her arms. You've grown so much. Aisha, thrilled by the attention, ran to Nina and jumped into an impromptu hug, one of her rare displays of childlike affection. I smiled seeing my disciple allow herself that moment of lightness. Meanwhile, I approached Gino. Lysina and Leonor noticed my presence and respectfully stepped aside. Both inclined their heads slightly in a sign of greeting. How are you, girls? I asked lightly. You can leave this to me now. Leonor smiled briefly, gave a short bow, and soon bid farewell, returning to her own training. Since the end of the war, she had discovered that she much preferred life in the Gaia kingdom over the old Meles kingdom. Lysina simply said, it's fine. And with that, she went to watch the fight between Baron and Ornthorn. It's been a while, Rigger. Nina said, now turned toward me. I knew you would win the war, but I thought it would take longer. Ha! Eris snorted impulsively. It was too easy. I smiled at her impulsive response and said. Meles had some good cards up its sleeve, I admit. But, they didn't have anyone who could face me directly. It was faster than expected because of that. Aisha nodded her head and added. But they weren't weak. At least we learned a lot from what they left behind. The master even became an healing emperor. Nina widened her eyes. You must be joking. Her surprise was not unfounded. Emperor-level mages were extremely rare throughout the world. During her journey to Gaia, she had likely not heard of any. Perhaps she only knew of the armored dragon king, one of the only known. Among the many magics Meles left behind, the one that caught my attention most was healing. I had an innate talent in that branch, and it was also extremely useful in battle. During the year that passed, after much practice and study, I surpassed the king level and reached emperor. This meant that even someone on the brink of death, cut to pieces, bleeding profusely, with failing organs, could still be saved by me, as long as a trace of life remained. God-level magic, on the other hand, was another story. It dealt with short-term resurrection. A huge complexity, far beyond anything I had studied. My hands glowed with a deep green, and within moments, all of Gino's wounds began to vanish. Flesh regenerated, bones reassembled, blood sprang forth like magic. He inhaled sharply, waking with a start. "I lost," he exclaimed, confused. Everyone stared at him in silence for a moment. Then, inevitably, Eris fell into laughter once more. Gino blushed with embarrassment, looking around, trying to understand where he was. Aisha tilted her head and asked exactly what I was thinking. "Huh, what happened?" As Gino apologized and Eris laughed in the background, Rigger finally grasped the whole situation as Nina recounted it. He crossed his arms, thoughtful, observing the group. At least, it hadn't escalated into something bigger, there were no serious injuries, nor irreparable misunderstandings. But there was something that caught his attention, Gino's fixation on Nina. That needed to be fixed somehow. Rigger sighed. Gino's newly discovered arrogance didn't surprise him either. It was almost predictable. Power, in almost any form, did that to people. It was something Rigger had witnessed many times. Many kings, rulers, generals, and warriors ended up consumed by this silent poison. Gal Farion was a great example of this, with his ever-imposing posture and constant quest to assert his superiority. Even Rigger, with all his discipline and self-awareness, had failed a few times to control his own arrogance. It was too easy to get carried away when one had so much power in one's hands, too easy to lose one's sense of humility. The important thing was that Gino seemed to know he was wrong. He had already said he would apologize to Clint. That was a good sign. Rigger nodded to himself and mentally praised Eris. She had handled the situation exceptionally well, even if unconsciously. He thought to reward her later, when they were home. In fact, she had probably not realized how important her intervention had been. Basically, hit him. Rigger thought, with a slight inner smile. That was, sometimes, the most efficient method to break someone's arrogance. A direct blow to the pride. And that was exactly what Eris had done. She fought Gino and won. Even though she later said he hadn't been too far behind her, a victory was a victory. And, in that case, the symbolic impact was much greater than the actual difference in power. Nina woke quickly enough to see Gino's defeat. Her wide eyes and surprised expression were almost comical, and soon the two began talking. The conversation flowed naturally, and soon they were talking about the journey. Gino, it seemed, had also acted impulsively in the Dragon King's realm. In a moment of audacity, or perhaps stupidity, he had challenged none other than Randolph Marianne, the Death God, the fifth great world power. And, of course, he lost. According to his account, Randolph did not seem as skilled as Gal Farion, but still appeared far more lethal. There was something in his swordsmanship that Gino could not even begin to comprehend. Rigger made sure to keep that information to himself. In any case, with Eris and Nina conversing so amiably, any tension between the two groups was quickly dissipated. Baron was still upset, and Clint was clearly in a bad mood, but said nothing against Eris's decision to end the conflict. Rigger did not worry too much. If the situation was already resolved, there was no reason to delve into it at that moment. Anything that needed correction, he would handle later. From now on, he would have the opportunity to observe the situation closely. And that was enough. The most important thing at that instant was to understand exactly what level each of the new members was at. Their strengths, their weaknesses, their potential for growth. Only then could he guide them correctly on the path of training. Chapter 238, Identifying Weaknesses. To accurately gauge the level of Gino and Nina, there was no better method than direct combat. Therefore, after a brief conversation on various subjects, from adventures across the central continent to the advances each had made since the end of the war, Rigger proceeded to the training arena. Ornthorn and Baron, who had been training until that moment, immediately halted their fight upon seeing him approach. After Rigger announced his purpose, they actually stayed, wanting to watch the battle. Both walked to one of the corners of the arena, remaining alert. There was curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Ornthorn, in particular, was somewhat worried. With Taze out on a mission and Ghislaine pregnant and removed from combat, he was the tallest among the 12 kings available at the temple, currently holding third place. This meant that the responsibility of keeping Gino in check and preventing him from rapidly climbing to the top of the rankings fell on his shoulders. Despite this, Ornthorn trusted in his strength. He knew that Gino had not yet reached an excessively high level, since Eris could still defeat him. He was fully certain that, if they fought today, he would emerge victorious. Ornthorn was a subordinate, but also a close friend of Rigger. Especially after the war, they had grown even closer. The fact that the North Emperor kept his promise and went to help in the War of Melees even without Rigger being there showed how serious he was about keeping his word. He even felt that, since joining the combat temple, his own level had improved considerably, even more than in recent years, when he had trained exclusively at the North God-style headquarters. But even confident in his own strength, he clearly remembered a conversation with Rigor, days before, when the beast god had stated that, in terms of pure talent, the only people he considered to be on a level close to his were two, Aisha, his direct disciple, and Gino Brits, the swordsman of the Sword Sanctuary. Talent, however, was just that, talent. Transforming talent into real power required effort, resilience, and discipline. Rigor was proof of that. Even so talented, he trained more than anyone, delving into deep studies of all combat and magic styles, seeking new paths and solutions in everything he touched. It was precisely because of this that he ceased to be seen merely as a genius and came to be considered a true world force, despite being so young. And if Gino, now under his tutelage, possessed comparable talent, how quickly would he climb the ranks? Ornthorn knew he needed to watch him closely. In the center of the arena, Rigor stood silently, waiting. Gino and Nina would be his simultaneous opponents. The duo had already fought side by side countless times, and thus their synchronicity was remarkable. They complemented each other well. Even so, Rigor seemed unconcerned. He had not even drawn one of his swords. His expression was calm, his body relaxed, as if he were merely on a stroll. Eris casually walked to the edge of the arena and raised her hand, projecting her voice for the entire temple to hear. Begin. Immediately, Gino and Nina darted to opposite sides, circling Rigor like predators trying to corner prey. But the image was illusory. Everyone there knew that, if anyone was the predator in that confrontation, it was Rigor. He did not even move, remaining motionless in the center, observing. Gino looked at Nina with a glance only they understood, a silent signal, and Nina advanced like an arrow. Her eyes narrowed with absolute focus, her sword seeming to glow as she executed her most familiar technique, the long sword of light. The blade sliced through the air with its familiar whine, aiming directly at Rigor's neck, a lethal strike from the outset. They knew that, against Rigor, there was no room for testing or restraint, they needed to give their all from the first moment. Rigor did not even activate his demon eyes. Instead, a slight smile formed on his face. His body leaned subtly backward, and his stance shifted in a natural flow. With an almost ethereal movement, he touched the tip of Nina's blade with his finger, and his hand slid along the length of the sword with surreal lightness, almost as if dancing. Nina, in the midst of her attack, felt something strange. An invisible force coursed through her blade from Rigor's touch. It was as if her trajectory had been ripped from her control, as if her sword were part of a river and Rigor the current that redirected it. A desperate inevitability hit her at that moment. Gino, swift as the wind, was also in motion. He appeared from the opposite side, combining wild dash with the long sword of light, his speed hallucinatory. In moments, his figure seemed to multiply, creating afterimages that would confuse untrained eyes. His attack was rapid. But, taking advantage of Nina's redirected momentum, Rigor executed the secret technique of the water god style, counterflow current. With a single gesture, he channeled Nina's offensive force and sent it toward Gino, as if she were a puppet tied to invisible strings under his control. Nina flew like a bullet, the sword still in hand, hurled with surprising violence. Gino, realizing what was happening, halted his attack mid-move, eyes wide. With a swift motion, he caught her in midair, preventing a full-force collision and stopping her from falling. But before he could do anything else, before any thought could form, Rigor was already beside him. Rigor's presence appeared like a ghost, silent, auraless. Gino only managed to turn his gaze at the last second, raising his sword instinctively. But it was too late. A brutal kick struck his solar plexus with inhuman force. The impact stole his breath instantly, even with his Tuki barrier, his lungs emptied like a punctured balloon, and he was hurled backward like a rag doll. Nina, still trying to regain her balance, was also thrown in another direction, hit by the whirlwind of dispelled force. Silence fell for a moment in the arena. Rigor remained standing where he was, without even adjusting his posture, calmly observing the two swordsmen as they slowly got to their feet, still trying to comprehend what had happened. While everyone watching the battle showed no great surprise, Gino and Nina themselves were in a complete state of shock. They knew, of course, that Rigor was powerful. After all, they were facing the beast god, one of the most renowned and feared warriors in the world, but what they had just experienced surpassed any reasonable expectation. Rigor had not even drawn one of his swords. What left them even more astounded, however, was the use of one of the water god-style secret techniques, without even wielding a blade. The counterflow current, one of the 5 secret techniques, had been employed with mastery, completely redirecting Nina's attack with absurd fluidity and technique. Not even the current water god had that achievement in her record. Rigor had mastered the technique at its apex for a simple reason: among the defensive-style secret techniques, the counterflow current was the most suited to handle sudden attacks. Unlike purely offensive or counterattack techniques, this one did not allow a direct counter, but rather to parry, disperse, or redirect enemy blows with minimal effort and maximum efficiency. Its main virtue was adaptability. For Rigor, it was a survival technique, a final instant reaction card, even if unprepared. With such keen senses, it might be paranoid to think of being caught off guard, but Rigger left no room for risks. He had much to lose if he fell now. As Gino and Nina were still rising from the impact, Rigger slowly walked toward them, hands clasped behind his back, expression tranquil. "Nina, what were you planning with your first strike?" he asked, voice calm but firm. Nina, still stunned, blinked several times before replying. "Ah. I was trying to draw your attention. It was meant to be a distraction so Gino could strike you from behind." Rigger interrupted her. "Since when is the sword god style used as a distraction?" Nina's eyes widened, surprised by the question. "In the sword god style, your focus is to kill the opponent with one blow. Your intention to kill was tangible, I felt it. But it lacked purpose." He took a step closer, his voice now sharper. "Unconsciously, you had already accepted that you could not kill me. That weakened your strike from the start." Nina stood agape, slowly absorbing what she had just heard. It was true. Despite attacking with everything, deep down, she knew she would not win. That influenced how she moved, how she executed the technique. Rigger continued. "You rely too much on Gino. Simply accepting that he is stronger. But that can be solved with individual training." Then he turned to the boy, his expression growing even sterner. "As for you, Gino, your mistake is greater." Gino furrowed his brow. "Mistake? But my technique worked dash. Why did you catch Nina when I threw her at you?" Rigger interrupted bluntly. Gino promptly replied, "Because we are fighting together." It was natural. "No." Rigger's voice cut in again. "Nina is a sword king. That throw could have injured her, yes, but nothing that would incapacitate her. To try to win in the best way possible, the correct choice was to dodge her and continue the attack. You hesitated. You stopped to protect her." Rigger stepped toward Nina again and said. "That is a beautiful feeling. But foolish. You left a huge opening for a potential attacker. Even a combatant of king level could have finished the fight there." Gino slowly turned his face toward Nina. And saw that she was looking at him with slightly furrowed brows, not in irritation but in surprise and understanding. As if she were realizing how protective he still was of her. Rigger concluded mercilessly. "That feeling is harder to fix. Because I believe that protecting Nina is one of the main sources fueling the essence of your swordsmanship. But it is not irreversible." He paused for a moment, looking into both their eyes, letting his words reach them. "Obviously, the first thing I will do in your training is separate you. You will train individually for a while." Rigger raised an eyebrow. "I imagine that is not a problem, right? Since you have trained together your entire lives." Gino and Nina exchanged looks, shocked. Nina tried to protest. "Wait. I am not accepting complaints," Rigger said authoritatively. "Continue the combat. And keep what I said in mind. Attack with the intent to kill." Gino clenched his teeth, frustrated but determined. He exchanged a firm glance with Nina, and both returned to the arena. Eris, leaning with her arms crossed, seemed to be enjoying watching the two take hits. Aisha chatted casually with Lysena. Baron and Ornthorn, on the other hand, kept their eyes fixed on Gino, analyzing every movement with scrutiny. And so, the training continued for another half hour. Rigger pointed out every mistake, every deficiency. He not only criticized them, he explained, corrected, demonstrated. With patience and honesty. The Sword Sanctuary had molded two formidable warriors, but the Sword God style, as an isolated style, had already been overthrown by the Beast God himself. Now, they had much to learn. Eris Adoldia. Age. Titles, Red Lioness, Dragon Knight. Mana reserves, Saint level. Magical skills. Fire magic, elementary. Water magic, elementary. Healing magic, intermediate. Combat skills. North God style, Saint. Beast God style, Saint. Sword God style, Emperor. Battle strength, Emperor level. Languages. Reading and writing in Beast God and human languages. Practical skills. Basic mathematics, infinite energy, greeting in the Boreas style, bad cook, Gaia Kingdom Commander. Nina Farion. Age, 18 years. Titles, Sword King. Mana reserves, advanced level. Combat skills. Sword God style, King. North God style, intermediate. Battle strength, King level. Gino Brits. Age, 14 years. Titles, Sword Genius. Mana reserves, Saint level. Combat skills. North God style, King. Sword God style, King. Water God style, Saint. Beast God style, Saint. Battle strength, Emperor level. Chapter 239, Limits Redefined. After several consecutive defeats, Nina and Gino were on the brink of collapse. Rigger's training was anything but gentle. He struck where it hurt most, both physically and mentally. When he realized that his opponent could evade a blow, he did not hesitate to attack with the intent to kill, forcing his opponents to push beyond their limits. And when they thought everything was about to end because of extreme exhaustion and wounds, Rigger would simply use healing magic and restore them completely. The torture would begin again. During the day, other fighters entered the arena, some to watch, others to train, while Rigger continued to assess Gino Brits and Nina Farion. Eris, after observing for a while, also returned to her own training, leaving the rest in Rigger's hands. For Gino, reality finally knocked at his door. He began to understand why many warriors laughed when he said he would one day defeat Rigger. The current strength of the beast god was at an unattainable level. 2 years had passed since Rigger had defeated the sword god, and his power was completely different today. Gino did not know how much Rigger had improved with his magic, but he knew that with his mastery of swordsmanship, physical strength, and his demon eyes, he was already at the top of the world. If not for legends like the demon god Laplace, Gino doubted that there was any other being capable of confronting him. Thinking of this, Gino felt a pang of pity for his former master, Gal Farion. He was certainly still training somewhere in the world, trying to redeem himself for the defeat he had suffered. But, to Gino, it was clear that Gal no longer stood a chance against Rigger. In fact, not even Gino, with all his talent in swordsmanship, knew if he would ever reach that mountain called Rigger Adoldia. He was beginning to think that his goal might be somewhat pointless. At the end of the exhausting day of training, which for Gino and Nina felt more like a pedagogical beating session, the group set off along one of the side paths of the combat temple. The stone trail led through small groves and secondary training fields. Along the way, they ran into Skoll, who eagerly joined the group. Nina was ahead, chatting enthusiastically with Aisha and Eris, while the wolf Skoll stayed by their side. Gino, on the other hand, walked silently behind the group, lost in his thoughts. It was then that Rigger slowed his pace and began walking beside him. His voice cut through the young swordsman's thoughts. "You really cannot catch up to me. Not in this life, Gino." The boy was surprised by the sudden intrusion into his thoughts. He forced a bitter smile and replied, "Now you can read thoughts too." Rigger chuckled softly and, after a brief moment of silence, Gino asked, "By the way, what should I call you now?" Rigger had already been a king in Gaia, so technically he was royalty. He was also Gino's new swordsmanship master. Before that, he had been the supreme commander of the Iron Legion. Gino really didn't know how to address him. "I don't read thoughts literally," Rigger replied calmly, "but I'm very good at reading people and their intentions. I'd say I'm one of the best in the world at that, not to brag." He chuckled lightly and continued, "You can keep calling me senior, as you did in the Sword Sanctuary." Gino furrowed his brow. "Wouldn't that be disrespectful? There are people here who already don't like me very much." Rigger shook his head, unconcerned. "It's because you're new here. You haven't fought alongside them yet. Be friendly, do your best, and eventually they'll like you." He looked ahead, at the 3 girls laughing together, and sighed. "Believe it or not, what I miss most these days is being treated like a normal person, not like a hero or an invincible god. From their point of view, what I did in the war was, well, impressive." Gino observed Rigger for a moment, understanding his perspective. "All right then, senior," Gino replied, "do you really think I will never catch up to you?" Rigger answered calmly, he knew his own strength well. "That's right. Your only chance is if I die in the near future. As long as I'm alive, I will always be out of your reach." Gino seemed somewhat disheartened to hear that. He knew that Rigger's knowledge was far beyond what he could comprehend. And if Rigger was saying that, then he was probably right, he could not surpass him unless he died. But Rigger was his best friend in his entire life. Why would he wish such a thing? Before Gino could think further, Rigger continued. "But that's only by my standards. Actually, the fact that I even have to tell you this already proves that you're an outlier. Even the most talented and skillful in the kingdom of Gaia don't even consider catching up to me. The fact that you have any chance, no matter how small, already means you're above many of them." He paused, letting Gino reflect. The boy remained silent, listening intently. "Look," Rigger continued, "I'm not underestimating any of them. Who knows? One of them might end up creating some invincible magic, or obtaining some magical item that makes them extraordinarily stronger. But the chances of that are slim. And look, actually, I lead the research for this kind of thing myself. After all, they're my subordinates and I want all of them to become stronger." Another pause. Rigger took a deep breath, speaking naturally. "The fact is that you have rare talent, even by the standards of great geniuses. You might even surpass me in pure swordsmanship terms one day. You could become the strongest swordsman in the world. Of course, Rigger didn't truly believe that. He knew he would never relax in his own training. His natural physical strength, combined with his knowledge and technique with Tuki, placed him at an almost unreachable level. Even if Gino became incredibly strong, Rigger still didn't see a reality where he would be surpassed, unless he himself abandoned his training. But, even so, he didn't want to crush Gino's ambition. A man without ambition never reaches his true potential. Gino seemed to regain a bit of sparkle in his eyes upon hearing that. He thought to himself. All right. Rigger is a monster because of his magic and swordsmanship. But I just need to devote myself to swordsmanship. If it's only physical combat, I can still beat him one day. He knew it would be extremely difficult, especially after what he saw in the previous training. But it was far more realistic than imagining defeating Rigger with full strength. Rigger spoke, now in a firmer tone, you have the potential to become very strong, Gino. Don't relax until you get what you want. Gino nodded, more determined, but then said a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry for the commotion I caused when I arrived. Rigger smiled with a treacherous air. Yeah, it was pretty stupid, but don't worry. I understand the feeling. I can be very protective of Eris, Ghislaine, and Verdia too. He then spoke naturally. If you had defeated Eris and left her wounded, that earlier training would have been just the beginning of the payment. A chill ran down Gino's spine as he remembered the brutal session he had been subjected to earlier. What could be worse than that? When he looked at Rigger, he saw a kind smile, but for some reason, it seemed infinitely more threatening than before. Finally, Rigger began to step away to catch up with the girls farther ahead, and said, what sets us apart is that no one dares question me for protecting them. Because I am strong. And with that, he left Gino standing there, somewhat dazed. Within moments, the young men ran a bit to catch up with the rest of the group as well. They were gradually approaching their goal. Ahead of them stood a stone sanctuary. The walls of the ancient structure were covered in thick roots and moss clinging to the cracks of the columns. A subtle serpentine scent wafted from the sanctuary's interior, laden with mana. A guard of the beast race sat under a broad stone at the entrance. He carried a long sword strapped across his back, had silver hair, dark skin, and eyes as sharp as those of a beast. Even appearing to be at rest, his senses were on high alert. The moment the group approached, his red eyes narrowed instinctively. However, upon recognizing who was approaching, he relaxed. This warrior was Guise, son of the current king of Gaia, Gustav, and brother of Ghislaine. That made him Rigger's brother-in-law. Guise, though strong and respected, had been a controversial figure in the past. When Rigger was still a child, Guise was the one who most opposed his ideas. His antipathy toward Ghislaine was also notorious due to his childhood marked by violent clashes between the two siblings. In truth, it was more like Ghislaine being the aggressor and Guise just taking the beating. For a long time, he was regarded as inflexible and conservative. However, Rigger never cared about that opposition. Ghislaine, for her part, knew she had been wrong in that situation. In fact, she had planned to apologize to him after learning she would be living in the Great Forest. She had been brutal, irrational, and even cruel to her brother when they were children. Eventually, she apologized to Guise in person, something that surprised many warriors. One could say they made peace, even though they didn't become particularly close afterward. Despite that, there were those who kept their distance from Guise simply because he had been against Rigger and Ghislaine in the past. But over time, as Rigger made it clear he bore no grudges, and with Ghislaine treating her brother naturally, that social isolation diminished. Another factor that greatly helped reconstructing Guise's image was his strength as a warrior. He became a North Saint, a title he earned through his own training and effort. Furthermore, he was the father of Linnea Dodoldia, who was gaining more and more prestige in the new generation. In the kingdom of Gaia, strength was always respected. Currently, Guise served as a sentinel of a place of great importance. The mere fact that he was entrusted with such a responsibility spoke volumes about his current position. When Rigger met his gaze, he greeted him with a nod. Guise returned it with equal naturalness. Aisha smiled familiarly. Hello, Guise. How's Minitona? Guise let slip a rare slight smile on his normally stoic face. She's fine. She told me to tell you to visit her as soon as you have time. Minitona Dodoldia, Guise's daughter, and Teresina Doldia, a descendant of the Doldia lineage, were two of the first students of the Star Rise Academy, a project conceived by Aisha. Both had grown very close to Aisha during the past year of study. I will as soon as I can. Aisha promised. I'll let her know then, Guise replied, turning his attention to the sanctuary's exit. Then, the group entered the sanctuary. Inside, the environment was silent. The floor was made of polished slabs, and several magical torches spread light along the ancient walls. Nina, curious, looked at Rigger and asked. Who was that? My brother-in-law. Ghislaine's brother, he replied without turning his head. Nina nodded her head, paying no further attention. A few seconds later, she scratched her head and asked. So, what are we doing here again? Gino also seemed attentive now, clearly interested in the answer. Rigger replied with an almost mischievous smile on his lips. Don't you remember one of the main reasons you joined the Legion? Before they could respond, a low, muffled roar echoed through the sanctuary's walls. Amid the stones, behind one of the large columns, a creature moved. Its scaly body slid across the rocks with familiarity. A baby red dragon, just over 2 meters tall, emerged, its gleaming skin reflecting the torchlight with a ruby shimmer. Its yellow, curious eyes watched the group. Nina took a step forward, completely enchanted. "Hey, dragon, it's a baby dragon," she murmured, her eyes wide and bright, growing more excited as she realized what Rigger meant. Chapter 240, Dragon Knights. Years ago, during his time at the Sword Sanctuary, Rigger undertook a special expedition, accompanied by Escalar. On this expedition, they broke into an ancient nest in the depths of the red dragon upper jaw and successfully stole 15 dragon eggs. This feat became known among the members of the Iron Legion when Rigger returned to Meles, and even before that, it ended up being one of the reasons that convinced Gino and Nina to join the organization. Both wanted to have a dragon as a companion. Before the war even ended, the eggs hatched. Escalar, who had previously served as Eris's mount, momentarily abandoned the battlefield to return and care for the hatchlings. At first, Rigger considered building a suitable place to shelter the dragons. However, while exploring the edges of the Great Forest, he found a peculiar ruin that would serve the purpose perfectly. The structure was overrun by trolls, with hundreds of rank C creatures living around it, several rank B trolls acting as subcommanders, and a rank A troll king who maintained the group's order. It was not a labyrinth, but rather an ancient ruined structure converted into a fortress by the trolls. For a moment, Rigger contemplated treating them as a tribe, perhaps as a decaying race, but the trolls were naturally violent, irrational, and dangerous. As uncontrollable beasts, they could not be exploited, so Rigger exterminated them. The ruin was finally named Ruins of the Sacred Dragon Emperor. In its depths, Rigger found traces of an ancient civilization, apparently home to a member of the dragon race who called himself the Sacred Dragon Emperor. Although the true name of the former owner was lost to time, the evidence pointed to an origin thousands of years ago. Engraved on the walls and on stone tablets were inscriptions and texts resembling pages of stone. There were also remnants of normal books, but they had been destroyed by the passage of time. Over time, with the help of Verdia and Greta, Rigger discovered that the writings were in the ancient language of the dragon god. To this day, he has not had enough free time to fully decipher the language, but it remains on his list. It was there that Rigger decided to shelter Escalar and the hatchlings. Initially, he thought that 15 dragons would be insufficient, considering the number of warriors who had earned renown in the kingdom of Gaia. However, he discovered that not everyone desired to have a dragon as a companion. Only 9 of the hatchlings were adopted. The remaining 6 continued living with Escalar at the sanctuary. Rigger had plans to expand the breeding program, capture other dragons and rare beasts, but for now, that responsibility was delegated to the beast-taming division of the kingdom of Gaia. When the group entered the sanctuary, the young dragons watched them with curious eyes. Humans also lived there, all advanced-level warriors trained to care for the hatchlings and, more importantly, to teach them to see humans as allies, not prey. Escalar, who never attacked humans randomly, served as an example for the young dragons. Still, incidents occurred. By nature, dragons were predators, and their instincts sometimes overpowered their training. Therefore, the caretakers were chosen from among the strong, capable of surviving attacks from hatchlings. And the dragons themselves were severely punished if they attacked without authorization. This discipline was enforced from birth. As the group walked through the ruins, 2 more hatchlings emerged from the cracks and corners of the structure, watching from afar, cautious of Rigger's presence. The aura of the beast god was too intense for them to dare approach. Some caretakers appeared and greeted them briefly. And as they walked further in, they saw. Lying on its back over an uneven stone, in a completely uncomfortable position, a huge red dragon slept soundly. Its wings were carelessly spread, its tail twitching in small spasms, and its mouth half open letting out a soft snore. It was a somewhat strange scene. Nina and Gino recognized the dragon immediately, mouths agape. Rigger smiled, but it was not a kind smile. A cold, mischievous grin curved his lips, and then he raised a hand, concentrating mana into a growing sphere above the dragon. A massive water orb appeared, hovering threateningly in the air. Eris and Aisha laughed as they recognized the scene, and the familiar sound was enough to wake the lazy dragon. But it was too late. "You lazy lizard!" Rigger shouted. The water orb plummeted, hitting Escalar squarely. A muffled roar echoed through the ruin as the dragon tried to dodge, but it was already too late. It writhed under the downpour, grumbling with a guttural growl. Eris and Aisha could not contain their laughter at seeing Escalar soaked, scales dripping water and an annoyed look as he kept his head against the ground. Rigor, standing beside the dragon, bowed slightly and spoke firmly into the creature's ear in a clearly reprimanding tone. Didn't I tell you to teach the other dragons? How's your flight training? All you know is how to sleep. That way the other dragons will surpass you in an instant. Escalar let out a deep snort, smoke escaping from his nostrils in evident irritation. His half-closed eyes showed how much he hated being scolded, but he did not dare respond. Rigor knew well the dragon's potential since the day he tamed him. And, over the past years, Escalar's growth seemed slightly accelerated, something Rigor discovered was due to the continuous consumption of the magic water he himself produced. Water enriched with concentrated mana seemed ideal for accelerating the development of magical creatures. Periodically, Rigor created an entire lake using his magic and filled it with this water, ensuring that Escalar and the hatchlings always had access. Over time, Escalar had become even larger and more muscular than before. He was not the biggest among the red dragons, but Rigor would bet he was the strongest. His mana was dense, his musculature firm, and his endurance impressive. Unfortunately, the greatest problem still persisted: Escalar was absurdly lazy. Without direct supervision, he refused to train seriously, and Rigor simply did not have time to watch him all day. After finishing the scolding, Rigor stepped back a little and spoke aloud. Oigar, how are things? Gather the young dragons here. 2 of them will be chosen today. The beast warrior of the Doldia tribe, who was nearby, replied respectfully. Yes, sir. It will only take a moment. With surprising agility, he leaped across the surrounding rocks, shouting orders to the caretakers and disappearing among the ruins. Nina stepped a little closer, trying to conceal the obvious excitement in her voice. Escalar has grown a lot. So this is where they live? Aisha, with a simple wave of her hand, shaped chairs and a table from the earth with earth magic, and replied. Usually yes. But those who already have owners and have been more domesticated generally remain scattered throughout the temple. Some even follow their owners wherever they go. Mine, for example, accompanies me to Star Rise frequently. Nina nodded, remembering the earlier conversation about the magic academy Aisha had founded. Then she asked. And yours, Eris? I don't have one, Eris replied simply. Nina stared at her, visibly surprised. You don't have one? Eris shook her head. Rigor then intervened with a smile on his face. Of course Eris wanted a dragon. But we realized she used Escalar more than I did. So, when she needs him, she calls him. Even if he's not nearby, I can fly using magic. Nina watched Escalar, now calmly drinking in the lake, and murmured. I see. Gino, sitting in one of the chairs shaped by Aisha, looked up and asked. Most of my time will be spent training. Will that be a problem for raising a dragon? That's not a problem. Aisha replied. As long as you interact with him from time to time, he'll remember you. Besides, they hunt on their own most of the time. The group continued talking about various subjects. At one point, Eris teased Nina for having lost her position among the 12 kings of Gaia in just one day. The teasing quickly evolved into a loud argument, and then a fight. It seemed their relationship hadn't changed at all. Aisha just laughed as she watched. A few minutes later, Oigar returned with the 6 remaining hatchlings. All were gathered in a flat area of the ruins. Interestingly, 2 of them were covered in bite wounds, probably the result of a recent fight among them. Rigor crossed his arms and said casually. Just choose whichever pleases you the most. They don't have names yet, just for the record. At the sound of this, both Gino and Nina stood up immediately, eyes shining with enthusiasm. They began circling among the hatchlings, analyzing them as if they had deep knowledge of draconic physiology. Obviously, neither of them had any real knowledge about dragons. Their serious expressions as they pretended to evaluate the little reptiles was a source of laughter for the rest of the group, who enjoyed teasing them. Nina was the first to make her choice. Among the assembled hatchlings, she approached one with the longest, slimmest wings, a female with dull scales, who watched her with some curiosity. Nina crouched in front of the creature, observing it intently. She was clearly thinking about its flight capabilities. It was no surprise, since her time at the Sword Sanctuary, Nina had been one of the most excited about the flying experience, and now she wanted a dragon that could accompany her in the skies with speed and grace. Without much hesitation, she placed her hand on the hatchling's snout, which did not react much to the touch, and said firmly. Your name will be Skyl. The dragon let out a low sound, accepting the contact. Nina smiled, satisfied with the choice. Gino, on the other hand, chose one of the 2 dragons that was injured. Despite the visible bite wounds on its body, it maintained a defiant posture and a keen, fierce look, like that of a true predator. It was neither the largest nor the most visually impressive, but its attitude caught Gino's attention. You will be my partner, he said, touching the dragon's head. Kaler. That will be your name. Kaler grunted but accepted the touch without resistance. They then spent a good amount of time familiarizing themselves with their new companions. After all, the dragons were about to leave their home and needed to recognize their new masters as figures of authority and trust. There was a certain excitement in both young warriors' eyes. Meanwhile, in another corner of the sanctuary, Eris was helping Aisha train her swordsmanship. Even practicing different styles, Eris more focused on sword god style, Aisha mixing principles of water god style with magical techniques and original ideas. Aisha still had much to learn from her. After all, combat teachings went beyond fixed styles. Rigor, for his part, sat under a stone overhang, one of the books in hand, focused as he compared its worn pages and tried to decipher the symbols. On the occasion of his 15th birthday, still at the Sword Sanctuary, Aisha had organized the group to seek a gift for Rigor. She, Eris, Nina, Gino, and Isolde had gathered and broken into an ancient labyrinth in search of magical items. Among the presents they brought were 3 books written in a completely unknown language. Rigor never knew what they were about, but upon exploring the ruins of the Sacred Dragon Emperor and finding similar inscriptions on the walls and stones, Rigor realized that the texts were also written in the ancient language of the dragon god. However, without a concrete reference, translation remained an immense challenge, even with the help of Verdia and Greta. Time passed, and finally, Gino and Nina announced they were ready to depart. The bond with their dragons would take days, perhaps weeks, to fully establish, but for now, it was enough. It was already late, so the group went their separate ways there. Gino and Nina returned together to the dormitory at the temple, with the dragons following close behind. Eris, Aisha, and Rigor took another path, returning home. Rigor was pleased with the progress of the 2 new Iron Legion members. They had much potential to discover. Tomorrow, he had other commitments. Because of them, he would not be able to see Ghislaine and Verdia during the day. With that in mind, he planned to spend time with them at night. A sigh escaped his lips. He thanked himself for having chosen not to remain on Gaia's throne. He already had so many goals and so much to do.